Okay, so get this. This is the 100th time our girl has hit the respawn button. But, she's not happy about it at all. In her past 99 lives, it was always the same old story. Either she had to sacrifice herself for the fam or go save the world with her OP magical powers. And for real, every single life ended before she even hit 20. She's about to lose her mind. For real. But what can she do? She's just gotta roll with it. After listening in for a bit, she figures out that this time, she was born into some super bougie family, totally adored by her mom, and surrounded by maids who just won't stop saying how cute she is. A perfect start, right? Wrong. Suddenly, some dude just barges into the bedroom like he owns the place. "Sir, you're here. It's a beautiful baby girl." The maids were all gossiping as our girl squinted to get a look at this guy. Apparently, he's her dad in this life. She follows their gaze and sees this tall dude with a face so handsome it could be on a billboard on Sunset Boulevard, but also as cold as ice. And let me tell you, her ancient soul that's been through 99 lives is literally trembling inside this tiny baby body. The second she saw the face of the man she's supposed to call dad in her 100th life, she was like, "Yep, my life is ruined. What's it gonna be this time? Abandonment? Abuse? Being called a cursed child? Or is he just gonna, strangle her right here in the crib?" And as the dude's hand reaches for her, her little heart is pounding out of her chest. Is she gonna have to watch the world burn all over again, totally powerless? Is her soul gonna be chained up again, just forced to watch everyone she knows get wiped out? It felt like being stuck in a total nightmare you can't wake up from. Our girl was just wondering what she did to deserve front row seats to the apocalypse every single time. But it turns out, she was totally overthinking it. The hand just reaches out and gently touches her cheek. Then, get this. Tears of joy start streaming down this young dad's face. "Thank you for being born safely, our little one." Still completely shook, the young lady, her mom, now gently places her on the bed. And it was then that our main character got a clear look at her mother's face in this life. And OMG, she was crying too. She's such a lovely little girl. Our girl seriously can't figure out what's happening. This script is way off. Why does everyone look so happy? Is there some massive plot twist coming? Because if there is, that would be amazing. She might finally get to live a life that actually matters. At that moment, our main character was truly hoping her 100th life would finally be a peaceful one. Let me know in the comments if you think she's finally gonna get a break. The couple talked for a super long time, then decided to name her Emma. So in this life, our girl is named Emma, and she thinks it's a pretty sweet name until her dad adds, "You saved this world. It's the name of a hero." And bam, that statement just froze Emma in her tracks. Seriously, another hero? Every single time she's given a hero name, her life turns into a complete dumpster fire. Even though she just got here, Emma knew she had older siblings, but her past lives made her more anxious than excited. Chloe was adorable, with fluffy pink hair, clear eyes, and chubby cheeks, but even so, she was enough to scare Emma silly. Just as she thought Chloe would burst into tears or maybe even scratch her out of jealousy, the little girl gasped, "Is this really my little sister?" They all called her a child blessed by God and a hero, then pretended to be super nice to her. And in the end, they were always the ones who got scared of her power and started abusing her. This time, Emma's parents named her after a hero, too. This just confirmed her theory that they were gonna force her into another sacrifice. Emma sighed on the inside, realizing she had to be on guard to protect herself again. There was no other way. As always, she tried her best to scope out her surroundings. The woman with the jet black hair and red eyes was Maya, Emma's mother in this life. Being a newborn was tough, though. She'd totally pass out whenever her mom sang to her, even though she kept telling herself to stay vigilant so she wouldn't get sacrificed in her sleep. Next up, there's a guy who looks like a total wolfie and is built like a mountain. With pink hair, that's her dad, Jake. And he's called the Duke, super fancy. But contrary to his ice-cold look, her dad seems to be a total softie, always cooing at her in a voice that makes her want to schedule a therapy session. Then there's Grace, the nanny who's always around. She's got this gentle smile, but Emma's pretty sure she's a spy sent by her secretly evil parents to watch her. Lost in her thoughts, Emma suddenly heard a huge commotion outside. It was her dad, Jake, and it sounded like he was yelling at a doctor about her. "What's wrong with my youngest? If she's not sick, why won't she cry or laugh?" Emma thought it was something serious, but nope, he was just throwing a fit because she wasn't crying. What a drama king. And get this, her wild wolf of a dad was about to take the doctor's head off just for not figuring out why his daughter wouldn't cry. Emma was terrified. She couldn't let someone die because of her, especially not this soon. In a past life, some people didn't want to hear her cry, and her parents back then almost took her life for it, so she just stopped. But if her dad this time wants her to be a normal kid, then fine, she'll act like one. "Your Grace, I've done my best. My lady is perfectly healthy. Please trust me just this once." Outside the door, it sounded like the doctor was crying harder than a baby, and his sobbing was making Emma feel so guilty. So, driven by guilt, Emma started crying from her cradle, and that sound finally made her dad stop in his tracks. A huge smile spread across his face, and he literally dropped his sword on the floor. The young dad rushed into the room and picked up his daughter, saying, "My dear, you finally cried." What a powerful and clear cry. "Are you satisfied now, Your Majesty?" Emma thought to herself, here we go again, feeling super uneasy because bad luck always seemed to follow whenever she cried. Smash that like button if you think her dad is the most extra dad ever. But seeing her dad's happy face, Emma really started to wonder if this life was different. To seem as baby-like as possible, Emma just kept on crying. And just like that, she was being hugged by her dad. But this peaceful moment was totally shattered by the sound of pounding footsteps in the hallway. And soon, a kid with hair as pink as her dad's appeared in the room, and she looked seriously annoyed. "Father, how disappointing. Why would you favor Emma?" Emma saw the resentment in her eyes and got instant goosebumps. "Oh no, is this my older sister?" Seeing her, Emma felt like all the drama was about to come crashing down, because her relationships with her siblings in past lives were, like, a total disaster. So, picture this, Emma's just been reborn, and while she knows she has older siblings, her past lives have her more stressed than stoked. Her sis, Chloe, is legit adorable, fluffy pink hair, big ol' eyes, chubby cheeks, the works. But even so, Emma is totally freaked out by her. Just when she thinks Chloe's gonna lose it and start crying or scratch her out of jealousy, the little girl just gasps. "Oh my god, is this for real, my little sister? How can she be so cute?" If Emma could talk, she would have literally screamed. Chloe's reaction was nothing like her past siblings. As the young Duke, Jake, knelt down holding Emma, Chloe rushed forward, all excited. Wow, Emma is such a cute little sister. She was so pumped that she even gave her a nickname, Shasha, just like her own nickname, Chloe. Since she couldn't talk, Emma could only wave her arms and legs around to show how much she hated that nickname. But of course, her dad thought she loved it. And so, Emma was destined to grow up with a name she absolutely despised. "Father, then let's give some pudding to Shasha," Chloe said excitedly. "I get it, Chloe, I do. But Emma is too little for pudding, so you should eat it for her." The young Duke soothed his oldest daughter, ruffling her hair. "But Shasha would be sad if I ate alone," Chloe pouted, replying, "I used to be sick and could only eat porridge, so I was sad. I couldn't have anything cold. If Shasha can't have pudding now, she'll be as sad as I was." Chloe's super earnest words made Emma's heart do a little flutter. Is she actually worried I'll be sad? What is this warm, fuzzy family feeling? Of course, no matter how much Chloe pleaded, Jake wouldn't let Emma eat pudding. So in the end, her older sister ate the treat. But feeling guilty, Chloe decided to make up for it by giving Emma her stuffed deer. "Chloe, are you sure? You can't sleep without it." Her dad seemed surprised, since Chloe was just a kid and he didn't expect her to be so generous. "Yes, Shasha is my little sister. And since I'm the older sister, I'll let her borrow it," Chloe replied innocently. Her angelic face almost made Emma drop her guard, but the trauma from her past lives reminded her not to trust these people so easily. Just like her parents, her sister was probably just pretending to be nice. To show she wasn't happy, Emma started crying. But innocent little Chloe thought her sister just didn't like the deer, so she tried a different tactic. "Do you hate deer, Emma? How about a rabbit or a box? I'll give you everything, so please don't cry." Chloe was way more generous than Emma ever imagined. After that, to cheer her up, Chloe even played peek-a-boo, and Emma's defenses finally crumbled in front of that adorable face. She couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time Emma had smiled since she was born, so it makes sense that the young Duke and his oldest daughter were so uncontrollably excited. The news of Emma laughing during peek-a-boo spread through Haven like a viral TikTok video. And so, the maids lined up endlessly to play peek-a-boo with her. Even her personal doctor joined in. Of course, Emma's dad was just as bad, and she only got some peace and quiet when her mom chased them all out, leaving Emma totally traumatized in her mom's arms. This was also new to her. She had no idea how to react. She thought they'd get bored and give up if she didn't respond. But her dad, the doctor, and even the maids didn't seem to care, and instead were like, "We'll try harder next time to make Emma smile." She just couldn't understand this family or this life. If they're just pretending to be nice, they're putting in way too much effort. Could it be that in this life, I've actually been reborn into a real, loving family? That afternoon, after waking up from a nap, Emma saw a small figure at the head of her bed. It was a young boy with pink hair, a spitting image of the young Duke. Emma immediately recognized him as Ethan, her brother, who was 5 years older. Even though he was still young, the maids in the house said that Ethan already acted like the heir to the Duke, so he was always taught to be super proper and busy. Yet, here he was. Emma, of course, immediately added him to her people to watch out for list. "Emma, what are you thinking about?" Ethan asked cheerfully, leaning over her cradle with a grin like a happy puppy. Thinking about how to survive this crazy house, Emma would say if she could. Seeing her serious little face, Ethan couldn't help but reach out and poke her cheek. Then he remembered something. Oh, right. I brought you a gift. I wonder if you'll like it. But even hearing she's getting a gift, Emma doesn't look happy at all. Honestly, she found it super weird that everyone in this mansion, located somewhere in posh Greenwich, Connecticut, kept trying to do things for her. What do you guys think the gift is? Drop your wildest guesses in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. So get this, Ethan's gift was this adorable stuffed tiger. Chloe was all like, oh my god, Emma's smile is the cutest thing ever, so Ethan's like, say less. She can have my tiger plushie. You guys, they've been tight since forever, and he's legit willing to give up his bestie just for her. Emma couldn't help herself. She reached out her cute little chubby hand to pat the tiger. First, her sis offers her favorite deer, and now her bro is handing over his tiger, his companion for 5 whole years. For these kids, these aren't just toys. They're like their entire world, and they're giving them to her without even blinking. So, Emma, you gonna smile for me or what? Ethan messed up his sister's hair with his little hand, looking at her with total puppy dog eyes. She was even more confused now. This 5-year-old kid was really giving her his most prized possession just to see her smile. What is happening? Seriously, what is this family's deal? Is my smile really that big of a deal? Emma just didn't get it, but to keep the kid's innocent vibe alive, she flashed a little smile. Ethan literally froze for a sec and then started cheering like he'd won the lottery. Whoa, she's smiling. Everybody, Emma is smiling. Hearing their oldest, Jake, his wife Maya, and Chloe, who were totally eavesdropping outside, came rushing in, absolutely losing their minds with joy to see their baby girl smiling. As for Emma, she was having mixed feelings. After, like 100 lifetimes of drama, she's learned to be sus of everything. So yeah, since this whole reincarnation thing started, Emma's been giving her family the side eye. But in that 1 second, she was really hoping that this 100th life would be the one. Even though she's been let down a million times, Emma was hoping these people wouldn't just dip on her and that she could finally have a happy life. This super chill vibe went on for a few months. Every single day, Emma was just drowning in love from her parents, siblings, and all the staff who wouldn't shut up about how cute she was. Her mom even quadrupled the salary of the people who made Emma's clothes just because she looked so fire in them. Emma still couldn't get used to this whole love fest atmosphere. The Haven is way more chaotic than usual today. It's all because Emma turned 5 months old a few days ago, and she finally got upgraded from her crib to a massive play area. Emma started crawling, and even though she was still babbling, her words were getting clearer. Her dad, who was completely obsessed, basically lived by her side, just hoping to be the first one to hear her say, I love you, Daddy. Emma, after 5 whole months in this new body, has finally accepted she's just a normal kid now, a total 180 from her old life of constantly being on the run. But in this life, her only job is to grow up healthy, like any kid in any town, USA. That piece made Emma super happy, and in a burst of pure joy, she pulled off her very first role. To Emma, it was just, like, whatever. But to the 4 sets of eyes glued to her every move, it was a major historical event. Her little bro, Ethan, was convinced she learned to roll over way faster than other babies, and her mom totally agreed. And to celebrate this massive achievement, they threw a huge ceremony where Emma was literally placed on a throne at the head of the table. At first, Emma heard it was just a small family party, but nope, it was way more extra than she could have imagined. Her parents and siblings all got her presents. Even the doctor and the maids got in on it, and they all looked so genuinely happy to see their little boss growing up healthy, even faster than other kids. The maids felt like it was an honor to work for her. Emma's parents then gave all the staff a fat bonus, and she was just sitting there like, for a rollover? Really? Are these people for real? This whole family is way too sentimental. It's still super weird to her, even after 5 months. After the big fireworks show, her parents carried Emma out to the balcony to watch the crazy light show celebrating her first time rolling over. Her mom, with this huge grin on her face, said, Emma, please just keep being healthy and growing up just like this. How bizarre. They don't need her to be a straight A student or a CEO, just healthy. For a family living in a place like Haven, that's a super simple wish. The day after the party, the mansion went quiet again because the staff's end-of-year holiday started. Everyone was so sad to leave her. Well, everyone except this one young maid who was just filling in for the holidays, and she was currently passed out by the door. Emma figured the girl was probably a teenager. I mean, a kid needs her beauty sleep to grow, right? Maybe everyone was just swamped because it was the end of the year. Her parents had bounced from the mansion super early that morning. Her brother was in some important class, and her sister was knocked out with a cold. Nobody was paying attention to Emma, which she saw as a golden opportunity. She decided today was the day she'd learn to stand up. Her main mission? To climb onto the huge sofa in the room. No sooner said than done. Emma started crawling toward the sofa. She kept telling herself not to grow up too fast, but she was feeling antsy. Unfortunately, before Emma could even make it to the couch, someone swooped her up. "Having fun, are we, miss?" The person holding Emma was an older woman dressed like a maid. "Is that all you got?" Emma shot back in her head, but she had literally never seen this woman before. The lady claimed that Maya told her to come get Emma, but her parents had definitely left early, and this maid didn't even bother to wake up the girl sleeping right by the door. Total red flag. A massive wave of fear just hit Emma. She remembered this exact vibe from one or two of her past lives. Even if she's just a maid, something is super sketchy about her. Instinct just took over, and Emma started screaming her head off. And yep, her worst fears were confirmed. A drugged-up handkerchief came down, and a voice said, "Don't you worry, my lady. I'll take real good care of you. Time for a little nap." And those were the last words Emma heard before everything went black. The chill life she'd been living at the Haven for the past few months had totally made her soft, and now she walked right into a trap. Emma slowly woke up to some seriously uncomfortable bouncing and the face of a total stranger. This dude was carrying her and running like he was in the Olympics, and the Haven was already miles away. Emma realized she'd been totally played and could only blame herself. Living in a bubble of love for 5 months made her drop her guard. Emma tried to stay calm, hoping this was just a simple kidnapping for money. But what if these psychos wanted to end her? Would her soul get trapped all alone again, just watching the world burn? She'd only been reborn for less than half a year, man. Emma was so not down for that horror movie scenario to happen again. She would rather grow up and be some kind of sacrifice than get taken out as a 5-month-old baby. But what now? That was the million-dollar question. Should she let the kidnappers take her to their boss, or should she just use her powers to teleport out of there? Is this just a simple ransom situation? Or did someone find out about her secret identity and crazy powers? Whatever the reason, this was definitely tea worth investigating. Emma decides to just go with it instead of using her powers, but the thought of her family back at home, totally heartbroken over her being gone, was a major gut punch. She'd actually gotten attached to this family, and Emma didn't want to make them worry. But her master plan to go undercover in the kidnapper's lair got totally wrecked when an arrow flew out of nowhere and hit the kidnapper. The arrow went straight through his left thigh, sending him flying backward, but he still held on tight to Emma. What the heck? The kidnapper hissed through his teeth, trying to deal with the pain. Then another sharp voice yelled out, but Emma could tell it was a kid's. Super confused, she opened her eyes and saw this little boy with golden hair, and his eyes were all proud and fierce. The craziest part, even though he was just a kid, he was pointing his sword at the kidnapper without a shred of fear. "What do you think you're doing?" The boy kept going. "That little lady you're holding is my fiancée now, and you have the nerve to kidnap her." Both Emma and the kidnapper were looking at this kid like he'd lost his mind. She was confused because, since when did she have a fiancé? The kidnapper was shook that his attacker was literally a child. "Get out of my way," he yelled, ripping the arrow out of his leg. But the soldiers were getting closer. The whole kidnapping scheme was blown, and the backup was coming in way faster than he thought. Smash that like button if you think this kid is a total legend. So, he decided to ditch the little blonde kid and just make a run for it. But this kid was determined to stick to him like superglue. It was wild. Even though he was just a little dude, he was totally keeping up with the grown kidnapper. "If you don't want to lose something important, hand the baby over to me." The threat, coming from a kid who was maybe 5 or 6, hit different. "Stop chasing me. I was forced to do this." The kidnapper screamed, but the boy wasn't stopping for anything. "Save the excuses. Let's just end this right here." Emma was a little overwhelmed. This kid looked about the same age as her brother, but he was talking with this ice-cold vibe. His sword skills were on point, and he had some seriously strong magic power. Who even is this kid, being a master of both sword and sorcery? He's even timing his attacks perfectly. The dude was knocked down instantly, and Emma went pale in his arms. "Oh my god, she's gonna fall. I gotta use my magic to save her." But before Emma could even do anything, she landed in someone else's gentle arms. Her eyes were squeezed shut in pure terror. A second later, she finally dared to peek open. The blonde boy was holding her tight, his face full of worry. "Hey, little one, you okay? That was probably super scary. Are you hurt anywhere? Is it weird that you're not crying?" Of course, Emma's fine. The whole thing was just so sudden, and the blonde kid was so hyper-focused on her that he didn't even notice the kidnapper getting back up. I mean, he's just a kid. He can have all the skills in the world, but he's still gonna slip up. Emma knew she had to step in. Even in this baby body, her magic was barely working, but it was something. And just like that, she took down the kidnapper before he could even get near the boy. Seeing this, the kid looked so confused. What just happened? He totally passed out before I even did anything. I saved the kid, but now Emma's not doing so hot. After using magic, her lungs felt like they were going to explode. Just like she thought, using her powers in this tiny body is going to be risky. Seeing her face turn bright red, the boy started to panic. Oh no, did she catch a cold? He frantically took off his own cloak, wrapped Emma up in it, and tried to soothe her. It's okay. You'll warm up in a second. Emma felt a wave of warmth wash over her, and her eyelids felt so heavy. All she wanted to do was sleep. By this point, soldiers and servants were swarming the place. The kidnapper was tied up, and even Ethan had shown up. Seeing his sister's condition, he started shaking uncontrollably. Emma, wake up. It's your brother. I'm here. The kidnapper was freaking out when he saw Ethan. Spare me, please. It's all a misunderstanding. I swear. I can explain everything. Ethan had a look on his face Emma had never seen before. He ordered the servants to drag the kidnapper away and demanded they get every single detail out of him before his dad got back. It wasn't long before Emma finally woke up, her vision all blurry as she saw the super worried faces of her parents. The second their daughter's eyes opened, they were screaming for a doctor to check her out. My sweet baby, you must have been so scared. I'm so sorry I wasn't there for you. But then the head honcho of Metro summoned him because her dad, Jake, was totally freaking out. And honestly, our girl Emma wasn't even mad. He's a big deal. You know, you don't just ghost the big boss. Besides, she wasn't really hurt. She just, passed out from using too much of her secret mojo. But her parents were clueless and were basically on their knees, apologizing 24/7. So to chill them out, little Emma reaches out with her tiny baby hands, trying to grab her mom's finger. She was like, "Ugh, can I just fast forward to being a teenager already?" The next day, bam. An entire squad of knights, basically her own personal secret service, shows up at Haven, and honestly, the vibe was super intimidating. Turns out, Jake went full-on panic mode about another kidnapping and assembled this crew to be her bodyguards. And get this, the tea is peeping hot. The masterminds were just some staff members working right there at Haven. Apparently, their kid was in deep with some loan sharks down in Miami or something, and they saw Jake and Maya dropping stacks on baby Emma and got greedy. They snatched her during the New Year's Eve party to try and get a payday. Luckily, Damien's friend found her just in time and shut it all down. Let's just say those two servants disappeared. And they probably weren't having a spa day. Her parents were like, "Oh, we were super chill about it, but sue you where you were." And hey, extra security was good for her siblings, Damien and Chloe, too. But guys, 20 nights for one baby? That's more security than a pop star in Times Square. Emma was internally screaming, but her dad, totally oblivious, eagerly introduces them. "Emma, sweetie, these are your loyal knights. Say something to pump them up." Emma's just like, blink, blink. Bro, I'm not even 6 months old. What am I supposed to say? Goo goo gaga. Go team. But plot twist, these buff knights were looking at her like she was about to drop the most inspirational speech of their lives. The peer pressure was real, y'all. So Emma, being a good sport, just kind of babbles a few words. "Oh yeah," which in baby speak apparently means, "I bet. Look after me, fam." And these dudes acted like they just got a pep talk from The Rock. They were hype, shouting, "We live to serve, Lady Emma." Man, what a scene. So, a month has passed with this new night squad on duty. Now Emma's room has more staff than a Beverly Hills mansion, with 2 guards posted outside 24/7. As she's getting bigger, her psychic powers are leveling up, so she can kind of read people's vibes. But still, she's only 7 months old. She figures she won't be able to do any real psychic deep dives until she hits the big 1-year-old milestone. And that kidnapping? Yeah, it's still living rent-free in her head. She keeps replaying that day, how her parents dipped out early, looking super sketched out, which was weird for them. The official story is that it was about money, but Emma's got a hunch her fam has some serious haters. I mean, you don't roll out this level of security for a baby just chilling at home in Austin, Texas. She's so tempted to fire up her powers and do some snooping. But then she remembers she'll probably get a massive fever, and her parents will cry a river, and ain't nobody got time for that. So, she pumps the brakes. But, oh my god, this peaceful life is so boring. Homegirl was literally born to save the world from an apocalypse, okay? She can't just sit around playing with blocks. As she's trying to pull herself up on a chair, she hears a familiar voice. She whips her head around and it's her big bro, Damien, home from school. She immediately aborts mission, stand up and goes full-on turbo crawl mode right into his arms. He's totally loving it. Whoa, check out the speed on you. My little Emma is growing up way too fast. After 7 months, Emma is really starting to catch feelings for this new fam. But today, something's off. Damien's got this weird, awkward vibe. "Hey, Emma. So, my friend really wants to see you. You know the one you met before? My buddy?" And instantly, a picture of this cute, blonde-haired kid pops into Emma's head. "Oh, that kid? Heck yeah, she wants to see him." So she starts nodding her head like one of those dashboard bobbleheads. Damien's like, "Wait, for real? So you're cool with meeting my friend again?" "Yeah," Emma babbles back, dead serious. She's already feeling this weird pull towards the kid. His magical energy is off the charts. But the real tea is, even though they just met, she's getting major déjà vu. Guys, drop a comment below if you've ever had that crazy feeling of meeting someone and just knowing you've met them before. See, since Emma's lived a gazillion lives, she sometimes bumps into souls she recognizes. Every soul has its own unique vibe, you know? Usually she'll just see someone and be like, oh hey, I knew you in the 1800s, and keeps it moving. But this blonde kid, he's different. He's stirring up some weird emotions in her, and now she has to meet him again to figure out what's up. A servant pops in. Yo, Damien. Lord Mikai is pulling up to the curb. The blonde kid's ride has officially arrived at Haven. He steps out all careful, but you can see in his eyes he's totally buzzing. All right, we're here. Dope. Now, where's the little lady at? Before they go in, Damien gives Mikai the big brother death stare, like, be cool, man. Be gentle. The door opens, and there's Emma, sitting on a chair like a tiny queen on her throne. He gets all excited and rushes over, gushing, oh my god, the cute baby is looking totally perf. Emma's just staring, trying to place him. She thought seeing him again would unlock some memories, but nope. Still drawing a blank. I mean, it's not like her social circle has been huge for the last 2,000 years. Seeing Mikai just cheesing, Damien jumps in. Dude, what are you doing? Introduce yourself properly. My Emma is a precious angel, the young lady of a noble family. He's totally flexing about his baby sister. This kid is literally obsessed with Emma. It's so funny, because everyone says Damien is this super chill, mature dude, but around Emma, he's just a regular dorky kid. So then Mikai, trying to act all grown up too, takes Emma's little hand and goes, we've met before, but it's a pleasure, little lady. I am Mikai. And then, he bows and kisses her tiny baby hand. What a little gentleman. Emma is shook by how smooth this kid is, but Damien is straight up shooketh. He immediately squawks, hey, Mikai. I haven't even gotten a hand kiss yet. After that, Mikai basically becomes a permanent fixture at Haven. Since that second meeting, he's spent, like, more than half a month just hanging out there. Apparently, his dad is busy with politics, so he's decided to crash at his buddy Damien's place to study. And because of this, the maids are gossiping about Mikai nonstop. Emma probably knows more about his life than her own family's. At first, she thought he was just here for Damien, but for the past 2 weeks, he's been popping in to see her every single day. As Mikai comes running in, splish splash, Emma gets hit with a few cold drops of water. She rubs her eyes, totally annoyed. Whoops, my bad. Did I get you? I just took a shower before coming to see you. Emma's like, okay, that's kinda sweet. This kid does not act like he's 6 years old. And just like every other day, he brought a present, a freaking massive, top-shelf ruby. Emma can't even remember when these gift attacks from Mikai started. It was sometime after he overheard a maid say that not just anyone could get a smile out of her. After that, it was game on. Teddy bears, jewels, priceless gems. But nothing was working. A maid said, it's no use. Emma only smiles for her brother. Damien just smugly added, and me too. Shh, I've made her laugh tons of times, Chloe chimed in. And that just lit a fire under Mikai. The gifts got crazier. Emma just sighs, like, what is a baby gonna do with a giant ruby? Are you sighing at my amazing gift? Mikai asks, shocked. But Emma just ignores him. She's busy with Operation Learn to Move and Talk. This is literally her 100th life, but her baby body is developing so slowly, it's messing with her magic and she's getting super impatient. So, as Emma grabs a chair to try and stand, Mikai decides it's a great idea to drop the giant ruby into her hoodie. Bad idea, bro. The weight totally throws her off balance, and she falls right on her butt, giving Mikai and the maids a full-blown heart attack. The ruby tumbles out, and for a second, it looks like Emma's gonna bonk her head, but luckily, Mikai moves fast and catches her. He's totally flustered. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to give it to you. I didn't think it would make you fall. And that's when Emma sees the culprit, the giant ruby, rolling across the floor. And here she was thinking she was too weak to stand, but nope, it was all this kid's fault. Emma's face goes red. She makes tiny baby fists, points at Mikai, and stammers out, hate, you. The maids are like, aw, cute baby noises, but Mikai freezes. Wait, did you just say you don't like me? That you want me to leave? Okay, my bad. Don't say you don't like me. The maids are just standing there with their jaws on the floor, totally confused how Mikai is having a full-on conversation with a baby. And this makes Emma even more annoyed. How can this random kid understand her, but her own family can't? The audacity. Seeing her giving him the silent treatment, Mikai switches up his strategy. Hey little one, want to practice walking? I can help you, he says, but Emma babbles back a hard no. But you're so good at talking for a 7-month-old, and I can totally help you walk. I mean, I was already walking when I was only 6 months old. Oh, he really emphasized that 6 months old part, and you know what? It worked. Challenge accepted. Mikai. She's 7 months and can't even stand, and this kid is bragging about walking at 6 months. A shade. So, finally, Emma gives in. She takes Mikai's hand, telling herself it's purely strategic, and just like that, she's standing. The maids are losing their minds, totally freaking out seeing her on her own 2 feet for the first time. Of course, yeah, she had Mikai's help, but she was standing. Even Emma was surprised at how steady she was. See, told ya, I knew I could help. Mikai is so hyped, he backs up a little, gives her hand a gentle tug. And oh my god, her feet start moving. Emma takes her very first steps. Smash that like button if you think this is the cutest thing ever. Mikai and the maids are going wild, cheering her on. Emma's not really thinking it's a huge deal until she hears a loud thud from the doorway. She turns, and it's Damien, looking absolutely shell-shocked. He literally dropped his books. His voice is all shaky as he says her name, and Emma gets that sinking feeling. Something is very, very wrong. Oh, crap, why is my big bro home from his Chicago prep school so early today? So get this, Noah, completely clueless, is bragging, yo, check it out. The little boss is holding my hand and walking like a champ. Emma literally wanted to facepalm, but her baby legs just started moving faster. Noah's like, whoa, slow down, little one. You're gonna pull a wipeout like last time. Hearing that, Ethan zooms over faster than a New York minute, snatches Emma up, and holds her like she's made of glass. You look a mess. Did you fall? The maids, who were totally shook and didn't want to lie, were like, the little lady's tumble wasn't a big deal. She didn't even cry. We're all good. But Ethan's face got even darker. Why did she fall? He demanded. Seeing the maids about to have a panic attack, Noah, being a real one, took all the heat. But Ethan had zero patience. He was just seeing red, totally consumed by the fact that Noah let his baby sister fall. End of story. Noah tried to explain that Emma's fall was basically nothing and that he cushioned her head, but that just made Ethan even more furious. She almost hit her head, he yelled. Emma's over here tugging on his sleeve like, bro, chill, but it was no use. And so Ethan, who's only 6 years old, mind you, drops the hammer. Noah Leventis, from this day forward, you are banned from ever seeing Emma again. Emma was freaking out, like, how did we get here so fast? Noah looked just as stunned, trying to get a word in, but Ethan just snapped, I'm done. Just get out of here. And y'all, this was the first time Emma had ever seen her brother look so stone cold. This whole thing blew up way bigger than she expected, and you could just tell Noah was totally crushed by Ethan's words. Must be nice to have a sister, Noah muttered under his breath. And oh my god, Ethan looked so busted when he heard that. Okay, so this is bad. We've got 2 hurt kids, and the tea is, they're not acting like kids at all. Let's be real, these 2 are way smarter than your average 6-year-old, like they've got more depth than some adults I know down in Austin. So, in this drama, they have no idea how to just hug it out, and if this keeps up, the beef between them is going to be permanent. What do you guys think? Is their friendship over? Let me know in the comments. Emma did not want her bro to lose his bestie over something so dumb, so she decided she had to do something she really didn't want to do to fix this mess. See, from Ethan's side of things, his favorite thing to do is read with his siblings after school, drift off to story time, and share snacks whenever Chloe's tummy starts rumbling. It's his whole vibe. It sounds basic, but that's literally Ethan's peak happiness. But after Noah saved his baby sister from that whole kidnapping nightmare, Ethan willingly gave up his sacred routine, letting his best friend have his one-on-one time with Emma. Meanwhile, Noah's only family is his grandpa, who's always swamped with politics. Noah thinks babies are adorable, but he's totally clueless on how to actually handle them. I mean, he's just a 6-year-old who's a beast with a sword. His jokes are never meant to be mean. And from Emma's point of view, she's convinced this is all her fault. After all, her secret baby language, that only Noah could understand, is what started this whole mess. The real tea is, she actually said Noah's name before she said her parents', Chloe's, or Ethan's names, and they were so salty they just chanted her name all day long. And now in the final straw. Emma's first steps were taken while holding onto Noah, a total outsider, instead of her own family. So honestly, Ethan's meltdown, coming from a place of major FOMO, is kinda understandable. Backed into a corner, Emma felt like the main villain, and as the drama hit its peak, she just burst into tears. Emma almost never cries, so when she started wailing, the whole world stopped. She was sobbing and babbling, but no one could understand a word. Totally desperate, Ethan turns to Noah, the one person who's fluent in baby talk. She's scared and she hates this. Noah translates, totally flustered. Both 6-year-olds immediately start tripping over themselves, apologizing to Emma, but that's not what she wanted. She wanted them to make up. So Emma grabbed her brother's shirt and then pointed right at Noah. The two of them just stood there, facing off in the most awkward silence ever. Finally, Noah spoke up first. Bless his heart. I'm sorry your precious sister was put in danger because of me. Since Noah went first, it made it easier for Ethan to finally talk. I'm sorry for telling you to stay away. I was just acting out of jealousy because you got so close with my sister. Noah just scratched his head, looking embarrassed, and added, I don't really know how to treat babies, since I don't have any siblings. So, can you teach me? I'll do whatever you say, since you know the little miss better. And if you say I can't touch her without asking first, I'll totally respect that, you guys. Noah was being 100% sincere. He's just a kid who never thought his little joke would get so out of hand. And as for Ethan, being the big-hearted guy he is, he just couldn't stay mad at his best friend anymore. Smash that like button if you think these two are friendship goals. Fine, since you asked so nicely, Ethan grumbled. And just like that, the two boys made up. All thanks to Emma's strategically timed emotional breakdown. They were both so relieved. She was just happy that her big bro and his bestie were such good kids deep down. But she cried so hard her little eyelids felt like they weighed a ton. Sleep hit her like a ton of bricks, and the last thing she remembered was Ethan and Noah whispering goodnight before she was out. But hold up, she fell asleep in her brother's arms, and then suddenly woke up in some seriously strange place. It was pitch black everywhere, with just the creepy sound of dripping water. Emma figured she was dreaming, but she had no idea how to wake up. Then she heard a cry for help and turned to see this freaky cocoon, all wrapped up in cloth and tied down with chains. A super desperate scream was coming from inside it. Her mind was all fuzzy, and her body just started moving toward it on its own. As Emma stood in front of this thing, her whole body was shaking with fear. I'm your only understanding, the voice from inside the cocoon whispered again. Then Emma's hand, like it had a mind of its own, started reaching out. How could this thing claim to get her? Was it reborn hundreds of times too or something? Emma's tiny hand touched the cocoon, and it instantly shattered into a million pieces. A blinding light just completely wiped out her vision. When she could finally see again, what was standing in front of her sent this deep, primal wave of panic through her. It was a baby that looked exactly like her. Y'all, this creepy baby clone is the source of the voice she's been hearing. It goes, never forget, I am the only one. Emma just stared, her eyes wide with disbelief, as this thing floated closer and closer. It was reaching out its hand, about to touch her. But before it could, Emma was snapped out of it by someone calling her name. That familiar voice finally pulled her back to reality. It was Noah, holding some kind of glowing magic orb, with Ethan and Chloe right beside him. They all had the same terrified look on their faces, and Emma was just totally confused. Hadn't she just taken a little nap and had a crazy nightmare? Did I really make everyone this freaked out? But then her mom, Maya, started sobbing and rushed over to her cradle. Through her mom's tearful words, Emma finally understood she'd been unconscious for a whole week with a dangerously high fever. The entire family was worried sick, especially Chloe and Ethan, who looked like they hadn't stopped crying the entire time. From across the room, Chloe was sobbing. Let me take your pain so you won't be sick anymore. Then Ethan jumped in. Chloe, if you get sick for her, then I'll get sick for you. Not to be outdone, Ethan immediately added, all right, for you two to be healthy, then I'll just be the one who's sick. And with that, their dad, Jake, just hugged his two youngest kids. Watching this super warm family moment, Noah couldn't help but feel a sharp pang of loneliness. But as he was getting lost in his feels, a warm towel was gently placed on his head. Then Emma's dad, Jake, pulled Noah into a hug and carefully dried his hair, thanking him for everything he'd done. It was nothing, really. No need to be so formal. Jake just smiled. Noah, while Emma was sick, you traveled all the way to the shrine to bring Leo back here. That's why you were soaking wet. Apparently, Emma had been hit with a curse from some unknown evil power. Everyone lost their minds when the high priest, Leo, gave his diagnosis. But thanks to Noah making that insane trip and bringing back the medicine, she was able to wake up safe and sound. The whole family was so incredibly grateful to him, and Emma, listening to the story, started to see Noah in a whole new, heroic light. The shrine is super far from Haven, like we're talking a cross-country trip. It's insane to think a 6-year-old would travel there all alone. Either way, Emma now owes Noah another life debt. But something else was bugging her. This curse her parents mentioned. After living 100 lives, she thought she was basically immune to that kind of dark magic. But she got sucked into a nightmare and had her power drained. Even in her 100th life, she can't catch a break. The cozy vibes at Haven almost made her forget her messed up fate, which is the one constant in her life. She has to get stronger and fast so she can handle her powers properly. With that thought, Emma clenched her tiny baby fist. Just then, her mom, Maya, looked down at her with tears in her eyes and whispered, "My sweet baby girl, please just grow up healthy and strong." With that, she hugged Emma tight, crying all over again, and Emma's heart just melted. Forgetting all her big plans for world domination, she knew her first job was to make her family feel safe. About a month after that nightmare, Emma started sleeping peacefully. This was the first time in 1,000 years she'd ever felt so rested. Her body was growing like a normal kid's, but using even a tiny bit of her power still gave her a fever. Luckily, Emma didn't have any more nightmares or creepy spirit visitors. Time flew by, and now, it was 9 months after she was born. At this point, Emma could walk on her own 2 feet, taking each little step super carefully, and her dad was always right there to catch her if she wobbled. Seeing her take 3 whole steps in a row made him happier than if he'd just bought up all the real estate in Beverly Hills. Emma, who was still on high alert, slowly started to actually enjoy her life. Even though taking 3 steps was her biggest accomplishment, her family acted like she'd just won an Olympic gold medal. Emma was also stoked that as her body got stronger, using her magic became way easier. This would totally help her spy for more info, and soon enough, Emma overheard that a huge festival was coming up in April, and that young Noah was coming to visit. Emma even started eavesdropping on her brother Ethan's private lessons, learning all about fancy titles and the family's history. It took her 9 whole months, but she finally figured out that her last name was Enderplank. Emma had been super stressed about not growing up fast enough, but now that she was gathering intel, she felt way more chill. But then, her dad, Jake Enderplank, suddenly got super serious. "Our youngest can walk now. Are you all training hard enough?" He said this to the knights, and Emma was like, "What does my walking have to do with their gym routine?" But for some reason, all the knights looked super tense. "Even though we are nothing compared to the young lady, we are still working hard. We will train even harder to keep up with her." I am once again speechless. Like, why on earth would they use a baby like Emma as their fitness goal? I heard someone got left behind during the last round of promotions. Jake's voice was still dead serious. Now that it's spring, he must be checking up on the knights' skills after the long winter. Without even hesitating, Emma's dad announced that a massive martial arts tournament would be held during the April festival, ordering all the knights to get ready. But let's be real, the most important thing is that Emma is the main character of this April festival. In a totally cozy and warm moment, Grace's soft voice asks, "Since our little one's hair is still so fine, should she wear a newborn hat, or would a ribbon that matches her dress be cuter?" With the festival and the tournament right around the corner in April, what do you think she should wear? Drop your fashion advice below. Oh my god, Maya is having a total fashion crisis over at the Haven estate, trying to pick an outfit for her little girl, Emma. She's like, pondering over this fabric, wondering if yellow is the right vibe for spring. So the maid, bless her heart, chimes in like, "So, what was your go-to look as a kid, ma'am?" Maya pauses, getting all nostalgic. "Me? My first dress was probably some chic white number with gold trim." So the maid, being a genius, points to this white and gold fabric with these gorgeous flowers, saying a gold dress would totally slay. So Maya's sitting there, and get this, 2 maids behind her are literally whispering about how Emma is Maya's total mini-me, but with an even more charming face. They're picturing Emma just being this icon of grace and elegance. One of them even whispers that her ruby eyes and dark hair are a dead ringer for Emma. Maya just gives this shy little smile, but you can tell she is loving it. I mean, who wouldn't? Apparently, Emma once said she wanted another kid just like her. In this super luxe room, Maya's caressing this embroidered fabric, looking all sentimental. "All right then," she says, her voice both sweet and totally boss. "It's decided. Let her rock a yellow dress to the martial arts tournament. That bright yellow is gonna pop on a girl her age." The second she decides, the maids are falling all over themselves, praising her choice, calling her as cute as a little chick. Like, what? "Oh, honey, I was thinking it's giving more flower spirit vibes." Then the seamstress, who's been quiet this whole time, just busts in like, "Don't you worry, ma'am. I'm gonna make you a dress that's as beautiful as a flower and as cute as a chick." Maya looks at her like, "Oh, for real? Then you better bring your A game." She smiles, pointing to this whole collection of floral fabrics on a chair. "And while you're at it, my baby girl's closet is looking a little sparse, so let's just make a few extra, McKay." This sudden work order has the seamstress both hyped and totally freaking out. She's just stammering, "Excuse me?" But then she's standing there, surrounded by all these amazing fabrics, with this huge grin on her face, asking, "You can do it, right?" So, with the tournament news spreading, the whole mansion, which is probably somewhere swanky like 90210 Beverly Hills, is buzzing with festival energy. Seriously, the prep work just went into overdrive. Down at the training grounds, 2 knights are just burning with passion, yelling, "I'm totally gonna win this thing." This one dude, Gan, is extra intense. "I swung my sword 3,000 times a day just for this tournament. Bro, chill." But our little lady Emma is getting so over their weird, intense energy. Meanwhile, the maids are huddled up in this sunny room, spilling all the tea about their crushes. One of them is like, "Ugh, what should I even embroider?" And her friend just giggles, "Girl, I'm stitching flowers with the name of the knight who told me he liked me." The whole place is filled with this sweet, first crush energy. Cheeks are blushing, secrets are being shared. You gotta love it. It's giving major Valentine's Day vibes, making the whole Haven mansion feel so happy. Maybe it's just spring, you know? Good vibes all around. Drop a heart in the comments if you're loving this. Hey, fast forward to mid-April. Crowds are flocking to Jake's estate for the festival. It's not just the spring fest, it's tournament day. But inside the mansion, the mood is tense. A maid is carefully feeding Emma, when suddenly, a few drops of food fall, almost hitting her yellow dress. I swear, my heart stopped. Before it could even touch the fabric, another maid swoops in with lightning speed and catches it. The head servant just goes off. This is a huge day. I told you to be careful. The young maid is shaking, bowing her head. I'm so sorry. So sorry. He snaps back. What if you stain the dress? What then? This dress was custom made by the madam just for today. So get it together. And for real, everyone was obsessed with Emma's yellow dress. They were all gushing. She's definitely our precious girl. From the second I saw her, I was just blown away by her cuteness. The yellow makes her look even more adorable. The lady of the house ordered it herself, you know. Emma's mom, Maya, was so happy with the dress. She was like, you know what? I'm paying you double. The seamstress was so moved she was literally crying with gratitude. Meanwhile, the two maids are still bickering. If you had stained her clothes, we'd be out of here today. And Emma is just silently watching them, thinking, but it didn't happen? The maid is full-on sobbing and apologizing, and Emma is just bewildered. Like, why is everyone so extra today? I'm so over their drama. She just waves her little hand, and the maid is stunned. Are you comforting me, miss? Seeing the wave, the maid starts crying, happy tears. See, our young lady is just the kindest. Then the gossip starts. I wonder who her partner will be. I'm so jelly. Who could it possibly be? The old head butler cuts in. He'll be here any minute. Now go clean up. Emma totally freezes, thinking. Great. So my betrothed is the reason you're all acting a fool. All eyes snap to the door as a maid's voice echoes from the hall. Looks like the young lady's partner is here. Yes, please come right in. And in walks young Master Mikai with his golden hair. Emma watches the door open, sighs, and thinks about her trash-tier luck. Her face is totally calm but so tired. In moments like these, she either sighs like the world is ending or somehow comes out on top. Just then, Mikai pops in, all smiles in his fancy suit. Hello, little miss. Emma just glances at him, thinking, right, he was at the Grand Duke's place. It's been a whole month. Mikai just smiles and adds, lucky me. I get to be the young lady's escort today. Emma literally rolls her eyes, her face screaming, I am so done. Mikai's hand tightens, and his eyes get all dark. Last time, you seemed a little uncomfortable when I held you, right? I've been practicing like crazy at the Grand Duke's estate. His voice is soft, but like, low-key, intense. The memory of that last awkward encounter is still fresh, but my boy is not giving up. He gets down on one knee, offering his hand to Emma. May I be your knight, little miss? Emma is just stunned, her blonde hair and amethyst eyes locking with his super serious gaze. Then bam, scene change. Maya is standing on these high steps, looking like a total queen in a dark green dress, her voice echoing across the square. All the contestants were hanging on her every word. Her face was ice cold, and her ruby eyes had this sharp glint. You could tell nobody dared to second-guess her. The champion of this martial arts throwdown wouldn't just get a prize, but also a life-changing, honorable opportunity. Everyone was beyond hyped for the tournament, and the massive credit it came with. Maya's words echo through the whole area, with knights watching over everything. A huge blast of trumpets and a shower of confetti kicks off the whole grand event. On this high platform, a noble lady in a deep blue dress stands there, surveying all the contestants below, while knights in perfect blue uniforms are ready to declare the opening, holding flags from all over the kingdom. The vibe is super solemn. All eyes are glued to that platform where champions will be made. And in the middle of all this excitement, Chloe shows up with this huge, radiant smile. The little girl tugs on the sleeve of this pink-haired boy next to her, who looks super mature and gentle, holding a bouquet of white tulips, a gift of purity from Chloe Anderblang. Maya's words are still hanging in the air as the winner's footsteps get closer, ready to get a special bouquet from Emma Anderblang. Following Maya's gesture, all eyes turn to the platform as Mikai steps up, holding our little miss. And let me tell you, Emma looks so not comfy, muttering to herself that after all that practice, his baby-holding skills are still straight-up garbage. The knights down below are losing their minds seeing the young lady. Zoe's practically screaming, Little miss, we're definitely gonna get your flower. A third one is pumping his fist, victory will be ours. Lady Lara Lenslot looks totally helpless. Don't worry, we'll bring you the flowers. Meanwhile, the young master of Tila walks over to the four kids. He gently pats Chloe's head and asks, want to say a few words to hype up the knights. Chloe, in her cute pink dress, just smiles and waves. Chloe wishes you all the best. Ethan smiles too. I'm counting on that victory, promise. Don't let me down. He turns to Emma, his voice all gentle, and she flinches. Me, too. A massive sigh echoes in her head. What can a baby who's only 10 months old even do? I can barely make sounds. Mikai, who's holding her, seems to hear her silent roast and just chuckles. Don't worry, little miss. I'll translate for you. Emma is so helpless, knowing that is not the problem at all. But seeing all the knights' hopeful faces, she just can't resist. Resistance is futile. There was no way out of this. Emma waves to the crowd and babbles a few words. Mikai translates. Did y'all hear that? The young lady wants everyone to win. A massive cheer just erupts. Yes, we will do our best. Amidst the cheers, Emma sighs, completely drained. Before she can even breathe, Mikai leans down and whispers, Little miss. He hugs her tight and asks, Is there anything you want to say to me? Emma is completely stunned. Mikai just smiles and explains, Because I'm participating, too. Emma is shook. Him? Images of tiny Mikai getting wrecked by those huge knights flash through her mind. He's planning to fight those absolute units, but then she remembers the kidnapping. And she has to admit, his skills are way better than a lot of these knights, but the size difference is insane. I wonder if he'll get hurt. He's only 6 years old. As Emma is worrying, Mikai starts whining, saying if she cheers him on, he'll definitely win. Emma sighs again as her tiny hands suddenly grab Mikai, tugging on him while she babbles frantically. You have no idea how fast they are. Don't worry, Mikai just chuckles, automatically translating, Don't get hurt. Weren't we just talking about winning? Emma just gives him a look of pure disdain, which makes Mikai crack up laughing. He sets Emma down, pats his chest, and says with total confidence, I'll work hard to show you how cool I am. His golden hair is literally glistening as he smiles. It's almost time. I gotta go, but I'll be back. But little miss, I'll be cool if I win, right? Emma just stares blankly at that smile. She doesn't answer, just turns away like she didn't hear him. Mikai chuckles. The young lady is pretending not to hear again, and Emma's just thinking, she totally didn't expect him to remember she once said the word cool was reserved only for her brother. Oof, the drama. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss the next part. Oh my god, no way. You're so cool, Mikai says, pointing at himself like a total dork. Huh? No, Emma shoots back immediately. Lol, these kids are so competitive. Suddenly, the announcer's voice booms over the loudspeaker, cutting right through her thoughts. The tournament is about to begin. Emma whips her head towards the stage, trying to find her dad. It's starting, but where is he? The host is nowhere in sight. And then a voice calls out, Chloe, Emma. And oh my god, Emma was shooketh. Why was her dad's voice coming from the actual arena floor? At the same time, Jake waves his hand, and he's literally glowing. I'm not kidding. He's in his full knight gear, wooden sword and all, waving at his daughters like he's about to win the Super Bowl for them. Emma was completely speechless, just staring at this whole mess. It was basically a battle of the overgrown toddlers. Jake is out there on the field, waving like a maniac. My darlings, are you watching me? Even Ethan, her brother, is just dying of secondhand embarrassment, thinking, Dad, for real, this is so dangerous, get out of there. Emma, chilling in Ethan's arms, is just thinking, Father, you do not look cool right now. You look like you just rolled in from a cornfield in Iowa. A minute later, the staff sets up some bougie-shaded seats for the fam, and Chloe plops down, waving her hands and screaming, You're the best, Daddy. I'm cheering for you. This just gasses Jake up even more, and he starts blowing kisses. That's my girl. Just you wait. Emma's just vibing in Ethan's arms. Yeah, her dad entering was super weird, but low-key. She was curious to see what would happen. Judging by how the other knights were acting around him, her dad must be legit skilled, but it was still hard to picture. Down on the field, Jake raises both hands, beaming. The flags are waving, the ref gives the signal, and the match is on. All eyes are on Jake and this dude Ken. It's their first match, and they're standing face-to-face with identical wooden swords. Let's get ready to rumble. Jake just casually rolls his wrist, points his sword at the guy, and says in this low, super confident voice, All right then, good luck. Ken just says, Yes, all serious. And then, y'all, Jake's whole vibe shifts. His sword is up, his eyes go ice cold, and Emma literally shivers. She's watching from the stands like, Whoa, he's a completely different person. Even from way over here, I feel threatened, she thought. And she was right, because Ken was totally bugging out. You could see the panic in his eyes. In a flash, Jake unleashes this insane flurry of attacks super fast, super strong, like something out of an anime. And the craziest part, Jake is attacking while giving him tips, like it's a practice session, not a real match. Ken is sweating buckets, just going, Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The skill gap was so huge that Jake was literally coaching him mid-fight, telling him to focus on his footwork. Emma was just watching like, is this a competition or a private lesson? This dude Jake is on another level, It's not even a competition to him. She was secretly hoping it would end quick, and for real, less than a minute later, Ken's sword goes flying through the air. The whole stadium just went silent watching it stick into the ground. Ken was stunned, then he just sighed, I lost. Jake, instantly back to goofy dad mode, throws his hands up. Isn't your old man the coolest? Emma just felt a headache coming on. I might have thought so if you didn't have to ask, Dad. Oh. The announcer comes on again. Next up is Mikai against some knight who's like 10 years older than him. Mikai, seeing he's way smaller, just rushes the guy the second the match starts, gets a hit in, and totally uses the chaos to win the first round. Emma was actually impressed. If this goes on any longer, Mikai's going to be at a huge disadvantage. He's got some amazing skills, she thought, but then her face fell. Was this good luck or bad luck? Because Jake was smiling at Mikai, lifting his sword and saying, show me what you've got, little knight. Emma's heart just dropped. His opponent for round 2 was her own dad. Staring up at Jake, Mikai looked like he was suffocating under the pressure. His eyes were laser-focused. Without even hesitating, the kid decides to attack first, lunging forward like a bolt of purple lightning. Emma was holding her breath, her eyes glued on her dad. But Jake, he looked calm, totally unbothered. Her dad was so ridiculously chill. Next to her, Ethan couldn't help but smile. Our dad is so awesome, right? Emma had to agree, and Chloe was screaming her head off from the sidelines. Watching them, Emma realized Mikai knew he couldn't win, but he was still giving it everything he had. Even though he was getting tired, his attacks were still sharp. His grip was strong, his eyes were locked on the prize. Emma was moved. This 6-year-old kid had so much natural talent and drive. In 10 years, she thought, he'll be as good as Dad is now. And in 20, he'll be the best knight in the world. But then, her eyes got all heavy. Too bad I won't be around to see it. I never make it past 20. What a bummer. That's why she stopped taking on students. She remembered her past lives, how people always wanted her to train them. She taught anyone who asked, but she never lived long enough to see them reach their potential. She sighed. Or maybe, she thought, they just betrayed me. A bunch of ungrateful snakes. Emma just scoffed, remembering how like 8 out of 10 of her students would totally backstab her. One died young, and the last one kicked the bucket after a long surgery. She let out a dark little chuckle. Her life had been a real trip. Old habits die hard, I guess. Back in the arena, Mikai was still fighting like a champ, and Emma was watching his every move. A little too much power on his left shoulder. His foundation is good, but he makes some wasted moves. His control is insane, though. He's obviously got real-world experience. He's got the talent, she thought, but he needs to unlock his magic and become a real magic swordsman. She clenched her little fist. Maybe she did want to leave something behind after all. Ethan saw his sister staring so intensely and totally misinterpreted the situation. So, Emma really likes Mikai, huh? Guess I'll have to step up my game. Emma panicked. No, that's a misunderstanding. It's not like that. Ew, why would I like that kid? I need to grow up, like, yesterday. She babbled, a total flustered mess. No, no, no. He's just cool. You don't get it. Ethan's face lit up. Are you saying I'm times cool? Cooler than Mikai? Emma just tilted her head at him. Duh. Why is that even a question? Ethan beamed. That's a relief. Wonder if Mikai would be sad to hear that. Emma was stunned by his bright smile. Her heart did a little flutter kick. And there it was again, that feeling. Images of Chloe and Ethan flashed in her mind. In this life, I just want to live with my family. She thought that would be enough. But then she remembered the creepy figure in the white robe from her dream. Ever since that dream, this feeling has been getting stronger, making her greedy to spend more time with her loved ones. To make that happen, she had to figure out who that sketchy dream kid was. Just then, the clash of wooden swords echoed one last time as Mikai's sword hit the floor. A small but firm voice called out, I surrender. Emma couldn't believe it. Mikai actually landed 2 solid hits on her dad before getting knocked out in the second round. That kid's legit. Jake patted Mikai on the head. You've improved so much, he praised. The final results were announced to a roar of applause, and the winner was, big surprise, her dad. Emma grabbed her sister, Chloe's hand. The 3 siblings, holding bouquets of flowers, walked toward the stage. If you think this family is the cutest, smash that like button right now. As they got to the stage, they softly cheered, Dad. Jake's face lit up seeing them. My children, he cooed. Chloe ran straight into his arms for a massive hug. You were so cool, Dad. My dad is the best. Jake was just melting. Oh, my daughter. That's right. Emma held out her bouquet, too. She made a little boop sound like a bell. Ah. Jake paused, his face all flushed, and gently bent down to take the flowers from his youngest daughter. Then he pulled all 3 of them into a huge hug, his voice thick with emotion. This year, I'm so happy. My kids are so amazing. And I got to show you all my cool side. And that's when Emma, frowning, had to chime in. I'm not a child anymore. Chloe just giggled in her dad's arms. Oh, yes, you're the best father. Mikai, seeing Emma's awkward face, just chuckled to himself. Jake was still on cloud nine, while his buddy Carlin was being his usual stoic self. This tournament was a wild ride, and the after-party was just getting started. Folks, seeing all the commotion from her seat at like 123 Main Street, Anytown, USA, Maya couldn't take it anymore and walked over to give her husband a few whacks. Save some face, will you? The whole thing ended after Mom slapped Dad 3 times, but as everyone laughed, Emma's world started to get blurry. A strange voice echoed from far away. Master, I miss you so much. Meanwhile, over at the local tavern, the vibe was lit. The air was thick with the smoke of grilled meat and the smell of cold beer. Jake was treating the whole town to a feast. Jake is the goat, free food and drinks. And of course, the townies were gossiping about Emma. You think it's because his youngest daughter is here this year? How wild. An older guy reminded them. The real work starts after this festival, so eat up and get your strength. But as they were chatting, someone asked the question on everyone's mind. So, who do you think the little one, Emma, looks like more? Jake or Maya? And you guys, the whole table went silent, leaning in for the tea. One guy was like, I bet she's a mini Maya. Not like the older kids. Another guy argued back. Nah, I dunno, man. But just as the debate was heating up, the tavern door flew open and some guy ran in shouting, Jake's motorcade is coming down the street. If you want to see them, get outside now. The gossipers looked at each other, totally stunned. Before the entire bar emptied out onto the street, they had to see Jake's procession, but more importantly, they had to get a look at the mysterious Emma. Let's go, let's go. The bar owner was yelling, hey, what about your tabs? Outside, it was a total mob scene, with everyone pushing to get a good view. Then someone screamed, wait, hold on for me. Look, and then this super confident voice just cuts through the noise. Like, I told you it was going to be different this time. And oh my god, their wish totally came true. They got a front row seat to see Jake's youngest daughter, a super cute girl with jet black hair and ruby red eyes, literally a mini-me of her mom, Maya. Emma was spilling all the tea, saying that after the parade, her dad was on cloud 9, hooking up everyone in the territory with tons of food and wine, even cruising around in an open carriage like a rock star. Jake and his daughter Chloe were seriously vibing. He was booming. You think I'd miss the festival my own daughter awarded me? No way. Meanwhile, Ethan and Emma were just dying of secondhand embarrassment. Emma just sighed, like, ugh, whatever. As long as Dad's happy, it's a good enough excuse. Chloe looks like a total princess, so I guess they're both winning. The crowd got even more hyped. Let's grind hard this year, they were all whispering. He's the only one who ever looks out for us. With a dad that cool, you know the little lady is gonna grow up to be amazing. Emma glanced over at Jake, who was happily taking flowers from some random person, and thought, wow, I've never seen a big shot so chill with regular folks. This ain't like some politician from Washington, D.C. You could see smiles plastered on everyone's faces. Emma was thinking, through this one festival, my dad basically solved all the town's problems. The air smelled like a 4th of July barbecue, and for a bunch of reasons, everyone's stomachs were finally full. That's why everyone was so freaking happy. It's been a hot minute since I've seen a leader this legit. She closed her eyes, just soaking it all in. If I were in charge, she thought, they'd probably never see me unless I was making a secret run to Target. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly ambushed with a bouquet of white and yellow flowers. Emma literally jumped. A bouquet? Then Lancelot showed up with this gentle smile, offering the flowers to Maya. This little one wants to give the lady some flowers. Emma wondered to herself. Wait a sec, she thought. Shouldn't a knight who's about to throw down in a tournament be resting? What's he even doing here? Maya just smiled as she took the bouquet, gushing about how pretty the flowers were. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Emma, standing next to her, kinda mumbled, thanks. Lancelot replied softly, it's the least I could do. Maya was like, go get some rest. And Lancelot just scratched his head, all embarrassed. Nah, my lady. If I rest for too long, I just get anxious. In my past life as a knight, I never did this stuff. She snuggled into his arms, whispering that her only job was to be loyal and protect her master. And then, whoosh, fragmented memories started flooding her brain. If I flex my skills, whether it's for nobles or even the king, they might be shaking in their boots, but they'd for sure keep me by their side. Emma closed her eyes, remembering this one person who was always watching her, begging her not to die, even if it was for selfish reasons. Little pieces of memory floated through Emma's mind, the image of a girl who once told her, if I die, who's gonna protect me? Emma replied, if I don't die, you will. Is this for real? The princess stammered. But I'm so scared. Emma smiled, trying to be reassuring. Sighs. It's all good. The princess will be totally fine without me. Emma remembered the grumpy, complaining princess who was only 10 years old. Honestly, I kinda got attached to her, she thought. She wondered if the princess grew up okay, even with all the protective magic guys had put up before she died. Emma clutched the weird bouquet. She'd never even considered something like this happening. She whispered softly, her voice getting all choked up in the middle of her chaotic thoughts. Why? In that moment, I almost kicked the bucket. Did I see the faces of everyone I was worried about? Emma just stared blankly, realizing it was just a memory, and she couldn't let it wreck her future plans. She seriously considered that she might have to use her power way sooner than she planned, which meant she needed to summon her assistant. Just as Emma was plotting her next move, a familiar voice popped up out of nowhere. Hey, why so serious, babe? I totally won the first round. You know, don't you think I'm cool? Emma cringed internally. Mikai's sudden appearance made her jump, and she dropped her milk bottle, muttering, When the heck did he get here? Mikai just tilted his head, looking at her. What do I have to do for you to say I'm as cool as your brother? I literally had to practice holding a baby. Emma sighed, completely over it. You actually practiced that. Mikai quickly snatched the bottle and handed it back to her. He smiled gently and said, A baby is still a baby. Hold on tight or you'll drop it. He was still trying. And I really want to hear you say I'm cool. If I beat the Duke, will you praise me then? Faced with him being so extra, Emma just turned away, thinking, if you hadn't said that, I might have actually praised you. So sneaky. Time flew by. The after-party went off without a hitch, and before she knew it, May was pretty much over. In the study, the butler said softly, Madam, it's past midnight. You should probably get some rest. Maya, still deep in her writing, replied, You can go. I'll head to bed as soon as I finish this diary entry. As she wrote, she murmured to the butler, You know how insane this month is. The kids grow up so fast. I'd totally regret it if I didn't write it all down. The butler just smiled like he totally got it. Then I'll get some chrysanthemum tea for you. Maya quietly said, Thank you. And so, the mom's diary continued, every single line just dripping with love. The page was full of sweet words. May 5th, Chloe's birthday. She was so happy to get a pink cake that was the exact same color as her hair. She's so adorable. May 14th. Emma's bottom 2 teeth have popped through. They are so tiny. The servants brought a bunch of toys and were so excited for our little darling. Though, I have to say, the little one looked pretty confused by it all. And today, May 31st, Emma can finally climb up on the sofa. It's such a bummer I couldn't see it happen myself. To celebrate, we had a little party in the evening. Maya paused to sip her chamomile tea, sighing softly. Emma was almost 11 months old already. She'd grown up so fast. She sighed again, kinda wishing her daughter would grow up just a little bit slower. In the warm room, little Emma was sound asleep. But then suddenly, her eyes snapped right open, staring up at the ceiling. She quietly sat up, peeking over at the maid, who was still passed out in her chair. Perfect, just like I thought. She's asleep. Emma smiled, thinking to herself, this is just like when I learned to crawl. But I seriously didn't think they'd throw a party for me climbing on the sofa, celebrating a baby climbing on furniture. My family is so weirdly wholesome. She looked at the maid and smiled, feeling relieved. This makes me think my plan is going to be way easier than I thought. The maid was totally zonked, exhausted from all the party prep. In the super dim room, a blue light just exploded around the tiny baby. Her red eyes were glowing intensely, and her black hair was whipping around in a crazy vortex. Emma raised her hand. Her voice was clear but, full of insane power. Okay, I will now allow your summoning. Light just blasted from her tiny hand, ripping a hole in space as a blue glow poured out. A super bright blue light flashed in the middle of the night, shining through the tall windows of the room. From inside that light, a pair of giant golden feathered wings slowly appeared, each feather drifting down like it fell from heaven. In the golden light, a tiny figure zipped out, its long tail swaying and claws dancing in the air. A choked-up voice echoed from the light, filled with so much joy and emotion. The demon Chaco leaped right into Emma's arms. I missed you so much. Emma's voice echoed back, long time no see, my little information gatherer. Chaco, with the energy of a long-lost puppy, cried out to Emma, I've waited 20 years for you to summon me. My queen, aren't you even a little happy to see Chaco? I've missed you so much, demon lord. I always think of you when I look at the sky. Do you have any idea how lonely Chaco has been? Emma quickly covered her ears, thinking, oh my god. If I tell him I didn't want to see him because he's too talkative, he's going to have a full-blown meltdown. She sighed, remembering she had another secret superpower. She could summon anything she'd used in a past life. And Chaco's image just popped into her head. I met him in my 13th life when I was a demon king. Emma remembered the past. In a huge, dark hall, where the only light came from magic lamps on the cold walls, she sat there, remembering him as her personal intel agent, her ride or die for that entire lifetime. Chaco wondered, Demon King, why do you call me Chaco? Emma's voice echoed in the quiet. Because you look like my favorite chocolate, and I kind of want to eat you. You'll be in huge trouble if you eat me. And in my 99th life, everything is just so annoying. I've done nothing for 20 years, not even a little recon. Choco jumped onto Emma's head, whining, "My queen, why won't you pet Choco?" "Choco's so cute," Emma said flatly. "I can't pet you if you're sitting on my head." Emma looked at Choco, thinking that even though she had her own stuff going on, her super chatty demon dog must have been lonely. Emma whispered, "Choco?" Choco answered, "Yes, my queen." Emma whispered that someone had invaded her dreams. Hearing this, he immediately shot up and roared. "The Demon King's dream dagger," Choco muttered, his voice shaking in the dark. "Is this a nightmare or are we literally in hell?" he asked cautiously, looking around while Emma just watched him, totally exasperated. "No, it's just a normal place. He looks like a three-headed dog." Clutching his chest, Choco muttered, "Who dares to trespass in the Demon King's dream?" Choco couldn't hold it in. "So, all I have to do is find that shameless loser and teach him a lesson." "Right," Emma instructed. "That's it. I also need you to gather some intel about this world for me." Choco suddenly wondered why. Under the quiet twilight, Choco was trembling as he landed on the cold ground, his teary eyes locked on the once unstoppable figure lying completely still. "Demon King, you said you wouldn't live a difficult life anymore. Didn't you promise Choco you'd live a comfy life? You promised me 100 years ago that you would never suffer again." In a pitch-black room, heavy curtains blocked the light and a kid was screaming in terror. Two panicked women were chasing after them. The air was thick with bad vibes. Choco sat alone in the darkness. That promise was the only thing he believed in for the past 20 years. "Even if I can't see him, I don't care." The image of a little girl clutching her head flashed in his memory. Choco doesn't like this. Every time the Demon King suffers and people get saved, Choco hates it. Emma looked at him gently, feeling bad for him, but she honestly didn't mind at all. "I faced so much betrayal in my past lives, so many struggles just to stay alive," she thought, thinking about Jake's family again. A family that gave her love without asking for anything back. "Is this my reward for the last 11 months? I want to protect them until my last breath." Emma gently hugged Choco, saying she's doing it because it's what she needs to do right now. Choco sniffled. "You always say that." Emma continued, "You can just stand by and watch later, but this time I need you." Choco's eyes went wide. "Really?" Emma replied, "Yes, that's what I want to do. So, I need you to do those things for me." Choco flapped his wings. "I understand." Choco is the Demon King's best assistant, so Choco will obey. Choco will obey you. Under the dim moonlight, Choco streaked across the night sky, starting his mission. Later, Choco came back with a map, revealing this world has one empire, the Metro, and 2 kingdoms. What do you guys think will happen next? Drop your theories in the comments below, and don't forget to smash that like button. Okay, so according to the intel Kai gathered, it's a whole mess. You've got Crest, the Metro, and the Kingdom, all with their own vibes. Emma's just thinking out loud, spilling some ancient tea about how the Metro is basically trying to keep all these smaller nations in line, especially Crest where the head honcho Leo is basically king. It's a world built by people with divine power and magic, for real. Picture this. In the background, a priest is praying in the light while a mage is charging up some magic orb. Total opposites, right? Like light and shadow, but they're connected. And get this, no one has any inner power. In a world where these two forces almost never mix, there's this one super weird kingdom that's totally breaking the rules. A low voice is spilling secrets like they're at a sleepover. Apparently, this one kingdom is basically family territory. The Crest Duchy is wild because they recognize both magic and divine power, which is probably why they've got a whole magic tower chilling nearby. A magic tower in a kingdom not known for magic? That's mad suspicious. The Metro is definitely investigating, trying to keep control of everything. There's got to be some secrets I'm missing, Emma thought, feeling a little sketched out while her servant was literally spoon-feeding her. Meanwhile, Choco was on the bed looking like his world was ending. "I'm so sorry, my queen. I couldn't find anything. I tried to track down the intruder, but it was a total dead end. What a drama king." Emma sighed, seriously wishing she could go explore the Metro, but her powers were too weak, so she was stuck investigating from her crib. The servants just kept bringing more spoonfuls. "Ah, okay, my lady." Emma just took the food, her mind racing. Her mom had told her not to worry so much, but Emma was like, lately, she's been grinding hard to grow up fast. She was already walking, climbing on the sofa, and practicing her words, but unlike those moms who brag about their genius babies, her mother, Maya, was actually stressed by how hard Emma was working. "Why is my little girl pushing herself so much?" she'd say, watching Emma buried in books, before gently booping her nose with a smile. "Your mom just wants you to grow up healthy, that's all. I really hope you'll stay my baby for a long, long time." Oh my God, just hearing that made Emma's heart feel so much lighter, thanking her mom for calming her down. She thought, it's like she totally gets me. The last 2 months had been pretty chill, so she was feeling way more confident about the future. Seeing Emma finally relax, Chaco was secretly hype AD, thinking it was the first time he'd seen his queen so chill. Yes, the queen is the best, and I'm her number one. No sooner said than done, Chaco adorably jumped onto the maid's head, which made Emma burst out laughing. This, of course, made the maid's day. Oh my god, Lady Emma is smiling. My baby feeding skills are legendary. Seeing the maid so happy, Emma's just thinking, nah. I'm laughing because Chaco is a total weirdo. What to do? She's thinking. I practiced this expression back during the festival, wondering what Chaco thinks is so off about the maid. Emma just whispered, just let her have this moment. Even though it was a misunderstanding, there was no need to ruin the vibe. In the quiet room, a tiny winged puppy just zips through the air like he was never even there. Emma's voice is basically narrating in her mind. Chaco in his puppy form is on stealth mode, only I can see him. I told him to be careful, but not even the witches have a clue he's here. Emma closed her eyes, feeling relieved. So, the good news was Chaco could safely stick by her side 24/7. The bad news? She's the only one who has to listen to his constant racket. But she's so strange, Emma thought to herself, everything should have been fine. Just then, Mikai crouched down and asked her, hey, when did you get a puppy? Emma's eyes went wide. No way. How could he see him? She frantically tried to play it off, turning Chaco into a teddy bear. Not even the witches could spot him. How could this kid see him? She turned away, pretending she didn't know what he was talking about. When Mikai noticed Emma was ignoring him, he turned to Chaco, asking if it was a teddy bear. As Mikai's hand reached for him, Emma panicked and screamed to get his attention. She had no clue how he could see Chaco, but she could not let him touch him. Mikai turns back to Emma. It's a teddy bear. She had no choice but to nod. He kept pressing her. You like these kinds of teddy bears? Do you like the ones Ethan gave you? I gave you a ton of stuff like this before, but you totally hated it. Faced with Mikai's nonstop questions, Emma just mumbled to get him off her back. Mikai just says it, his voice all light but totally cutting. So, it's not your style, is it? Chaco was absolutely crushed, his ears drooping, blinking like he just got a bucket of cold water to the face. The queen? Mikai then randomly asked Emma what she thinks about a red dress, leaving her totally confused. Why the sudden switch up? Mikai smiled, looking at her softly. Don't you like rubies? I like them because they look like your eyes. That line left Emma completely speechless. She turned away, thinking he'd just get annoying again as she answered. It was just a gut feeling. Seeing Emma turn away with her little yellow ball, Mikai quietly follows her, sticking to her side and chattering on like a human radio station. I thought you'd like it. What about a yellow stuffed chick? All the girls from my neighborhood in Boston said they like yellow. Emma was at her breaking point. She was so not interested, but he just kept rambling on and on. She glanced over at Chaco, who was lying motionless on the ground, and she still couldn't believe the intel he brought back. It was a recording from a conversation with Mikai, and he was being super cold. I have no interest. That's what Chaco had heard him say. But in that memory, Mikai is ice cold, his eyes totally dead. But right now, Mikai is smiling, holding up a finger asking, what do you think about getting a piece of jewelry that's all your own? Seeing him so talkative, she can't believe this is the famously emotionless Duke Mikai Leventis, a kid who was always lost in his own world, never saying a word. The same kid who could walk at 6 months but couldn't babble at all. Even though he was 1 year old, his parents were super concerned, quietly trailing behind a young doctor, a priest, an old man, and a nun. Emma softly said to herself, I heard they called in a famous priest and doctor from Chicago just to make sure nothing was wrong. I guess I knew that my family wasn't the only one dealing with this kind of stuff. Young Mikai was always lost in a book, which made his mom sigh, but luckily, he spoke his first words soon after. Mikai cried out, Mother, Father. And that was literally it. Rumors about his family started flying around, saying the Grand Duke's family was turned completely upside down. Mikai stayed in his own little bubble and became known for only talking when absolutely necessary. That is, until an incident 2 years ago when Mikai cried out in total despair, Mother, Father. I heard that after his parents passed away, he became even less talkative. The Grand Duke Leventis entrusted Mikai to us. Maybe he sent Mikai to our home so our dad, Jake, could ruffle his hair and teach him how to be an heir. You can just picture the two kids smiling, surrounded by friendly faces. This was supposed to give him time to live like other kids. Mikai could finally be a normal boy his age, without all the emotional baggage. Mikai and Emma's sister, Chloe, are supposed to have a thing going on, but it's so weird, he seems super awkward around her. Chloe, with her pink hair and cute face, is really friendly, so I thought he'd easily make friends with her. Mikai once told Emma that he doesn't talk much when he comes over. Maybe he's just shy. Chaco's eyes looked worried, adding that he didn't have all the details. There's too little information, you say. Emma hugged the ball, thinking. Anyway, I heard he doesn't talk much. She was totally powerless against this chatterbox. But for real, why is he here giving me his whole life story? Suddenly, Mikai called out, "Hey kid, listen up. I really want to hear you say I'm cool and see you smile. Can you help me out?" Seeing his gentle side, Emma got suspicious. "If you're just trying to give me another gift, I'm not taking it. What do you need my help with?" Mikai tilted his head, his voice calm, but his eyes looked a little worried. "Your birthday is coming up, and I was wondering what to get you. What do you think?" This question totally stuns Emma as memories of her family at Haven come rushing back. "Oh, right, I was born as the youngest in this family. It's been almost a year. Only 1 year. I feel like I'm wasting time," she thought. Her birthday was just another reminder of the curse that she'd never live past 20. Just then, a servant showed up, calling, "Young lady, young duke, it's time for snacks. Please come inside." Emma walked toward the servant, with Mikai trailing behind her with his golden ball. The maid came over and asked, "Wasn't Lady Chloe with you?" Mikai looked confused. She didn't come here. Hearing this, the maid wondered, "That's strange. I told Lady Chloe to come get you guys early." Meanwhile, Chloe was standing silently behind a tree, totally eavesdropping. So let's rewind to when the maid asked Chloe to find Emma in the garden. "Miss Emmy and the young master are playing in the garden. Could you invite them for tea?" Chloe was happy to help. "Yes, I can do that." The little girl skipped along, humming about snack time. But as she got to the garden, she suddenly stopped, completely frozen. Chloe's eyes went wide at what she was seeing. Mikai gently talking to Emma. His cheerful smile as he looked at Emma was a total 180 from his usual cold vibe. When Chloe first met Mikai, she waved happily. "Would you like to play with me? I'm Emma." "It's Emma." But in response, Mikai gave her nothing but a cold, emotionless voice. "Mikai, the Leventis heir." He said it so coldly before just walking away and leaving her there. "No, I don't want to. I have class." "Ethan, there you are." Chloe was stunned. So many times, young Chloe tried to introduce herself, saying, "I'm Emmy. Please call me Emmy." But Mikai never paid attention, just calling her Lady Chloe. Before Chloe could even react, Mikai would just peace out, leaving Emma to narrate the whole sad story. Days passed, feelings and worries just kept piling up. Time flew by, and before Emma knew it, it was the dawn of July, her very first birthday. She opened her eyes to a new day, with birds chirping and everything looking super green outside her window. There's Emma, a young girl with eyes just full of disappointment. "A year ago, I started my 100th life feeling completely defeated. What am I even supposed to say now?" Even as the maids get her all dressed up, she can't help but wonder, "I'm actually a little excited. Is it okay to feel this way?" Emma whispered, looking at herself in the mirror. "Today is my birthday. Smash that like button if you're excited for her birthday party." Oh my god, can you even believe how long it's been since I've seen a party like this? Emma was thinking back on how all her past birthdays were a total bust, no one to care. And honestly, she didn't care either. Each one was just a countdown to something awful. But now, chilling in her cute pink dress, things were different. And low-key, it was surprising her. Instead of feeling all heavy, she actually felt kinda happy. It was like these long-lost feelings were making a comeback. Maybe just hearing her family say happy birthday was enough to make her heart feel full, you know? While Emma was lost in thought, she heard Maya's voice. "All right, superstar, which one of these dresses is our little hero gonna wear today?" Emma was totally shook by all the gorgeous dresses. Like, whoa, what are these for? Maya explained super gently that this was a mega important party, which to Emma felt like that old tradition from her first life. She suddenly remembered this custom where you grab an object to decide your future. She grabbed a thread back then, but yeah, she didn't even make it to 20. Big yikes. But she wasn't sure if her memory was even legit, especially after living for like 2,000 years. Was that even right? Whatever. I hated that tradition anyway, she thought. Maya kept going, explaining that the dress she chose on her first birthday would basically pick her future companion. She looked down at Emma, her voice all soft. "This could be your husband, a work bestie, or maybe just a ride or die friend. When I was little, Mom picked out a pink dress and an emerald hairpiece for me." "A pink dress and emeralds? For real?" Emma blurted out, "Dad." And Maya was totally touched, covering her mouth with her hands. "Oh my god, just as I thought. My daughter is a literal genius. And yup, your dad became my companion." She stroked Emma's head, saying, "He's someone I can trust and love more than anything. And the best part? I was blessed with you, my beautiful baby girl. So, Emma, the first dress you pick is totally gonna bring you a trustworthy partner for life." Okay, listen, if anyone else had said this, Emma would have rolled her eyes so hard. But hearing it from her mom, it just hit different. She actually believed it, so she reached out and chose a dress, even if the feeling was just for a little while. Even though she knew these feelings were kinda scary, she went for it. Or so she thought. Seeing Emma's choice, Maya gasped. "Oh my gosh." Emma stared at the dress she picked. Wait, what? I thought this was white. The dress was shimmering with a bajillion colors, like light hitting a prism. It was dripping in emerald, amber, ruby, amethyst, garnet, and diamond hues. Seriously, even the belt was covered in different gems, turning a simple dress into a full-on masterpiece. Emma hugged the dress, thinking she could feel all of her mom's hopes for her. She whispered to herself, maybe she just wants me to have someone I can count on. She buried her face in the dress, breathing it all in. And whoa, it had this familiar scent, like a memory from 100 lifetimes ago. She had been so down, living 100 lives, but this was a glimmer of hope she never thought she'd get. Emma clutched the dress her mom had blessed, and now she was wearing it, a perfect white dress covered in sparkles, the one she'd picked 12 months after showing up at Haven. Emma scoped out the insane party scene. After a year here, she wasn't even shocked by how extra they could be. This is intense, she thought, bracing herself. Her eyes scanned the glittering chandeliers and bright ribbons before landing on a giant crystal statue holding an emerald. Emma gasped. Wait, is that M.E.? She had to crane her neck to see the whole massive statue. This family is next level. For real, where'd they even get this? Then Mickey's cheerful voice popped up. Greetings, miss. Emma sighed. Ugh, it's him, Mr. Ruby Eyes. I got a dip. Mickey looked all anxious. You don't like it? Emma looked up and saw the towering 5-tiered cake. It was a legit masterpiece. 5 whole tiers. And what's that on top? Judging by the red eyes, it was a mini-her. All the glittery decorations made Emma feel like she was in a total dream. My birthday is just filled with beautiful things. It feels unreal. Then Jake's warm voice called out as the whole family waited. Emma, come over here. In her fairy tale dress, Emma ran right to them. Jake held his little girl tight and whispered, I truly hope you have the happiest birthday, Emma. All around them, the maids, knights, and doctors were getting misty-eyed. Please take good care of her. Happy first birthday, my lady. And time flies. I don't know how to thank you for letting me be by your side this past year. A maid came up, saying gently, This is the dress you personally chose for today, my lady. She was speaking from the heart, hoping that just like the dress, good fortune would find her. Emma just stared blankly at everyone, her tiny hands suddenly balling into fists. Dad must be rewarding me for something, right? Amidst all the noise, Emma's voice was full of emotion. But what's the occasion? Drop a comment below if you've ever had a birthday this extra. And then it hit her. Everyone was here because they genuinely cared about her dad. She whispered, realizing she was part of this real connection now. Was I totally clueless about that? She looked up and flashed a huge, bright smile. Thank you, everyone. Every single wish, look, and gift felt magical. This first birthday was literally the best thing ever. They had all kinds of fruits for her to try. The famous royal orchestra was playing chill melodies, and tons of nobles she didn't know were bowing and giving her gifts. Like, this one is from the Baron over on Elm Street in Springfield, and this one's from the Viscount. Emma thought she was used to parties, but being the star of the show, that was a whole different vibe. Even at home, she felt totally lost. Jake, sensing she was feeling weird, came over and said gently, My youngest, Emma. He held out his hand. May I have this first dance? Emma was shook. Dancing with a 1-year-old? Kinda weird, but she nodded anyway. The father and daughter walked out onto the floor, and the musicians switched to a super sweet, emotional song when Jake suddenly knelt in front of Emma. Now at eye level with his daughter, Jake gently took her little hand, leaving Emma stunned for a sec. Oh, I get it now. Dad lowered himself to meet my gaze. A beautiful melody filled the air as the dress Emma chose danced in the wind. Her dress puffed out as her dad lifted her high into the air, and Jake was beaming. My youngest is a pretty great dancer. Emma is so light. Really? She thought. All I did was hold my dad's hand, didn't I? Jake just chuckled. Of course you dance beautifully. You're my daughter. Emma just figured as long as her dad was happy, who cares? Then Chloe raised her hand, shouting, Emma's big sis too. Chloe also wants to dance with her sister. Damien clenched his fist and went, Seriously, Dad, I want to dance with my little sister too, so please don't hog her. Mikai stood next to him, sighing with his eyes half closed. I would also like to dance with the young lady. Jake was just thinking to himself that he wanted to keep his daughter's little hand all to himself. Maya yelled at the man in front of her. Since my husband doesn't want to hold my hand today, I guess I'll have to dance with someone else. Jake panicked. No, my lady must take my hand. Chloe cheered excitedly. Yaz, Mom, go off. Jake let go of Emma's hand, and both Damien and Chloe rushed to grab it. Emma, dance with your sister. Damien reminded her with a smile. Chloe, you need to slow down. Emma is still just a baby. Since you're her older sister, you can dance a little slower. Meanwhile, the talented musician changed the tune, and everyone danced until Chloe froze, recognizing the familiar melody she had sung last year. Wait, Chloe. Emma was just amazed at her sister's incredible energy. Emma sighed, deciding it was time for a breather. Then Mikai's familiar voice echoed, "My lady, shall we dance?" Emma frowned. "Right, those eyes again." The partygoers started to clink glasses and dance together. Picture this. Emma, with her black hair and fiery red eyes in a shimmering dress, facing Mikai with his golden hair and violet glowing eyes, while Jake and Maya blended calmly into the music. Meanwhile, Damien was reluctantly indulging his sister Chloe, dancing to some toddler tunes. "Is this what I used to dance to as a kid?" Suddenly, Emma smiled, and Mikai caught it. "Are you smiling now, little one?" Emma immediately denied it. "No, not at all." Mikai looked at her. "I think I saw you smiling." She shook her head, her voice small. "It's not." As they danced, Mikai murmured, "Then I'll practice more in the future so I can dance well enough to make my little lady smile." Emma glanced at him, thinking, he really doesn't know when to quit, does he? But she smiled. Even if his persistence was a little annoying, she didn't hate it. Mikai took Emma's hand like family and they danced together as her family gathered around them. Don't forget to smash that like button for this cute family moment. Even though the party officially ended in the afternoon, her parents let the servants enjoy themselves until late that night, and Chloe was shouting with glee. She was literally just running around. Jake's voice trembled a bit. "Really? Your father didn't see that." Because of that, their family just spent the evening together, like a little get-together. Chloe held Emma close. "Chloe is your sister, so she'll take care of you. But wouldn't it be better to hold hands with your older siblings from a distance and walk?" Emma nodded. "I like it." Every moment seemed to flash by, leaving behind layers of warm and loving memories. Looking back, a year had passed so fast. She quietly turned, her eyes softly gazing at Damien. "And is that so?" Damien murmured softly, his eyes closed. "Mommy, I'm sleepy," Emma whispered. Though some fears were still there, she quickly got used to this warmth. "Let's go to sleep," she whispered to herself, promising to cherish and enjoy every single day here, no matter what. Jake held Emma close, saying, "I'll put you to bed tonight." Emma felt the warmth of his hug, and each gentle pat made her eyes close, and each time, she let her guard down just a little more. For some reason, it would feel unsettling. Then, all of a sudden, that mysterious kid in the white cloak reappeared. "Hello," Emma's eyes flew open. "He's back again. That bastard." Feeling his words echo in her mind, he chuckled. "Huh, a bastard? Isn't that a bit harsh, don't you think?" Light from nowhere poured down, splitting the darkness like stage curtains. He spread his hands, his white cloak billowing out, silver hair spilling from his hood. His voice was as soft as the wind, but totally laced with a creepy, obsessive vibe. "Don't you remember me? After so long?" This door finally opened. "So, I thought you were inviting me." Emma shot back. "I never invited you." "Then who exactly are you?" he asked with a smile, his body starting to give off a faint white light. "You forgot about me?" Ouch, talk about tragic. His little feet hit the lake's surface, and bam, they instantly morphed into adult feet. Then he put a hand on his chest, asking all smooth, "How about this look? Surely you know who I am now." In a flash, he's this tall, dreamy guy wrapped in a white cloak, with white hair falling over these smiling eyes. Emma's jaw just hit the floor. She was shook. I mean, who can just change their form on a whim like they're picking a new game skin? Just how OP is this guy, and whose power is he even using? Noticing Emma was totally bugging out, he kept going. "Should I give you a little hint?" Emma just blinked, completely frozen as she looked down at her hands. A faint purple light was swirling around her, like a nostalgic filter on an old photo. Then she sees it a girl with long hair and a light blue hoodie and pleated skirt, staring back at her. The reflection was so familiar, but also a total stranger. Emma reached out, whispering to herself that this was her OG look from her first life. Caught completely off guard, she couldn't help but ask, "You know this version of me?" With a super smug grin, he shot back, "Oh, I can easily pull up any one of your old profiles, honey. I'm the only one who truly gets you." Then, out of nowhere, he just turns his back on Emma and starts walking across the water like it's a boardwalk in Santa Monica. "It's almost time. My bad for being so extra last time. The day you finally decide to visit me," he said with his pleased little smile. "I'll be waiting." Emma, still in her first life fit, softly asks, "Wait, what did you say?" But he doesn't answer. He just snaps his fingers, and the whole scene pops like bubbles. In an instant, Emma snapped back to consciousness, clutching her head with a groan. Freaking heck. She wiped away sweat, her head was throbbing. That dream was a total nightmare. Looking at her maid, Emma sighed. But it looks like this time it was just a quick dream that ended before dawn. Grace is still completely knocked out. She strained to remember every single detail, her brow all furrowed. That guy definitely called out her name, right? Her hair flowing in the wind, a scene straight out of a vintage film. Everything was in slow motion, and Emma's voice echoed, super faint, like it was coming from deep space. Right as she was about to wake up, even though his voice was barely a whisper, a moment of silence passed, and she knew for a fact he called her by her name from her first life. Emma warily closed her eyes. Okay, she absolutely must not forget this, but she was slowly blacking out from the fever. Barely able to speak, she called out, and with a flash of green light, Chaco appeared. Yes, my demon lord. Emma closed her eyes and commanded, go find the one who invaded my dream. Chaco bowed, leave it to me. Chaco will find him in no time so you can rest. Emma clutched the blanket, her thoughts a total mess. I really can't take this anymore. That's it. I'll just faint. So, hurry up and come see me again. This time, I swear I'll leave the door wide open for you. I still have so much to ask you, and time is running out. Fast forward 2 weeks. Emma's sitting on a round, pale pink carpet, and she is heated. That ungrateful little troll has absolutely no sense of timing. Emma whispered, totally salty that she deliberately let her guard down, and he still ghosted her. Remembering that little figure in the perfect white cloak, grinning like a punk, his hair hiding his eyes, she grumbled. Thanks to a certain someone, I got a crazy high fever, and the whole mansion was pure chaos. Do you have any idea how hard it is to calm down my crybaby sister? Emma's voice went soft and steady, like a narrator. No, I need to be calm and solve this. First, he's a reincarnator, just like me, she continued, her voice getting creepily calm. What's more, he could be a regressor who's lived way longer than I have. If I get more power, it'll be easier to find and recreate my first life. Emma clenched her fist, not out of fear, but with a brand new mission. That would also explain why he knew all her business. If I were to meet a fellow transmigrator, I'd probably want to team up. But if he isn't one, she whispered, placing her hand on the doll in front of her. Out of nowhere, a sacred light poured down, covering the figure in white robes, a stunning but seriously unsettling halo blazing behind him. In his hand, a doll lay totally still, its eyes closed like it was sleeping peacefully in a dream it could never escape. Emma reasoned that secondly, he was the one who caused her rebirth, her voice turning as cold as a god's. Emma's blood-red eyes didn't even blink as she seethed. Then he shouldn't dare claim to understand her. He's just an enemy to me. She sat there, her eyes still locked on the two dolls, silently plotting. Even so, I can't be sure. If it's the second option, why come to me now? Chaco burst in, fur all ruffled, and chirped. Demon Lord. Emma quickly pressed, Chaco, did you find him? But instead of the answer she wanted, Chaco looked totally bummed out. I'm so sorry, Your Majesty. I couldn't find out who he is. Emma didn't scold her, but just gently stroked her head. What about other stuff? Did you find his location? Chaco replied excitedly. Of course. If I couldn't find him with the clue you gave me, I'd be too ashamed to come back. At the foot of this long mountain range, Chaco spread its brown wings wide, the wind ruffling its feathers, but its eyes shone with total loyalty. It bragged that the scent was super faint, but Chaco worked so hard it even crossed a whole mountain range. Emma frowned a little. Across the mountains, you mean the metro? Chaco replied, Yep, that's right. But Chaco does not like it there because the vibe is very strange. It looked up, its eyes still bright, but its voice got low. It was completely different from your pure and beautiful magical power, my lord. In front of Emma, a dark gate appears in this spooky purple light, with a black crown hovering, looking both epic and terrifying. The info Chaco brought about the metro is sus in more ways than one. A weird magical power is at the center of a fight for control, fueled by rumors of magical weapons and that cursed name. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss the tea on this. Emma quietly strokes her head. She stared at the lifeless doll before her, her eyes looking far away. For a whole year, her destiny had been a mystery, but she had never forgotten it. The end is coming for the world I was born into. She clenched her fist, her voice trembling with determination. I can't help but suspect that the metro is the source of all this coming destruction. Our kingdom is one of their targets, so I have to prepare. Emma stood tall, her voice firm and resolute. It wasn't just about stopping the apocalypse, but protecting her family's normal life until the very end, a debt she could only repay by fighting. Suddenly, the door bursts open and a panicked Chloe appears, her face pale with fright. She cries out, Gee, Big Bro is in trouble. We need to prepare immediately, Chloe cried, and Emma's face turned dead serious. Could this be a sign of the end times? I'm not ready yet. I need to follow them and assess the situation. Emma chases after her sister with a worried expression, but just moments later, she's wearing a look of complete and utter helplessness. Before Emma's eyes, Chloe was struggling to squeeze into the carriage while Ethan anxiously stood by. Chloe shouted with glee, a family vacation that brought smiles to everyone's faces except Emma, who could only hold back. Jake laughs, saying, The master has chosen a place they haven't visited in 2 years. Ethan, do you remember? Ethan nodded. Yes. Chloe beamed, but Emma didn't remember a thing. Emma sighed, watching her family chat happily, realizing she'd been tense the whole time, then blinked, her ruby eyes sparkling with curiosity. After all, a summer vacation with family was something I'd only heard about from friends back in my first life. Just then, Jake looked out the carriage window and announced, "Kids, we're almost there." "Look," Maya asked gently, noticing the little girl in her arms was silent. "Emma, would you like to see the scenery?" Excited, she nodded. Seeing this, she lifted Emma up to the window so she could see the world outside. "Be careful not to slip." The sky outside was a brilliant blue, like something you'd see driving down the Pacific Coast Highway. Sunlight streamed through the branches, and leaves danced in the gentle breeze. The scent of grass and trees filled Emma with a strange sense of peace. She took a breath, muttering softly, her voice laced with surprise and delight, "I'm excited," which is not like me at all. The apocalypse hasn't happened yet, so it should be okay to enjoy this a little. The carriage slowly makes its way to the village of Yinbin. Before her, a picturesque scene unfolded, one that anyone would absolutely adore. Little did she know the unexpected experiences that awaited her this summer. The family arrived at Haven, Jake's private estate, where a warm welcome awaited them. "Welcome, Jake and Maya." The three village representatives greeted them formally. "The young master and the young ladies have arrived as well." Jake added politely, "It's so hot out. Why did you all wait outside?" The oldest-looking man chuckled and politely replied, "Please don't worry. We've been resting and waiting for you all in the shade." He didn't show much emotion, remaining polite from beginning to end. "Is that so? That's a relief. I brought some ice for everyone. Please take them." The village elder was incredibly grateful. As always, thanks to this, no one has fainted from heat stroke, even in this sweltering weather. Emma sighed softly. He truly is a considerate guy. She didn't have the patience to stay and listen to this conversation, Emma thought as she turned to leave. This conversation is going to take a while. She quickly used her small, chick-like body and scurried away. "I need to get used to walking on rough terrain. Haven is too neat and tidy to practice there." Emma sensed something, pausing in her tracks, but subtly acknowledged the 6 pairs of eyes behind her. "Why do I feel like someone's watching me?" The 3 middle-aged women behind her kept their eyes glued to Emma, taking turns praising her. "Oh my, the youngest miss was just born last year, and now she's already walking. Aren't her little footsteps just delightful? How can she toddle around so well?" One of them beckoned her over. "Little lady, come here. We have some tasty treats for you." She looked up as if remembering Maya's words, "Don't talk to strangers." Emma paused, knowing her parents were nearby, so there was no danger, but she turned away. Remembering her mother's warning about strangers, she refused with her innocent little voice, "No, thank you." The women were rejected, but instead of being upset, they gushed over how much she resembled her mother when she pouted. Undeterred, they took turns coaxing Emma with sweet words. "We have all sorts of fruits and sweets that children love. Just look at those chubby cheeks, my lady. May I touch them just once? If we just touch it once, you won't lose that plumpness, will you?" Exhausted by the sweet invitation, she thought helplessly, "I just wanted to take a walk. Why do you all care so much?" Before she could get away, a hand grabbed Emma, turning her around and pushing her toward the overly eager faces that were calling out to her. "We have fruit here, little lady. Over here." "Oh my God, you guys." Emma was seriously bugging out, feeling like she was about to get totally swallowed whole by the attention. Then Maya kneels down behind her and whispers, "Hey, Emma, it's cool. You can go." She looked at the woman in front of her, and this wild thought just hit her. Emma's mom looked at everyone, but you could tell she was still stressing on the inside. She was like, okay, this is a little intense, but Mom said it's fine." Emma does this adorable little baby stretch, reaching out, and legit everyone in the room just melts. They were dying to give her a hug. After they got over the cuteness overload, they all started freaking out, like, "What did I just see? That little lady is next level. She's so tiny and already a master charmer." Emma was so confused, she just yanked her hands back, like, "Yo, why is everyone making such a big deal after calling me over?" Then some dude hands her this fire-looking slice of watermelon and is all like, "Hold on tight and take it slow. We don't need any drama." Emma just stared at the watermelon in her little hand, still totally sketched out. "Okay, it's probably fine to eat," she thought. After a sec, she finally decides to trust them. The second that little piece of melon hits her tongue, her whole mood just skyrockets. "Is it 'cause I've been running around? This is way sweeter and better than me, huh?" The woman's heart did a total backflip, and she squealed, "Oh, thank goodness. I'm so glad you like it. Jake must be so proud just watching you eat." Emma just stared at their super happy faces, thinking, "Why are y'all so hyped over me eating watermelon?" It was wild that total strangers could be this stoked. On the outside, Emma's just a cute toddler who says a few words and gets spoiled by everyone. But inside, she's got the brain of someone who's seen it all. "For real, my life is so weird right now. Like, if you had 100 lives and you'd already been through 99 of them, this last one would be the ultimate plot twist." Emma finally starts to chill out a bit. She's just vibing with her melon, slowly coming to terms with things. More than anything, she was just praying this last life could be somewhat normal. That bright red watermelon seemed to hit the reset button on Emma's brain. but that heavy feeling of all those intense emotions was still kinda there. So, with the sun blazing down, the fam pulls up to this rustic little house, like something you'd find in the backwoods of Austin, Texas. It's their crash pad for the next 2 days. It was way simpler than Haven, but the porch swing and the sparkling river were a total vibe. Jake's 3 kids were completely captivated by the whole scene. Chloe and Ethan were already screaming, "Let's go. First one to the water wins." Even their mom, Maya, was totally psyched. "All right, I packed your swim stuff. Go get changed." Chloe yelled from inside. Mom hooked it up. And then she pops out, showing off these hilarious bunny ears on her head. Emma is a bunny. A bunny. Then Ethan came out wearing antlers, looking so shy and complaining about it. His mom seriously went all out, especially with Emma's tiger ears, which totally didn't match her personality. She looked up at the ears on her head, completely baffled. Shouldn't it be a puppy or a kitten? Why am I a tiger? But her brother and sister were absolutely living for it, hyping her up like crazy. So cute. From far away, our little munchkin is a baby tiger. That's right, Emma. If you roar, your big bro will catch you. Seeing how much they loved it, Emma breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, okay, I guess it's cool since my sibs are into it. Then, Jake's voice just cuts through the air. All right, kids, let's go boating. She could not believe what she just heard, whipping her head around like a boat ride. When they got there, she realized this was no basic rental boat. It had these insane custom carvings of animals for each of them. Emma was speechless, thinking, this is the most ridiculously extra waste of money I have ever seen. Ethan was just stunned, muttering, whoa, it's huge, right? That's insane. Emma is taking things way too far. Hearing him, she couldn't help but nod along. And Emma's one little nod of approval sent Jake into a full-on happy dance. Watching him, she finally got it. So Dad's the king of surprises, and he lives for our reactions. Unlike the boys' confusion, Chloe was instantly hyped when she saw the bougie yacht, cheering, you're the best dad. You're so cool. I love you. All the kids' reactions were making Jake happier than a kid in a candy store. He was so stoked he started spinning Chloe around, showering her with affection. Daddy loves Chloe so much, too. Of course, I love Ethan and Emma just as much. Ethan, totally overwhelmed by the PDA, tried to bail. Dad, can I just go play in the water by myself instead of the boat? Jake gently put Chloe down and smoothly replied, I'm sure you could do that, playing it cool. But wouldn't you rather hang out with your brother and sister? Ethan, totally hit by the sweet talk, had to agree. Time passed, but the kids were still on a total high. You see a hand shoot up cheering, and of course, it was Chloe, sitting on the adorable boat, feeling like the queen of the world. I want to be in the front, Dad. Push faster, faster. Jake just smiled back. Honey, don't get ahead of yourself. Chloe pouted and turned away. Daddy, I want to go water skiing. Water skiing? He was ready to give her anything. We'll hit the water slide later. My daughter is just as strong as Emma now. Hearing that, she stopped whining and made these determined little fists. Really? Okay, then Chloe can wait, Jake thought with a smirk. Yep. Our Chloe is such a cool and kind big sister, right? He gently set the boat in the water and said, just hang here for a sec. Chloe obediently replied, okay, please hurry back, Daddy. A leaf drifted down onto the water as Jake carefully put each kid into the little boat. He looked at Emma and gently asked, have you been waiting long? Then, out of nowhere, in the middle of all this peace and quiet, a freak wave just shot up from the water, splashing both of them. Emma instinctively covered her face. Her eyes narrowed, and she thought, what was that weird gust of wind? Something feels really, really wrong here. Before the water even settled, Chloe and Ethan's screams cut through the air as their little boat just blasted off at an insane speed. In her head, Emma was screaming for her dad while Ethan was just losing it. No, Chloe cried out. Daddy, hurry. In all the chaos, Jake tried to stay calm, yelling, hold on tight to me, little lady. Meanwhile, Emma was struggling just to stay in the boat. She knew something was off. The wind felt totally unnatural, and the boat kept getting tossed around by these crazy waves. Emma shuddered when she saw what was behind Chloe. So many rocks. She decided then and there, if she had to, she was using magic, no matter what. Her sister was in danger, but as soon as she went to cast the spell, the magic in her hand just vanished. She was totally shocked. Every single spell she tried just fizzled out halfway through. Crap, my magic is broken. Why? Emma was powerless, but she gritted her teeth and tried to come up with a new plan. Okay, stay calm. Just put a protective spell on her first. Chloe was cowering in fear as a magical shield popped up around her. If she couldn't stop the boat, at least she could protect her. Then the wind, which was already insane, just got 10 times worse. Jake shouted a warning as the wind suddenly changed, and he struggled against the current. His guys were yelling, hold up, Jake, it's too dangerous. But he ignored them, risking it all to get to her, screaming, Chloe. Even though Chloe was panicking, Jake reached out as far as he could, and in a wild moment, managed to grab the boat. Instantly, Chloe was scooped up into Jake's arms, and she just burst into tears, trying to explain. "Daddy, the boat moved by itself. I didn't do anything wrong." He held Chloe super tight, comforting her. "It's okay. Everything is okay now. Chloe, you didn't do anything wrong." My good girl sat perfectly still, just like I asked. Everyone let out a massive sigh of relief, and Emma finally let herself breathe. Thank God, she thought. Emma glanced around at everyone's faces, feeling reassured. Okay, they're all freaking out about the boat. No one caught me using magic. I know exactly who's behind this. She was wiped out from trying to use her powers, but she was still piecing it all together. The second my sister was in trouble, I felt that magic spike. When I try to use my powers, something nasty tries to take over. That freaky magic has to be from the guy who invaded my dreams. That jerk. Shaking, she gripped the side of the boat, trying to ground herself as her thoughts raced. He was actually trying to kill my sister. Whatever his reason is, I will never, ever forgive him. Never. And the second she made that vow, Emma just passed out cold. After who knows how long, she finally woke up. And the first thing she thought was, for 100 lifetimes, I've had insane magical power. I never imagined it would backfire on me in this life. How many times have I fainted now? Maybe I'm pushing myself too hard trying to control my magic in this tiny body. The moment she felt Emma stir, Maya shot up, completely overjoyed. Emma, you're awake. The weak little girl snuggled into her arms and made a soft noise, and a relieved Maya just stroked her head. Oh, thank goodness, my precious little Emma. Holding her close, she started blaming herself, saying, My darling, Mommy's here. You're in so much pain, huh? I shouldn't have let you stay out so long. You're still so little. Tucked in her mom's arms, Emma's heart just sank. This is not how it's supposed to be. Why is Mom blaming herself for what that monster did? Emma thought darkly. I'm going to find you, you son of a. How dare you ruin our family vacation? This invisible angry vibe started radiating off her, so intense that even the security guards felt a sudden chill and knew something was up. Time passed, and the trip was finally over. But the drama followed them home from, their vacation spot in Key West. Maya came over with a smile, announcing, It's lunchtime. Emma obediently opened her mouth, but then some weird energy zapped out and knocked the baby food right off the table, shocking them both. Maya just tilted her head, not getting suspicious at all, and asked, Baby doesn't like her baby food? Emma was speechless at the accusation, but since she can't talk yet, she had to just swallow her anger. No, that's not it. He used his wind magic again. Emma remembered her past lives when she was poor and thought, I would never turn down food. That jerk is trying to ruin my reputation. Now, she's nervously looking down, thinking that even her super nice mom is going to be mad this time. Emma got more anxious as her mom watched her, her mind racing about how she'd just been sick. She must think I'm such a pain. As Jake walked over, Maya turned and reminded him, Our youngest is already 13 months old, so she's probably getting sick of this stuff. She was listening in, total disbelief, her eyes getting huge as they kept gossiping about her. That's gotta be it. She's normally so chill. I really thought this phase would just blow over. Instead of getting on her case, Grace just softly asked, Hey little one, what's got you down? Are you bummed you can't talk yet? That Grace just laughed, remembering how Ethan also got super cranky during this phase. Yo, why does our youngest look exactly like Ethan? Hearing this, Ethan got all flustered and tried to argue, but she saw how cute he was being all embarrassed and soothed him. It's all good. Ethan was adorable back then, a total angel who never complained. Ethan shyly ducked his head. I don't really think so. But Chloe got even more curious, asking, What about Emma? Is Emma the same way? Jake just chuckled. Our Emma eats literally everything. Her appetite is insane. Grace casually replied, She eats great, but she totally loses it if she can't see her parents. Chloe got curious. Wait, Emma was like that as a baby. Grace gently explains, Well, yeah, babies want to hang with their parents. Chloe hugged Ethan super tight and replied happily, So true. Emma loves being with her mom, dad, brother, and Snake. Jake turned and asked gently, Does our little one still need to eat? Is baby food cool? Seeing her looking all stressed, he quietly reassured her. Our baby is fine. Dad's not mad. Emma was starving, but trying to signal that was, impossible. Emma was just stunned by this wild turn of events, wondering why everyone was always so understanding and cool about everything. Even though I totally didn't mean to, I should have gotten in so much trouble for that. She wants to give her fam the absolute best. But sometimes, stuff goes sideways against her will, like spilling water, acting like a kid who can't control their own strength, refusing a bath, and even accidentally hurting her dad, even though she'd never want to. And that's when Emma realized what that jerk was trying to do. He wanted to ghost her, straight up. If Emma is hated and ditched by her family, she'll be all alone again. While she was zoning out, she realized if she were her old self, she'd already be plotting her next move. But suddenly, a hand gently landed on her head, making her jump. Jake just smiled and said, "My bad. I should be more careful. Did I scare you?" Seeing him laugh it off after falling and taking the blame, she was more certain than ever. Not for the first time, Emma felt this crazy warmth spread through her. Every single life she's lived has been a total struggle, full of drama and hardship. But this family, they're so warm. It's something Emma has never experienced before. Feeling all this love around her, she wondered if this is what a normal family in, like, Boise, Idaho feels like. Emma wrote on the paper, secretly hoping she could protect this normal, everyday life. Ethan and Chloe were watching from behind, totally intrigued as Emma swore she'd do whatever it took to change her fate. 99 and 1. The answer is obvious, laid out in numbers. Even so, she hoped to flip the script, and a good sign started to appear on the paper. Emma dozed off in Grace's arms, but something woke her up, her eyes glued to the window. The rows of perfect white houses, looking like something off a postcard from Charleston, South Carolina, were glowing in the evening light, and Emma recognized her home in a heartbeat. Looking around, Ethan and Chloe were already passed out. This trip was pure chaos but super fun, and thank God she managed to keep that trashy dude away from her family in the end. Even as he tried to ice Emma out, he had to give up when he saw her family. Seeing the warm vibes right in front of her, she had to admit her family was awesome. Instead of pushing her away, they pulled her in, and Emma sighed in relief. If it wasn't for this family, I would have been totally alone forever, just like that jerk wanted. Thinking this, she finally cracked a happy smile after all the stress of the past few days. This win wasn't just on me. It was a group project, a family victory. And for the first time in 100 lifetimes, Emma's heart started pointing toward home. Y'all, if you were to ask the second kid from the Haven household who she loved most in the world, she would answer without a single hesitation. Grace. The little girl then ran to hug her tight, basically screaming the answer. Mommy, Emma loves you more than anyone in the whole world. Ouch. Jake's heart probably broke a little when he heard that. Her dad was ranked number 2, while Ethan could only offer up a weak, sad smile. Ethan was third, but in about a year, those rankings were going to get a major shakeup. Because the youngest kid looked just like their beloved mother. Back to reality, Chloe bursts through the door, yelling, "Grace." But the room is totally empty, making her wonder, where'd she go? Chloe's eyes darted around the room, searching everywhere. And you guessed it, in another corner, Emma sat there, pouting like always. And surprise, surprise, Kai was right there next to her, running his mouth. Emma's eyes narrowed as she thought, I knew it was him, but that's times my times, baby sister. She frowned, getting more and more annoyed. It felt like Sir Kai was trying to steal her little sister away. Meanwhile, the two of them inside were completely clueless, just continuing their chat. You don't like the gift I got you? Kai asked, and Emma shot back instantly without missing a beat. Get out. Never one to quit. He just smiled and calmly replied, Why are you telling me to leave? It's been a minute. Aren't you being a little harsh? I even brought you a present. The little girl tried to wave him off. Don't need it. Kai kept going like he was deaf. I wanted to see you, so I rushed all the way over here. Chloe, watching this whole train wreck, was literally shaking with anger. That awful Kai. I told him she didn't need him. Remembering his usual vibe, she suddenly hesitated, thinking she wanted to stomp over there and give him a piece of her mind. But Kai is so freaking scary. Chloe stared into the room, feeling totally frustrated. Emma tried to be his friend, but a random thought sent a shiver of pure fear down her spine. Holed up with her wild imagination, Chloe basically cooked up a whole conspiracy theory in, like, 5 seconds. Did Sir Kai bully Emma when she wasn't around? She was trying so hard to make it all make sense. Was that why he was so mean to her? To keep her away from him? Instantly, a whole movie scene played out in her head. The evil Kai is forcing Emma to push people away. Stay away from Emma. Emma's resistance just made Chloe more determined to save her. There's no way a sweet and amazing kid like Emma could hate him times much. The thought alone had Chloe breaking out in a cold sweat. She secretly swore to save her, and Chloe started plotting to rewrite this whole story, rescuing our precious, adorable Princess Emma from the terrifying demon king, Kai. The fear just poofed, replaced by some serious determination. She was Emma's sister, after all. A few days later, back at the Haven estate, Chloe rushed to Emma's door and called out for her. The little girl was just wandering around inside, and whipped her head around as soon as she heard her name. Chloe was secretly hiding a heavy basket behind her back and said super cleverly, Gaga, did you miss me? Hearing the answer she wanted, she immediately launched herself at Emma for a hug, making the little girl wonder why she was here during nap time. She thought about it. Chloe usually only visited late afternoon or during dinner if Kai was over. She was getting squeezed so tight, but all she could do was sulk and wonder what was up with her sister, avoiding him. He should be grateful she and her brother even give him the time of day. Chloe finally let go of Emma's hand. Come on, let's go. she said, gently placing 2 fingers into the little girl's palm. Seeing Emma squeeze her hand back, Chloe was absolutely thrilled, assuring her that even if she couldn't grip her hand tight, she wouldn't let go. The little girl jumped on the chance to talk. Let's go play somewhere far away. There are tons of rooms we've never been in, right? I'll take you there. This is our mansion exploration game. Emma tilted her head, thinking for a sec. If you're loving this sisterly bond, smash that like button, guys. Exploring the mansion? She didn't seem that hyped, probably, because she already knew the layout like the back of her hand, but Emma had never actually seen it herself. Before she could even decide, she turned and found everyone staring at her super intently. Kai clenched his fist, looking all determined, and said, "That's a sick idea. Let us join the ladies' expedition." The maid chimed in, "Yes, my lady. I'll prep the snacks for the trip." Chloe immediately shut it down, saying, "Nope, Emma will be exploring alone with me today." Intrigued by her weirdly serious attitude, he asked, "What's the deal? Are you looking for buried treasure or something?" She nodded, acting like she was protecting a national secret from the Pentagon, seriously whispering that it was top secret. The maid, hearing this, just burst out laughing and got down to Chloe's level, asking curiously, "But if you don't let us tag along, who's going to handle your snacks, young lady?" As if she just remembered that tiny detail, her resolve started to crumble. Chloe bit her lip, sweat beading on her face like she was making a life or death decision. Their sisterhood had conquered all. A second later, she declared firmly, "No, it's okay. It's fine. On expeditions, you're going to get hungry, that's a given. And as the oldest, I can handle it myself." Seeing this, everyone was thinking the exact same thing, even if they didn't say it. "Oh my god, how cute is that?" Chloe turned and asked, "You like it when it's just us sisters, right?" Emma, without even thinking, nodded. Chloe, totally overjoyed, clutched her secret basket and replied happily, "I knew you'd say that." The girl quickly grabbed Emma's hand and pulled her off, saying, "All right, let's bounce then." A little while later, a head of golden hair appears, still kinda damp. Kai walks into the room where they used to play and calls out for the young lady. Seeing the empty sparring area, he felt this weird mix of confusion and disappointment. Why isn't she here? Where'd she go? I've got a really bad feeling about this. A tiny, super detailed map unfolds and Chloe takes the lead. The little girl was chattering away, leading the way. "We can go this way." Emma followed silently, her eyes glancing back as she wondered, does she seriously not notice? 'Cause yeah. Unbeknownst to them, 3 figures were totally lurking behind them, a little detail only Emma seemed to catch. Exploring this mansion with just the 2 of them was basically impossible. The little girl just ignored it, secretly praying that the posse following them wouldn't get any bigger. While Chloe innocently turned back to announce they'd arrived at the first exploration room, Emma was dragged along before she could answer, her face going pale when she saw it. This place? The 2 girls looked so tiny next to the door, and the seriously murderous vibe coming from it was totally overwhelming. Emma was thinking, this super gloomy room is the first time's place we're exploring. Chloe took charge, knocking on the door without a shred of fear, and a serious-looking butler appeared. "Yes, what is it?" But a quick look down revealed the 2 little girls. His tone changed, like, instantly. "What can I do for you, young ladies?" Chloe politely replied, "We came to see our father. We've never seen him work before. Can we come in?" Hearing this, he looked kinda hesitant and gently tried to say no. "Lady Chloe, my apologies, but at this hour." But before he could finish, the slightly open door was violently thrown open. Jake popped out, beaming, literally unable to hide his smile when he saw his 2 girls. "Oh, my little ones, did you come all this way because you missed your dad?" Seeing his expression, Emma finally calmed down, but was still thinking, what the heck? I was totally expecting the office to have this super tense, awkward vibe, you know, but was I wrong? Jake was all like, "Come on in, my kids," with this huge grin. But the second they walked in, oh my god, the scene was not what they imagined. It was just this one dude, totally drowning in a mountain of paperwork, and his poor assistant looked like he was about to give up on life, head hanging low. The whole atmosphere was just heavy. And that's when it clicked for Emma. These weren't scary office guys, they were just 2 poor souls, spirits totally crushed, trying to put on a brave face. One of them even tried to be welcoming, like, "Hey, young ladies, I brought some super yummy snacks and that floral tea you love." But before he could even finish, a hand slammed down on his shoulder and a voice colder than a New York winter said, "Have the head butler deal with that." Yup, it was Jake, gently, and by gently, I mean with the force of a freight train placing his hand on their shoulders. But it was his words and the straight-up killer vibe that really sealed the deal. "And I want a full report back here in 2 hours. Bet." Whether they wanted to or not, they were totally crushed by the pressure and just had to obey. "Yes, sir, Jake." And with that, the 2 of them bolted out of there faster than a lightning strike. "We'll just see ourselves out now." So, with just the 3 of them left, Jake does a total 180, his whole vibe shifting as he asks all sweetly, Sue, what brings my darling daughters to my neck of the woods? Chloe, completely unfazed by the drama she just witnessed, just casually replied, we came to see your whole Ice King at work aesthetic. Jake, totally intrigued, leaned in, Chloe, you think I look the coldest when I'm working. She just showered him with praise, not even scared of the dude who just terrified two grown men. Sighs, totally. And you look so cool when you're swinging your sword. Hearing that, Jake was pumped to show off for his daughter. All right, let's hit the training grounds then. But the second he mentioned training, Chloe's mood flipped and she straight up yelled, no way. And just like that, rejected by his own kid, Jake just crumpled into a puddle of disappointment. It was tragic, but also hilarious. But why? You just said I look cool swinging my sword. I gotta show you. Unfazed, Chloe laid out her excuse. Because I'm exploring the mansion with Emma today. She said it with her whole chest, but you could see a little flicker of worry in her eyes. So, we can't leave the mansion grounds. This is the official exploration zone. Emma saw right through her sister's little act, but she kept it to herself, just thinking, I see what you're doing, girl. Oh my god, you guys, the TEA. Sir Kai has to be at the training grounds right now. That's why she's acting so sus. That thought hit Jake hard, but Chloe's next line completely shattered his entire soul. Besides, you know Emma and I won't be here for long. Jake was shook. Why? Chloe kept going, totally relentless. Mom said not to bother you while you're working. Jake whined. How could my precious daughters ever be a bother? Seeing this, little Chloe ran over to give him a hug, but she wasn't backing down. Nope, Daddy. Mommy said we have to do things we don't like to be good girls. Chloe patted his big strong arm and schooled him. That's why I times ate my peppers and spinach today. Emma realized that Chloe was basically telling him that even if he wants to play, he's got to grind to get better. She had to be picturing herself scolding Chloe. Don't you ever do that again. Emma just watched them, wondering if her sister's whole disciplinarian thing had become a habit, as Chloe kept comforting their dad. You get it right, Dad. You're a big, capable adult, after all. Emma couldn't help but puff out her cheeks at the sight of this tiny girl comforting this huge man. She was thinking, I'm sorry, but this is just too stinking cute. Unable to hold it in, Emma let out a little giggle. Y'all, this was a rare event, and the sound immediately got the attention of her dad and brother nearby. After a full second of stunned silence, they finally snapped out of it, their jaws on the floor, literally jumping up and down and cheering. She's a smiling, Dad. It happened. He couldn't help but shout, I saw it. Our baby girl just smiled, didn't she? It was one happy moment after another, and Emma watched them, thinking they were seriously two peas in a pod. Her dad switched to playfully poking her cheeks, asking, You happy to see me get totally owned by your sister? Her smile faded as she thought, Nah, it's just, she's being peak adorable right now. Hearing this, Chloe immediately ran to stand in front of Emma, pouting as she scolded her dad. Why are you trying to make Emma into a bad kid? Jake, totally caught in the act, felt super guilty and quickly tried to explain. I didn't mean she was bad. Turning to Emma, Chloe asked again, like she was channeling Emma's own thoughts. And Chloe, absolutely loving her role as protector, spoke with even more passion. If you want praise, you have to do things you don't want to do. Is that what you're trying to say, huh? Emma was thinking the exact opposite, but Chloe looked at her so confidently and just kept going. Emma is my sister, so I know everything. Emma just smiled gently, her heart melting a little. Oh well, I don't know anything. Sorry, Dad. Without missing a beat, she nodded, which only fueled Chloe's smug little victory dance. Did you hear that, Dad? They hugged each other, overjoyed. For Emma, her sister's happiness was the top priority. The two of them then bounced, leaving Jake all alone in his feels, with Chloe still holding firm on her decision. The little girl waved cheerfully. We're off to explore some more. Okay, let's see where Chloe's awesome map takes us. Where to next? But Emma's eyes were glued to all the supplies. Like, we're talking a bag full of snacks and even a hand-drawn map. Realizing how much effort Chloe had put into this, Emma was stunned. She thought about how her sister did all this just to hang out with her, and a wave of guilt washed over her. Because Kai visits so often, I haven't spent much time with her. I feel like such a bad sister. Smash that like button if you've ever felt guilty about not spending enough time with a sibling. Just as she was about to take a step, she cried out as she totally lost her balance. It's probably cause she's still a baby, but Emma couldn't walk more than a few steps before face-planting right on the floor. Sensing something was wrong, Chloe whipped around, and when she saw her sister, she let out a blood-curdling scream. Chloe's eyes went wide with horror as she saw Emma go down. Then, Grace popped up out of nowhere, calling Emma's name, looking pale with worry. Does it hurt anywhere? Chloe didn't mean for you to fall. Grace gently reassured her. I know. Honey, Emma is still little, so you have to take it slow. You can do that, right, Chloe? Chloe blushed, looking down at little Emma. Yes. Emma quickly got up and patted her sister's shoulder, her eyes basically saying, "It's all good, fam." Chloe's eyes were glistening with tears, blurring her long lashes. She collapsed to the floor, sobbing, but even with her sweet little sister comforting her, she couldn't let a single tear fall. Chloe felt like she wasn't a great sister today, but from now on, she was only going to show her amazing side. If Emma is a princess, Chloe decided, then she'll be her warrior. Being a princess is cool, but she could also be a warrior to protect the sister who was so nice to her. Chloe's tight grip made Emma pause, tilting her head. She stood up, beaming. "Are you okay, Emma? This time, I held your hand super tight, and you didn't fall. You're my precious little sister. And y'all," Chloe kept that promise. "With my sister as my official escort, I got to seriously explore the whole Haven mansion. I even saw the chef literally breathe fire in the kitchen. It was insane. The chef was so passionate, vowing to show the young ladies the most delicious food in the entire world. After that, she had tea with her mom in the garden, who was eagerly asking if it tasted good. After tea, the two played hide and seek behind the laundry while the servants were hanging it to dry, running hand in hand across the tiled floor, just laughing their heads off. She turned the pages, reading out loud, "Rainbow, my friend." Today's final stop on the exploration tour, the children's library in the mansion. Chloe's eyes were sparkling with delight. What was that? Emma obediently sat and listened to her read, but her mind was totally drifting. Even though Chloe's reading wasn't as smooth as their brother's, but I also really love her voice. It's like wind chimes on a summer day. Is it because I walk too much, or is the post-snack food coma hitting hard? Chloe's eyes stayed glued to the storybook. Should I read you another one? When she didn't get a response, she put the book down and called out again. Emma's asleep. Chloe's pupils dilated, sparkling like actual stars. In front of her, Emma was passed out on the green carpet. Emma fell asleep. Chloe instinctively covered her mouth, secretly so hyped about it. Did I make Emma fall asleep? She put the book aside and lay down to get a better look at her adorable face. Chloe leaned in close, murmuring, "You're my cute little Emma, aren't you?" Maybe hearing her, Emma's little hand twitched. Chloe's face flushed with pure joy. "She's so precious, so adorable. That's my little sister, not Kai's." Ooh, shots fired. Her fingers unconsciously brushed against Emma's soft little hand. And then Emma, still asleep, unconsciously grabbed Chloe's finger, her affection for her sister running deep. My little sister. Chloe must have fallen asleep too, because next thing you know, Ethan is covering them both with a blanket. He muttered to himself, totally frustrated. His little sisters were hiding something from him, and he was feeling the FOMO, big time. He thoughtfully arranged pillows for both of them. It's like they have this whole secret club, but can he join? She just drifted off to sleep. After wandering around the mansion for like a week, she was barely ever in her room except to sleep. So, there was one thing that was really bugging her. Emma had been meeting with someone at night, probably Grace, to tell her about Kai's condition. Is the young lady not here today either? I wonder where she's off to. Is she exploring the mansion again? Ethan wants to play with her, too. Despite a maid's constant chattering every time Ethan came back from checking her room, his face was just full of regret. Has she been put under some kind of spell or something? Ignoring the maid's rambling, he rested his chin in his hand, totally lost in thought. It wasn't on purpose, but it really felt like she was avoiding him. If I'd been closer to my sister from the start, none of this would be happening. And I feel so bad for making him wait. I'll tell my sister I'm not exploring tomorrow. But then, Chloe excitedly burst into the room super early the next morning. Emma, I'm here. Look, Emma, this is the chocolate I got as a gift. And this, too. Emma just smiled indulgently. How could I say no to this? Kai will probably be a little bummed, but oh well. She pulled out a piece of paper, saying, "Okay, so let's go here today." Emma immediately nodded. Suddenly, they heard panicked footsteps echoing down the long hall, and Kai stopped, breathless, right in front of their door. "Wait, I want to explore with you guys too." Emma's eyes went wide with surprise. Kai looked right at her and said sincerely, "I want to play with the youngest lady, too. I've already got my expedition gear ready, and I'm sure I can be a big help, Lady Chloe." Seeing Chloe bite her lip in anger filled Emma with worry. "You okay?" Kai persisted. "If you join the expedition, I'm not going," Chloe declared, grabbing Emma's hand. Emma's eyes widened at Chloe's super fierce reaction, while Kai was just stunned by how hard she was shutting him down. Kai quickly got his composure back, keeping his cool as he tried to reason with her. "Why not? It would be way better if we all went together." Chloe refused, no compromise, shouting, "I don't need your help." He wouldn't back down either and said, "Lady Chloe." She cut him off, insisting she could go alone, to which Kai quickly shot back, "So why can't I come?" Despite Chloe's best efforts to say no. What do you think is going to happen? Drop your predictions in the comments. The endless questions were totally stressing her out, bringing her to the brink of a major sob fest until a little voice cut in. "Yo, leave my sister alone." Kai just shot back, all cocky. I'm not bugging her. Emma repeated it again, like trying to get it through his thick skull. Harassing, Kai just kept pushing her buttons like always. No way. Am I really that much of a villain in your eyes? She didn't even waste her breath, just gave him a single, epic nod. Kai immediately looked so bummed out, which just made Emma even more annoyed. He's so cold to his own sister. And what's with that puppy dog look anyway? She finally snapped. I'm not here for it. He stubbornly plopped down and just kept running his mouth. Why don't you like it? Haven't I been watching them and learning how to be a good big bro? Emma felt totally helpless and ticked off by this whole act, wondering if this was actually real life. Does any of that even matter right now? Chloe, who'd been quiet, suddenly yelled again, Hey, Kai, aren't you supposed to be her brother? In a total 180 from how he was with Emma, Kai's face scrunched up as he shot Chloe a seriously icy glare. What? Emma thought, half furious, half freaking out. Oh my god, he's making that face at his sister again. Unlike me, her little heart gets bruised so easily. But Chloe wasn't backing down, her every word dripping with sass. No matter how much you copy her real brother, you'll never be Emma's brother. He just leaned back, all casual, and was like, oh yeah? Why not? For a sec, Chloe was totally speechless, completely caught off guard. She quickly grabbed Emma's shoulders and clapped back, pointing out that Emma didn't even like him. Chloe was dead set on shutting this down. Why are you trying to hang with us when Emma's not feeling it? Emma likes me more, 'cause I'm her real sister. Emma was just stunned, staring at Chloe's totally twisted up face, thinking she'd never seen her sister act like this before. Meanwhile, Kai was just silent, totally sideswiped by her comeback after his whole defiant act. Emma squeezed her eyes shut, her brain doing mental gymnastics. Okay, is this a crocodile tears situation? She peeked up, then immediately nixed the idea. Nope, your sitch is different. If you start crying now, it's just going to make things a billion times worse. If she did that, Chloe would instantly blame her for crying. It's all Kai's fault this is blowing up. Emma was desperately trying to find a way out, but then Kai opened his mouth, basically nuking all her plans. The little miss doesn't hate me. Emma's suffering just hit a new level. She was screaming inside her head as Kai smiled at her and casually added, Even if you don't like me, you've never actually kicked me out. Isn't that right, little one? She shot back in her head. I'm pretty sure I have. Like, a dozen times. Seeing Emma stay quiet, he got all smug. See, I'm right. She was fuming, not even bothering to talk. I haven't even said anything yet. Chloe, with tears in her eyes, hugged Emma tight and asked, her voice trembling, That's not true. You like me more than Kai, right? Right? She whispered fiercely. Kai, still acting all cool and unbothered, just said, I never said the little miss liked me the most. I just said she didn't hate me. His whole serious vibe melted away, and he grinned like he'd just won the lottery. So, please let me join this little adventure. Chloe was so mad all she could do was scream no, over and over. I won't let you. This is a top-secret trip for Emma and me. Kai, totally unfazed, just shrugged. Cool, then it'll be a secret for the three of us. I won't tell Ethan. Chloe just couldn't take it anymore, and with every ounce of energy she had, she let out one more scream, trying to get all her feelings out. I don't want to. And right after, this tiny, pitiful voice whispered, a total flip from her fiery mood before. Emma said she didn't like it. Why are you being like this? Emma hates him. He messes with her brother and pushes her away, and now he's trying to steal my Emma, too. Kai looked genuinely confused now, just staring at her while Emma frantically tried to calm her down. But Chloe was at her breaking point, stammering, Emma is my little sister. She's not yours, Kai. She's my little sister. And then the waterworks started as she cried out, Mom. Kai keeps getting in the way. Chloe wants to play with Emma. She's my baby sister. Only then did Kai seem to get how serious this was. He froze up, looking kinda scared as the shadow of a woman appeared in the doorway. Emma was comforting her sister but side-eyeing her mom, who was just standing outside with the staff, her parents, and her brother, all just watching. Emma was like, why is everyone just standing there like they're watching a show on Broadway from some penthouse on Fifth Avenue? She looked at her mom's steely face, who was just waiting for something. And then, ding, the light bulb went on. It seemed like her mom wanted them to figure out their own mess. Emma kept patting her sister's back, but her mind was racing, analyzing this whole parenting hack. It's pointless if they don't learn it for themselves. Plus, if the family jumped in, Kai would just feel even more like an outsider. Emma glanced at Kai's anxious face, remembering that no matter how much people hyped him up as being mature, he was still just a 6-year-old kid. She closed her eyes, so over all this drama, and just thought, he'd been living with Jake's family since he was little because he asked to, so it's obviously going to be hard for a kid who just lost his parents to let people in. Her brother was a super nice guy, so Emma figured he could get it and be friends with him. But her sister was a different story. Even though his heart was starting to mend, Kai probably had no clue how much he'd been hurting her. Chloe almost never dislikes anyone. She gets sad when other people mess up and always tries to make them feel better. She's literally a little angel, and she's offered him an olive branch time and time again, only to get shot down. Kai looked at her face, and you could see it finally clicking how much his words hurt. But Emma wasn't about to step in and play mediator. She was following her mom's lead on this one. She decided not to just sit back and watch, telling herself, "Nope, not helping you." All eyes were on them, but Emma held her ground, refusing to get involved, because this was for him and for her sister. "So, you better handle this yourself, Your Highness." A memory of Chloe's smiling face and outstretched hand popped into his head. "I'm Chloe. You can call me Chloe. Let's play together, what do you say?" Kai just stood there, frozen in his own sadness. What was there to be happy about? I can't fake a smile for something like that. A smile like she's never lost anything. Maybe I'm a little jealous. Memories of his chat with Ethan came flooding back. "Kai, you gonna try to be friends with my sister?" He looked down, totally avoiding Ethan's eyes. "I want to. But she avoids me like I've got the plague." Kai only looked up when he heard Ethan's encouraging words. "If you just ask her first, she'll totally play with you." Hearing that, Kai stood up, his hands hanging limp before he nervously grabbed the bottom of his shirt. Chloe's sobs stopped when Kai finally apologized. "I'm sorry, Lady Chloe." He actually got down on one knee to be on her level, showing he was for real. "I'm really, really sorry. I never wanted to hurt your feelings. Can you tell me why you don't like me?" Chloe's eyes went wide, and she was totally speechless at his gentle apology. "Is that okay? I'm sincerely sorry, Lady Chloe." She bit her lip, thinking super hard, her hands balling up her dress as she sniffled. "Chloe's Chloe. I don't like how you keep calling me Lady this and Lady that. The knights and maids all call me Chloe, but you always call me Second Young Lady or Lady Chloe." Kai finally got it. "So, if I call you Chloe, will you forgive me?" She shot back. "If Emma says it's okay, then it's a deal." Two pairs of eyes locked onto Emma. The awkward silence was deafening as she just made a little sound. But because Emma was just mumbling, they couldn't tell what she meant, and both of them looked super bummed out. "You guys, if you think Emma should just say yes, hit that like button." She looked at Chloe with wide eyes. "Are you still sad?" Emma reached out her tiny hand to Chloe and planted a little kiss on her cheek, probably because words were too hard. Chloe's eyes bugged out, totally surprised, while Kai was completely floored, scooping Emma up in a huge hug. "See, you like me the most, right? I knew it." She just snuggled into Chloe's chest, nodding like crazy. The whole mansion was soon glowing in that perfect sunset gold, and a long table was piled high with a legit feast. Maya laughed, "And please, make yourselves at home." Kai awkwardly mumbled, "Thank you for the meal." "I'm gonna enjoy this," she thought, her eyes looking down, totally lost in her own world. Remembering her chat with Jake, she totally agrees they shouldn't get involved in the kids' drama. "They'll figure it out on their own," she replied when he asked her, all worried, "Is everything going to be okay?" She nodded. "Totally sure. I think so. The kids need their own space, and that's what we need to give them as Chloe's parents." "Are you worried about Kai?" Jake had stammered. "Well," Maya said, looking out the window, "I guess you could say that. We'll step in if the fight gets out of hand, but for now, we should just watch from a distance." "Mom, Dad, sorry for eavesdropping, but they are seriously good people. I can't believe they're my parents. They kind of remind me of my old mentor. My time with him was short, but he was the only person I ever called teacher. He was tough but cared so much. My foolish student, promise me you won't just run headfirst into danger alone. That is my one dying wish." Even so, I couldn't keep that promise. Thinking about that time makes my chest ache with this fear that if I open my heart up again, I'll just lose everything again. "No, it's gonna be okay this time, so I don't need to freak out." "What's wrong, Emma? Can't you reach it? Let me help." Kai was quick to notice Emma was acting weird. He started piling food onto her plate like a crazy person. "Little one, want to try this?" He politely shut Kai down for Emma, saying she couldn't eat pieces that big yet. Kai really thought she already had a full set of teeth. "Here," he sighed, totally defeated. "She's only got a few." Her face was a perfect picture of disgust as she eyed the plate of meat. "Is this some kind of prank? It's all stuff I literally can't eat." He patiently explained that Emma was still a baby and this food would just make her cry. His face went from surprise to genuinely sorry. "For real? Oh man, I'm sorry, little one. Please forgive me." Emma was shook. Her eyes were wide as she just stared at Kai. Looking down, she sighed. "Is this kid just messing with me? I swear, every time I'm around him, I feel myself turning into such a petty Betty. It's so weird." After all that drama, we finally got to explore the mansion together. Time flew by, and before we knew it, it was October, and everyone was in a frenzy getting ready for stuff like Thanksgiving and all the other holidays. Compared to the total chaos at the Haven, Emma was more chill than ever, just staring up at the perfect blue sky, deep in thought. On days like this, all she has to do is sit still and not cause any drama. Her thoughts kept rolling. After Kai and his sister made up, the four of us started hanging out all the time. Today, the knight set up a game for us. This guy, Lancelot, was hyping it up, calling it a treasure hunt, and Chloe's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree when she heard the word treasure. Then, Sir Lancelot laid out the rules. You'll be in teams of 2, and the team that finds the most valuable treasure wins. Let us know in the comments what treasure you think they'll find. So get this, Kai, who's been totally quiet this whole time, finally speaks up and is like, "Yo, what's the prize for winning this thing?" The guy running the game just freezes. He glances over at Kai and Ethan, who are looking super serious, and after this super awkward pause, he's like, "Well, if the young master wins, maybe Jake will do a practice duel with him." And bam, Kai's face just lights up. You could totally see the gears turning. He turns to Emma and asks all smooth, "Hey shorty, if I land 3 hits on Jake, will you think I'm cool?" And oh my god, after he asked, Emma kinda just nods, and Kai goes absolutely wild with excitement. He's like, "For real?" And Emma's just staring, thinking, hold up, why is he so hyped? Now I feel kinda bad. Then it hits her. She remembers that big fight Chloe and Kai had. After that whole mess, she never actually told him she didn't hate him, and now she's remembering it perfectly. Chloe just screaming at him, "Why? Why are you still trying to hang out with Emma when she said she doesn't like it?" Emma, stuck right in the middle, was so embarrassed, realizing her dumb words became ammo for her sister to use against Kai. Oh, she felt so bad. Her eyes got all droopy. It was all her fault. Emma secretly peeps at Kai's face, thinking that even if he looks fine, he might be faking it. But seeing him act more like a normal kid kinda made her feel better. So with that thought, they do a pinky promise. And ever since she agreed, Kai couldn't stop grinning, like, "You promised me. Got it." Emma just gives a little hum, and just like that, the treasure hunt teams were set. Team 1 is Chloe and Ethan, both looking totally pumped, like they just chugged 5 energy drinks. Team 2 is Kai and Emma. And our girl? She looks like she's lost at the mall, just total helplessness. It was destiny, you guys, that they got stuck together. What do you think? Was it fate or just bad luck? Let me know in the comments. And Kai is all chipper, telling her, "Let's crush this, little one." Not only that, he gets all serious and goes, "I promise I'll win this for both of us." Those words were basically burned into Emma's brain. He promised. But then the game starts. And what does Kai do? He takes her to look at flowers. "Little one, check out these flowers." He's even pointing out butterflies, like he's on a nature walk. "Look, a butterfly," like dude. Kai's actions just completely deleted his promise from Emma's mind while she's just wondering why he's so checked out. Meanwhile, Team 1 is going hard. You can hear Chloe yelling from across the yard, probably from like 22 Beacon Street, "I found another one." Hearing all that noise, Emma's seriously doubting if this boy even wants to win. So, she just grabs his hand and starts dragging him. Kai looks surprised for a sec, but then his whole vibe changes. He gets this little smirk and asks, "You worried about me?" Emma's thinking, "Worried? Nah, I'm just competitive." But before she can say anything, he just decides for himself. The sun's all golden and autumny, making the whole scene look like a cheesy rom-com poster. Then Kai catches a falling leaf like, seriously, and puts it in Emma's hand. She's just staring at this leaf, totally confused, while Kai is soaking up the moment, telling her, "It's cool. This is the first time I've held your hand like this." Then he adds, "And I'm totally gonna win." Under all the falling leaves, his words sounded so dreamy that Emma was just completely dazed. As Kai starts leading her, still smiling, he explains, "Let's go over there. I've seen the guards training there in the morning." Emma's inner monologue is just, "He is so extra." But with her hands still linked, she secretly started to admire him. "I thought he'd be a hothead, but he's actually starting to act like his brother." And that's when Kai started to really open up to her. "Ethan once told me you're kinda quiet, that you don't always speak up even if you see something cool or want to do something." Emma was a little shocked but just listened as Kai spilled his guts. "So he told me I gotta take extra good care of you when we play. Chloe and Ethan saw all this stuff, so I want you to see it, too. You know, butterflies, falling leaves, flower petals, snow, all that stuff." "Okay, I'm not crying. You're crying." Emma's cheeks went completely red, hearing that. For a 1-year-old, all she could really do was say his name when she wanted to go outside. Hearing this just made Kai more determined. He squeezed her tiny hand and said, "I still need to practice to be a good big bro like Ethan, but could you say my name like that for me, too?" She's thinking, he's literally always been like this, always trying to get my attention. After putting it all out there, Kai just waits. Emma was stunned for a second, looking away all shy. After a beat, she finally whispers, "Kai, I don't hate you." He immediately shot back, "You don't hate me." "Yeah," Emma replied, just as a gust of wind blew some dust in her eye. She rubs her eye, and when she opens it again, Her face is all soft and wobbly. Kai just lets out this super innocent kid laugh and then asks, "Do you want to be my little sister, too?" Emma couldn't look away, but then her face started feeling like it was on fire, so she whipped her head around. She didn't say anything, but she totally had an answer for him. Her inner thought was basically, "I've always thought of you as my big brother, you dummy." The two of them wandered over to a huge tree where something shiny caught their eye, and with a few sick jumps, Kai was up in the branches like a squirrel. And yep, there was a treasure box hidden up there. Emma was just staring from the ground, totally impressed by his parkour skills. He grabs it, hops down, and shows her the loot. "Shorty, I found another one." Watching him up there, she was thinking, why was this even hidden so high? This is supposed to be a game for kids. The organizer was looking on like he couldn't believe it. "I seriously never thought he'd actually climb the tree," she heard him mutter. Emma was thinking, did they expect us to just ask for help? Please. I'd climb it myself to help him, but hey, thankfully, he was okay. He's safe, and he's happy, so she's letting it go. After all the searching, Emma's team found 6 chests, while her sister and Ethan only found 5. Emma silently scanned the area. With time almost up, the win was basically in the bag. As she was standing there, Kai walks up, kneels down in front of her, and holds out another chest. He was totally looking for praise, and she instantly regretted wishing he'd act more innocent. Okay, he's being a little childish, but it's not a huge deal, and I should probably apologize anyway. So, with her tiny hands, Emma pats Kai on the head and praises him. Seeing his huge smile, she knew it wasn't worth killing his vibe. And with that, the treasure hunt was over. Smash that like button if you think Kai is the cutest. The guards came over and announced the results, and the winner is Kai and Emma's team. They were both super chill about it, like they expected to win all along. Even though she lost, Chloe was super sweet and promised to win next time. The organizer, who had gifts hidden behind his back, cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. Since both teams found treasure, everyone gets a prize based on what you found." Chloe totally lit up. "Really? You're actually going to do that?" The organizer was quick to reply, "Of course. Ethan and Emma, please come get your rewards." Ethan got a brand new riding crop, and Emma got a cool little knight's helmet. Next, Chloe was called up, and a guard presented her with a gift box. For Chloe. She rips it open and squeals, "This is really for me." The organizer just smiles. "Of course, it's what you wanted." She hugged the gift so tight, a huge smile blooming on her face. "I love it so much." Emma leaned over, curious. "Is that kid-sized leather armor?" And then boom. Flashback to a time when she, Chloe, and their mom were out for a walk. Back then, whenever Chloe saw knights sparring, she was totally mesmerized. She wanted to wear armor too. "Knight's clothes?" her mom had asked. And Chloe shot back without even thinking, "Yep, because Chloe's a warrior, so she wants to wear warrior armor, too." Emma figures they must have overheard her back then. Back in the present, the guards are all chatting with Chloe while Emma watches from a distance. "Chloe will come rescue us, and next time we'll all build a treehouse together." "That sounds awesome. We'll do it after the harvest." And just as the organizer promised, it was time for Kai's duel with Jake. But before he went, he turned to Emma. "You gotta keep that promise." And our little girl immediately agreed. That little nod was all the fuel he needed. For the first time, Emma wasn't giving Kai her usual salty look. She wondered if maybe she was starting to actually like him, not just times not hate times him. Soon, the showdown between Kai and Jake began. After all that crazy training, Kai was finally able to land a hit on Jake with his sword. He even mentioned it once or twice, which made Jake ask, "What do you mean by that?" Kai didn't answer, just let a little smirk creep onto his face as Jake chuckled. Then Jake showed him what was up. In a flash, he struck, sending Kai stumbling backward, but he recovered instantly, his feet planted and his eyes sharp with focus. He immediately went in for a counterattack, ready for round 2. Seeing how serious Kai was, Jake smiled and praised him. "You've really gotten stronger. I guess I gotta be more careful now, little dude." Then he warns, "I'm not holding back anymore." Emma watched the whole thing with her siblings, silently freaking out. "Dad, isn't that a little intense for a 6-year-old? But then she reconsidered. Maybe her dad just had really high hopes for Kai. The sound of their wooden swords clashing echoed through the yard. After a super long fight, Kai was battered and bruised, totally out of breath when Jake said, "How about we call it a day, young man?" But Kai pleaded, his voice cracking. "Just a little more, please." Jake hesitated. But before he could say no, Kai added, "Just a little more. I won the treasure hunt, remember?" And with that, he launched himself into the air. Kai put every last bit of energy into that jump, lunging straight for Jake. You could tell Jake never expected him to go that far. His face was pure shock. In that one moment of surprise, Kai actually managed to tag Jake with his sword again, and everyone gasped. Emma was stunned by his effort, silently cheering his name. Kai fought so hard for that hit. His wooden sword tapped Jake's waist as he panted, totally exhausted. Then a huge grin spread across his face, and he said, "I did it." He gave Jake a quick, grateful bow and then sprinted over to Emma. A giant question mark popped over her head as he ran up, beaming. "Little one, I did it 3 times. Did you see?" Emma just stared blankly, because honestly, she never even wanted him to fight her dad in the first place. But he kept pushing. "Did you see it, Em?" She let out a sigh, stuck by her promise. Not wanting to leave him hanging, she put on a bright smile and showered him with compliments. The second he heard her praise, his face just froze. But a second later, Kai's face felt like it was on fire, and he quickly covered it with his hands to hide how embarrassed he was. He took a deep breath, trying to pull himself together. "Oh my god, you guys." He's totally flustered, trying to smooth down his blonde hair, but his cheeks are bright red, busted. He turns back to Emma and is like, "So, can I be your big brother? For real?" And her eyes go wide, like she totally lost her cool for a sec. Emma looks away, all shy and embarrassed for some reason, but she totally takes his hand. In her head, she's like, aren't you already? My heart can't take this." But of course, the good vibes couldn't last forever. Emma started getting in her head about other stuff. Before she knew it, Thanksgiving was basically here. Kai swore up and down he'd be back before Ethan's birthday. But her mind was stuck on the fact that Kai had to go back to his family's huge estate in, 3 weeks. Emma got super bummed, realizing that because Kai was always around, she kind of forgot he was this super important young heir. So there's Emma's family, all standing at the massive front door of their place, saying goodbye to Kai as he gets into this fancy car. Jake is all chill, telling him, "Dude, missing a birthday isn't the end of the world." But Kai immediately shuts that down, saying his grandpa also wanted an invite to Ethan's birthday party. Hearing that, Jake stopped trying to convince him. Instead, he just smiled and was like, "All right, bet. I'll send an invitation over as soon as possible and tell your grandfather I say hi." Kai gave this super respectful bow back, like, "Yes, sir." And it was right then that he realized he forgot to say goodbye to Emma. His face totally lit up, and he flashed this huge smile, saying, "I'll be back soon." Emma just gave this serious little nod, and that tiny move made everyone else just freeze. As Kai's car pulled away, Jake waved, but then his whole expression shifted. Man, it's a real problem when your youngest is just that adorable. Anyway, time flies, and bam, it's Thanksgiving. Everything was ready, and Emma joined her brother and sister at the massive feast. Chloe was literally squealing with joy. Unlike the spring festival, which was all about flowers, this one was all about the food. And Chloe was immediately drawn to the insane amount of sweets laid out. It looked so good, because this festival is for everyone who's been grinding hard all year. Emma, Chloe, and Ethan are just going to town on the desserts. The sisters eat the exact same way. It's hilarious, and their parents are even getting a cute moment to themselves. And Emma's hit with this memory, right here, the whole fam blending in with the crowd in regular clothes, just enjoying the food. Chloe was dragging Emma all over the place, grabbing snacks. "Oh my god, this is amazing, too. We have to eat this together." She ate until she literally couldn't anymore. Feeling stuffed and seeing Chloe looking kinda down, Emma started blaming herself, thinking her sister couldn't live her best foodie life because she was worried about her. Seeing Chloe looking so sad, one of the maids came over to cheer her up. "Emma's sad, eating all by herself, so let me be your food buddy." Seeing that, Emma decided it was best to dip out for a little bit. Her sister had a maid with her, so what could possibly go wrong? Famous last words, right? Ethan led her outside, and they walked over to this giant pumpkin tower. Ethan asked, "You see this pumpkin tower, Emma?" He was watching her super closely. The little one doesn't usually ask for stuff, but she seemed totally fascinated by the pumpkin tower. He's thinking, look how she's staring at it. Her eyes were glued to the thing, so Ethan figured it was maybe too big for her to see right. "Here, let me help you get a better look." But right then, Ethan overheard his parents talking nearby. Looks like all the kids love the pumpkin tower. Even Ethan loved it when he was a little kid. Oh my god. Ethan is absolutely mortified as his parents start down memory lane again. He does not want this to happen. For the past few days, they've been dropping embarrassing stories about him in front of his sisters, but his parents are totally oblivious to his pain. He was so embarrassed, bringing up stuff from the past he didn't even remember. So Jake is determined to stop them, and Ethan quickly calls out to them. His mom didn't seem to hear, just kept walking and spilling the tea. Back then, it was just Ethan. So only the three of us came, and everyone thought he was so cute, but then he got lost when I looked away for 1 second. I was so worried when you just disappeared. Jake added, "That's right. Your mother and I were freaking out back then." Ethan couldn't get a word in to stop his parents, so he was just trying to keep his cool. His hands clenched, and Emma was a little shook. "Whoa, he's holding my hand way tighter than usual. It's gonna turn purple." She let out a tiny gasp, but then she noticed something was up. The vibe was off with Ethan, and Emma knew she shouldn't mention how much his grip was hurting. His parents, still totally clueless about Ethan's expression, kept going. We split up to look for you, but we couldn't find a trace. I was worried your mom was going to collapse right there, but then we found you. He was in the pumpkin tower, wasn't he? He sure was. Unable to talk right, Ethan just mumbled, Mom, Dad. Hearing that, he couldn't take it anymore and just pulled Emma away. Totally confused, she called out, Ethan, and looked back at her parents, super worried. Mom, Dad, this really isn't the time to be admiring the pumpkin tower. Then Emma noticed another problem. Her sister was alone. Where's her chaperone? There are way too many people here, I can't even see straight. Emma thought, trying to read the room. Everyone looks so happy. But why do I have such a bad feeling? This spooky premonition hit her just as Chloe started walking toward the pumpkin tower. A horrible thought plagued Emma's mind, like she was about to lose someone. As the sun set, Emma was walking with Ethan through the huge family grounds. Lights were popping on in the houses as Ethan led her to a big tree. He just hung his head, lost in thought. Did his parents actually enjoy making him feel ashamed? They're always bringing up ancient stories I don't even remember. Emma silently watched her brother. Thoughts started clicking in her head. Her brother was a genius and was always the top choice to take over for their dad, but she'd only known him since he was 6 years old. It's hard to picture his old personality from our parents' stories, but to them, he's always been their sweet son, so of course, they think it's cute. It seems like he doesn't want to be seen as a kid by his sisters. He was so worked up, he didn't even realize he was crushing my hand as he ran. Ethan was still muttering to himself, I have to set an example for my siblings. Hearing that, Emma knew her theory was right. That's exactly what my brother was thinking. After a second, Ethan finally noticed his little sister standing next to him. He blankly called out her name, then saw her hand was turning red from his grip. Ethan's face just fell. He dropped to his knees, full of apologies. He said sorry to Emma, gently rubbed her hand, and wondered how he let things get so out of control. Then he asked out loud, Why didn't you tell me I was hurting your hand? Emma was stunned. She immediately denied it, saying, You didn't say I was bad. Emma was never at fault. Then he sighed and took all the blame. No, that's not it. I'm sorry for accidentally hurting you. If you think Ethan is the best big brother, smash that like button. Totally heartbroken, Ethan hugged Emma, telling her to let him know if she ever felt pain again. Seeing him so sad, Emma called out, Brother. Ethan started apologizing again. Your brother was wrong, but she wasn't trying to blame him. She just wanted to tell him she was okay. Hong is in pain. Ethan just stared at Emma, shocked. At that exact moment, the sobs of several maids cut through the air as they noticed Chloe was gone. Emma looked around, confused, wondering what happened to her sister. Ethan quickly picked her up, saying, Let's go home. Emma, you'll get sick. He carried her back to their parents. Maya was asking worriedly where the kids had gone, terrified that something awful had happened. Jake quickly tried to calm his wife down, saying the knights were searching and would find her soon. Just then, Ethan came running up from a distance, yelling, Mother, Father, and they both turned to look. Ethan, totally out of breath, asked, What happened to Chloe? Seeing them, their mother immediately hugged them both, asking, Where have you two been, Ethan, Emma? With a sigh, she said, Your father and I were so worried about you both. Ethan felt a huge wave of guilt. He set Emma down and changed the subject. I saw the maids looking for Chloe. What happened? Ethan's question made his parents give each other a quick, weird look. They shared a glance, and then his mother answered, saying Chloe was just playing hide and seek, and that's why the maids were looking for her. Emma knew instantly they were lying, probably so she and Ethan wouldn't worry. She anxiously clenched her dress. Is something really wrong with my sister? She sneakily hid one hand behind her back and used her power. The chaos of the festival just made her more worried. Emma had summoned Chaco, and when he arrived, he started crying and questioning her. My queen, why haven't you summoned me in so long? What do you want me to do now? You haven't summoned her in a week. Chaco wants to be petted, too. Were you planning to wait another 20 years to summon me? Emma had no time for jokes right now. She earnestly called for Chaco, quickly laying out the deal. My sister is missing. If you find her, I'll keep you by my side for 3 whole days. Chaco stopped crying instantly, then spread his wings and took off, saying, I'll be right back. Chaco's presence made Emma feel a little calmer. Finding her sister was now just a matter of time. Meanwhile, Ethan told his mother his plan. He was going to search for Chloe, too. Emma worried for him, knowing she couldn't just ignore her brother's situation. But without any experience in stuff like this, he had no idea what to do. After talking with his mom, Ethan pulled himself together and told Emma that he thinks Chloe is playing hide and seek. He asked if she wanted to look for her with him. She got it. It looked like her brother had figured it out, too. Before they even started looking, Chaco brought them the info. Boss lady. She's here. Emma immediately whipped her head toward the pumpkin tower and then grabbed Ethan's hand. He stared blankly at Emma as she said it again. Pumpkin Tower. Hearing that, Ethan thought she wanted to play, saying, "The Pumpkin Tower? I'll take you there later." But Emma didn't give him a chance to say no and just started pulling him toward it. For real, she's really going. Facing the giant pumpkin tower, she realized she'd underestimated it. There's no opening. How is she going to get in? She wondered if she should use magic. It could collapse at any moment. Ethan, still not getting it, asked, "Emma, why are you doing this?" Meanwhile, from inside the pumpkin tower, a weak voice sobbed, "Emma." The sound came from a little gap inside the tower where Chloe was huddled. Emma's pumpkin tower. Hearing a voice from outside, she instantly recognized her brother. Brother. Chloe was trapped inside this super dark space. The poor girl screamed in terror, and Ethan immediately heard it. "Chloe," he shouted, totally desperate. "Chloe, are you in there?" Emma could finally let out a breath of relief now that he knew she was inside. A faint sound echoed from within. "Brother, let us know in the comments what you think will happen next, and don't forget to subscribe." Okay, so bam. Ethan immediately clocked the hole in the pumpkin tower. He went into full rescue mode, trying to calm Chloe down, like, "I'm gonna get you out. Don't move an inch, it's way too dangerous, just stay put." Suddenly, Ethan's pink hair pops into view as he leans in, reaching for his little sis. "Chloe, I'm here, can you reach for my hand?" And y'all, seeing him was like seeing the literal sun. Chloe just looked up at her big bro with these huge, teary eyes. Finding his sister trapped in that pumpkin tower, Ethan was like, "Chloe, can you reach your hand out to me?" The second she heard her brother's voice, Chloe, like, super hesitantly reached out her tiny hand, and he so carefully grabbed it. "That's it, good girl. Be careful." Meanwhile, Emma's just watching this whole intense sibling moment from the sidelines. But then, she hears this little creak from the pumpkin tower and gets totally spooked, realizing this whole thing could go south fast. That tower was literally about to collapse. While her bro was playing hero, she was low-key channeling her powers, thinking her whole mission was to support him from the shadows. Ethan, cool as a cucumber, kept telling Chloe they were almost out. The second she was free, Chloe just leaped into her brother's arms, screaming his name, and Ethan just hugged his sister, looking so dang relieved. Once he knew his sister was totally safe, he asked Chloe, "Why in the world did you go in there?" She just sobbed. The nanny, Grace, chimed in, "I heard that your father and mother were super worried since you snuck into the pumpkin tower before." Emma was like, "Wait, what?" Ethan was completely stunned as his parents, Jake and Maya, rushed over, totally out of breath. "Chloe, Ethan, are you guys okay?" Their voices were just dripping with worry. Ethan quickly told them Chloe was safe, and everyone let out this massive sigh of relief. But hold up, the tea isn't over yet, because he's like, "And I have something to say." Maya, just glad her daughter was okay, asked all worried, "Sweetheart, where have you been?" Chloe hesitantly mumbled. Chloe was in the pumpkin tower. Maya just chuckled and was like, "The pumpkin tower? My kids are literally twins in looks and actions." Chloe, being all innocent, confirms, "That's right, Chloe wants to be just like you." She's totally clueless about her brother's weird expression. Ethan then covers his sister's ears and says, "Chloe, wait here for a sec." She just looks up at her big bro, not saying a word. He then says, dead serious, "I appreciate that you remember how adorable I was as a kid." Then his face got all serious. "But I'd really prefer you not bring up my past L's in front of my sisters." His words left Jake totally confused. "Ah, I see." It seems Ethan was beyond embarrassed, and hearing his dad's response just made him more heated, and he shouted, "That doesn't matter. My sister is copying the dumb stuff I did." She thought it was okay. This move totally stunned both Jake and Maya, but he kept going. "I hope both of my siblings will only copy my good qualities, and I hope you get what I mean, father, mother." With a super serious face, he added that his dad always said, "A mistake is a mistake, no matter how small." Hearing his own words thrown back at him, Jake was speechless. Having said his piece, Ethan immediately turned to his sister to apologize, asking if he'd hurt her ears. Emma glances over at him, all worried, but seeing he's actually relieved, she can finally breathe again. The storm clouds, though, now seem to be gathering over their dad's head. Looks like even grown-ups need a shoulder to cry on. Am I right? Jake is just blaming himself, and Maya can only try to comfort her husband. Later, on the carriage ride home, which felt as long as a trip from Austin to Dallas, Chloe was excitedly swinging her little legs. She chirped, "Since my brother went inside, I thought there must be something super cool in the pumpkin tower." Maya, hearing this, just stammered helplessly, "I get it, but Mom is totally speechless right now." Ethan sternly reminds his sister, "Chloe, from now on, you have to tell people where you're going." She obediently replies, "Yes." Seeing the two of them, Maya quietly said, "It would be nice if our eldest son did that, too." Oof. That comment made Ethan's heart sink, but he just obediently agreed with his mom. "Yes, mother." Even though Emma was asleep in the carriage, she totally knew their parents had a private chat with Ethan afterward. Ethan hugged his parents, saying, "Even though my sisters are precious to me, I'm so ashamed and hate hearing about my past screw-ups, so I'd really prefer if these stories stayed just between the three of us." Jake hugged them both, saying, "So, you'll be spending some time with Mom and Dad, too." Maya teased him, saying he seems to spend a ton of time with Emma and Chloe. What a heartwarming scene, right? The three of them just hugging it out. Emma couldn't help but think about how worried they must have been, even though it was all over. She'd been worried about her brother always trying to act like a grown-up, worried that her 7-year-old brother seemed to forget he was a kid. As Maya hugged Ethan, she asked if he was super sad, and she was so happy when he replied with a cheerful, "No, looks like everything ended up okay. Phew." What a relief. Drop a comment below if you think family moments like these are the absolute best. She used her power to basically eavesdrop on the conversation between the three of them. Seeing that everything was cool, she stroked Choco and praised her. "Good job." As promised, she played with Choco for 4 days straight, and that little furball was practically glued to her side the whole time. As she kept her promise, she thought, "When Kai gets back, I won't be able to summon this little chocolate puff for a while." She remembered the day he squatted in front of her and asked, "Little one, do you have a puppy?" As she played with Choco, she wondered how that guy could even see him. Meanwhile, Choco was living in blissful ignorance that their playtime was ending. "Choco, so happy. Can I stay with you forever? It's fun to sleep with the Demon King and watch her eat." But Emma just coldly replies, "No." Choco jumped up and whined, "Why? Why can't I stop that arrogant little dude from coming here?" But this cocky guy is nothing compared to Choco, the one and only attendant to the great and noble Demon King. Emma just stays silent, thinking to herself, stopping him from coming is like stopping him from breathing. This world ain't that cruel. She just tells Choco that she feels the need for Kai, letting her figure out the reasons herself. Is this the Demon King's grand plan? Outwardly, Emma agrees, but inside she knows there's zero plan. She started overthinking again, realizing she could probably stop the world's destruction with her own power. But real talk, she was also scared to die. The scene was so peaceful, but her heart was a total mess. "It's been a hot minute since I've felt this. Afraid of death." Choco, totally oblivious to her deep thoughts, kept rambling. "So, that arrogant kid is a candidate to become one of the Demon King's subordinates, right?" Emma was kind of taken aback by the question. "Him." Choco continued, "That's not surprising. If you see him as a candidate for your subordinate, that means he'll be Choco's colleague, right?" It spoke proudly, putting a paw on its chest. "Since Choco is your first minion, I'll be sure to act cool." Snuggling up to Emma, it declared that if that rowdy brat was a candidate, it would get ready to school him. Emma sighed, stroking Choco's head, but inwardly apologized to Kai, promising she would never let that happen. Down below, Ethan and Chloe were playing together in the courtyard. And Emma just thinks how awesome it would be if life could always be this chill and happy. While Emma was lost in thought, her grandpa, Jake, got some troubling news and was studying a letter like it was a final exam. Before he could even finish, a voice echoed from outside, "Grandpa, it's Kai. Can I come in?" Hearing Kai's voice, he quickly hid the important paper under a stack of documents and said, "Come in." With Thanksgiving over, Haven was buzzing with activity for a whole other reason. Emma was thinking about Ethan's upcoming birthday on October 28th. Ethan suggested just skipping his birthday party since the national holiday was so close, and Emma totally got his logic. The anniversary of the Great Kai's sealing is October 31st, and it seems her mature older brother wanted to take one for the team because of the big event. But Maya was not having it, gently patting her son's shoulder. "It's good to have lots of days to celebrate." Ethan still wasn't convinced. But Maya just smiled happily. "Don't take away your mother's joy in celebrating your birthday." Ethan, totally embarrassed, finally agreed. And so, we started prepping for her brother's birthday party. And with the birthday coming up, Kai excitedly showed Emma, "Look, I brought you something. It's a children's picture book." The book was about a little fox. And with Ethan's birthday right around the corner, Kai returns to Haven. He came back with a whole stack of books, making her sigh. 3 weeks had passed, and the little one was still so tiny. As he reached for her hand, she thought, "Oh, here we go again." She really had no choice but to shake his hand. He was over the moon that she'd actually taken his hand. He says he's glad the young lady doesn't hate him anymore. Little did he know how cringe she was feeling inside. Why was he talking such nonsense? Does he think she's a total fool? Kai reverently takes her hand and kisses it. His eyes were shining with so much affection it was kind of creepy. He wasn't even done gushing about how much he missed her. "I miss you so much." But a cold voice just cuts through the moment. Kai flinched, but he didn't let go of Emma's hand. "You haven't even properly greeted the Duke before coming to see the young lady. So, this must be his grandpa." He coldly schooled Kai, asking if that's how he was raised. To which Kai stood up straight and replied, "Seriously, no, sir. You ordered me to go with you?" He could only respond, "Yes." Emma is also shook to see this side of Kai. It's the first time she's ever seen him look so worried. Her eyes seem to see right through everything, silently confirming that this dude must be Kai's grandfather. Kai's grandfather was a super dignified man who could easily make Kai fall in line. Before leaving, his eyes drifted over to Emma, standing behind Kai. Their eyes met, and upon seeing Emma, he apologized before taking off. "It's my fault, little miss. I'll greet you properly later." She quietly sized him up in her head. He seemed just as strict as the rumors said. Even after they bounced, she was still thinking about it. On second thought, if he wanted to get Kai, he could have just sent a servant. Why did he come all the way here himself? She found his actions super sus, quietly speculating during dinner that the meal was way more extra than usual. It's gotta be because of Kai's grandpa. Everything is prepped like it's a state dinner from some mansion in Beverly Hills just because of the special guest. Jake, as the host, spoke first. "I know you're a very busy man. Thank you for taking the time to visit us." The grandfather politely replied, "No, I entrusted my nephew to you, so I'm the one who should apologize for not visiting more often." Maya chimed in modestly. "Please don't say that. It's good for kids to make friends." He shared sincerely that honestly, he should be the one who's more grateful. As he spoke, he placed a hand on Kai's shoulder. Maya politely replied that her child must have caused a lot of trouble, but he was always so forgiving. Not at all. Kai is very well behaved, and curiosity is totally normal at this age. He also saved Maya any embarrassment by thanking her. While the adults were exchanging all these pleasantries, Ethan was just watching Emma eat with the biggest smile on his face. Hit that subscribe button if you're loving this family drama. As she was grabbing a bite, she kept her eyes peeled, feeling someone's gaze totally locked on her. She was like, "Is that Mikhail again?" But when she looked up, oh my god, it was Grand Duke Leventus himself. The second she caught him staring, he whipped his head away. She was thinking, did my brain just glitch? But before he looked away, she totally saw the corner of his mouth do this weird little twitch, and then he started talking. He tried to play it cool, asking Jake, "Hey Duke, you planning on hitting up the capital this season?" Jake, not really getting the vibe, was just like, "Nah, the kids are still little." He added, "I gotta take him for their debut during the new year, though. Can't just ghost His Majesty, you know?" While the grown-ups were talking, the three kids were just happily chowing down. "Emma, is the food bussin'? Emma, you gotta try this." 2. Hearing her dad mention the capital totally jogged her memory. She remembered he went last year but had to bail midway through because of that whole kidnapping drama. He hasn't really gone out much since then. The Grand Duke sighed, dropped his spoon dramatically, and said, "You should go to the capital. Now." Jake was shook, asking, "Is something wrong?" The Duke paused for, maximum effect before answering. "There's been some major tea spilling from the palace lately." His voice dropped to a whisper. "It looks like the Empress is pregnant." As soon as he said it, the whole vibe at the table just tanked. Jake was like, "I get the queen part, but he's only telling half the story." Emma was so confused. Shouldn't a royal baby be a good thing? Seeing her parents looking like they'd seen a ghost from a house on 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, she knew something was seriously wrong. Seeing her parents' reaction sent up so many red flags, and she knew she had to go full-on detective mode on the Emperor. She quietly fired up her powers, determined to get the real story. After dinner, it was bedtime for the three kids. "Oh my gosh, where does the time go?" Maya said, giving each of her kids a goodnight kiss, starting with Emma. "Sleep well, my dear." Next, Chloe gets her goodnight kiss, and so does Mikhail. "Me too, Mikhail." The Grand Duke also said his goodnights, and Chloe, hearing him, just innocently called out to him. She reached her little arms out to be held, and he leaned over asking what was up. He bent down to hear what she wanted, but she totally ambushed him with a kiss and wished him goodnight. Not only was he surprised, but Ethan and Kai were also totally stunned by her move, as he was sweetly stroking her hair. He then turned and gave Emma this time's look asterisk, leaving her completely confused, wondering why he was staring at her like that. Does he want me to give him a goodnight kiss, too, she thought. Faced with that expectant gaze, she gulped. Guess there's no getting out of this one. She went up to him and held out her hands. From across the room, Jake and Maya were watching, cracking up at their youngest daughter's hilarious drama. Our little one seems to have a thing for the Grand Duke, doesn't she? Emma, now in the Grand Duke's arms, gives him a quick peck on the cheek, and his eyes are just filled with so much love for her. He patted her head, thinking out loud. This must be why our little one likes the young lady so much. She was just thinking, shouldn't he like her sister more than? The logic was not logicking. I really don't get it, Emma thought to herself on the way back to her room. My sister and brother's rooms are in the east wing on the second floor, while mine is in the west wing, along with Mikhail's. Damien and Chloe were holding hands as they went to their rooms, wishing Emma and Mikhail good night. See you tomorrow. Sweet dreams. Mikhail grabbed Emma's hand and set it back. You too. After they left, Mikhail was practically bouncing off the walls with excitement. This is the first time I get to sleep with you, he was thinking. But you're in a different room. Mikhail gets all suspicious. If I get scared in my sleep, can I come in with you? She was so over it but didn't say anything. Did I hear that right? Is he scared of ghosts or something? They finally got to her bedroom door. Mikhail announced, "We've arrived." With that, he dropped to one knee, lowering his gaze to match hers. He asked, "May I come greet you? Good morning?" She agreed, and he immediately got super excited. "Really? Then I'll definitely come by tomorrow, and I promise not to wake you if you're asleep." She did not get it. It was just a good morning greeting. Why was he acting like he just won the Powerball? Mikhail added, "Besides, can't you do that for me?" Her face was totally blank, but Mikhail was not about to give up. "That goodnight kiss, you did it for my grandfather." She irritably thought he was starting this again as he continued, "You do it for Chloe and Damien, too." She was speechless. "But they're my siblings." Mikhail then put on his best puppy dog face, eyes sparkling, and said, "Do I have to be family to get one?" Faced with that look, she thought, hold up, that look is a total trap, but he just kept acting all pitiful. "I've never gotten one before." She finally caved. "All right, I can't say no to a pleading 6-year-old, she repeated, and he immediately perked up. "Do you want me to come closer?" She got on her tiptoes and kissed his hair, wishing him good night. After hearing her wish, he returned it with a super satisfied look on his face. "Good night, little one. I'll see you tomorrow." Grace tucked her in and wished her sweet dreams. "Little miss." Grace left, thinking she was asleep, but her eyes fluttered open a second later. She was no innocent kid who could just drift off to sleep that easily. Her mind started racing, wondering where her parents and the Grand Duke were right now. Her vision soon faded in. There they were, in the drawing room. She felt a little bit guilty. "Forgive me, Mom and Dad. I'll only eavesdrop for a second." Jake asked again, needing to be sure. "Are you certain the Queen is pregnant?" The Grand Duke confirmed. "Yes. I've heard the child is due next spring." Maya was startled. Spring meant the Queen was already 5 months along. The Grand Duke continued, saying it made sense since it had been 10 years since the Emperor's wedding with no news. He sipped his tea and said casually, "And this is why the Emperor has been so quiet lately." He then calmly stated, "Your side is now on the Emperor's blacklist. Shouldn't you two be prepared?" Emma, all the way in her room, couldn't help but be shocked by his every word. Was she missing something huge? A blacklist is being prepared. What on earth happened between His Majesty, the Emperor, and the Duke's family? Jake says his youngest will be 3 soon, and then they can go to the capital. But the Grand Duke warns him to be careful, especially with Maya, which made Emma think they're just trying to keep a good relationship with her family. Maya calmly says, "There's no need to worry too much." But Jake immediately shot back, "How can I not worry in this situation?" "Because the reason the Emperor was able to get to where he is now," the Grand Duke said slowly, "the reason His Majesty inherited the throne is because your wife gave up her title." Emma started thinking about her mom's past. She remembered that the Enderblank estate where she was born, somewhere out in Crest, was far from chill. Not long before her mom's wedding, the battle for the throne was crazier than ever, as the old emperor had a ton of kids, and siblings were literally taking each other out for the crown. With her insane smarts, her mom survived, but she ended up with a deep hatred for the royal family because of it. Even though she was next in line for the throne, my mom chose to ditch it and marry my dad, which allowed her half-brother, who was living off the grid, to survive. That guy became Emperor Laxius. And after hearing their conversation, Emma finally understood why. From the info she's pieced together, she can finally get her mom's decision. Laxius seems to know he's kind of a loser, so he's trying to stay on good terms with the other nobles, especially the Enderblank family, not to mention her mom's massive influence. The Duke Enderblank family has one of the longest histories in the entire metro. Her dad alone was a massive hero in the Imperial War over a decade ago. Her thoughts were becoming clearer. "I thought the royal family wouldn't mess with them since only the Enderblank dukes had ties to them. But after hearing about Grand Duke Leventis, she's getting nervous. The Leventis Grand Duchy used to be the Leventis Empire, but to control the Burian Empire, they chose to merge and let the Burian Empire name them Grand Dukes." She couldn't get it. The Grand Duke should have been ride or die for His Majesty, but he gave up his title because of drama from the royal family. The more she thought about it, the more pissed off she got. Thanks to someone, her family was in this sticky situation, but at least they weren't crushed by the metro. She had to do better. She closed her eyes, thinking about the Queen's pregnancy and the worry that the royal family's relationship with the Enderblank family would change. Her thoughts drifted, realizing Emperor Laxius was way more ambitious than the public knew. Dude was filled with greed, but had zero ability to back it up. She sighed. Both sides were way too complicated. She knew her goal, but it barely mattered because she would protect this family no matter what. A civil war. I've been through this a million times, haven't I? Was it my 76th life? Back then, I was some kind of specialist named Seiyun YB. She did not want to remember the past. After all, it was just the past. Time flies, And it's already the fourth day that Grand Duke Leventus and Mikhail have stayed at Haven. Mikhail has been constantly glued to her side, asking for a morning kiss. Mikhail relentlessly begged her for morning and goodnight kisses. And not just that, he constantly bothered her, saying he'd go practice in the morning, asking her to play with him later. She was helpless as he just talked and answered for himself, making promises and leaving before she could even say no. She sighed, wondering why this kid was so attached to her. The nannies exclaimed that even if she doesn't like it, the young lady needs to dress up all fancy today. That's right, because today is the young master's birthday. She doesn't get why the nannies think she dislikes him. When did I ever say I didn't like him? I have no idea what they're talking about. The nanny just keeps rambling on. Of course, a good child should wear pretty clothes. That's right. Look, this is the new dress for today's party. It's adorable, isn't it? We know the young master likes blue, so we chose a blue dress for you. Her face is a giant question mark, and she can't help but wonder. Now they're treating me like a spoiled child. Oh, wait, that is me. She felt so wronged. This was so unfair. She liked her brother, Damien, the brother who always cheerfully called her name so sweetly. She blames this whole mess on that freaking idiot, Mikhail. She started thinking again. Compared to her birthday party, Damien's was pretty low-key. Or maybe the parties are just customized to our personalities. Standing off to the side, she noticed most of the gifts were books and stationery. Some Marquis sent a limited edition set of theological books as a birthday gift. Thank you. Listening to her brother's convo with the guests only made her more confused. As much as he loved reading, this was seriously putting pressure on him. Maya put a hand on Jake's shoulder, which surprised him, and asked Damien if he'd like to go outside for a bit. He repeated, "Go outside." Damien went first, followed by the three other kids. She finally understood why her parents had called her brother outside. They were so sweet. They must have prepared an amazing gift for him. Jake led Damien away, who asked in total shock, "For real? Oh my god, you guys." Just then, Jake rolls up with this adorable little pony, and the kid's like, "Wait, is this for real? A pony?" And Jake is all, "Yup, you earned it. Your riding's gotten pretty sick." Then he hits him with the classic parent question. "You gonna be responsible for this little guy?" And the kid is so hyped. "Totally. I'll get all the tips from the security guys." But then you hear this times ahem times from the corner, and it's the Grand Duke. So Kai, being a total mood, just deadpans, "I'm more into the bigger horses." And Jake, not missing a beat, just shoots back, "I know. Oof, the tension." Emma's just watching this whole exchange like, are they besties or enemies? I can't read the room. Anyway, after the party, the Grand Duke and Kai get invited to crash at Haven until the anniversary. And get this, during that time, Emma and the Grand Duke totally started bonding. But right before he was about to dip, he showed up at her room. He's like, "My dear little lady, can I hold you?" So sweet, right? He always made a point to see her first. He started with his usual, "Can I get my hug today?" And honestly, the way he dotes on her is exactly like Kai. So he gives her this big hug, maybe for the last time. It's the morning of the anniversary, and he's heading out right after making a donation to the priest, which is perfect timing, because the priest is literally here today to bless the house. But then, hold up, Emma clocks Kai's face, and dude looks seriously wrecked standing next to the Grand Duke. She's thinking, yo, why does he look like he just saw a ghost? And boom, outside, the guests are rolling in. We've arrived at Haven, Your Holiness. And this priest, Leo, steps out of the carriage, looking like he just smelled something foul from a Jersey dumpster, muttering, "Oh, I've been here a million times, and I still hate this place." He's got this super stuck-up vibe while Jake is all smiles and welcoming arms, like, "So glad you could make it. This whole place is counting on your blessing." But Leo's attitude is just trash. He totally blanks Jake's greeting and is like, whatever. Then, you guys, he practically dives for the donation box, drooling. Is this the good stuff for the shrine? All Jake can do is be like, yup. Emma's peeking out from behind her mom, Maya, probably thinking, is this priest allowed to be this thirsty for cash? This rude dude, Leo, is talking through a cloud of incense smoke, saying the blessing will be done after this one thing. Bro hasn't even started and he's already hitting them up for favors. Wow, this huge estate must be a lot to handle. Mind if I snag a cup of tea? Like, seriously. Jake has no choice but to say yes. And you know, Emma noticed this whole vibe immediately. She's like, okay, it's a holiday, so my parents are letting it go, but I am not feeling this priest. She clocked from the jump that he was totally ignoring the Grand Duke's family, like, not even a glance or a hello, and then had the nerve to tell the staff to put the incense thingy right behind them. The disrespect is real. Leo gives the Grand Duke this major side eye, but his gaze is totally locked on the donation tray. Then he struts over all high and mighty and asks if the Grand Duke brought his offering. Without skipping a beat, the Grand Duke is like, of course. Leo picks up a coin and sneers, well, look at that. Glad to see the Grand Duke still remembers how to pray. the shade of it all. The Grand Duke claps back that, like, prayer is pretty basic for everyone living here, but Leo's attitude is still garbage. Yes, yes, the Holy One is times always times watching over your family, he says, dripping with sarcasm. Emma's getting seriously weirded out by this whole thing. At first, she thought he was just being a pain, but now this is getting out of hand. He starts going off on them like he's their disappointed dad. But Emma's just like, why though? Like, why are they just standing there taking this disrespect? Kai's face is just defeated. And Leo, the priest, looks furious as he glares at him, saying coldly, the shrine has to return the Grand Dukes. Asterisk sincerity asterisk. Then, guys, this crazy power starts glowing in his hand. Emma is shook by how unhinged this dude is. Kai's magic is still unstable, and this power surge is just gonna cause him insane amounts of pain. And all he can do is just take it. Leo finally lets him go, sighing like he's so disappointed. Little man, you still can't handle divine power. And he has this smug look on his face, but don't you worry. The Holy Spirit will get you one day. The Grand Duke is dead silent, just quietly putting a hand on Kai's shoulder. Emma is completely lost. Even with Crest's influence over the metro, how could some random priest have the guts to act so bold with the Grand Duke? She's clutching her skirt, knowing the guy is a total pain for the Emperor. Maybe this has something to do with all that drama. They're not just some random rich family from Beverly Hills. 90210. It makes her think of Kai asking her to see the flowers. Hey, let's go check out those flowers over there. The Grand Duke and Kai were so sweet to her. Like, you're not cold, are you, kiddo? And now these people, her found family, are getting bullied right in front of her, while this clown calmly sips his tea. This tea is amazing. The more she thinks about it, the more pissed she gets. How can she just let this greedy jerk run his mouth? He even pushes for more, asking about contributing to the main shrine. Jake just mumbles, I'll look into it. Oh, heck no, she is not letting this slide. She's gonna figure out how this dude with zero real clout dares to act so tough. Her eyes get all dark and stormy, and you just know he is not leaving here in one piece. She uses her powers to lift her own teacup, and then bam, makes the tea in Hi's hand spill all over him. He shrieks that it's hot, and Maya immediately yells for the staff to bring some cold water. The servant is like, on it. The guy, totally embarrassed, is like, it's fine. I don't need it. I'm done here. I'm going back to the shrine to, serve the gods. But it is so too late. The servant hustles out and just douses him with a whole bucket of water, leaving this very unfortunate wet spot right on the front of his pants. Yikes. The whole room goes dead silent. And Maya instantly covers Emma's eyes, lol. Leo's face turns beet red, and he's like, I should go. Jake and Maya just stand there frozen as they see him out, but it looks like Emma wasn't done yet. She works her magic one more time, and you just hear this blood-curdling scream. Jake is all worried, asking if he's okay, but the guy, trying to save face, just grits out, I'm fine. He finally scrambles into his carriage, looking like a total mess, and he still has the nerve to say, well, if you need anything in the future, just call. The gods reward sincerity. Emma's just sighing, like, give me a break. All he wants to do is come back and hit them up for more cash. This dude is a lost cause. She didn't mean to take it that far, but honestly, he had it coming. And then get this, a huge gust of wind blows out of nowhere. Jake and Maya are just staring, mouths wide open. Even the Grand Duke can't believe his eyes as Leo's wig gets snatched by the wind. They all just watch as this guy chases his 2P down the driveway, screaming about his hair, but it just keeps going. He's literally crying, it's flying to heaven, while running after it. I'm dying. No, my hair. He literally drops to his knees, screaming. Emma's just thinking to herself, that's what you get for being a greedy little troll. And with that, Leo is finally gone. The second he's out of sight, everyone just explodes with laughter. Grace, the nanny, is like, I had no idea the priest was bald. For real though, what's he so ashamed of? He's a priest, who cares if he's bald? The staff is buzzing, spilling all the tea, saying he does that on purpose, shaves the top but leaves the sides like some weird monk thing. Emma can't help but giggle thinking about it. Then Kai quietly asks her, can I hold your hand? From across the yard, Maya calls out, it's getting cold. Everyone inside. Yes, ma'am, and get Emma inside too. But Emma is just looking at Kai, super relieved he seems okay now. But she can't stop thinking about how defeated he looked before. For real, she's never seen him look so empty. She takes his hand and is like, you're asking to hold my hand first today. He gives her this huge smile and says, that whole thing Leo said about divine power being for purification. I've had other priests do it to me before, and I hate it. It really, really hurts. And he doesn't look sad, just helpless. Emma's face just falls. Purification? Are you kidding me? Forcing that kind of power into a normal person would be agony. But for someone like Kai, whose own magic is already out of whack. It's straight up torture. Kai gets it, but he tells her, "But for some reason, I feel okay when I'm with you." Aha. Emma realizes he must have sensed her magic. Whoa, maybe this kid is even more powerful than she thought. He looks at her and says so sweetly, "And I feel like everything's gonna be fine as long as you're here." He looks so genuinely happy and Emma is just stunned, staring at him. And then it just clicks for her. She finally gets it. The reason it hurts so much to see Kai suffering is because it's like looking in a mirror at her old self. The girl who just took all the crap life threw at her because fate. She squeezes his hand and says, "I'm going to protect you, Kai." She makes a silent promise, "I've got you. So what if my protection squad keeps getting bigger? I can handle it." He's so happy. He just goes, "Thank you." A little later, the Grand Duke says his goodbyes. It's almost New Year's. "You must be swamped getting ready for the capital." Jake replies, "Nah, not really. Just picking out some playmate candidates for the kids." The Grand Duke gets all serious. "Yeah, us too. I'm just not sure anyone will want to hang out with Kai." His face gets so grim, and poor Kai looks even more bummed out. Emma's like, "Wait, even a Grand Duke's family has to worry about finding their kid a friend." Apparently, it's this old tradition for rich families to bring in playmates for their kids. It's kind of like a charity thing, giving other kids an education and a job. Basically, a work-study program. Emma remembers there were, like, a zillion applications for her siblings. It's a sweet gig, so it's crazy that more people are scared of Kai than she realized. Drop a comment if you would totally be Kai's playmate. In her memories, Kai was always by himself, until a voice snaps her out of it. "Little one." It's the Grand Duke. He kneels down in front of her and asks, "Can I get one last hug before I go?" She's like, "Of course." He gives her this gentle hug, then carefully picks her up, whispering, "You're still so little, and maybe you don't even like him that much. But it would be so amazing if you two could actually become friends." Emma's totally surprised. She realizes the Grand Duke is way more worried about Kai than he shows. Before he leaves for good, he turns back and says, "Let's do this again soon." Kai waves goodbye too. "See you later." And our girl just stands there, watching them drive off until the carriage is just a dot on the horizon. And she's thinking, you know what? That wasn't so bad. So time does its thing and flies by. Everyone's getting hyped for New Year's, and her parents are running around like crazy. They picked out 2 playmates for the kids and made sure to give all the staff their holiday bonuses. With everything ready to go, they started the big road trip to the capital in the first week of December. Smash that like button if you ship Emma and Kai. So on this gorgeous sunny day, the 4 of them hit the road. Emma's in the carriage and asks Maya, "Mom, why isn't Dad coming with us?" Maya explains that her dad, Jake, had a ton of work to wrap up, plus she was still too little to travel without getting carsick. And little Emma just gets all sad and says, "Well, I'm not happy about it." Aw, poor kiddo. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss what happens next on the trip. When night fell, Chloe was already passed out on her brother's lap. Kai was also asleep, leaving only Emma wide awake. Feeling anxious, she waited until everyone was knocked out to throw up a protective shield. Better safe than sorry, you know. Even with Jake's knights around. Her shield literally intimidated the monsters, making them steer clear. And thanks to that, their entire 3-week road trip went off without a hitch. Even the knights were scratching their heads about the lack of monsters. One was like, "My sword's getting rusty over here." After that super long journey, they were finally getting close. "Kids, I think we're about to see Crest," Maya said cheerfully on the last day. Chloe got crazy excited, sticking her head out the window, yelling, "Really?" She was so hyped that Ethan had to tell her to be careful. "Chill out, Chloe." While Chloe was bouncing off the walls, Emma was lost in her thoughts. The city wind had a chill, but it wasn't like a brutal Boston winter or anything. For some reason, she got this nasty but familiar feeling. Oh great, trouble's definitely waiting for me. She thought about all those arrogant, annoying people as a little voice in her head chirped, "This is her mom's hometown. Wonder what those two are really thinking." Doubt was totally creeping into Emma's heart, her mother's homeland. This place, she felt this quiet sense of dread, like, well, I'm sure a lot of times interesting times things are going to happen here. The carriage with the 3 of them rolled slowly toward the capital in the freezing weather. The next day at their mansion in the capital, one of the fanciest spots you've ever seen, a sweet voice rang out. "Mom, we're ready. And you guys, the first thing we see is a bear costume and that unmistakable pink hair." Then, the 3 siblings came out, all dressed up and looking ridiculously cute, which made their mom gush, "You all look so adorable." She turned with a huge smile on her face, saying, "Okay, let's go sightseeing together. The streets here are gorgeous at the end of the year." Seeing how cheerful her mom was, Emma thought. She seemed so excited, guessing. It's probably been forever since she visited home. Kai was carefully helping Chloe, reminding her, "Watch your step." But Emma just stood there, thinking, watching her mom's back as she clocked the plain Jane carriage with no family crest and the scarf hiding her mother's face. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Emma." And it was like a light bulb went off. This was no simple trip to the local mall. They were in the capital's busiest shopping district, packed with stores way fancier than anything back home. The four of them stopped in front of one, and Chloe spotted a Christmas wreath and squealed. "Look, it's a tiger." "That's Sasha's favorite animal," Ethan replied. "You're right. Emma absolutely adores the stuffed tiger her big brother gave her." Their mom then suggested, "Let's go inside and take a look." Emma trailed in after them, still super suspicious. Is this really just about shopping? She wondered. She looked at the three of them and thought, after nearly 100 lifetimes of drama, she knew everything happened for a reason. After a while of shopping at the fourth store, Chloe held up a ribbon to her mom and said, "Mom, I want to buy this ribbon." But Maya gently turned her down, saying, "You've already bought 2 things today." Seeing that, Emma just smirked, thinking, "Called it. She's only this well-behaved when she wants something." So spoiled, Emma thought. But Chloe wasn't about to give up. "But this isn't for me to wear," she argued. Her mom was like, "Then who's it for?" The little girl answered honestly, "I want to give it to Emma." Emma was totally shocked to hear that. Chloe just kept going innocently. "Emma never asks for anything. As her older sister, I have to take care of her." She looked at her mom, dead set on getting that ribbon. Emma and her mom, Maya, couldn't help but think how stinking cute she was, and seriously, everyone in the store had to agree. Emma, though, felt totally powerless against that much kindness. Her sister was always giving her stuff. She just thought, "Girl, please buy something for yourself for once." Suddenly, a voice pops up next to them. "Oh my," the shop owner says, totally touched by Chloe's whole vibe. "This young lady has such a kind heart. I'll give you a discount on the ribbon, so please take it." The little girl gasped. "For real? I can buy it?" Emma had to admit, that was a slick move. Seeing Chloe run towards her with the ribbon, she helplessly thought that all she could do was be grateful and accept it. While the shop owner was gushing to their mom, "Having such lovely children must be the best thing ever," Maya politely replied, "Thank you. I'm just grateful they're healthy." But the shop owner's next words made things super awkward. "I hope the king and queen will have children soon, too." Emma was startled, wondering, wait, isn't the queen already pregnant? Okay. I get that royal family news can take a minute to get out to regular folks, but the queen is supposed to give birth next spring. That should definitely be public knowledge by now. Her dad, Jake, wasn't one to spread fake news. The four of them finished shopping and happily left, but their mom had been wearing a super downcast expression the entire time. And Ethan totally noticed, so he stayed quiet for a bit. He paused, then turned to ask, "What's worrying you, Mom?" Maya gave a gentle smile and replied, "Nothing. It's just the feeling of being back in the capital after so long." Emma was in his arms, and she realized, oh, my mom is also tripping about the secret pregnancy. Putting it aside, they went to check out other clothing stores. Ethan, being the awesome big brother he is, pointed to an item and asked, "Should I buy you this hat?" After that, they all headed back. But Emma was still stuck on those unanswered questions. Even though there were no rumors about the queen's pregnancy, it should have been major news, since it had been years since her last one. Why were they hiding it? Time passed, and the New Year's ball arrived, bringing her unanswered questions with it. One evening at the mansion, Maya picked up an invitation and spoke up. They even invited kids to a party that's this late. She was clearly wondering. Emma, sitting on her brother's lap, thought, I wonder what the king is scheming. Cut to another crazy, magnificent location. Amidst all the sparkle and the sound of 1,000 voices, a clear voice suddenly rings out. The Enderblank family will now enter the hall. Following that announcement, 5 seriously impressive figures stride into the party. Everyone there immediately started showering them with compliments. "Oh, Jake, you've finally come to the capital. It's been so long. We've missed you so much. We sent you guys invites last year and the year before that." Emma was pretty surprised by how over-the-top they were being. She looked at her mother, shocked by their fake friendliness, and thought, it's also kind of weird that Mom is still being called princess and not duchess, even though she was the only one who got a title back then. Maya politely said, "My children are still young, so we were planning to wait a few more years before coming back." A woman responded, "How could you say that?" She put on a super sweet, fake smile and continued, "We thought we'd never get to meet your adorable children." With a polite smile, Maya said, "Hearing you say those words is enough to steal my heart." It dawned on Emma that even though they were just kids, everyone was talking about them like they were royalty. She wondered if these nobles even knew about the queen's pregnancy. Suddenly, a voice boomed, grabbing everyone's attention. The mediator between magic and divinity, the rightful heir to the Vaughn kingdom, King Laxius and the queen, now enter the hall. Emma's gaze snapped towards the voice. All right, let's see what this king is all about, she thought. Laxius's presence just radiated power, he announced. "I see everyone has arrived," then glanced at the woman beside him, Dolores. She entered with her baby bump on full display and a smug smile as Laxius went to support his wife, announcing that today was a day for the whole Vaughn kingdom to celebrate together. Dolores cradled her pregnant belly, that smug look plastered on her face as her husband made the announcement. A day of celebration for the entire kingdom of Vaughn. The crowd totally erupted into whispers. Has the queen, who's been off the grid, been pregnant this whole time? Suddenly, Laxius's gaze landed on Jake and his family standing below. Catching his eye, Jake respectfully knelt, saying, "Finally, you have been blessed with a child. I sincerely congratulate you, your majesty." Laxius replied with satisfaction. "I knew the duke would recognize the queen immediately. Now, the Vaughn kingdom has an heir." Hearing this, everyone in the room exchanged loaded glances before just exploding into cheers. Hooray! This is truly a joyous occasion. Now the whole kingdom can chill out, knowing we have an heir to the throne. The women who had been fawning over the king moments before suddenly knew their place and backed off. "Please forgive us." Emma just looked at them, so over it. She wondered if the king had hidden the pregnancy until her family got to the capital just to cause this exact reaction. She glanced at the king and his wife, a hint of caution in her eyes. These two were more drama than she'd bargained for. As Emma looked up, she locked eyes with Dolores's sinister smile and wondered what she had just whispered to her husband. "If you think this queen is shady, smash that like button." "I think she and I just made eye contact," Emma thought. Laxius, hearing his wife's words, called out loudly, "Come here, Emma. The queen says your cousin wants to say hello." So Maya reluctantly brings her daughter over. She gently coaxed, "Let's go with mother." And Emma can only obey, yes. But her mind was racing with questions, wondering why in the world she was suddenly being put on the spot. Okay, what's their angle? Emma thought, walking over, totally sensing they were trying to punk her. As she got closer, some lady's voice cut through the noise. "Little one, I'm about to give you the most amazing opportunity." With a super shady look, she went on. "From now on, you get to be at times companion times for your unborn cousin." The whole crowd started whispering, like, "A companion? Say what? Making a girl like her a companion? That's so messed up," they whispered, trying not to get caught gossiping. That job was basically a charity gig for commoner kids. Emma was fuming inside, thinking, how could they ask Jake's daughter to do that? That's a role for kids who need scholarships just to get by, like they're living on some random street in Detroit, not at Haven. Oh, she totally clocked the scheme now. Is this chick trying to say my family is too broke to get me a decent education? Maya was livid, her fists were clenched so tight, and her eyes were throwing daggers. I swear, she was about to pop off. Maya glanced at some dude, who looked just as confused. Then Emma looked at her mom, feeling so bad. Anyone would be losing it in this situation, especially here in this palace with, like, a million people watching. If we say no, it's just gonna blow up in our faces. She paused for a sec, then it hit her. The best way to shut this down? Play dumb. Emma put on her sweetest, most innocent face, her eyes all wide and sparkly, and asked, "What's that?" Yup, her brilliant plan was to act like a clueless 3-year-old. King Lex is totally bugging out, right? He just roars, "How dare you be so disrespectful in front of the king?" And little Emma is just thinking, bro, for real. I'm like 3 years old. You think I've read a book on etiquette? So she puts on this perfect poker face and is like, what? Low-key. She's totally challenging him. Like, yeah, I'm playing dumb. What you gonna do about it, old man? Just as Emma's trying to figure out what this whole partner gig is about, this voice cuts through the tension. And y'all, it's a familiar one. The voice goes, "Your Majesty," and King Lex is already sweating bullets. It pipes up again. I'm sure our times, amazing times, King gets what she's trying to say. And oh my god, Emma knows that voice. It's Milo, aka young Master Leventes, crashing the party. Milo, smooth as butter, goes, "Hey, King Lex, sir. I have, like, a super serious question, and since I'm just a little guy, maybe you could help me out." King Lex is all flustered, like, okay. Milo leans in. So, if Lady Emma's mom is a princess, doesn't that make times her times a princess too? King Lex looks so relieved, thinking he can shut this down, and just scoffs. Peef, no way. King Lex is like, the only one called a princess around here is Maya. So Milo turns to Maya and is like, "Is that the tea?" And Maya gives this sweet little smile. "Yep, 'cause I'm the only one with the official title." Then she drops the bomb, smiling wide, "But, since my title can be passed down, that means Emma can totally be a princess too." Y'all, King Lex looked like he got struck by lightning. He was times fuming asterisk. Milo, playing totally innocent, just asks, "Sue, how can Lady Emma be a partner if she's legit princess material?" Like, the status gap is huge. King Lex absolutely loses it. He's screaming, "Are you saying my kid has low status? He's gonna be the crown prince, the most important dude in the whole metro. Talk about being extra." Milo keeps up his "I'm just a kid" face, pretending to think real hard. "Oh, So you're saying the prince needs a high-status partner to lock down his future. King Lex snaps, duh. And then, bam. Milo hits him with it, all cheerful, cool. Then I can be the prince's partner, right, bro? King Lex was speechless. His face went from red to purple. He just stood there, shook, before finally growling. I don't need a partner. Everybody, get out. Emma's just watching this train wreck, wondering why this king is so shook by Milo. As she's thinking, she hears someone else nearby. Oh, High Priest, you made it. She looks up and sees the king and queen totally sucking up to this guy, like, please bless our kid. Emma goes back into her own head, thinking, if Milo was actually shady, I would have clocked it by now. This priest dude is picture perfect, almost fake. Emma's looking at him, trying to remember some other low-level priest, and wondering who has enough clout to play the king in all these bougie families. Then, out of nowhere, Milo pops up in her thoughts. I totally nailed that, right? She gives him the mental death glare, basically yelling at him in her mind. Who told you to jump in and get yourself in trouble for me? Emma's heart just breaks, seeing Milo get dragged off to be chewed out. He tried to help, but it just made things worse, and she's so sad about it. Her dad, Jake, pulls Milo aside for a serious talk, and then suddenly her mom, Maya, is hugging her tight. Emma's like, wah, as Maya gently pats her, saying, my sweet Emma, you must have been terrified. Emma looks at the whole chaotic party scene and thinks, why did Dad bring my cousin here? What's the master plan for my partner situation? She realizes that with both a prince and a princess in the running, the throne is up for grabs. Her whole vibe changes, getting real serious. She's thinking about what comes next and all the drama they've already put her through. The throne? Seriously? Did they really think I care about some stupid chair? Emma's like, if I actually wanted power, I could take over the whole world. Easy. She can't believe they'd mess with her family and friends over something so lame. Looking at Milo and her parents, she feels this sharp pain, and her eyes are just blazing with fury. If they keep this up, I'm not gonna just sit here. This whole messy house is about to get a deep clean. Mic drop. Okay, so after that disaster of a New Year's party, tons of invites start flooding Haven, all full of fake compliments. These fancy cards basically become toys for Emma and her siblings. It's hilarious. Maya picks one up and tells her kids, these are so pretty, right? Play with them all you want. It's good to see who's who at your age. Emma's just holding a card, totally zoned out. If you've ever gotten a shady invite, smash that like button. Emma's thinking, whatever, Mom and Dad definitely already sifted through these and kept the important ones. Her brother, Danny, is sitting behind her all excited, showing an invite to their sister, Chloe, like, ooh, this one's from the Hepatone family. But Emma is deep in her own world, not even hearing them. She's thinking, so the ones we're playing with are from all the families they don't mess with. Interesting. What's this family crest? Man, since everything is so unpredictable, I should probably read up on these people. She's gonna be so hyped. Suddenly, Emma's eyes snap up. She spots one card, separate from the rest, and it gets her attention. Whoa, this one is extra bougie. Is that a royal seal? No way. Is this from the queen? She rips it open immediately, totally shocked that Queen D would even send them anything. Get this, Queen D is inviting the kids to some educational tea party as an apology. Yeah, right. We all know that's just a cover. All of a sudden, Maya snatches the invite from Emma's hands. Oh, sorry, sweetie. This one isn't a toy. Emma looks up at her mom, knowing there's no way she can say no to the queen. Her brain is already spinning, trying to figure out what Queen D is scheming now. The next day, you can hear the click-clack of heels down the hall like it's a runway at New York Fashion Week. Answering the queen's summons, Emma and Maya walk into the palace, and Queen D is there to greet Princess Maya. Maya gives a quick, polite bow, and Queen D just waves it off like, oh, stop. You don't have to be so formal with me. She's laying it on thick, you guys. Queen D is all, please, sit. Everyone's been waiting. I had no clue you were dealing with all that drama. Maya's totally confused, like, what are you talking about? The queen goes on, I heard you got tons of nasty letters about the New Year's party sent to your place at 123 Main Street. You must be so upset. I feel so bad about how I acted. So, princess, we can just move past this, right? Emma is just watching this, thinking, is this chick for real? You want me to just forget it without even getting a real apology? But Maya just puts on a big smile, playing dumb. Countess Danny whispers something to the queen. Then Queen D says all cheerfully, ah, you're right. Nothing for us to worry about. But Maya shuts that down real quick. Even if you want to drop it, you need to explain what happened so everyone here knows the deal. Ooh, snap. Maya's eyes go ice cold. So, what exactly do you want me to overlook? Queen D is totally shook by her glare and starts stammering. You know, that thing. She's clenching her fists under the table, trying to keep her cool, because she's the queen. A second later, she swallows her anger and says softly, I mean, I want to apologize to your daughter. I want to say none of that was on purpose. You can tell Queen D is grinding her teeth, but she forces a calm. Yes, that's what I meant. Maya lets out a little sigh of relief, then hits her with a smile and a comeback, saying that owning up to mistakes isn't exactly a great look for a queen. But since you said we're family, I'm sure nothing like this will ever happen again. Queen D just bows her head, struggling to even speak. That's right, there won't be a next time. After that whole showdown, the other two ladies at the table exchange a look, both thinking, damn, Princess Maya is the real boss here. A minute later, Queen D jumps up, saying she has urgent business, and bolts. The second she's gone, the whole vibe of the party flips, and the ladies start kissing up to Maya. Oh, Princess, your daughter was so polite that day. Emma is watching this and thinking, wow, the second the queen leaves, they turn into total suck-ups. Are they serious? Maya, who's been sipping her tea all calm, slowly puts her cup down. She asks super softly, but her words are pure fire. Do you not teach your own children manners? The other lady is stunned. What do you mean, Your Highness? Maya gives a little chuckle. I just mean, you should know how to give a proper apology when you mess up. In the future, if your kids acted like that, you wouldn't call them out on it. Oh, the lady realizes she messed up big time. She starts stammering and bows her head. We were out of line, Princess. Emma just sighs, thinking, took you long enough. The lady keeps going. We're sorry, Princess. We shouldn't have said anything. Emma's thinking, newsflash, Mom never actually said she forgave you. She looks around the room and wonders, wait a minute. Queen D has been gone for a hot second. It's kinda sus for the host to ditch her own party for this long. Maybe I should go see what's up. Meanwhile, in another room, Queen D is having a full-on meltdown. I did everything you told me to, and it's all going wrong. Countess Dani is trying to calm her down. Your Majesty, just chill. But of course, Queen D can't chill. I wanted to put her in her place. She needs to know that times on times the queen be here. Dani gently tells her to keep her voice down before she sounds like she's from the wrong side of the tracks, which shuts the queen up. Back at the party, Emma is hearing all of this with her powers. What a flex. Emma's trying to place the other voice with the queen's. Wait, is that the green-haired lady who left with her? Then she hears Queen D shrieking again, I trusted you, and now I look like a total clown in front of everybody. The other voice asks aggressively, so what am I supposed to do now? Countess? Huh. Emma suddenly remembers the invitation. I remember that name. She's the one who sent that whack letter. She's Queen D's childhood best friends forever and helped her get the crown. The gossip is she was made a countess for it. The queen totally depends on her. Meanwhile, Countess Dani is calmly saying, don't worry, Your Majesty. I've got another idea. Everyone knows Jake and Maya are great parents, but their youngest is still super sheltered. Wouldn't it be way easier to control the older kids if we got the youngest one engaged to someone on our side? Hearing those straight-up evil words, Emma is completely stunned. Did I just hear that right? A second later, a servant comes up to the queen. Your Majesty, I've been waiting. The princess is about to head out. Emma glances over, a new fire in her eyes, thinking, go ahead, try it, I dare you. I'll shut it all down. Queen D comes back with this embarrassed look. Oh, are you leaving already? Her voice is suddenly dripping with sugar. Princess Maya, I am so sorry, and I hope you can forgive me. She puts on her best innocent face. This spring, I'm going to be a mom too, and I have no one to learn from but you. Then she gives her these puppy dog eyes and begs. Comment below if you think Queen D's apology is real or fake. So, please, Princess, you have to come to the palace more often with your kids. We can do this every week. I'm begging you. But Maya just shuts her down cold. I appreciate the offer, Your Majesty, but my child is still too young for weekly visits. You guys, Queen D looked like she'd been turned to stone. She was just like, what? But Maya didn't even blink, just took her daughter's hand and walked out. Queen behavior, literally. So before dipping, she dropped a few choice words, you know. Just enough to show everyone that the Queen totally trusts the Enterblank fam. Dolores hears this and gets all flustered, stuttering like, oh, of course, totes natural. She is the Emperor's only little sis. Meanwhile, Day is just standing there, eavesdropping with a look that could curdle milk. The vibe was ×10 y'all. Our girl Emma just squeezes her mom Maya's hand, not even giving them a look back, and lets out this huge sigh of relief. She's thinking, nice try, ladies, but my mom's not falling for your drama. But these chicks just kept pestering Maya, who could not care less. For real, poor Maya was the one suffering. Over at the Emperor's place, it sounded like a war zone, glass shattering, curses flying, a total meltdown. Dolores is going full-on psycho, screaming, you promised this would work. Are you just gonna stand there and do nothing? Then she's all, how are you gonna make this right? I've given you so much. And poor D is just shaking, head bowed, like, I'm so sorry, Your Majesty. Dolores snaps back. Sorry, doesn't cut it. All while baby Emma is just chilling in her mom's arms, taking mental notes of this hot mess. Every time she sees this woman, she's like, I swear she's the devil. Is it even okay to have thoughts like that when you're pregnant? Lol. Then boom, a maid pops in. Ma'am, the queen sent another invitation. Maya just goes, is that so? But her face goes pale with anxiety, making Emma call out to her. Instantly, mom drops the stress and coos. My sweet Emma, are you getting sleepy? Let me sing you a lullaby. But as she's lying there, Emma can feel the weird vibes. The lullaby she's hearing, it's not a song anymore. It's just her mom talking in a flat, monotone voice. That's when little Emma's tiny fist clenches with fiery determination. Okay, this ain't solving squat. I gotta make a move before mom gets completely burned out from all this drama. Emma's eyes weren't innocent anymore. They were weirdly sharp. She's thinking, their plans always flop, but I'm gonna succeed. That night, in her crib, Choco is hyping her up. Choco's got this. I love this stuff. I could be roasting people in hellfire, but the Demon King is too nice. Don't worry, Choco is an expert at driving people apart. It's way easier than waiting for the Demon King. And Emma's like, facts. Divide and conquer is the move. It's a killer strategy for both of them. Seeing that chick grovel at the royal's feet was making Emma cringe so hard. She always wondered why the Empress called her a partner instead of a servant. Now, Emma's cracked the code. Turns out, the queen used to be a servant for Viscount Dine. And that's not even all the tea. Get this? She's also from a family of broke-down knights. She fell for some useless royal dude. But plot twist, nobody thought Laxius would actually become emperor, so they just rubber-stamped her as empress without a second thought. Guess the count was sleeping on the job that day. But hey, thanks to his mom's questionable choice, Laxius actually survived and took the throne, which made Duke D absolutely furious at this glow-up. Meanwhile, the queen is paranoid her sketchy past will get leaked, so she keeps Emma's family close for easy control. But low-key, they still hate each other's guts. And Emma's little baby brain is calculating that one tiny push is all it'll take to make their whole fake friendship implode. She had to admit, predictable haters were the easiest to deal with. Suddenly, Choco's voice pops in her head. Trust Choco, my lord. This will all be sorted before spring break. Emma cracks a smile, so relieved, and gives Choco a little mental head pat. I'm counting on you. 2 weeks later, at a huge festival for the Crown Prince's 8-month baby bump, Emma's there when Choco arrives, announcing the Demon King is paging her. She looks up at Choco, listening. Choco's like, the big boss said go big or go home, right? Emma's just thinking, when did he say that? Choco puffs out his chest, all proud. That's why I cooked up a massive surprise. As his right-hand dude, it's gotta be epic. She looked at him like he was nuts, half helpless and half dying to see what happens. I mean, she's a little worried but also high-key wants to see the chaos. Emma looks around the party, thinking, all right, let's see what Choco can do. Suddenly, someone yells out to Day. This dude nervously asks, I heard the funding for your project got pulled. Is that for real? She couldn't believe it, just blurting out, what? Then another woman stomps forward, making a whole scene for everyone to see. Is it true? Lady D was so cocky about it, I went into business with her. What is going on? D is visibly shook, trying to calm them down. Wait, what are you guys even talking about? Then someone else pipes up. I heard that land you got already had an owner. Oh my god. The whole room just lit up with whispers. Didn't the queen herself give her that land? The word on the street is, you're losing clout. Looks like, *pef*. Day's been cancelled. Her face was a total mess of frustration as everyone jeered. This woman in black marches up, points a finger in her face and starts. So what are you gonna do? But before she can finish, Day literally runs away while the woman screams after her, calling her out for being stripped of her title. And the Empress consort just chatting away, totally clueless about the drama bomb that just went off. Day runs right up to her, face all twisted and ugly, and just screams Dolores' name. While Dolores is still trying to figure out what's going on, Day gets in her face. How dare you do this to me? Her shrieks silenced the whole party. Everyone was stunned. Even Grand Duke Leventus was just standing there, watching this train wreck happen. Emma is just watching from a distance, ice cold, thinking, wow, Choco set the stage perfectly. Seeing her little chaos gremlin standing beside her, looking so smug, she gave it an approving look like, that's my pet. Dolores, finally snapping out of it, yells, how dare you? What do you think you're doing? Stripped of her title, Dee just lost her composure and screamed back, what am I doing? She's giving Dolores the ultimate death glare, demanding answers. Dolores, looking shook, retorts, that's what I want to ask you. How dare you talk to the Empress of the Metro like that? We might have been friends, but there's a line. Don't test me. Day just scoffs. Mercy? You call this mercy? The Queen's mercy? What a freaking joke. If I hadn't taken you in when you were broke and homeless after showing up in the capital, would you even be queen right now? Oof. Dee's words sent Dolores into a total panic. She stammers, Why are you bringing that up now? But Day is relentless. And now you're going to repay me by stabbing me in the back. Right? That was the last straw for Dolores, who started making threats. What the hell? Can't you just shut your mouth? As Dolores is yelling, Day lunges forward and grabs her by the head, hissing, You shut up, and maybe I'll forgive you. Emma is loving this drama when a big hand blocks her view. She's so mad, thinking, Are you kidding me? It was just getting to the best part. Smash that like button if you hate getting interrupted during the good stuff. It was Mikai. He's got this innocent smile, gently explaining, You're a little too young for this Jerry Springer episode, kiddo. Meanwhile, Day and Dolores are in a full-on catfight, yanking each other's hair. Dolores is screeching, Aren't you gonna let go? Day, showing zero chill, snaps back, You let go first. How dare you? Dolores threatened, You're the one who should let go of me first. Day just yells right back, Oh, I dare. 10 years ago, you wouldn't have dared talk to me like this. I was way out of your league. All the guests are trying to break it up. Viscount, please. The queen is pregnant. Your Majesty, just let go and she'll stop. But Day just kept raging, calling her ungrateful. You planned this, didn't you? You set me up right after you gave me that land. Even though Mikai was blocking her view, Emma was just vibing to the sounds of pure chaos, sure that everything was a mess now. Peeking through his fingers, she watched Day completely lose it, knowing her entire business, built on the queen's favor, was now totally trashed. So yeah, this meltdown was pretty understandable. All of Day's rumor spreading brought their mutual suspicion to a boil, the queen says. All nasty. Seeing you act like this, I guess the rumors you spread about me were true. Dee just claps back sarcastically. Oh, you're just trying to get a rise out of me because you've got nothing left to say, right, Dolores? Mikai is watching this dumpster fire, thinking, This is not a kid-friendly show. Then Sheila comes over to Emma and Mikai, saying gently, On behalf of these embarrassing adults, I'm so sorry. It's getting late, you two should probably head out. Mikai politely replies, Yes, I understand. Emma leaves without showing a single emotion, thinking to herself, Yep, time to bounce. Their relationship is officially wrecked beyond repair. Chaco gave Emma the full rundown of what happened next. He's super excited, like, the Emperor handled it all himself. And guess what? He walked in and saw the whole catfight right after we dipped. Lucius was totally stunned by the scene and just roared, What the hell are you two doing? He looked at them with total disbelief. He yelled, How dare you lay hands on the Empress in front of me? The second Day saw the Emperor, she freaked out and let go, stammering, It's just. But before she could even make an excuse, Laxius went nuclear. Attacking the pregnant Empress is an attack on the Crown Prince. Execute her now and strip her of her title. Dolores immediately throws herself into the Emperor's arms and starts bawling, voice all shaky and sad. Your Majesty. Then, hidden in Laxius's hug, she gives Day this ice-cold glare and keeps going. It's true that Viscount Day. She just frightened me. The whole room went dead silent. All eyes were on her. Dolores looks up at Laxius, eyes glistening, and pleads softly, But she's my only childhood friend. Please, don't punish her too harshly. With the baby prince on the way and Dolores playing the role of the perfect, considerate wife, Laxius just melts. Blushing with satisfaction, he said, My queen, your kindness surpasses even the angels. But yeah, he still had zero intention of forgiving Day. He turns to her with a cold look and decrees, You are stripped of your title. Your crime is attacking the queen with intent to assassinate the crown prince, for which you should be executed. But, because the queen herself has pleaded with me, Dolores just hugs the emperor tighter, shooting Dee this super smug, I win look. Totally provoked, Dee was both furious and terrified, whispering, Your Majesty. The emperor continued his decree. Instead of execution, you will be stripped of your lands and banished from the metro. Dee was utterly defeated, dragged away by the guards like a sack of potatoes, relentlessly questioning the queen. How could you? Her final desperate scream echoed, How could you do this to me? And that's how the Duchess got yeeted to some sad apartment at 456 Loser Lane, Dayton, Ohio. What a ride. So Chaco wraps up the story, and y'all, it was a happy ending. Emma's like, Aw, you did so good, as she pets Chaco's head, but low-key, she's sizing up Deanie, like, who starts a whole war without a single escape route? For real. Emma's mind suddenly flashes to the Empress, who's now totally solo without her main sidekick. The queen's probably gonna have to chill for a while, no more bugging Maya or causing drama for her siblings. Thinking about Chloe and Ethan, our girl Emma finally lets out a sigh of relief, their sweet faces just popping into her head. Here's a gift for you, Emma. Let me read to you. Oh my god, my heart is swelling. She's finally feeling some peace. Spring has officially sprung, y'all, and Haven is looking like a total palace. Emma gets this cold look, thinking it's about time to dip and head back to their own territory. But, plot twist, back at the mansion. The whole fam is gathered in the living room like it's an episode of a reality show, and Jake announces, "The Queen's delivery is only a few weeks away, so we're staying in the capital until then." Ethan, with his little kid voice, asks him, "So, does that mean we won't get to see the April festival this year?" Maya just sighs, saying super reluctantly, "I guess we'd have to leave within 2 weeks to even make it to the April festival." "Really?" Chloe asks, all innocent. Emma really wants to go with Princess Maya and Zaxa, too. Maya says gently, "I heard there's a spring festival right here in the capital, and it's supposed to be beautiful. You guys want to go check it out?" Hearing her say it's beautiful, Chloe's eyes literally light up as she asks, "Beautiful?" Emma's just chilling beside her, not saying a word, but secretly smiling. She's thinking that spending some warm, fuzzy moments with her family in the capital wouldn't be so bad after all, but you know that peace was never going to last. The scene shifts to some creepy, dark hallway. Tella worriedly asks, her fever still hasn't broken. The doctor calmly replies, "Since she's taken some medicine, we'll just have to watch her until dawn." Voices are echoing in Emma's head. "We were supposed to go to the festival tomorrow, and now this." Slowly cracking her eyes open, her mind totally spinning, Emma wondered if this sudden illness was a sign that her worries were finally over. Emma lamented, "Did everyone go to the festival? It's a shame I can't do anything." Hopefully, they're having a good time. Suddenly, Jake's huge face appears right in front of her. Overjoyed, he says, "My youngest is awake." Jake smiles so gently at Emma, who seems totally unaware and is thinking, "Wait, why is my dad still here?" He placed a hand on his daughter's forehead, comforting her. "Good girl. The fever's gone." Then Emma was unexpectedly lifted into the air. "I really don't understand this family's standards for praise. LOL. Drop a comment if you get it." The trashy maid looked around, secretly judging everything. "This room is beautiful, but feels so unfamiliar. Is this my first time at Haven? Is this my dad's office?" Seeing the curiosity on her small face, Jake says, "You must be surprised to be in such an unfamiliar place. This is where I work, my daughter." Looking super confused, Emma asks, "Work?" He continued, "Your mother, brother, and sister aren't home right now. They've gone to see the spring festival, so you must be sad." Emma just obediently shook her head, and Jake, totally surprised, picked her up and spoke. "Is that so? Then you wouldn't mind just staying with me today, would you?" Emma felt a little uneasy, like, why would her dad ask if it was okay for her to be with him? Memories started flooding back, reminding her that she was always an agreeable kid, never one to cling to her mother's arms. Her hands were usually for her siblings. Maybe that's why Dad thinks I don't like him very much. Emma buried her head in Jake's chest, silently admitting, "I love you so much, Dad." Seeing this, he smiled and asked, "You're still tired, aren't you, my dear?" "That's not it." And with that, a new fire ignited inside her. "This can't go on. I need to clear up this whole misunderstanding with my dad today." Emma stared at the documents on the desk, a little flicker of fear in her eyes. But was all that work really her father's? "I mean, he's a duke," she muttered. "Dad, that's a lot of work." Jake couldn't hide his joy, replying firmly, "You speak just like your mother." Your father doesn't just play around, you know." Emma felt guilty for making her dad waste his precious time on her. Seeing her distracted, Jake asked worriedly, "Oh dear, doesn't my daughter like me?" Emma startled and replied, "No, I do." He confessed honestly, saying that even though he had a lot to do, he could put it aside to play with his youngest. "Do you want to play with me today?" Emma's cheeks flushed red without her even realizing it. I mean, how could she refuse him when he asked like that? She thought for a moment, then grabbed his sleeve and obediently replied, "Yes." Jake sat her down, beaming, and asked, "My little one, what would you like to play?" Emma blankly repeated, "Yes." She was stunned, realizing she's literally never made decisions like this before. Even though he knew how to win a war and had once succeeded in crushing a rebellion, Jake continued to open his heart. "Your dad just likes being by your side like this, but feel free to tell me if you think of anything." Emma thought to herself, "It's been so long since I've been with Dad, it's awkward to do nothing. What do I usually do?" She remembered playing with Ethan, but playing outside is totally out of the question. Suddenly, an image of the three siblings reading pops into her head, and Emma is struck by inspiration. That's right, after thinking, she suggests reading books. "Y'all," Jake's eyes lit up with so much emotion at his daughter's words. He hugged her tightly, nuzzling his cheek against hers as he praised her. "You're so smart, my darling." Emma wondered what could have moved him so deeply. Time just slipped away as Jake tirelessly read to his youngest child, moving from the first book to the second and then the third, losing all track of time. As Jake read, Emma focused intently, which prompted a word of praise from him. The youngest seems to be even more focused than Ethan was. Jake chuckled, reminiscing about the past. Not to compare, but your older siblings couldn't wait for me to finish a book like this. I'll read to you more often since you're so focused. What's this? Do you remember me reading to you about it before? Emma pointed at the picture, babbling. Tiger. Jake proudly praised her. That's right. It's a tiger. That's the tiger the youngest loves most. But she's thinking to herself that it's not her favorite. But there's no need to correct him. Jake then pointed to the deer and Emma obediently repeated, deer. After a while, Emma was totally defeated by Jake, her body exhausted and drained of energy. Emma drowsily wondered if she had just woken up from a fever. She felt so sleepy. Her eyes were closed, but she told herself she couldn't sleep yet. Jake gently stroked Emma's hair as he saw she had fallen asleep. He gazed at her, sleeping peacefully in his arms, and softly asked, Our youngest is so timid, isn't she? Jake thought of his wife, noting that while she looked like a perfect copy of Maya, her reserved personality was quite different from their princess. He had long known that, no matter who she resembled or whose traits she later adopted, the fact that she was his precious youngest would never change. Emma drowsily opened her eyes, vaguely hearing Chloe's question, Is she all right now? A voice from afar replied, She's not in pain anymore. She's sleeping. Chloe, standing by Emma's cradle, anxiously said, Oh, Emma, we woke her up. What should we do? Hearing this, Ethan rushed to comfort her. If you're still sleepy, go back to sleep. Emma, your brother will lull you back to sleep. Dreaming, she sat up, picked up the flowers, and wondered how they even got on her bed. Tella entered the room, asking, Did you sleep well, Emma? Emma looked up, stammering, What's this? Maya gently replied, These are gifts from your brother Ethan and sister Chloe. Seeing her daughter staring at the flowers, she asked, Do you like them? Emma smiled, replying, Yes, I love it. Maya then gently explained, You have to tell your brother and sister that they're both very worried about you. Emma obediently replied, Yes. She was secretly content with her current life. She was wishing only to stay here like this in a family where only happiness resides. But before long, on the first day of April, Maya stood by the window, watching the rain when she heard a voice from behind. A hesitant maid announced, They say the queen is in labor. His Majesty requests your presence at the palace. As thunder cracked, a storm began to brew. Man, the drama never stops. A heavy rain blankets the tense atmosphere of the castle as a maid joyfully exclaims, It's a healthy princess. Dolores, ignoring her postpartum pain, trembled, trying to confirm the princess's features as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Her face paled and she muttered, The prince, our crown prince. Then everything went dark and the terrified queen fainted, sending the maids into a total panic. The queen regained consciousness while beside her. Emperor Laxius frantically yelled at the maid holding the baby. Is it really a daughter? Not a son, but a daughter. The servant stammered, Yes, your majesty. Hearing the answer, his face paled even further. He trembled, his voice weak. This can't be. Suddenly, a figure burst through the door, and Laxius thought bitterly. Of all times, I have to see the face I least want to see. He forced himself to speak. So, it's come to this. Maya calmly replied, I came because the emperor summoned me. How is the queen? The emperor coldly stated, She's given birth. A maid holding the baby quickly approached Maya, bowing and softly, saying, You've delivered a healthy princess. Ignoring Laxius's displeasure, she gently leaned in to look at the child, a tiny, tearful baby girl with distinctive red hair. Contrary to Laxius's disdain, her eyes were filled with love. Congratulations. Laxius stood silently by, seething inside. It should have been the son he'd longed for, not a daughter. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, Laxius's fingers unconsciously tightening. He had imagined the day his son would surpass Maya's children and become crown prince, even if it was just a small sense of victory in front of her. Breaking the silence, Emperor Laxius remarked, So, you were originally a princess? Maya looked up and replied, That's right. He waved his hand, turned, and left, saying, Then give her a name. If you think that was wild, smash that like button. Before she could understand, Maya dazedly agreed. Looking at the constantly crying red-faced child, she thought to herself, Am I really going to name their precious firstborn? She felt even more pity for the child, thinking, Poor thing, my granddaughter. After some thought, I think the name Puppet suits you well. And in the girl's clear cry. At 5:55 a.m., on April 1st, the first princess of the Panlock Kingdom was born. As time passed towards the end of May, the queen no longer appeared at social events, and 3 weeks after giving birth, she began hosting various dance gatherings. The ladies at the party spared no compliments. The queen is being so extra, wondering how great our shell of a body will become. Apparently, there was a flash of light in the sky the day she was born. The tea is piping hot, y'all. So get this, all these bougie ladies are totally gassing up the queen. Like, oh my god, your daughter is going to be a total 10 out of 10 princess. But the second she turns her back, the claws come out. They're whispering, like, did you hear? She totally just dumps her kid on the nanny. One of them, probably some Karen from, like, 123 Elm Street, Scottsdale, gets all shady and goes, for real. If the queen actually raised her, she'd have, like, zero class. The only hope for that kid is if Princess Theta steps in as godmother. So my girl Chloe wraps up spilling the tea, like, yeah, that's the word on the street from the other rich folks. And let me tell you, Emma is gripping this little wooden hammer by her bed, totally fuming. She's like, you really thought I'd let you slide. Meanwhile, the Empress is having a full-on meltdown over the name my mom, Maya, picked out, screaming, who are these so-called nobles who know this stuff? And right then, Zoe just starts yelling her head off at the Emperor. Zoe is literally screaming. She needs to name the baby after a boy, so our next one is a son. Like, what century is she living in? Emma is just scoffing, thinking, as if, and after all that trash talk, you think my mom would ever be the godmother? Get real. Besides, son, daughter, whatever, it's not going to change who's next in line, duh. She's so over it, she just starts punching her pillow, like, Chloe, spill the rest of the tea, stat. Okay, so the condo shifts to who's going to be on the team, you know. And Emma, remembering Grand Duke Leventus and that kid Kai, is like, yo, is Duke Leventus going to be at the party today? Chloe's just like, yeah, it'd be weirder if the dude who guards the border didn't show up. That's true. But Emma's low-key stressing, thinking, ugh, but that means that clumsy dude Kai might show up too, and you just know drama's gonna follow. Then the queen mentions some big shot mage is coming, which is like, cool, but also kinda sus. Emma's really fixated on them calling Kai the clumsy one. She's thinking, if you're gonna talk smack, at least have a reason, you know? If it was actually serious, her parents would never have let him set foot in Haven. Like, I thought moving to the capital would finally get me the 411 on why everyone's so weird about Kai. But nope, crickets. Her eyes are getting all narrow, thinking, hating on him for no reason is just messed up. She's convinced someone's out there spreading fake news, someone besides the usual snobby nobles or the royals. Remembering Kai's sweet, innocent face and bright smile, Emma vows to find out who's making his life a living nightmare and make them pay, because she knows how much that hurts. To seal the deal, she swings this toy hammer at her knee like, what a move, but bam. Suddenly, Kai is right there next to her. He reaches out all gentle and is like, hey little one, who got you so heated? Emma is shook, but it's too late to stop. And it's too late. She smacked the hammer right into his hand. Oof. Kai lets out this little whimper, and Emma's face just goes white, thinking she just decked a little kid. In that split second, Chloe goes into full-on doll mode like, play dead, and Kai just gently takes Emma's hand while she's stammering his name. He gives her this super sweet smile and is like, if something's bugging you, you can tell me, you know. Emma is all confused, asking, doesn't that, like, hurt? She worried. I mean, even for a toy hammer, that thing was chunky. Kai just strokes his chin like he's deep in thought and then says all cheerfully, it'll be fine if you just blow on it. And just like that, Emma's Ice Queen persona is back. She's giving him this look like he's the biggest idiot on the planet, thinking, wow, I actually worried about this clown for a second. But Kai keeps pushing it, teasing her like, what, you're not gonna do it? Don't you know how? Even after getting hit, he's just there, hugging himself and still arguing. I already said hi. So Kai just flops on the floor, props his chin up, and looks at her with this total smirk. You're talking a lot more now, little one, he says, all amused. You must really want to talk to me, huh? Emma just sighs, thinking, talking to this guy is such a waste of energy. But before she can even say anything, Kai, totally unbothered, asks, hey, did you know I'm going to the party for the new princess? Emma's just like, why are you asking me that with a straight face? That day, she turns to give him a real once-over, but her train of thought just crashes. Because under her totally shocked gaze, Kai's eyes start to look all sparkly. She's like, wait, is he about to cry? And without even thinking, Emma reaches out and touches Kai's cheek. He doesn't pull away, just says super softly, if you hold my hand that day, I won't be lonely. Kai's voice gets all thick, you're younger than me, but you have to promise to hold my hand tight that day. O.M.G. The room gets so quiet, you could hear a pin drop in Beverly Hills. They're just looking at each other, and Emma decides not to say a word, promising herself she'll just lock this moment away. But her face softens up, and she gently takes his hand, promising she will. Okay, fast forward. It's Princess Charlotte's birthday, and it's May in the capital, which basically means it's hotter than a Phoenix sidewalk in July. The blazing sun is just beaming down, and Emma's like, who in their right mind thought a party at 3 p.m. was a good idea? Literally the hottest time of day, Emma sighs. Ethan, who's standing beside her, is all concerned. Emma, you good? Lost in her thoughts, she sighed, this fancy dress only making her feel hotter. For real. She's just praying the party's inside with some AC. And then, poof, this blonde-haired kid with crystal-clear eyes shows up. It's Kai, waving and greeting. Hey there, little Duchess. Jake approached with a big smile as he said, Kai, my man, you're early. I've already got the memo from the Grand Duke. Kai's all polite. Yes, grandfather said he might be running a little late. Then he leans down to Emma and whispers, I got all dressed up today because you said you'd hold my hand. What do you think? How do I look? Do you like it? And oh my god, you guys, hit that like button if you think that's the cutest thing ever. Emma's first thought is, has this poor kid been waiting outside alone in this heat? After a moment of silence and consideration, Emma gently offered her small hand. Kai is totally surprised by her sweet response. He smiles, totally happy, and Kai quickly takes her hand, his eyes just full of affection. Let's go, little princess. And you guys, Jake's whole crew is just standing there, jaws on the floor. He's trying not to cry, like, my Emma. The three of them were just left there, completely shook, laugh my ass off. So they get inside the castle and, it's still hot. Are you kidding me? Kai, being a total gentleman, thoughtfully fans her and asks, Little one, are you still hot? She gives him this short little reply. What about you? He replied, I'm fine. I don't mind fanning you. She thought to herself, it's not like I care about him or anything. I heard the current king is trying to lay low and avoid using magic. Bro, who knew the palace didn't even have standard magical temperature control? Kai's just rambling on. Let's bring you some juice. Emma was just lost in her thoughts, realizing that, in so many ways, they were a total disaster duo. Meanwhile, across the room, Zoe is smirking, holding the new princess and being all extra. You say our aura exudes holiness. Goodness, she's only 2 months old. All the ladies in waiting are eating it up. Like, isn't it all because your majesty is just so devout? She worried so much when the princess was born. But hello, no one even noticed the poor little princess was uncomfortable until she burst into a piercing cry, which immediately got Emma's attention. Emma caught the nanny's eye, thinking to herself that she was Chloe's nanny. She's been staring at me with that sour look for a hot minute now. What's her problem? Suddenly, Kai moved closer, blocking Emma's view, and said, Baby Chloe has the same expression as you do when you're angry. Lol. Emma wondered if Kai just stared at her face all day as he kept asking, would you like some juice? Zoe continued to drone on, saying Chloe had been a beautiful daughter since birth. She was born quickly, eager to see His Majesty as soon as possible, as those around her continued with their insincere praise. Even at a young age, the princess is so kind and considerate to her parents. The nanny said coolly. Of course, the princess is truly blessed, unlike some who would trade their parents for their own life. As she spoke, her eyes glanced right at Kai, her sarcastic tone so clear you could hear it from Miami to LA. Of course, Kai heard the words and he froze instantly. The whole vibe just died. Emma frowned, wondering if she was seriously talking about Kai, whose parents died in a monster attack during a dangerous border region inspection. Young Kai was entrusted to the Grand Duke at that time, but she wondered why did they speak as if it was Kai's fault. He seemed to be holding back his emotions. As Kai remained silent, he continued to smile gently as if nothing had happened, dabbing Emma's cheek with a handkerchief as he said, You have something on your mouth, little one. Emma was also surprised by Kai's reaction, and she looked at him with confusion. Why are you still smiling? Did you know this would happen? So that's why you wanted me to hold your hand. Emma gently took Kai's hand and softly spoke his name. Surprised by this, Kai paused for a moment, then happily said, The little one held my hand and said my name all day today. I must remember this. Emma looked at Kai, puzzled. Why would you commemorate a day like this? That idiot. Seeing that Kai didn't react as she hoped, the nanny approached the queen, hastily pushing her away while saying to the young ladies, The queen seems tired and will rest for a while. Zoe was also surprised by her actions. As the doors closed, the queen allowed herself to be led away. Emma wondered if they'd just replaced the ousted nun with someone who looked just like her. Let's see what they're whispering about. Meanwhile, the nanny coldly questions the queen, Why didn't you follow the original plan? Zoe retorted, annoyed. What do you mean? Didn't I do as I was told? The nanny, her expression unreadable, calmly replies, I told you so clearly. The high priest said the reason she gave birth to a princess instead of a prince was because the gods were angry. And the reason was... Zoe hesitantly said, Duke Leventus, you said. The nanny suddenly lost her composure, shouting that if Zoe hadn't summoned that cursed name, she would have given birth to the prince they all longed for. Zoe replied in fear, I know. Now that I've summoned him, I'll make sure he doesn't come near us. Okay. The nanny's eyes suddenly turned frightening as she coldly continued. That alone won't quell the wrath of the holy god. I told you we have to completely eliminate that filth. Zoe continued fearfully. But if we do such things, what if we encounter even more misfortune? Suddenly, she was thrown against the wall behind her, the impact causing her to scream. Hearing this, Emma finally understood. That was divine power, and the nanny was radiating an invisible force. She said coldly, "Do you doubt my words?" Queen Zoe, now without her arrogance, stammered, "Of course not. I won't do it again." Emma calmly thought to herself, unsurprised. She was sent from the shrine. Her divine power was meant for protection, yet she used it like that and spoke of Kai in that tone. She decided she would punish her accordingly. This time, night begins to fall, and in the carriage, Chloe rests on Ethan's lap. They were both fast asleep while Emma sat perched on Maya. She was also asleep, leaving Emma to quietly channel her power, thinking, since they attacked first, she would retaliate, making it unbreakable by anyone with less than extremely high divine power, at least at her level. The surrounding scenery gradually fades into silent darkness as Emma recalls Kai and Grand Duke Laventus seeing her off. So this rando flashes a grin and goes, "Hey little princess, you're bouncing back home to Haven, right? I'd love to come to your next birthday bash. You gonna invite me?" Meanwhile, Emma's just thinking, "Oh my god, please don't ask me that." But she just gives him a short yes. He got the answer he wanted, so he happily grabs her hand like, "For real? The little one is gonna invite me? Bet. I'll totally be there." Then this dude Mikhail finally says, "Thanks for today." Emma just gives a little nod, not saying a word. Snapping out of it, she vows to herself that she's gonna double down and make them feel every ounce of pain she's feeling. Days later, Dolores is looking rough, like she's been on a week-long bender in Vegas, all pale and gasping. She shrieks, "I'm cursed. Get the high priest in here, like, right now." So, boom, after the princess's birthday, the gossip mill starts churning that the queen and Grace are cursed, and honestly, it makes sense, because they were feeling hotter than a Texas summer. Dolores is full-on freaking out, crying, "Your Majesty, I feel so hot." But this Laxius dude just tells her to grab some magical tools. Grace immediately shut that down, like, "That's not happening. How could that even be a thing? Aren't you ashamed in front of the gods?" See, Grace had been having these wild nightmares where the gods were coming after her, and she's like, "Haven't I always been great at taking out the trash?" She gets so worked up she just flops backward, and Dolores is whining, "I don't even have the strength to hold her anymore." Laxius snaps, "High priest, do something." So, the priest walks up to the queen and starts channeling his magic into her. A minute later, Laxius is like, "So, how is she?" But the priest is just stuttering, totally clueless about what's wrong. Hearing this, Laxius is devastated. "Not even your divine power can fix it? No way. Get Jake on the line for me. I need to get the magic tower master here to heal her." The maids are all whispering in the corner like, "Oh my god, even the priest can't handle it. What's going on?" Like, the queen is cursed, but Grace, who has divine power, is also cursed? Did she do something shady on the side? The high priest knew in his gut this was a bad scene. If this drama kept up, it wouldn't just wreck their reputations, but their whole vibe with the royal family. He had to fix it before it blew up. A few days later, a carriage rolls up to some address, like 456 Maple Drive, and a magical communication device starts buzzing. "Thank goodness, I get it, Your Majesty." Word on the street was that the magic tower had toned down the curse. Emma's just thinking. She heard a magic tower near Haven was working with them. The royals, who used to diss magic, are now basically begging for help. Guess the magic tower crew has some serious skills, huh? If you think they're awesome, smash that like button. But that wasn't a curse. It was a high-key mind manipulation spell. She's gonna have a rough time until fall, at least. The girl then said the queen was still young, and she hoped nothing major would happen. Then news dropped that Grace, who was supposedly cursed, had her magic totally drained. Emma lets out a sigh of relief, like a huge weight just lifted. I mean, who would dare mess with a kid right in front of her? A curse from the good guys or the bad guys, it's all the same drama. She wondered if Mikhail had heard the news. I wonder if he's feeling better now. I really hope so. She's like, I see a kid who's heard way too much trash talk. I've seen that look a million times. Just then, someone calls her. Little one, why do you like Mikhail so much? Emma gets all shy and says, I like you, father. Chloe chimes in that she likes him too, which totally made Jake's day. Of course, I'm your favorite, right? Chloe gives him a big hug while Emma is internally panicking. How did Dad know I was thinking about Mikhail? Emma felt a chill. Man, her dad's intuition was seriously terrifying. Then her sister asks Maya, is Dad coming with us? Which reminded Emma that Jake had his own stuff to deal with. Maya had previously questioned if he was just ditching his duties at Haven for all the metro drama, but her husband was adamant he didn't want to be separated from his family. Shaking off the argument, Maya replied, Dad said he'd be lonely traveling by himself, so we're all going together. Emma got it. Oh, so that's why Dad was on that magic communication thing. Then Chloe hugs Ethan. Emma is so happy the whole fam is back together, and he's giving Chloe this super sweet look. Of course, Jake was just soaking up this wholesome family moment as Emma finally chilled out. About 6 months after they hit the capital, she was just quietly watching her sister have the time of her life. And hearing Chloe's cheers, she knew they were finally back home at Haven. Meanwhile, the priest is absolutely livid. How dare you disrespect the shrine and use forbidden magic? This is a sign that the Holy One is mad. What happens when you hang around a cursed person? Meanwhile, he's thinking darkly. Should I drop a little warning about this? I think it'd be cool if that person needed me a bit more, because I want to see them again soon. He reverently reached out his hand for my savior, my Emma. And with that, he was just overwhelmed with feels. She had no idea that miles away, she was looking out with these hopeful eyes, while the maids were literally crying now that Emma was back. We missed you so much, my lady. You've gotten so big, you should have let us watch you grow up. Turning to the side, she saw the knights looking all helpless and bummed out. We wanted to come to the capital, too. We've missed you like crazy these past few months. It's all good, she reassured them, seeing their worried, hopeful faces. Everyone was just shook, they barely recognized Emma. She was like a whole new person. They were crying tears of joy over her glow-up, just overcome with emotion and hype. My lady, you're speaking so clearly now. Did we train hard enough these past 6 months to even be worthy of you? Meanwhile, Emma sees they haven't changed one bit. Still a loud and rowdy crew, with Chloe happily waving next to her. Everyone's doing good, I hope? Ken walked up to her, looking super pleased with himself. Lady Emma, your timing is perfect. Chloe had no clue what was going on or why he'd say that. Ken dropped to one knee, holding out a gift box and explaining. We didn't get to celebrate your birthday because you were in the mana pool. He presents the gift to Chloe as a birthday wish, saying the knights have a birthday present for her. After getting the gift from Ken, she hugged it tight, dying to open it. Can I open it now? Ken replied with a gentle smile. Of course. Chloe ripped open the gift, her eyes sparkling like crazy. Chloe held it up. It was a sword, and she was totally obsessed. Turning to Emma, she asked, Look, don't I look like a hero now? Emma was like, totally. And Chloe, now holding the sword like it's a priceless artifact, promises to protect her. So, you don't have to worry anymore, okay? Emma just stared, like, for real? Chloe suddenly laughs, showing off her sword to prove her point. That's right, 'cause your sister is a hero. Emma looked up, her eyes totally sparkling with happiness. Chloe went on, I'll protect you no matter what. She held out her hand for a pinky promise to seal the deal with Emma. She promised, and they locked it in with a pinky swear, vowing to protect her forever. The knight guarding Emma overhears Chloe's hero talk and starts stroking his chin with this indulgent look. So, Lady Emma wants to be a hero. Well, to be a hero, you're gonna need a Demon King's castle. Of course, he keeps listing off what a hero needs, suggesting they build the Demon King's castle in the forest, just like they talked about. The two knights were confused at first, but then they were all in. They hustled to make Chloe's wish come true, as soon as possible. All right, let's build it for the young lady. But soon the happy vibes vanished, replaced by this chilling feeling that made everyone go pale and start shaking. Dude, I feel like I'm about to die. I can't even move. But hey, it looks like the Demon King's platform is done. It was a wooden treehouse just catching the morning sun. Chloe was blown away, clasping her hands and literally jumping for joy. Amazing. Just, wow. So, is the Demon King living there now? Chloe asked excitedly. If Emma beats the Demon King and saves the princess from far away, then this castle becomes Emma's, right? The second they heard Demon King, the three knights looked absolutely terrified. Demonium vodes sing. Emma found this whole thing so weird. Why were they taking this so seriously? The Demon King's fortress. 2 days after they finished it, two knights are whispering about something shady. Are you kidding me? You seriously think you can just kidnap our young lady? It's not kidnapping. I'm just borrowing her for Lady Emma's quest. Shh. The young lady has super sharp ears. She'll wake up if we're not quiet. Too bad for them. Emma was already awake and heard the whole thing. Yup, I'm awake now. Emma totally called what she overheard. Looks like they're planning some kind of skit. Arthur grabbed his head and cried out, completely unable to deal. But I'm playing the Demon King. I don't want Lady Emma to hate me. So, he's the one playing the big bad. Emma actually felt kind of bad for the whole charade they were putting on for Chloe. This is what my sister wants. I guess I'll play along out of pity. This is so sad. Little do they know, she's been up and heard their entire master plan. Oh, boy. Emma wakes up and rubs her eyes, acting all sleepy. Who's there? Arthur heard this and his face went white as a sheet. Okay, grab onto me and let's go. He felt so guilty carrying her away, just filled with regret. I'm so sorry, my lady. Emma is totally confused by what he's doing, and the other knight, seeing Arthur use a magic gate for something so ridiculous, yells, You idiot. That's for emergencies. For this, the next second, Arthur and Emma teleported to the Demon King's castle. Confused, she asks about the magic portal as Arthur, realizing his epic fail, bows super low and begs for forgiveness. I'm so sorry, my lady. I won't even ask for forgiveness. But please don't cry. This is all for Lady Emma. Emma doesn't yell at him, but she's thinking, even if it's for my sister, wasting something that expensive is like half a year's salary. He carries her away, but she doesn't even recognize him. Who is this guy? Arthur quickly introduced himself. I am one of Lady Emma's knights. Suddenly, a whole squad of knights swarms in, looking furious, shouting, Hey, if you've got a problem, step up right now. How dare you kidnap our young lady? Emma looks on, realizing her own crew has arrived. Down below, they're yelling, You're not taking the young lady anywhere. Zoe, losing all her chill, gets super intimidating, but they just get more determined and charge into battle. Fine, bring it on. Let's end this today. We're gonna win. Outside, Emma's just thinking that this whole situation has gone completely off the rails. She's powerless against this fake but also super real drama. It's just a play, guys. Why is everyone taking it so seriously? I gotta stop them. She went outside, waving her hand and yelling, Hey, I'm okay. Seeing this, the knight burst into tears. Even in this crazy situation, you're still thinking of us, my lady. I swear I'll save you from these evil monsters. Emma had no clue her actions would totally backfire. Like, when they overreact, how do things get even worse? Suddenly, she hears hurried footsteps. Chloe has arrived. Are you in there? The battle basically paused as everyone's head snapped in his direction. Emma is stunned to hear that familiar voice. What do you guys think will happen next? Let me know in the comments. And you guys, a voice cuts through the chaos, and it's Chloe, coming in clutch with a sword, ready to throw down for Emma like she promised. She is here to save the day, for real. Talk about a glow-up, our girl Chloe is playing the hero, ready to rescue her bestie from the tower. Her eyes are blazing. Dude, seriously, she's not playing. Just hang on a little longer. And her whole crew, seeing their girl take charge, is like, we ride at dawn, lady. They are so ready to back her play. And get this, they're all times Emma's times knights. She's not even scared. She's absolutely living for this drama because the scene is playing out perfectly. It's all part of her master plan, her big blockbuster production. She's thinking, okay, note to self, get these guys a bonus. But then bam, someone snatches her from behind. It's Kai, going full villain mode, using her to threaten Chloe and the squad. Never. The princess belongs to the Demon King. So extra. But y'all, on the inside, Kai was basically crying a river, trying so hard not to break character. He was giving it his all, bless his heart. Zoe, seeing this, gets totally triggered and screams, All right, Demon King, let's dance. Only one of us is walking away from this. And Kai's face just went white, like he saw a ghost. He squeaked out, go get him, guys, save the lady. But lol, his knights got absolutely steamrolled. It was kinda sad, actually. One dude named Leo gets yeeted across the room, but he's still screaming, My lord, I'll protect you, while flying through the air. So now, it's all down to Chloe. If she can get past this next goon, she's basically halfway to saving Emma. And her opponent, it's this dude Ken, who's dead, set on stopping her. He puffs out his chest and goes, I am the Demon King's right hand, and you shall not pass. Gandalf is shaking. But the whole tense vibe was just, like, shattered by pure confusion. Chloe just sighs, looking all sad and emo. Are you really gonna stop me? I'm the hero, Lara. I have to save the princess. And everyone just froze. Instead of throwing hands, she hits him with the puppy dog eyes, and suddenly this weird force just sends the knights flying. Her own team was like, okay, weird, but we'll take it, and started clearing a path for her. Chloe, it's your moment. Go. Everyone is cheering her on. She gets this look of pure determination, sword in hand, ready for the final boss, and then she just drops her sword and climbs up a ladder. LOL what? So she gets up there and yells, Kai. He's holding Emma hostage, trying to look menacing. The Demon King has the princess. Now, back off. Chloe looks at him, totally unimpressed, and asks, Yo, if you're the real Demon King, you can breathe fire, right? Show me. Kai just short-circuited. You could see the panic in his eyes. Fire? What are you talking about? Fire. Chloe just raises an eyebrow, basically telling him the jig is up. Realizing he's totally cornered, Kai just gives up, kneels down, and hands Emma back over, leaving Chloe completely baffled. She seriously had no idea he'd fold that easily. After letting Emma go, Kai just bolts, screaming, I surrender, at the top of his lungs. Everyone watching from below just felt so bad for him, like, aw, poor little Demon King. Chloe, meanwhile, is just thrilled to have Emma back, hugging her super tight. Emma, Lara saved Sasa, just like I promised, right? And Emma, playing along, just smiles and says, Yep. I mean, even though it was all just a game, Emma was so happy seeing Chloe this hyped. If her sister was happy, it was a win. Later, everyone was buzzing about the rescue. Like, wait, she really beat them all? Chloe's retelling the story like she's on a talk show, except her version is, well, some of them were tough, but I just asked them nicely to surrender. And they did. They were all really sweet people. The innocence is killing me. Her big bro, Ethan, gently pats her head, all proud. Our Chloe's a true hero. She was so determined to save her little sister. Then he asks, a little surprised, so, you're really starting night training tomorrow? Emma overheard this and was like, wait, tomorrow? And her brain just went times click asterisk. Oh, so the night training is connected to THAAT conversation. The plot thickens. People. So after the whole Hero and Demon King production wrapped, Chloe marched straight into her dad's office. Jake thought it was a little weird she wanted him to train her. She just walked up and said, Dad, I want to become a knight. Jake was gentle about it like, honey, that's really hard work. Why the sudden interest? And Chloe's answer was iconic because it's cool. She was like, I'm the oldest daughter, so I'm gonna learn, just like my brother. Plus, swinging a sword around is way more fun than reading textbooks. I want to be a knight. Faced with that logic, what could Jake even say? I get it, but you know, if you train, you're gonna get banged up. Your arms and legs will hurt. Are you okay with that? But Chloe was all in. It's fine. I'll train with my brother and get my arms as strong as yours. Her dad basically had no choice but to fold. All right, sweetheart. I'll talk it over with your mother and we'll see. Chloe was so happy she just beamed. Okay, Dad. Seeing her sister so thrilled, Emma thought, looks like Mom and Dad are on board. Honestly, the nightlife sounds rough and I don't really want her to do it, but she should follow her dreams. And with her dad's tentative approval, Chloe happily promised to always protect Emma. Laura will now protect you from the shadows. Emma then thought about her brother Ethan, who was buried in books, studying to be the heir. She pictures her dad Jake carefully teaching Ethan, now, watch what I do closely. Meanwhile, in her imagination, Chloe is starting her training, with Jake right there. No, don't just swing the sword around like you're at a rave in Miami. But besides, that was all just Emma daydreaming. She snapped out of it, feeling kinda relieved. Wait, am I the only one in this entire house just chilling? This is gonna get boring fast. A few days later, two maids were chatting about how the rain finally stopped after, like, a week straight. And hearing them be so productive just made Emma feel even more useless. Everyone was busy, and she had literally nothing to do. Her thoughts started spiraling. Just when I thought I could finally relax, life gets busy again for everyone but me. See, should have kept my mouth shut. Right then, a maid walks in with a stunning dress. My lady, this is your outfit for today. The maid is totally gushing, saying she needs to look gorgeous. But compared to the maid's hype level, Emma felt zero excitement, even though she was supposed to be the star of the show. Emma couldn't believe her birthday had snuck up on her so fast. Today was July 3rd, a super important day. Wow. I can't believe it's my birthday already. The maids are buzzing around, making final touches. My lady, what if we add a ribbon right here on the sleeve? Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. Was someone supposed to come by? The maid rushes to the door, and it's clearly someone she knows. Oh my goodness, come in. Your invitation must have gotten lost in the mail, but you're just in time. A guy with golden hair walks in, smiling. Long time no see, little one. Emma was actually super happy. It was a small, cozy party, and she was loving it. This is way better than my huge coming-of-age party. Less pressure, you know? Maybe it's because I actually feel like I'm part of this family now. And of course, just as she's having a nice thought, she hears some hater whisper, can you believe that? At a birthday party, our youngest lady never seems to grow up. Rude. Even though she wanted a small party, the guest list was longer than a CVS receipt, and seeing some rando talking smack about his girl, Mickey stepped in to smooth things over. She's just a cute and precious little thing. His grandpa, Duke Leventus, chimes in, I agree completely. And Emma's just thinking, ugh, this grandpa-grandson duo's always calling me little. It is so annoying. Mickey then politely thanks her. Thank you for inviting me to your birthday party again this year. Then he hands her a box. Here, this is for you. She's thinking about his gift, remembering he once gave her a ruby that matched her eyes. Mickey's gifts are always on point. Is this an amethyst? Mickey is practically vibrating with excitement. Well, what do you think? Do you like it, little one? His grandpa pipes up. So the little miss likes jewels. Does she? And Emma's internal monologue is just a flat, not even a little bit. But the grandpa is already running with it, ready to drop some serious cash for her. I suppose I'll have to buy a few more mines in West Virginia. Not wanting to be outdone, he immediately presents his gift, a solid gold tiger. It was actually kind of cute. This is from me. I heard you like tigers, so I had this made. Do you like it? After seeing the gift, Emma just thought, I knew Mickey was weird, but wow, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Despite thinking they were both total weirdos, she smiled politely. Thank you, Grandpa. Mickey immediately got pouty. What about me, little one? He was not letting it go. You're not going to thank me for my gift. Emma just decided to ignore him, staring straight ahead like he wasn't even there. Then, another person came up with a small gift. Happy birthday, Emma, he said softly. It's not much, but I figured you might get bored when you're all by yourself, so I got you this. It was Ethan, being the absolute sweetest. He totally understood she got lonely, so he got her colored pencils and a drawing pad. It was so thoughtful, she actually teared up. I'm used to being alone, but I never thought my own brother would notice and care this much. Smash that like button if you love a thoughtful sibling. Ethan, worried she wouldn't know what to do, even offered, if drawing is too hard, just call me over and I'll help. She'd never looked so happy before. She looked up at him and said, thank you, Ethan. After that day, whenever she was alone, she'd pull out those colored pencils. It was like she'd finally found a hobby, which totally shocked her servants. Oh my gosh, is our young lady drawing a puppy? Emma thought to herself, no. I'm literally just drawing a line. But after a few more scribbles, the maid was gushing that it looked just like a tiger. Emma was like, okay, I like tigers, but it's just a circle and a line, people. She had this whole backstory for why her art was so basic, something about the last 2,000 years, which is a whole mood. Look, she knew she wasn't going to be showing at a gallery in Soho anytime soon, but she saw these drawings as her starting point. She was determined to get better, a true underdog story. Then, a voice from behind her says, little one, are you drawing? It was Mikai. Again. Emma was so confused. I thought he was supposed to be training with my brother. Why do I feel like I'm seeing him everywhere lately? Mikai leans in super close, trying to get a look. Can I see what you drew, little one? She was like, sure, whatever, and showed him. And this dude, after seeing her literal scribbles, has the audacity to ask, wow, can you draw me? Emma was floored. Is he for real right now? What a ridiculous question. She had zero confidence in her artistic abilities. Her first thought was, how could I possibly ruin such a handsome face? So she immediately said no. But Mikai kept pushing her, insisting she was talented. He pointed at the paper and said, but you drew such a beautiful puppy. Emma deadpanned. It's not a puppy. Mikai, refusing to be wrong, guessed again. Oh, so it's a tiger, right? She could only sigh and shake her head. No, it's not that either. But no matter what, Mikai just would not quit. Is that why you won't draw me? Because I can't guess what your masterpiece is? Don't worry, I'll figure it out. Even the servants outside started whispering guesses. It's not a puppy, or a star, or a cat. They were all worried Emma would be sad that nobody could guess her drawing, while Mikai just kept guessing, annoying her to absolute death. Okay, what do you think she drew? Drop your best guess in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe. A butterfly? Girl, that is so not it. The next day, while she was minding her own business, doodling, someone just pops up and calls her name. It's Ethan. Emma was shook, like, shouldn't you be in class or something? Being the super observant big bro he is, he leans in and is all like, you sad that no one gets your artistic vision? Emma was like, huh, not at all, she says, and Ethan just gives this adorable, helpless smile. Chloe sent her apologies, by the way. I was hoping we could all draw together, but she's totally knocked out and not waking up anytime soon. LOL, sounds like Chloe's night training is no joke. Ever since she started, all that hardcore practice has been wiping her out. She's sleeping way more than usual, probably still getting used to the grind. Ethan thought she'd be a little bummed about it. Sucks, you're stuck drawing with just me since she's out, right? But Emma, being a total queen, just happily chirps. Nope, Ethan just smirked. Oh really? I bet, let's hang out then. He started teaching her the basics, like a total sweetheart. Here, let me show you how to hold the pen, for real this time. He was always so chill, totally respecting Emma's vibe and letting her draw whatever she wanted. So, what's the masterpiece gonna be today? Emma Cloud, pick any color you want. You're a little Picasso. Ethan hyped her up. Hey, Emma, how about you try drawing me this time? Draw. You? Oh my god, the look in Ethan's eyes said it all. He wanted this more than anything. Emma felt kind of put on the spot. But like, how do you say no to that face? She was a little shy, but she got to work. And bam. She whipped up a perfect picture, not even realizing how good it was. When Ethan saw it, he held it up like it was a winning lottery ticket, totally mesmerized. You drew me. Thank you, Emma. Seeing this, the servants basically mobbed her, all wanting to be drawn too. Me too, miss, draw me. It was a whole scene, like a new iPhone just dropped. More and more people showed up. I heard the news from my cousin down in Austin, Texas. I want to be painted too. I'm next. No, me. Someone even yelled. The art prodigy is drawing me. Emma started breaking out in a cold sweat. Her head was spinning. How did it get this crazy? This is not the vibe. Just when she was about to have a full-on meltdown, A familiar voice cut through the noise. This little one. Emma looked up and saw Kai, and a wave of relief washed over her. As always, he leaned in and whispered, asking why he was the only one she wouldn't draw. LOL, Emma was so used to his drama by now. Of course. To save her from the crowd, Kai whips out a painting he made. I painted you, so it's only fair you paint me, little one. Emma was shook by his skills. The portrait was insanely lifelike. Like, wow, he made me look so good. Kai had this worried look on his face, scared she didn't like it. You don't like it? I can do it again if you want, or if there's anything else you want, I'll get it for you, I swear. He was practically begging, just wanting her to draw him once. So he asked again if she'd do it. Emma's whole face just fell. Is this dude serious? Showing me this masterpiece and then asking for my stick figure version? But whatever, she caved. Fine. Kai kept gassing her up, saying, You're an amazing artist, you know. Hearing that, Emma was like, okay, sure. After she finished, she thought, if he doesn't like it, that's a him problem, not a me problem. She hands it over, and Kai accepts it like it's the Holy Grail. He couldn't believe his eyes. This was him? Is this really how she sees me? Emma couldn't help but feel kinda weird. Why do I feel so awkward right now? Kai was so freaking grateful for the drawing. This is the first gift you've ever given me. Thank you, little one. I'll treasure it forever. Emma was stunned, turning away and thinking, compared to the millions of things he's given me, calling this my first gift is so cringe. I can't. Oop, are those feelings I spot. But why is she so flustered? Seeing Emma in a good mood, the servants started gossiping. While hanging laundry, they were whispering. You think it's because of Kai? The young master has been acting so sweet lately, right? It's like we have two different young masters now. Chloe was also living for it all day. You guys, Kai actually smiled and said hi to me today. And get this, he even sparred with me. After getting the painting, Kai literally went around showing it off to everyone like a proud dad. The young lady drew this for me. Isn't it amazing? And everyone was like, yes, so amazing. Emma never imagined her little doodle could make Kai this happy. He's that ecstatic. She wondered why something so simple could bring him so much joy. Honestly, she was happy for him, and she didn't mind being the reason for it. But maybe the news of Emma's art skills spread a little too far, like all the way to Palm Beach, Florida. Oh, young lady, I hear you've taken up drawing. Is that true? I would be absolutely honored if you would paint one for me as well. Emma just started sweating, feeling so helpless. If I knew this would happen, I never would have given him that painting. On top of that, he's making them prep for a whole mountain climbing trip. And he's all like, I've already prepared some top-tier drawing tools for you. Imagine your art with this gorgeous scenery. I have to change the subject. Stat. Scared she'd be stuck drawing forever, she decided to switch things up. Her eyes sparkled as she looked up, ready to shut it down. She said something super random, not realizing that copying her sister would totally save her. The middle-aged Grand Duke Leventus was so confused. He totally misunderstood her, thinking, does she want me to play with her? The little miss. But Emma had no idea this trick would actually work. Oh my god, it worked. I've never seen him smile like that. Seeing her cute face, he gently asked, is there a game you want to play? I'll literally agree to anything for you. But then the Grand Duke said something that made Emma's jaw drop. You want to climb on me? Is that the game, little miss? All right, bet. I like this game. A thought just hit her. This was not what she expected. Wait, I thought he understood me. And then he just swooped her up high into the air. Okay, hold on tight now. It's way up there. Emma never thought the view from up high could be this incredible. So this is the view the Grand Duke sees all the time. It's so high. I can see the entire estate from here, all the way to the Hamptons. It's gorgeous. The Grand Duke wants to make a deal. And hey, if I'm her grandfather, that makes you my granddaughter, right? Come on, say it, grandfather. Emma was stunned. Is he really going to use that line from now on? He looks so happy to have a granddaughter. All right, my granddaughter. Since I've gained such a precious granddaughter, I have to give you something amazing. I'll give you one of my rubies. It's only fitting for our family's honor. What? Emma was so caught off guard, waving her hands like, no, sir. Being your granddaughter is way more than enough. The Grand Duke absolutely adored her. He just really, really wanted her to paint him. Don't even worry about it. I was going to give it to you anyway, even if you just painted a portrait for me. Inside, Emma was crying, wishing he'd just forgotten about the painting. But she was happy that after drawing his portrait, she finally earned her freedom. The Grand Duke loved her painting so much he had it professionally framed. Finally, after drawing for him, she was free. Both of Emma's paintings, the one of him and the one of Kai, were framed and hung up. The two dudes just stood there, hands behind their backs, admiring them like they were in a museum. After that, things at Haven were super peaceful, with him holding Emma in his arms. Maybe we should just chill at home for a bit. This year was way different from all the stuffy parties of the past. Ethan, Chloe, and Emma traveled all over the place, from season to season. It was so peaceful, just being a family on the road. They built snowmen, had amazing adventures, and everyone grew a little bit. Kai, of course, had to tease Emma, which totally annoyed her. The little one is still so tiny, but growing up the fastest. As Emma starts a new year, you can just feel a bunch of changes coming. I'm almost 5 years old now. In the middle of all this peace and quiet, news drops that the shrine found some ancient divine relic. Everyone is buzzing about it, so the family decides to take a trip to the capital, Ragato. Emma sat on her dad's lap, internally screaming. The shrine sent a special invite because of this relic. A divine relic? Hearing that, her face just fell. Oh, what are they plotting now? Feeling super uneasy, Emma wondered if she let her guard down. Then, out of nowhere, a mysterious figure in a white cloak appeared. It was someone she might have seen before. Hello, a familiar dude from her dreams just popped up. Emma was shook. How is he here? We'll meet again soon. She was so over his cryptic nonsense. And just like that, the mysterious guy left her with more vague words. Be careful. Before he vanished, he seemed to struggle to say, please save. Her dad, Jake, gently put a scarf around her and asked, aren't you cold, Emma? She replied, nope, I'm good. He lovingly pinched her chubby cheeks. Jake took her hand and said, all right, let's go inside. Emma remembered how back at the Demon King's castle, the knights used instant teleportation, so she knew she wasn't prone to portal sickness. She thought with a little boredom as she arrived at their mansion in the city, I've used teleportation magic a million times. This little gate is nothing. Emma noticed that most kids got super sick from using the warp gates. For example, Chloe and Ethan decided to travel with Thala by carriage because they get so sick using them. Emma remembered Chloe cheerfully waving goodbye, yelling, see you in 3 weeks. Jake, looking at tiny Emma, sighed and asked, our little one, aren't you bored all by yourself? She sweetly replied, I have you, Dad, so it's okay. He wasn't sure he could believe such a sweet answer from her. He asked again, really? I'm so happy I get to hang out with you for the next few weeks. She looked at Jake with the most innocent, loving eyes and said, yep, as long as you read to me. He looked at Emma with so much love, smiling at her cute words. Jake affectionately stroked her head and said, all right, my precious daughter, I'll play with you until you're totally sick of me. She literally thought, yeah, right, because he could never keep that promise. She just didn't think he'd be this busy. Still, these days weren't so bad. Emma was just wandering down the hallway when she heard someone call her. She couldn't stop thinking about one other person who, even though he was young, was totally fine with the portal's side effects. It was Kai. He smiled warmly. Want to go for a walk? Emma thought. Of course, he's always zipping between the Grand Duke's territory and his family's place in Chicago. She casually gestured outside, saying, dude, it's freezing out there. Kai just insisted, you can't stay cooped up inside just because it's a little cold. Oh, those were Ethan's exact words. Emma was speechless, mentally accusing him of using Ethan's logic against her. But, ugh, she couldn't say no. While they were talking, somewhere else, Ethan felt his ears burning as Chloe slept soundly on his shoulder. A minute later, Emma, all bundled up, went outside with Kai. He held her hand in the snow and asked, little one, you want to see the greenhouse, right? If you're Team Kai, smash that like button, and if you're Team Ethan, let me know in the comments. Don't forget to subscribe for more tea. Emma was like, spritzing her hair and thinking, wait, did I ever say that out loud? She totally remembered zoning out over this book, staring at a picture of a greenhouse. The people in it just looked so happy. It was a whole vibe. And that's when Kai must have been there, because he apparently saw the googly eyes she was making at the pic. So, he did times notice. Her cheeks went bright red. She was like, oh my god, when did he get so good at reading me? She was straight up, I want to go there. Kai just smiled and was like, good. I was worried I was misreading the signals, little one. The two were just vibing and chatting on their way, but as they got closer, they saw this massive crowd. Emma was like, yo, why is it as busy as Times Square on New Year's Eve today? They're both staring at this line of people. And Emma realizes the shrine is on the other side, guessing the whole crowd was a bunch of Boji nobles. Emma squinted, totally suspicious. Is the high priest, Leo, making a public appearance or something? She glanced at the shrine up ahead, thinking, they're saying they found some sacred relic. If we hang around here, we're definitely going to get dragged into some drama. Emma suddenly grabbed Kai's hand and was like, let's dip. Hurry. And get this, while our girl is trying to bounce, her so-called family is about to start some major beef. Laxius looked way too happy to see Emma, calling out, oh, have you come to celebrate this amazing day with me? But then Emma froze. The high priest, the king, the queen, the whole gang was there. Laxius's face tightened, and he forced a smile. Come here this instant, Emma. And let go of that cursed child. Oh my god, The absolute shade he just threw was unreal. He went on, all dramatic. It hurts my soul to see my granddaughter's hands stained like this. But then, Kai suddenly let her hand go, and Emma was shook, thinking, whoa, why'd you let go? He gently bent down and whispered, go on, little one. But Emma was not having it. No way, I'm staying right here with you, Kai. Kai had to struggle to calm her down, saying, it's cool. The king just wants to see you since you're like family. She was internally screaming at him for trying to act like this was all normal. Asterisk, don't you dare pretend you're used to them treating you like trash. Asterisk, then Dolores chimed in, Emma, you shouldn't keep your elders waiting. When they call, you come running. Period. Emma just stared at him, her mind racing. Ugh. If I ignore him, he's just going to take it out on Kai. Fine. I'll handle this myself. Emma slowly walked up, stopping at the top of the stairs to literally look down on them as Laxius cleared his throat to start his lecture. Granddaughter, I am the king of this nation. You will show me some respect. Emma, with the most innocent face ever, just goes, Uncle, while thinking, asterisk, isn't he the one who just called me his niece? Make it make sense. Asterisk, Dolores was fuming in the background, like, what is she even talking about? Were you not taught any manners? You're a duke's daughter, for crying out loud. Emma, still playing innocent, was like, huh. Wasn't that a proper greeting? Dolores snapped, that's right. So Emma clasped her hands, did this super deep, dramatic bow, and said just 2 words, greetings. And you guys, the whole place started whispering. The ladies were fanning themselves, spilling all the tea, because our girl had successfully gotten under Laxius's skin. He starts yelling at Maya, asking how she even raised her kid. Seeing Laxius's face turn beet red, Emma thought to herself, nailed it. Leo, the high priest who'd just been eavesdropping, finally decided to speak. Ahem, little miss. You're too young to understand, he started, gearing up for another boring lecture. He slapped on a fake smile and said, the best should only hang with the best, you see. That's how you get in good with the people at the top. You should be spending your time with the princess, not just anyone. Emma was thinking, asterisk dude, that is low-key the worst thing a high priest could say. Asterisk, oh, Laxius is trying to pull rank, she thought. Laxius jumped in. Yes, I'm sure my granddaughter can make tons of new friends. Why don't you go study with the other noble kids? Emma literally couldn't listen to another second of this garbage and immediately shut it down. As the 3 adults tried to lecture a little kid, she was thinking how much her mom would hate this. Out loud, she said, it would be nice to have new friends, but then she got real serious, thinking, I have to say this directly to his face. Emma declared, Kai is my friend. He's like a big brother to me. She was totally frank about him. Kai is a good person. All that praise made Kai's cheeks turn pink. Emma said one more time that he wasn't a bad kid, bowed, said her goodbyes, and ran over to Kai. Her epic exit left Laxius and Dolores completely stunned, and before they could even think of a comeback, Emma was gone. He screamed, that disrespectful little brat. How dare she? As she walked away, she totally made a face at them. Kai, meanwhile, couldn't stand seeing Emma get in trouble for him. He was like, what's wrong, little one? You could have just told them I'm not your friend. And she was internally fuming. Seriously. After all that, you follow me around like a lost puppy and now you say that? Emma quickly grabbed Kai's hand, pulled him down to her height, and said casually, it's because Kai wanted to hold hands. Kai started stuttering, but before he could even get a word out, she cut him off. It's not your fault. Don't make that face. You know my parents aren't the type to cause a scene. We're cool, right? Then, in the cutest, most childlike voice, Emma said, and I'm going to the greenhouse with Kai. She turned to him and said, let's go. She was totally reassuring herself that she could fix everything. Back at Haven, Emma immediately told Jake. So, I went to say hi to him, and he just pulled her into a huge, anxious hug. Is that right? Jake asked, looking down at his daughter with so much worry. Our little one, you weren't scared? Emma replied, nope. But then her eyes dropped and she sadly told him how Kai had let go of her hand. Don't you like him anymore? Is Kai really bad? He picked her up and said softly, how could you even think that? Kai is not bad at all. Jake snuggled her cheek, saying, from now on, my baby girl just needs to have fun with her friends, okay? But later in her bedroom, she couldn't stop replaying the day. I told Dad so he could do something, but I started this whole mess. So shouldn't I be the one to finish it? Emma's eyes went wide as she realized, duh, of course I have to be the one to make a move this time, too. The little spy in her heart was guessing he was for sure planning some weird revenge plot. Emma summoned Chaco, who popped up and immediately started being extra. My liege, why did you only call me now? Do you know how much Chaco misses you? I think of you every single day. My lord, Chaco gushed, but Emma cut her off, ordering her to show a projection of Leo and the royal couple. Chaco was like Bet, and in the image, Emma saw Leo totally manipulating Laxius, making him blow up. The priest was right. That girl is clearly looking down on us. Laxius slammed his fist on the table, his voice all strained. How could a mere child not fear my authority? Dolores rushed over to try and calm him down. Chill out, Your Highness. What does a kid know? But then she totally added fuel to the fire, saying it was all because of that cursed background of his. Laxius, as usual, didn't even let Dolores finish her sentence before he bought everything she was selling. Gritting his teeth, he said, "The queen is right, even though she's always saying she doesn't care about the throne right to my face." Laxius was having a total flashback to the old days when he was just a prince. He remembered all the times Maya could have taken him out, seeing her standing there with a sword, looking like a total boss. Laxius was literally shaking as he said, "But just looking at her, just seeing her, reminds me of Maya's cold face." He said bitterly, "How many times did she say she would spare my life and just tell me to get lost?" Emma was watching this whole pity party like, "Asterisk dude, you should be sending thank you cards to the people who didn't kill you, asterisk." Leo then slid in, saying, "Such anger is bad for your health, Your Highness." Laxius was all, "Oh." Making the high priest see my embarrassing side, he put a hand on his chest, trying to act all submissive, and said, "No, how could anyone not be mad about this? Even after your super wise advice, she's still playing with that good-for-nothing." He faked a sigh, then added, "I see now that the youngest princess is very strong-willed. I'm just so worried she'll be influenced by being around that cursed man." Hearing this, Laxius got a nasty smirk and asked, "So, what should we do?" Maya must be heartbroken. Leo whipped out this little bottle and was like, "Luckily, this relic we found can punish anyone who disrespects God and, like, purify all the bad vibes. What if we use this relic to protect the youngest princess first?" He suggested with a total evil glint in his eye. "Seeing the princess get purified will make everyone realize how dangerous the curse is, but Jake might not listen to me." And with that, Leo suggested they end the call. Emma just patted her own head, thinking about their lame plan, and praised Choco. "Thanks, girl," she said with a smile, already excited for what was coming next. This was actually a good thing. With Choco on her side, her inner chaos was thriving. The little demon queen was in a great mood, totally hyped for their next move. It had been way too long since something this juicy happened. Emma thought their whole plan was hilariously basic. Jake got a letter from the Emperor detailing this purification ritual for the next day at the Great Shrine. "I want to show my granddaughter Emma some kindness. You can bet that day will be surprisingly fun." She immediately guessed they were trying to pull this stunt on her before her mom could get back to the capital. And of course, Jake was beyond furious. His face got all dark and he said, "Absolutely not. Your father is definitely not letting this slide." Emma, playing cute, asked, "What is it?" His whole mood flipped and he put on a smile. "Oh, it's nothing, my dear." But y'all, his hand was gripping that letter so tight, his veins were popping out. She didn't even need to look to know. Those were some fightin' words, for sure. Emma even started mimicking his angry face. "Really? 'Cause your face was looking super tense a second ago." Jake explained, all embarrassed. "Did I scare my baby?" "I wasn't mad at you, Emma." She just told him she wasn't scared of him at all. He sighed, relieved she didn't get the wrong idea, and asked, "Emma, how about we go for a checkup tomorrow?" Emma saw his plan from a mile away. He was going to use her being sick as an excuse. But she just shook her head. "No way." She was thinking, "I'm so sorry, Dad. But this is my main character moment at the shrine. I really, really want to go." Back at the castle, Leo was hyping up the crowd, claiming the artifact was a gift from God himself. This holy relic can purify dark energy. Leo just kept rambling about how powerful it was and how it could cleanse anyone who was cursed. Meanwhile, Jake and her brother, totally clueless about her plans, were giving her last-minute instructions. "Sweetie, if you get scared, you just call for us and run back, okay?" Emma agreed. "Okay." She thought to herself, "Though I probably won't be scared." Looking around, she realized the crowd was way bigger than before. "All right," she thought, "this should make things interesting." Emma then spotted Kai in the crowd and wondered if he'd come too. Seeing his totally unbothered expression, she was like, "There he goes again." Emma just stared at Kai, secretly wishing, if only he kept up his usual annoying act. Just then, Leo's voice cut through her thoughts. "What do you guys think he's gonna say? Smash that like button and drop your theories below." So get this, Leo is all like, "You, Lady Emma, are totally gonna get this purifying vibe." Then he's like, "Step right up, princess, and put your hand on this thing." Emma reaches for the relic, and you can just see the gears turning in her head. Like, "Oh my god, you're just trying to purify me to make Kai look bad, you shady snake." She's basically calling his bluff, wanting to see what this dude's got. Then, bam! The relic starts glowing with this sus purple energy, and Emma's face is like, "I knew it." Emma's inner monologue is just screaming, "Hold up, this vibe? This is straight up dark magic. And Leo has this super creepy, fishy grin as this freaky power just swallows her whole. Jake completely loses it and lunges forward, with Kai right behind him looking scared out of his mind. They're both yelling Emma's name as she literally just yeets into another dimension. She's already rubbing her head, thinking, okay, if I don't flex my magic as soon as possible, this is gonna get real ugly, real fast. So Emma pops back into existence and she's like, Toto, we are not in the palace anymore. She's totally bugging out, surrounded by a bunch of creepy trees. She's like, where in the world am I? Is this Delaware? Lol, JK. But for real, she's surrounded by darkness, thinking, who just drops a kid in a spooky forest and tells them to, what, go kick rocks, get lost, and get this? A random bird is just staring at her, so sus. Emma lets out this huge, frustrated sigh, like, seriously, dark magic on a kid? What did I even do? But then she shakes it off, because she realizes this whole drama isn't about her, it's a hit on Jake's family. She's stressed, knowing she's got to bounce before her dad starts waterworking all over the place again. She tries to snap her fingers to teleport, but nothing. Lol, major fail. Oh, right. Dark magic is basically a mana blocker for a hot minute. So yeah, whether it's holy powers or just her own epic skills, teleporting is a no-go for now. So Emma summons her little buddy, Chaco, who pops up like, you rang boss. Emma's like, go figure out where the heck we are. Chaco salutes and zooms off. And while her scout is gathering intel, Emma whips out her magic staff. Time to get serious, y'all. Girl is just radiating this insane magical energy. Emma's thinking she should probably say what's up to whatever lives in this forest. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Jake has gone full Liam Neeson mode since Emma vanished. He grabs Leo by the collar like he's about to throw him off the Santa Monica pier, screaming, my daughter, what did you do? Leo is shaking in his boots, can't even speak, and looks at Ethan for backup, like, Your Highness. But Ethan just looks away, pretending he doesn't know a thing. Oof, cold. So Leo is desperately begging Ethan for help. Your Highness, bro, help me out. But he gets zero help, so he switches tactics and tries to blame Jake. He's all, I told you multiple times your daughter was hanging with a bad luck charm, so this is, like, a divine timeout. Jake is not having it. He just scoffs about the punishment, shoves the dude aside, and whips out his sword. Things are about to get real, guys. Smash that like button if you're here for Papa Jake's rampage. He stabs it right next to Leo's face, making him scream like a banshee. And Jake's entire vibe shifts. This ain't the soft dad we see with Emma. He goes full dark mode, growling. If you think for 1 second I'm buying that load of garbage, you are dead wrong. Jake's eyes get all narrow and threatening. If you want to take another breath on this planet, you better shut your mouth and tell me where my daughter is. Now. Leo is sweating bullets, looking like a ghost, and he finally stammers out, the northern forest of beasts. Suddenly, Ethan calls out, but he's also looking pale and freaked out, his voice all shaky. Jake's like, I'm sending my knights from the capital into that forest. It wasn't even a question, more like a threat. You're gonna let me do that, right? Then, out of nowhere, the magic orb in Jake's hand lights up and a voice says, Honey, what's going on? Oh my god, it's Mom. Cut back to the forest, and a giant tiger, Hongyi, is getting schooled by a little kid's voice. It's Emma, obviously. You gotta know who you're fighting before you jump in, dude. She's just chilling against Hongyi, arms crossed, like, seriously, what would you even do without me? Apparently, our girl just wrecked a whole pack of monsters by herself and is now giving them a lecture. A whole pack of you trying to jump one little kid? That's some weak sauce, you cowards. Emma cracks open one eye, pats Hongji on the head, and goes, Yo, tiger, you gotta use your words. She's literally trying to teach a tiger manners, telling him to make sure his friends say hello nicely. Just then, a whole new squad of demonic beasts rolls up. Emma just sighs, thinking her parents are probably freaking out. Hongji starts growling, ready to throw down, and Emma just looks at him like, and what are you gonna do, you little fluffball? Laugh my ass off, the shade. Hongyi just gives her this blank stare, like, bruh. Emma snaps back into action. Alright, fine. 2 is better than 1, I guess. Let's do this. Back at the palace, the drama is popping. The nobles are whispering. A curse. For real? And isn't Leo being super out of line? Meanwhile, Ethan is sweating under Jake's death glare and is like, dude, haven't you sent people to find her yet? Jake gets this super creepy, warm smile and says, I have to protect my position here. So, according to Leo, my daughter is getting divinely punished, is she? One of the nobles blurts out, way too fast. So you're just gonna ditch the princess? Before he can even finish, Jake slams his sword into the ground, scaring the soul out of the guy. So, Jake declares, I guess I have to prove to all you wicked clowns that my daughter is innocent. Jake then glances over at Kai, who's standing behind him, and thinks about how everyone who was in on the shrine's shady business and just let it happen are just trash. He can see how much Kai is blaming himself and feels for him, like, poor kid, he was just starting to make some friends. Jake then glares at the busted relic on the floor, thinking, they really used my kid to start drama. Drop a comment below if you think the shrine needs to be cancelled. Oh, this was unforgivable. No mercy. Jake looks dead at Ethan and tells him he better get ready. Whatever Jake said just sucked all the color from Ethan's face, leaving him totally speechless. Even Leo and the head honcho at the shrine were in on it. Jake threatens that the second he gets proof, they are all going down. You can just see Leo's terrified, pale face reflected in the blade of Jake's sword. The drama is intense. Kai, who's been quiet this whole time, just turns and bolts, totally ignoring people calling after him. He jumps on a horse and rides like a bat out of hell straight for the monster forest, blaming himself for everything. He's thinking, I thought they'd just come after me with this cursed stuff. Why did they have to drag her into it? He's gripping the reins, thinking they should have just hated him. She's just a little kid. She's innocent. That flashback of his parents hits him hard, and Kai swears he will never, ever lose someone important again. Man, my heart. Back in that same spooky forest, Emma is getting seriously tired fighting these monsters. There are way more than she thought, and her energy is tanking. Poor Hongi got taken out by some magic beast, and she's screaming his name. Then, out of nowhere, a giant magic bear comes at Emma, and she has no time to react. She's thinking, well, this is it. It's been real, y'all. She just braces for impact, thinking maybe one hit won't be a game over, when suddenly, a scream cuts through the chaos. Babby. An arrow zips past and nails the monster. Emma opens her eyes, looking for who yelled, and it's Kai. He's riding towards her, looking totally panicked, asking, little one, are you okay? Emma is shook to see him. Kai. For real, the second Emma disappeared, Kai was absolutely terrified. It triggers this memory of when Grand Duke Leventus told him, Kai, you can't see your parents anymore. Kai remembered that feeling, like he almost had their hands. That memory flashes, and he thinks about Emma, telling himself, I'm not losing anyone else. Not again. He's biting his lip, watching another monster about to lunge at her. Emma turns and yells for him. That's it. Kai drops his bow, runs, and just pulls her into a massive hug, confessing everything. I was so scared of losing you. I was so scared I'd never see you again. Hearing Kai get so real, Emma is totally caught off guard, and her face gets all red as she buries it in his chest. Aw, she hugs him back, feeling this warmth she's never felt before. It hits her that, unlike her last life, she's not alone this time. In the background, some monster gets dead and a knight is like, welp, that's the last one around here. Another knight chimes in, good job, dude. They finally found Kai and Emma. One of them sends a message, like, we found the princess. Lady Blanche is probably having a heart attack back at her place on 505 Park Avenue. LOL. Anyway, Kai is still hugging Emma super tight, and she's just thinking about how she's basically become his personal teddy bear. Okay, with Jake's knights here, we should be safe, but I still have a super bad feeling about this. Kai whispers to her, remembering when she let go of his hand before, and he apologizes. Emma sees him blaming himself and is like, does he really think this is his fault? She asks him why he's saying sorry. He starts saying it's because she didn't let him explain, but Emma just cuts him off. She's like, bro, I was talking to those other dudes, not you. She tries to make him feel better again. Besides, I'm not scared of you, Kai. You're not broken or anything. Emma can see he's totally surprised that she's not mad at him, and she's just thinking, so please, dude, stop beating yourself up. He looks down, biting his lip, then looks up and is like, little one, for real? His face gets all red and he gives her this soft smile. You've known for a while, haven't you? And you're just playing dumb. Emma has no idea what to say, so she just goes, what? He just sighs, takes her hand, and says, it's nothing, forget it. Meanwhile, back in the woods, some monster gets absolutely wrecked, shocking all the knights. One of them is stammering, Captain, who is that terrifying person? And the captain just goes, huh? You ever seen a rookie go that hard? The captain is just staring at this warrior, explaining that, my friend, is the legendary war hero they call the Light of War. Then the warrior takes off her helmet, and bam, the captain reveals it's Maya. She's making this epic entrance in full-on battle armor. With this imposing grace, she calls for the commander, and two knights just snap to attention, like, yes, ma'am. The other knight is still bugging, like, wait, is that the Duchess? She starts barking orders. From now on, your only job is to shut down these monster pop-ups in this area. Got it. The head knight is like, yes, ma'am. But you know in her head, she's panicking. Maya is absolutely furious. Even when she smiles, it looks like she could level a building. Emma is riding back with Kai, silently checking out the area and thinking, this is so weird. Why can't I feel any monsters? We're right at the entrance to the forest. She's sweating, thinking she's probably just too wiped out to notice anything. No way. Focus. Focus. Then, suddenly, Emma feels this familiar, warm energy. Wait, I know this feeling. It's, Mom, I'm over here. Maya is so happy to see her. She's waving Emma over, yelling, my little one. But then Emma notices her mom has what looks like strawberry syrup on her face and is holding a massive weapon. She's thinking, there is no way this is my gentle, sweet mother. She's wondering, why is she strapped? What's with this aggressive energy? Maya just wipes her face and is like, oh honey, hold on a sec. My sweet Emma, were you scared? She cooed. Emma just melts into her mom's hug and it all clicks. It doesn't matter what her mom looks like, she's still her mom. Emma snuggles in closer and says, yeah. Then she remembers Jake and asks, where's Dad? I was worried he'd start crying again because I vanished. Her mom just laughs and reassures her. Don't you worry about a thing, sweetie, she says. Her voice all soft but also like she could command an army. I already had a little chat with everyone who made your father cry. Yikes. Mama Bear ain't playing. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. So Maya and Emma roll back up to the castle with the knights. Ethan immediately starts sucking up, all fake friendly, like, my niece, my sister. Hey, he has zero royal vibes right now, just pure desperation. He's looking at Maya all awkwardly, like, it's, a huge relief you're all safe. Then Emma spots Leo literally cowering in a corner trying to hide and she's like, okay, what is up with that guy? Whoa, girl, your clothes are torn. Is that a new look or, like, a nasty side effect from some dark magic curse? Laxius slid up to Maya, trying to chill her out. Maya, please, just hear me out. I was only following orders from the big guy upstairs, he whimpered, trying to save his own skin. You know I'm a total sucker. Even the princess said so before. Just Maya lowering her scythe an inch was enough to make him want to run for the hills. Seeing that razor-sharp blade covered in, is that syrup? Laxius dodged like he was in the Matrix. He could feel the absolute killer vibe rolling off Maya, and he trembled, saying, yo, can we just talk this out? Please don't get physical. This woman was basically second in command to the king of the underworld. Maya just glared and said, fine, let's hear what kind of garbage you're gonna spew. Then she eyeballed the priest. You got something to say? Looking at her now, the priest was thinking she was way scarier than Rogato ever was. He totally faked being offended, crying out, how dare you doubt me? Maya just watched him try to squirm his way out of it and said, wow, you lie without even blinking, huh? Is that thing really a holy relic? Lying in front of kids is a bad look, my dude. He got so triggered, screaming, I'm a priest appointed by this kingdom, straight out of the capital. How dare you doubt me? And he pushed the wrong button. Maya stalked over, snatched the priest by his collar, and purred. Oh, sweetie, it's not like I'm doubting you for no reason. Is there a reason you're clutching that hand like it's a winning lottery ticket? Seeing Maya's absolutely feral expression, his face went a lovely shade of purple as he choked out, wait. And then she just casually yeeted him across the room like a bag of trash. Some lady screamed, oh my god, everyone, look. The other rich folks started whispering, like, yo, the priest's back. Am I seeing things? There's a weird mark on him. That's the brand of a curse, for real. The kind they put on dark magic users. Everyone here can see he's a total fraud. Is that dark magic? Like, the stuff demons have been using forever? How could a divine escort from the shrine be messing with forbidden magic? He tried to explain, tripping over his words, no, that's not it. It's a huge misunderstanding. The crowd totally figured out the youngest princess was cursed, and Laxius was shocked, grilling the guy. A holy relic? You dare use dark magic right in front of me? Then the priest tried another excuse, claiming he had no idea. Please don't get it twisted. Of course he'd say that. Maya deadpanned. Yeah, he knew nothing. Then she got dead serious and announced that from now on, she was handling this whole mess on her authority. As Emma's mother, and you know, the only legit daughter of the late emperor, Princess Maya has got this. With an ice-cold stare, she said that with so many witnesses, he wouldn't be held responsible. The nobles behind them were shook, whispering, the princess herself is taking over. If you think Maya is an absolute queen for this, smash that like button right now. Laxius, scared out of his mind, just stuttered. All right, you do you. I'm staying out of it. She then turned to the terrified fake priest on the floor and said, how can you just lie there so chill when you have no idea how scared my daughter was? The dude finally realized how screwed he was and started begging, Lady Maya, please, spare my life. I'll do anything. She gave the order without even blinking. The head knight immediately snapped to attention, like, yes, ma'am. Showing zero mercy for the guy who dared to mess with Emma, Maya ordered him to be chucked into the monster-infested forest. In pure terror, all he could squeak out was, yes. The priest was dragged off by two knights, desperately clinging to a last hope, shouting, "Wait a sec. I'll perform the blessing for you." He was hauled away, still trying to bargain. "No. I'll pray to God to wipe away all your sins." Ragato walked up and called out to Maya. The priest's desperate pleas faded into the background, cause literally no one cared. Ragato just smiled gently, opened his arms, and told her she did a great job. Maya ran right into his arms for a hug. Emma and her mom, she let out a huge sigh of relief, just glad it was over and nobody got seriously hurt, secretly praying for a good night's sleep for once. But later, back at Haven, a familiar figure pops into Emma's dream again, all like, "Hello there." She was so used to this B.S., she just covered a yawn with her hand. "Okay, whatever. I knew you'd be here." He was actually surprised by her chill reaction, asking, "I thought you'd be more shocked to see me." Emma just shrugged. "Nah, you're getting predictable. It's always when I'm sick or super tired." He tried to act all important, saying, "Don't be so salty. Today, I'm gonna prove you actually need me." She just looked at him and deadpanned, "I need you?" With a wave of his hand, Emma was suddenly back in her original body. He looked at her. "You were so lonely. You thought you needed someone, anyone, by your side." Super confused, she asked, "And that person was you?" Emma frowned, clearly annoyed. "If you're gonna say stuff like that, at least let me see your face." He just floated closer, all cheerful. "Oh, do you miss me?" Emma was thinking, "Oh my god, this guy does not get it." She whipped around and snapped at him. "You freaking scumbag, you're always setting traps for people." He just gave her this innocent smile. "Traps? I'm just giving you a heads up about the dangers coming your way." He kept on rambling. "With my help, everything will be, like, super smooth." His voice was getting on Emma's last nerve. Not wanting to waste her breath, she tried to use her own magic to piece out of there. He stammered, wait a minute." He knew just what to say to get her attention. "Aren't you just a little bit curious why your 100 lives before this were all different?" And bam, that totally hit her. Emma just said, "That's just a coincidence." He chuckled at how simple she was being. "A coincidence? No way. You were supposed to be born somewhere completely different, like 45 West Elm Street in Chicago." Emma, totally blindsided, just asked, "What?" He laughed, explaining, "You were born here because someone is waiting for you." He claimed that this 100th life is a world literally created by all the people who have missed her through all her past lives. Emma shot back instantly. "Why should I believe a word you say? What does my life have to do with you?" He just smiled. "I can tell you exactly who those people are and why they're the only ones who remember you." He looked right at Emma and asked, "Aren't you curious?" Her eyes got all droopy and she clenched her fists. Could there really be someone who remembered her from all those horrible past lives? He cut right through her thoughts. "I'll give you a hint about the first person who saw you change into that other form." Her eyes shot wide open. Was it someone from her first life? Could they actually remember her? Emma wondered if it could be her friends, picturing her two besties from her first life, smiling and waving. The mystery guy was smug, thinking he totally had her hooked now. "See, now you get that I'm actually kinda useful, right?" She didn't say anything, just thinking about her friends. How did they live after she was gone? He covered her eyes and said, "All right, close your eyes." And as he spoke, the whole space around them started to shift. Slowly opening her eyes, Emma gasped, This is my house from my first life." Emma rubbed her chin, thinking, "But why am I here? Did you guys really come here after A guy's voice cut through her thoughts. "You're so boring." She looked over at the kitchen and saw a man. Emma recognized him immediately. It was her brother. The dream guy appeared and pointed at him. "That's the one. He's the one who remembers you." Annoyed, she propped herself up and questioned him. She was thinking she'd sooner believe she'd lived past 20 in this world. Then, super cryptically, he added, "I just hope you don't get hurt." Emma, totally lost, asked, "Why would I get hurt?" He replied, "Because in this world, you hate his guts, too." A light bulb went off. She asked, "Wait, are you saying my brother was also in my 100th life?" He chuckled, "Yep. And he's someone you know very, very well." Emma stared at the photo, her brow furrowed in total disbelief. Comparing the photo in her hand, she couldn't believe it. Her brother from her first life was King Laxius. Emma literally spat out, "Are you freaking kidding me?" Then she lunged and grabbed him by the collar. Still not getting it, he asked, "What's wrong? You love your family. That's your brother right there." Emma was thinking, you can't get away with saying dumb stuff like that. Meanwhile, her past brother was just sitting there talking to himself, thinking only she could make noodles that tasted good. When am I going to finish cleaning this? So annoying, but hey, I like the extra allowance. In her head, she was just roasting him. Did he really think everyone's family was some happy-go-lucky sitcom? Emma yanked him down, her anger just exploding. This was Emma seriously pissed off. With a terrifyingly sweet smile, she asked, "You don't really have a clue how I've been living, do you?" He was totally speechless. Seeing him just stay quiet, she cursed him out in her head, thinking he was just another fraud pretending to get her. This dude. Emma was low-key comparing him to Laxius. She'd never put the two of them together, but the way they were both so clueless and messed up was shockingly similar. After a long, awkward silence, he finally said, "Okay, I didn't expect him to end up in that role either." Emma just internally roasted him, thinking if she were him, she'd be so embarrassed she'd dig a hole to China. She let him go. Internally, she was like, "Hey, don't ever come find me again." He asked, totally confused, "Why?" Emma shot back, exasperated, "Do I really need to spell it out for you?" She watched her brother slurp his noodles and said, "I gave you a chance to prove you were useful, and this is what you came up with. Now I have to waste my time on your nonsense." As he slurped, he couldn't shake a weird feeling. With that, Emma used her magic, getting ready to bounce. "So you can just stay here and chill." "Actually, no, don't be chill." But suddenly, he grabbed her arm again. Wait, there's a reason for you to stay here," he said, grabbing her hand with a huge smile. "Don't you want more? Freedom?" Emma's eyes wavered. "Freedom?" He leaned in. "Yeah. Wouldn't you rather not be constantly brought back to life?" Emma asked, full of doubt. "What does that have to do with my brother?" he explained. "It's just like how you got to this world. You need someone to remember you to be reborn. Once you erase their memories of you, you'll finally be free." Disgusted, she asked, "So my freedom depends on times him asterisk." He looked up at Emma and kept going. "No, it's not just him. Way more people remember you than you think. You have to erase all their memories." Showing her the whole reincarnation cycle, he said, "If you can't break this loop, you'll just keep reliving this life over and over." But she wasn't buying it, shooting back. "If that guy is the first times one who remembers me, I don't have high hopes for the others. And why should I trust you? Sometimes my own family hates me." This time, he looked serious. As he explained, "It's all for you," she scoffed. "Really? The reason I picked your brother as the first target is because he's the easiest one to handle." Emma said, "Okay, let's hear this genius plan." He got all excited. "It's super easy. All you have to do is cook for him yourself." "Cook?" She frowned, disgusted. He started talking faster than he was thinking. "Totally. He only remembers you because of your cooking." Little did he know, a fist was heading his way. Emma was screaming in her head, "You want me to serve that loser noodles in my 100th life?" And that's where the dream ended. She sat up in bed, realizing her mistake. Emma rolled her arm, realizing she'd somehow let him go. Then she froze, noticing how quiet it was. Emma looked around the empty room, wondering if she was really that sick. She remembered her family always staying by her side. So where are they now? Let us know your theories in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe for more drama. By her side when she was sick and totally thought they'd be here. Then she was like, "Am I having a growth spurt or something?" Because a familiar voice echoed, "There she is, my little one." Jake strolled in, looking like he just stepped off a magazine cover, and asked gently, "I was gone for like 2 seconds, and you're already up." He scooped her up and was all, "You must have been so freaked waking up to an empty house." Emma shot back, "Nah, I wasn't." Jake just hugged her tighter, basically reading her mind. "It's okay to admit you're scared, sometimes, you know." He sighed, "My daughter never wants anyone to worry." Jake looked like he was blaming himself, muttering to her, "How could such a little kid be all alone in a spooky place like this?" Emma was thinking, "Yo, I remember promising to be the ride or die for this family, but I never let myself dream about staying with them for good." She was terrified she couldn't stick around forever. She pictured the moment her spirit would have to ghost this family, because fate is a major hater. But she thought, if the world she was supposed to be in doesn't even exist here, then maybe the world-ending drama won't happen either. Emma whispered a little prayer, imagining a super cute and happy future. She wondered, could she actually dream of living past 20 in this life? Chilling in Jake's arms, Emma kept thinking about what he said in her dream. Asterisk, anything edible would do. Asterisk, her tiny hand grabbed his sleeve, a signal that she was so ready to give it a shot. It was a long shot, but Emma was feeling it. Too bad the bedridden king was on lockdown and she couldn't see him. Laxius was just resting up. Emma wondered if her mom totally chewed him out after she fainted. He seemed to be having a nightmare, drenched in sweat and mumbling, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Emma spilled the tea to her puppy, Chaco, thinking, this whole mission is basically impossible anyway, a whole year's almost gone. Chaco, with a cute little smile, seemed to say, "If something fun happens, I'll be the first to know." There was zero gossip coming out of the capital. But get this, it seems like the regular folks out in the burbs are already hyping her up, saying the youngest princess has some serious main character energy. Emma had become the hot topic at all the high society tea parties. For sure, she's going to do big things in the future. And why? Her name is the same as the hero, Emma. Maybe we'll see a new hero born. She just groaned. "Are you guys this hyped just because of my name? Seriously?" She flopped into a chair like she was 100 years old, sighing and wishing the rumors about Kai would finally change, because he was still getting judged for that one time. In the super quiet castle, Emma figured it would be New Year's, like watching the ball drop in Times Square, before she heard back from Crest. And even the king, the biggest drama queen in the whole kingdom, was silent. She patted her own head, thinking, okay, finally, I can chill for a minute. Then a whole commotion outside totally broke Emma's vibe, and she was like, what is all that noise? How was I supposed to know? How could I have known? Get ready. Over here, move it. The noise totally woke her up, and she was like, what is going on? Who's causing all this drama? A super bad feeling started creeping in. Total unease. A maid burst in, announcing, excuse me, my lady. A certain madam is here to see you. Could you please come downstairs? Emma's face went completely blank as a storm cloud basically rolled into Haven on the very last day of the year. Dolores and Charlotte were back at the estate again. Ugh. Dolores took off her cloak, her eyes scanning the room like she was inspecting a property in Beverly Hills. Well, it's no palace, but this place is. Cute. Impressive. She and Emma sat across from her mom, and Maya started with, so, what brings you all the way out to our neck of the woods today, Your Majesty? Dolores flashed a smile so fake it could be plastic, thinking that even though she'd rather be anywhere else, messing things up with Jake would be a total disaster. She had to keep this connection, even if it meant playing nice. With that in mind, Dolores said, since the kids are around the same age, I thought it would be amazing for them to, network. With her 100 lifetimes of experience, Emma immediately knew what was up. She was like, why did she drag me into this? It was obvious that seeing Maya roast the Emperor and his crew made Dolores feel threatened. The noise startled little Charlotte. Seeing the kid was awake, Dolores, trying to fix the awkward vibe, chirped, oh, Charlotte's awake. Say hi. But fate, as always, had other plans. Charlotte greeted them with a scream loud enough to shatter glass, and Dolores just awkwardly tried to calm her down. Slot, mommy's here. Emma instantly realized, oh my god, Slot needs her nanny when she wakes up, not Dolores. She figured Dolores probably never even sees her own kid, which is why Slot was giving her the stranger danger look. And wow, Dolores was even worse at comforting a crying baby than Kai was. Emma really didn't want to get involved, but she knew little Slot was innocent in all this, so she tugged on Maya's arm. Mom, I think the baby's hungry. Can we get her some snacks? Maya immediately looked to Dolores for the go-ahead. If it's all right with the queen, I'll have the staff whip up some baby food. Dolores was about to say no, but Charlotte started crying even harder, so she reluctantly agreed, blushing and totally embarrassed. With that settled, she turned to Emma and said sweetly, let's raise this baby together. And just like that, this unbelievably cute little girl was opening her mouth for Emma, who was happily feeding her. Looks like Emma is starting to get the hype around these adorable little babies. As little Slot carefully chewed her food, Emma secretly thought she looked like a little baby bird. So stinking cute. Okay, now I get why Kai is always trying to feed me stuff. Dolores and Maya just watched the two kids playing. Maya looked at the super sweet scene and said, it would be a crime not to get pictures of these precious kids playing. Dolores just scowled in silence while Emma spent her days reading and having playdates with Slot. But after the Emperor finally woke up, a letter from the palace, probably sent from some stuffy office on Pennsylvania Avenue, said the Empress was sick and couldn't have visitors. The Empress used every excuse in the book to deny Slot's requests to meet up. Maybe he was embarrassed to see her bonding with Maya after he woke up. Maya gently told Emma that Laxius was sick and it was hard to see him, whispering with a little bit of sadness. But Laxius seems to like everyone, Emma said, feeling a little sad herself, realizing she might not get to meet her first ever sibling. Emma thought about Laxius, but the king couldn't just stay in bed forever. And just like that, February flew by at Haven. Life was pretty much the same as she happily played with Chloe and Ethan, along with Kai. He was literally following Emma around saying, of course, darling. He tilted his head and said, I love everything you do. Looking at the sad little pile of clay on the floor, she wondered if he now wanted the leftovers from their arts and crafts session. Without even thinking, Emma turned to Kai and said, dude, this is way too much. He just chuckled, denying it. Don't say that now. She saw Kai literally shaking with laughter and was like, what is so funny? And if not now, then when? Meanwhile, Chloe showed Emma a painting she just finished. She smiled super sweetly, saying, look, doesn't it look so pretty from far away? Emma happily replied, totally pretty. Chloe then spilled that it's a super important gift, but when Emma asked who it's for, she didn't know. Chloe explained, Kai's birthday is coming up. Silly. Emma felt like she'd been struck by lightning. Chloe suddenly remembered it was time for sword practice and bounced. She waved goodbye to Emma, who was still frozen, wondering why Kai had been so secretive and giggly lately. She was fuming, thinking, he should have just told me it's his birthday. Emma sighed, realizing she'd never been invited to one of his birthday parties before. What the heck, man? A birthday that comes only once every 4 years. Seriously, why did it have to be on the 29th? Kai waved at her from downstairs. My darling. He was holding a little branch of berries, and he smiled, asking, doesn't this look just like your eye color? Emma was stressing over a gift for Kai. What am I gonna get him? If I told my parents, they'd buy him literally anything. Emma looked at Kai, who was always so sweet and warm with her. But she didn't want anything super flashy. I mean, I've gotten so much from him already. No matter what I give him, he'll probably love it. So, I want to give him something that actually means something. Emma, remembering how happy Kai looked with his siblings, decided that for this super rare leap year birthday, she genuinely wanted it to be a day packed with happiness for him. Later that night at dinner in Haven, Maya was grumbling. If they're coming, they should at least give us a month's notice. She slammed her knife down. We have 2 weeks left. And they just dropped this on us? Jake sighed and explained that he'd already brought that up with His Highness. Maya looked seriously annoyed, like she was afraid to say what she really thought about this whole priest situation. Emma was eating calmly on the outside, but inside she was totally eavesdropping on her parents' convo, wondering, has there been any news from Crest about that priest? Jake continued. The delegation from Crest will be here at the end of this month. That statement made Emma stop chewing. She remembered Kai's smile, and it clicked. Wait, is the day the Crest delegation arrives? His birthday? Man, time flies. It's already the 29th. Birds were chirping outside as Emma lay in bed, stressing about the Crest delegation crashing Kai's birthday. This is so messed up. A birthday should be an epic event for any kid. She and Kai had met up earlier. He'd asked with concern, why do you look so mad? Your cheeks look extra puffy. To try and calm Emma down, he promised her that he was totally fine with it. But she couldn't stop thinking about how he really felt. A birthday every 4 years only comes once. How could it be okay? She thought, especially since it was his first birthday since his whole personality glow-up. Emma reluctantly agreed that she did not want to go to the welcome party for the Crest delegation, but she couldn't stop thinking about Laxius. After all, her mom is in charge of this whole thing, so we can't just ghost the priest's visit. Suddenly, a maid interrupted Emma's thoughts with a knock, gently saying, I'm here to help you get ready, my lady. As she got dressed, she thought about it, realizing she had no choice. Kai might say it's fine, but she knew it wasn't. Emma looked up at the sky from the carriage. She decided that even if Kai hated it, she was going to hold his hand. She was going to hold on tight until she got bored of it. In what felt like a second, they arrived at the royal palace, which looked like the White House on steroids, and Kai gently took Emma's hand as they walked into the sound of their names being announced. Lady Emma of Haven and Duke Kai Leventus are entering. Laxius, on the throne, just stared at the two of them with a super intense look. The nobles below were whispering like crazy, wondering if the whole Duke's curse thing was just fake news. If there was really a problem, the youngest princess wouldn't be walking around totally fine. The whispers caught her ear, and she turned to look. You could feel people's opinions about Kai changing. They were realizing that none of the princess's kids had been affected at all. Emma smiled, so happy to see everyone finally coming around about Kai as her family waited up ahead. Chloe waved, shouting to Kai from across the room. Over here, over here. Ethan smiled and told Kai, I had your gifts sent over to your place. Chloe jumped in. That's right. We put a lot of work into it, so you better love it forever. What do you guys think they got him? Drop your best guesses in the comments below, and don't forget to smash that like and subscribe button. Emma yanks on Kai's sleeve, and he's all like, what's up, little princess? And she just hits him with this super sweet, happy birthday, Kai. Oh my god, you guys, Kai literally blue screened for a full 5 seconds. I think his soul left his body. It was probably the best gift he's ever gotten, for real. He's grinning ear to ear, thanking her and squeezing her hand. But then, plot twist, outside, a whole carriage rolls up and some knight yells, Yo, the Holy Order is in the house. Before Homeboy could even finish his announcement, he just freezes solid, feeling some kind of crazy energy in the air. Emma scans the room, and she's picking up on this vibe everywhere. She's thinking, whoa, what is this insane holy power? It's, like, max level, super pure, super strong, and it's flooding the whole hall. Kai feels it too, whispering it's like being wrapped in a super cozy blanket, which immediately tells him this priest dude is not your average Joe from down at the corner shrine. So this guy walks in, and Emma's like, no way, is that the big boss himself, Leo? And you guys, the whole room just starts buzzing. Like, oh my god, the actual Pope is here. She's shook that he's even in Crest. Emma's totally checking him out, thinking he looks built like a grizzly bear, super healthy. But she's also like, uh-oh, why is he here? This party is about to go into overtime, and I am not here for it. And then she sees him, Leo, walking straight for her. Emma's brain is just going, what is happening? Is he coming for times me asterisk? He gets right up to her and asks, are you Princess Emma? She does the whole polite curtsy thing, secretly praying he makes it quick because she's got Kai's birthday party to plan. Hello. But then he leans in all dramatic and is like, why are you bowing to me? A queen like you should never bow to anyone. He's all. This whole situation is just tragic. Emma just stares at him, completely blank-faced. Her internal monologue is just screaming, I have no idea what you're talking about, my dude, and the anxiety is kicking in. Unnoble, no wonder she had a bad vibe. She's looking into Leo's super sparkly eyes, like, why is this guy, who's basically just a glorified mailman for the gods, looking at me like I'm a lost puppy? Seeing her total confusion, Tara steps in like a hero to shut it down. Your Holiness, my guy, can we get a minute, please? Basically reminding Leo that the Emperor is waiting. Leo puts on this whole pouty face, all reluctant. He gets up and is like, yeah, my bad. I was just so overjoyed that I forgot my manners. And Emma is just thinking, did this man seriously forget the Emperor was here? Talk about passive-aggressive shade. He then finally scoots over to Laxus to say hi. Please come in, Your Holiness. Leo bowed and replied, thank you for the welcome. The Emperor does the whole formal greeting thing and then dips out, as soon as possible. But of course, Leo comes right back over to Kai and Emma. She's just groaning internally. Oh great, he's back. Please, for the love of everything, just leave. What could you possibly want? And then bam, he unloads a whole speech on her, basically whining that nobody recognized her epic, main character energy. Even that last priest got a taste of noble power, but he tried to gaslight everyone till the end, right? But don't you worry, I'm here to help you reach your final form. Emma just watches Leo, with his crazy sparkly eyes, having absolutely no idea what to say, as he just goes on and on. It's like dealing with another gnat buzzing around. This dude talks like a machine gun, just rattling off. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this day, my holy queen? Without even thinking, Kai steps in front of her, all protective, just as Leo drops to one knee like he's proposing and says, let me introduce myself properly. Then, with a super dramatic bow, Leo breathes out, oh, holy maiden. Y'all, that one phrase literally made Laxius and Dolores short-circuit. Even her parents are looking totally stunned. Emma's face just falls as she thinks, ugh, all I wanted was a chill life as Jake's youngest kid. Is that too much to ask? Meanwhile, the whole crowd is whispering, and the tea is ping hot. Did he just call the Anne Blank's youngest daughter a saint? Oh my god, we're literally witnessing the debut of a saintess. Emma's just like, well, crap, my cover's blown. He announced it in front of literally everyone. No take-backsies now. Tetla steps up to Leo and is like, sir, our daughter has been living a totally normal life up to this point. He just laughs and goes, you really think that? How does a normal kid survive for 12 hours straight in a forest full of nightmare fuel, not to mention fighting off the vibes of that shady, canceled priest? And Emma knew, deep down, you couldn't just write that off as good luck. And then it hits her. She suddenly grabs Kai's hand, and seeing how pale she is, he's like, whoa, what's wrong, Emma? Emma's having this major flashback, thinking about how she really thought this life would be low-key. In all her past lives, every time she showed her powers, everyone around her got weird and ghosted her. If her own parents started acting different, she knew she couldn't handle it. Then a soft voice calls out, are you scared, sweetie? She flinched, but then saw her parents looking at her with the same warm smiles. Aw. Her mom just lovingly says, it's okay. We're right here with you. Oh my god, you guys. Emma got so emotional, her eyes started tearing up. She felt so lucky, thinking nothing had changed as she ran in for a big hug with her mom. While Leo is going on about what an honor it is to meet the saintess, Maya just scoops Emma up and replies, indeed, sir, it would be a huge honor. Lol, the sarcasm. He just gives a little nod like, word. But then Maya flashes a polite smile and shuts him down, saying her daughter is shy and they'd have to reschedule. This totally throws Leo for a loop. He's like, wait, what? He literally stammers after her, hold on a sec. Acting like a total toddler who just dropped his ice cream, Leo begs, just a little longer. Please, can I just look at the precious saint for a bit more? Dude, read the room. Emma, all comfy in her mom's arms, whispers, Mommy, can I ask that big bear over there a question? Her mom is like, of course, sweetie. So she calls out, hey, Mr. Bear, and get this, Leo is totally thrilled with the new nickname. He's all, yes, what can I do for you, my saint? Emma's playing 4D chess here, giving Kai a look that says, oh, there will be consequences. So the Pope is here, big deal. Keeping that in mind, she tells him that Uncle Sparkle Hair and literally everyone else said Kai was a bad dude, and she's staring daggers right at him. Then Emma hits Leo with a question, but Kai isn't a bad person, right? He finally gets his act together and says, all serious, it seems the saintess already knew the truth. Then Leo walks over to Kai. My visit today isn't just to see the saintess. It's also to give a major apology to Duke Leventus. And then he bows his head, which totally shocks Kai. Without even hesitating, Leo says, Duke Leventus, on behalf of Crest and the Shrine, I am so sorry. He apologizes for real, while all the other priests are finally catching on that they messed up big time with the young Duke. Crest will be bringing the hammer down on everyone responsible. And we're officially declaring all those rumors about you fake news. Leo was clearly feeling bad as he presented this big apology gift. Look, I know this won't fix everything for you, but I hope you'll accept this little something from Crest. He kept going, take it, but you don't have to forgive the Shrine or Crest. That's 100% your call. Even the gods aren't into forced apologies. But I swear, this will never happen again. Kai takes the gift and is like, okay, father. So after Kai and the Pope made their little pact, Emma was so over it and just wanted to go home. The old dude was totally fawning over her. The saint looked tired, and with one word from her, the whole welcome party wrapped up early. They all just dipped, completely ignoring Laxia's calling after them. And just like that, Emma got to throw Kai's birthday party. Let's go. Standing outside this massive mansion, which is basically Kai's version of Haven, she's thinking, huh, Kai always comes to my place. This is the first time I've ever been to his crib. Emma's just happily watching their parents vibe. Duke Leventus says, I know this is last minute, but welcome. Hey Duke, can you give me a hand with the prep? And Ragato is immediately like, 100%. This is Kai's first ever birthday party. Kai walks up to Emma and asks, so, is times this, times my birthday present? She literally gasped. Emma totally misread the room and thought, excuse me? Don't you dare think I didn't get you a gift. I got you an amazing gift, thank you very much. Anyway, with the final touches done, Kai's first birthday party officially kicks off. So there wasn't a whole orchestra or anything, but Maya herself played the birthday song on the piano, which made Regato, the ultimate simp husband, go. Your mother is literally good at everything. And Chloe chimes in all excited, duh, mom's the goat. Then Duke Leventus gives his speech, saying all slow and dramatic, happy birthday. Here are the keys to the kingdom, kid. Kai takes it, bows his head, and says, thanks. I'll take this seriously. Okay, gift time. Kai made out like a bandit, starting with gifts from his grandpas. Then Jake and Maya gave him a whole sword. Kai looks so genuinely stoked to get his sibling's gift. He gets this little box, and holding up this sparkly bracelet, Kai asks, Emma, did you make this? Drop a comment below with what you think the best handmade gift is. Emma was thinking that even though it looked a little janky, he seemed to love the handmade stuff more. He immediately puts on the bracelet and says, wow, I got so many gifts from you today. Kai is holding onto that bracelet like it's the freaking Hope Diamond, promising to keep it safe forever. Emma's just smiling to herself, thinking, thank you so much. I'm so glad his first party was a success. Happy birthday, dude. And then the next day, it was back to the palace grind. She's standing in front of these giant doors again, thinking, okay, I've seen these a million times, I'm used to it. But what times wasn't times normal was the giant teddy bear standing next to her instead of her family or Kai. She was with Leo, who had turned into a full-on stan meeting his idol, basically a human megaphone. Okay, listen up, holy maiden. Everyone keeps asking why I get to hog all your time, so I just tell them, if you don't like it, you can go apply for the Pope job yourself. Usually, this gig is just being the god's top assistant, which is honestly so annoying, but now I see it was all destiny leading to this moment. I am literally living my best life. Emma's just silently judging him. He's so extra, way more than she is. His obsession was getting to the super annoying, constantly in her D-Ms level. Oh, Saintess, can I pretty please have a bite? It's so not fair that the king gets all your amazing cooking to himself. Share the love. Emma's just like, what is even happening right now? Flashback to a few days ago at the big shrine, Leo was acting like Emma's #1 fanboy. How did I get so lucky to be in this sacred moment? I swear, even if she hadn't shown up, I would have gone to find this saintess myself. His eyes were literally sparkling when he saw her. Regato, picking up on the crazy fanboy energy, had to step in and remind him, yo, your grace, my daughter is shy. He finally chilled out a bit and was like, my bad. Leo then asks them, so, what can I do for you two today? And Emma starts with, I need a little favor from you, Bear. You down to help? She gives him this super sweet smile, but secretly, she's on a mission to personally feed her brother. So, after hearing some rumors that the emperor was getting cozy with some shady official, the Pope volunteered to personally give the king a blessing. So, on the day of the candle festival, they made a huge announcement. The Saintess Emma and Blank and the Pope would be having dinner together. All the ladies were gossiping like crazy. Like, yeah, from the emperor's point of view, it's a meeting with the Saintess, but isn't the timing a little sus? For real, word on the street, like from someone living at 123 Gossip Lane in Metro, is that this whole blessing is basically damage control for the king's screw-ups. Ignorance is bliss, Emma thought, hiding a smirk. Even all the other nobles are in on the joke, but the king himself is totally clueless. This is iconic. Then Laxius rushes over, sucking up to him. My grandson is here. I'm so glad this old bot is getting your blessing for the very first time. Don't forget to smash that like button if you're enjoying the drama. Leo clapped back, holding the food tray like it was a Gucci bag. Listen up. Our girl Emma's power is so next level, she's literally blessing you through this food. So, your highness better be grateful you're on the family list. The king was totally bug-eyed, blushing and all hyped. For real, family is the best. Guess all my love for my niece wasn't for nothing. He's like, all right, pop the lid. Let's see this masterpiece. Leo lifts the lid with, like, major dramatic flair, and the king leans in, practically drooling. But inside, oh my god, it's this sloppy, gooey mess of what looks like raw cookie dough. A total train wreck. The king's face just drops. Wait, this is actually from. My granddaughter made times this asterisk, but Leo's just smirking, totally enjoying the chaos. That's right, and now that you've seen it, you gotta eat every last bite. Leo just stared him down. You're not seriously gonna diss a dish made with so much sincerity by the saint, are you? The king starts sweating, like, I'll eat it. I never said I wouldn't. He scoops up a spoonful, and you guys, it was so slimy. He shoves it in his mouth while Emma's in the background thinking, yes, eat it all. I made that culinary crime just for you. He barely gets a taste before he drops the spoon and starts full-on sobbing. The king just burst into tears, crying over and over, I'm sorry. Emma shook, like, what is happening? But before she can figure it out, the king clutches his stomach like he ate some bad takeout from a joint on Route 66 and bolts out of the room, which is a whole other story. Everyone's like, oh my god. Emma's just thinking, dude, you begged me to make you food, and now you're apologizing. Make it make sense. A super late apology, huh, she thought. So, past life drama really does follow you around. It's been 2 whole weeks since she sorted out that first piece of baggage at Haven. She's been thinking hard about how you can supposedly end the whole reincarnation cycle by fixing your past regrets, and even though she wants absolutely nothing to do with this next person, she knows she has to find him herself. So, she summons the tool she needs for the job. Okay, this is way more useful. The item she used back in her first life was a phone. Holding it, Emma smirked. So glad she splurged on the expensive model after finals. LOL, didn't think I'd be using this for so long. Her plan is totally genius. She's gonna hack a regular GPS app with this world's map, then convert the emotional energy from lifting curses into magical juice to power it. The screen flickers to life, updating with info. The phone buzzes, and a robot voice chimes, longing tracker app. Activated. She could not be happier. You guys. Emma's just scrolling, all giddy. Whoa, a signal already. Let's see where it's at. Another notification pops up. She checks the map and is completely floored by what her phone is telling her. What do you all think it is? Drop your wild guesses in the comments below. The address points right to the monster forest in the Passan Kingdom, active state 25. She was like, is this person even human? Emma got hesitant for a sec. If I tell my family I'm going there, it's going to be total chaos. I can't stress them out like that. Her plan was to wait a bit, get stronger. But that resolve lasted less than a day before some serious Twilight Zone drama went down at Haven. Emma spilled the tea to Leo, who immediately asked if she really wanted to go into the monster-infested forest. That place is dangerous, you know. He says it kinda to himself, and she's thinking, dang, this dude has super hearing. She's sizing him up, sitting there all proper. There's definitely some sketchy stuff going down at the shrine, but maybe he can handle it. I'll give it a shot. Emma got her game face on, knowing the danger ahead. Even so, I have to go. I have too many regrets. I'm so sorry, Mom and Dad, she thought to herself. Then Leo pipes up. If that is what the saint wishes, then I will gladly go with you. You need Jake and Maya's permission, right? She slowly admitted he was right. So, the Pope literally nagged Emma's parents day and night, and she finally got a 3-day pass, on the condition that she prioritize her safety. Their cover story was a tour of the nearby shrine, and even though it was just 2 of them, Leo brought enough supplies to fill a mansion, practically a whole house, and bragged, aren't my diversion skills amazing? No one can keep up when I dip. Emma just glanced at the clueless Leo and judged him so hard in silence. How did this dude even become Pope? So, they're camping near the monster forest, just chilling. As the fire crackled, she looked at Leo and said, Teddy bear, I'm sleepy. He stood up, then go ahead and get some sleep. Leo tucked Emma in, and as she closed her eyes, she secretly summoned her little helper. Let me know when the Pope is asleep. Chaco appeared and took the order. Yes, Demon Lord. A moment later, in the dead of night, Chaco whispered, My lord, the bear is asleep. Emma groggily opened one eye, still half out of it, and praised Chaco as she grabbed her phone. We're leaving. She glanced at her screen and was shocked to see a big fat danger status. Emma shot up and told Chaco, I'm going to teleport. Stay close, Chaco. And Chaco was totally down for it. Emma was thinking fiercely, you are not allowed to die before I even meet you. She teleports in, and a giant serpent just appears out of nowhere, startling her as she senses it behind her. She realized the massive snake was lunging, its mouth wide open. Is that a monster? Emma grabbed her staff, ready to throw down, and immediately defeated the serpent with a single blow. Emma leaned on her staff, admiring her handiwork. Master, you're the best, Chaco gushed, just as another beast growled from the shadows. Emma turned to see a chilling pair of eyes staring at her from the darkness. They were bronze gold, the eyes of a cat. Emma wondered, could it be the one who misses me? Suddenly, the creature lunged forward, claws out. But it just embraced her tightly. Emma, recognizing the creature, happily returned the hug. Are you the tiger? Her phone buzzed with a notification. Sunset in the monster forest of the Passin Kingdom, 75. Status, very happy to meet you. Remember to hug me. Emma happily hugged Hong, savoring every moment, way more than when she reunited with her brother, if we're being honest. Her heart was pounding like crazy. Something wild just happened, leaving her a little dazed. Emma vaguely looked around, guessing this was her 20th life. Then she saw her hand was kind of see-through and realized she entered Hong's memories. Her body was transparent. Just then, a noise drew Emma's attention. She went closer and saw an orange cat curled up in the corner. Emma immediately recognized it as the cat she fed a few times. She stared, then reached out to stroke the cat, which was way smaller and thinner than she remembered. Was this how it looked after I was gone? As Emma stroked its fur, she thought, I told you not to come. She got super emotional, her eyes watering. Have you been waiting here all this time? Back in the present, Emma touched him remorsefully, offering her apology. She and Hong embraced so tightly, not wanting to let go. I should have found you sooner. Suddenly, Chaco announced that the Demon King and his monsters were on their way. What a buzzkill. Emma's mood soured at this total lack of romance. But after a second, she stood up, already plotting. Good. Our tiger has been waiting for this for a long time. Now all three of them were surrounded by monsters. Emma suggested clearing the area, raising her staff high, totally proud of her saint status. Light spread from the staff, and in a flash, its power erupted in an explosion that shot straight into the sky, killing, like, two birds with one stone. Emma was even surprised herself. She was shocked by the change in everything and made excuses. Did I overdo it? Oh well, if I want my tiger to be safe, I have to go this far. Then she turned to pat Hong on the head, reminding him to be good as Chaco watched with glee. Now nothing can hurt you anymore, so live a good life, okay? Hong whimpered a few times, like he didn't want to leave. Emma spoke gently, promising she'd come back. Hong's eyes filled with tears, a sob of pure longing escaping its throat. The sight totally tugged at Emma's heart. That's right, after over 1,000 years of waiting, we just part ways like this. No way. Emma slowly reached out her hand. Her legs felt weak as she told it, let's go, Hong. Hong eagerly put its massive paw forward, looking so happy. Suddenly, she leaned forward and asked, Demon King, how do you plan to take him? And Chaco answered for Emma, don't worry, I have a way. Elsewhere, Leo was happily swaying on his throne. A permanent smile plastered on his face. The head of Crest, Pope Leo, hadn't been this happy in ages, as memories flooded back of the saint making pastries for the king. Emma's skill was obvious, and in that moment, Leo clearly saw her potential for sainthood, a power that hadn't even fully bloomed. The more he thought about it, the more determined he was to train her. After imagining training her, he laughed like a supervillain, a cunning look on his face. The saint will have to take over all of my duties. But before his dream could come true, it all fell apart when he saw her return with Hong. Leo turned pale, and even though he was terrified, he pleaded, Saint, that's too dangerous. Can't you come over here? My heart is about to drop out of my chest. Come on, hurry up. Emma quickly reassured him, saying it was okay. Her tiger friend wasn't dangerous. He just held his forehead, totally speechless. Even so, I really wish this whole situation was just a nightmare. Did she really go into that forest alone? Though Sigurd's words were serious, she answered so innocently, it left him speechless and wanting to scream. So, the saint looked around and changed the subject. Can you tell me why the forest is like this now? It's become a sacred forest, not a monster den. Emma paused, then put on her most innocent face as she spoke. While you were asleep, I thought it was too dirty, so I cleaned it up. She said it so casually, with a bright smile. So I cleaned everything up. My mother always said being clean was a good thing. He could only go silent, muttering to himself. If this is what she calls cleaning, is she for real the saint sent by the gods? So that's cleaning. This was going to be a tough one for Jake, Maya, and the Cardinals. Next, he pointed at Hong, demanding answers. So Saint Emma, are you planning to bring this tiger along? Emma smiled innocently, confessing that the tiger was her friend, and since she invited him, they'd be traveling together now. He was forced to agree, basically laughing through his tears. I thought the saint was supposed to fix my problems, but instead, she brought me an even bigger one. Suddenly, Leo's mind started racing. The monster forest was a huge, long-standing issue for the Passan Kingdom. Not only was it impossible to purify, but you could barely even get close to it. The more he thought, the wider his eyes got. Even though she cleaned up that whole place by herself, and his body was still on high alert, now was not the time to get excited. Considering the massive implications, Leo was lost in thought. This is definitely going to bring huge changes to the world. Oh, Saint Emma, please stay as wonderful and adorable as you are, just for my eyes only. Outside the magnificent Haven Palace at One Royal Way, Crest, Maya ran out to embrace her and give her a gentle kiss. Emma, their beloved daughter, eagerly responded. She asked all sorts of questions, making sure her little one wasn't hurt anywhere. Be sure to hit subscribe so you don't miss what happens next. Emma looked up, all sweet and innocent, and was like, "Yep, I'm super happy." But then, hold up. She got all awkward and started tripping over her words. Jake and Maya looked at each other, totally confused, like, "What's wrong, sweetie?" So, she slowly and seriously spills the tea she wants to raise a tiger. And you guys, they were so shook they just repeated it, like, a tiger. Emma was like, "Yup," and then she turns and literally commands this tiger, "Come here." The moment this giant cat strolls in, Kai and some dude named Lancelot just about lost their minds. She's hugging this thing, introducing it like it's a new puppy from the shelter at 123 Main Street. "This is my little tiger, meet Jake and Maya." Everyone just froze for a sec, and then, total chaos, screaming Emma's name. Oof, a tiger, girl. That's like, way too dangerous. At this point, she could only give her parents a mental my bad. Kai and Lancelot were freaking out, pointing their spears like, "My lady, it's dangerous. Get back." Seeing this, Emma goes full-on mama bear, hugging her tiger. "No, he isn't dangerous. He's a total sweetheart." Then she straight up uses this other guy, Lee Sims, as a human shield, like, "This guy said it was cool, right?" And he was so stunned, just like, "Wah?" The old dude was having a whole meltdown inside, crying, "This is so not what I signed up for." He's like, "No, Saint Emma, when did I ever say that? I only caved because you threatened to ditch me. I guess this is the trial the big bosses upstairs have for me, so I'll just deal." Not being able to take the drama, someone just had to ask, "Okay, what is actually going on here?" The guy keeping secrets, Demaire, stayed quiet for a hot minute before finally spilling, all casual, about a super old prophecy passed down to Leo, the big shot over in Crest. He starts telling everyone this wild story. Apparently, there's this prophecy book, basically a direct text from the gods, that says right before the world goes kaboom, a mega powerful saintess will show up. And the book is like, don't ask questions, just roll with it, because she's gonna turn a wild beast into a cuddly kitten and do miracles that'll blow your minds. And so he wrapped it up, totally sealing the deal. So yeah, there's literally nothing to worry about. But this one dude, Shill, was still giving major side-eye. So the obsessed guy revealed the kicker. This isn't fake news, people. The miracle already happened. And y'all, everyone was floored. Apparently, Saint Emma had purified the entire monster-infested forest. Overcome with emotion, Shill just rushed forward, firing off a million questions about this one area that, like, dozens of priests couldn't even touch. Is this for real? Syme jumped in immediately, blowing both their minds. Yes, this is a legit, capital M, miracle. Emma's just standing there totally lost, like, is this prophecy even real? 'Cause nobody sent me the memo. Then, Simi's eyes darted over to her, and he gives her this sneaky little smile, basically texting her with his mind. So what do you think? Did I sell it? Emma's ears were ringing. Her brain was just a mess of question marks and pure panic. Was that all a lie? Is the head honcho allowed to just do that? Oh my god, this is getting so serious. She flashed back to all the drama she'd caused at the grand party, and how her shenanigans in Metro and at Haven had the entire estate in a tizzy. And don't even get me started on the forest incident. A forest with monsters and a tiger. Not one, but two huge messes. Then this super long letter shows up, but instead of freaking out, everyone just casually accepted the whole saintis and prophecy thing. And even though the big boss in Metro acknowledged it and sent an invite, her mom, Maya, was like, nah. Without even thinking, she just laughed and gently reminded him that her baby girl was only 5 and needed to live a normal life, not get shipped off to Crest. Like, obviously, everyone gets that, right? Leo was instantly flustered. And just like that, I thought I could keep living my best, peaceful life despite my parents' epic shutdown. But at the farewell party, he put on this whole spoiled pout with actual tears in his eyes and said, "After I go back to Crest, I'll come visit you at Haven next time, Saint Emma." And I was just thinking, please, For the love of all that is holy, don't. My fam was finally getting ready to head back to Haven. Meanwhile, in another room, everyone was just vibing. Jake and his son were deep in conversation when he suddenly suggested building a massive house for the tiger when they get back to Haven. Emma politely agreed, while Chloe was totally losing it over the tiger talk. He is so gentle. Emma was petting him, and he just let her. If we go back, we have to give him a snack. Then Maya stood up, cutting them off with a soft but firm voice. Until Emma is older, I really hope we don't have to come back to Metro again. She already went through something awful once, and I don't want her going back to that scene. Jake, on the other side of the room, was nodding like his life depended on it. He definitely didn't want his kids to have a childhood like he did. Emma just listened quietly, taking it all in, her little mind going a mile a minute. Her own dad had a tough time becoming the big boss of Crest at such a young age, so that's why dad is so extra about raising kids. She thought about it, wondering if in her past lives she could have just been a normal 5-year-old instead of some big-shot saintess. Emma's bright eyes got a little sad. Man, I'm always so thankful for how much my parents care. That night, she was woken up by noises outside her door. Is it for real? Yeah, that's right. We just got the message. Still half asleep, Emma could make out a few things. That was definitely her mom's voice. What could possibly be happening this late? The noise just kept going. In the next room, at their rental on 456 Park Avenue, Metro, this guy Tesla is freaking out over some new intel. They're sending the 17th Prince of Metro to be Emma's personal attendant. Her eyes shot open. Excuse me, what? Jake, sitting across from her, just kept talking calmly. Metro has also requested the honor of serving the Saintess. Rooted to the spot, Maya immediately shut it down. No way. Absolutely not. She tapped her chin, thinking, these Metro people are way too proud to just bow down like this. There has to be a plot. He was dead serious. I was thinking the same thing. But Shill, who's always like 10 steps ahead, knew exactly what Jake was going to say next. Metro has humbled themselves, and now they literally can't refuse the request. He just stared at the floor, totally bummed. If they said no, Metro would probably start gearing up for war again. Hearing all this, Emma felt this huge weight on her shoulders, blaming herself for causing such a massive problem. She just laid there, trying to keep a straight face. But hey, thanks to her powers, Metro decided to scrap their war plans. I guess taking in one little kid is better than a full-blown war. The next morning, this kid Mikai showed up and was glued to Emma's side, chattering nonstop, probably trying to secure a spot as her number one. She was just like, ugh, what is with this kid now? He followed her around all day with this super pouty look. Did he hear about the 17th Prince coming? But, like, now, Mikai will have tons of friends. Then Emma started thinking about the party and all the petty drama. After Leo's big public apology, all the fancy families did a complete 180 and started trying to get close to Mikai, which totally messed with his dad, Leventus. He was getting so many applications for Emma's attendant that he was completely overwhelmed. He literally ghosted his friends twice and just went straight home, totally unable to get how these people who used to diss Mikai now wanted to be his best friends forever. So now, every second he sees her, Mikai is bugging her nonstop. Am I not, like, your closest person? Emma's eyes were glued to her book. Her voice was super flat. Is that okay? He leaned in to ask again and finally got the answer he was looking for. Mikai, still not buying it, asked the million-dollar question. You're not going to forget that promise, right? She glanced over at him. I won't. He then spilled everything, holding nothing back. Promise me you'll still play with me when you make new friends, because I'll try even harder to be a good friend. She thought about it for a long time, her brain running through all the possibilities. Did someone say something to him? But something was still super weird. This kid was normally quiet, even when he was upset. So why is he suddenly being so clingy? Oh, she would find out soon enough. That fateful afternoon, Maya flew into a full-on rage and ordered her guards to bring her an axe. Two knights went pale, crying out, "Oh, my queen, please." Just then, Jake grabbed her shoulders, trying to get her to chill. She snapped back, "How can you ask me to be calm? I have to go deal with that useless Laxius." At that exact moment, he quietly reminded her, "Honey, the kids are here." And he was right. Emma, some kid named Ethan, and Chloe were just staring at them with wide eyes. Maya's face fell, and she couldn't look at them. Then, she just collapsed into Jake's arms, sobbing about how ridiculous this whole thing was. Jake just stroked her back, trying to comfort her, saying he understood. But Maya's eyes turned stone cold. How dare you say our daughter has to be engaged to the 17th Prince? Those words hit Emma like a truck. Her face froze, her mouth hanging open. Engaged? I thought he was just going to be my friend. And just like that, she finally understood Mikai's weird, clingy behavior. It was no wonder he was acting so strange. The more Emma thought about it, the angrier she got. That man was literally the worst. Who said I'd agree to an engagement? Even a 5-year-old should get a say in who she marries. Cut to the royal conference room where this guy Laxius is pushing hard. Surely there's nothing better than a marriage alliance to seal the deal. Jake slams his hand on the table, yelling back that even marriage alliances have their limits. He is so over this whole idea and is ready to shut it down for good. It's true, the prince is a little bit of a mismatch for the youngest duchess, so isn't that a good thing? Duke Leventus, sitting nearby, totally sided with Jake, asking, "What are you even talking about?" I honestly feel so bad for Duchess Emma. He couldn't help but say those icy words. I truly feel bad for my own daughter. Everyone was split into two camps, arguing like crazy. The fact that Metro is even talking about reparations shows how important the Duchess is. Have you all forgotten what Leo said, that she'd be greater than St. Charlotte, and she's going to be engaged to the 17th prince? Even so, why are we dragging this out when we have the upper hand? Before Laxius could keep running his mouth, Jake from the Crest Kingdom shot him a death glare and cut him off. Your Highness, just yesterday, my wife requested an axe. Suddenly, Laxius remembered Maya's terrifying aura. He just waved his hands, like, you know what, my bad, I was wrong. By noon, the palace was buzzing with the shocking news. After Crest stepped in, they finally decided to welcome the 17th prince from the Metro Empire. Emma was stroking Chloe's hair as she slept, totally lost in her thoughts. Because of all this drama, she couldn't go back to Haven and was stuck in the capital even longer. She remembered Duke Leventus basically having to drag a reluctant Mikai away to go home first. Then one day in August, a whole parade of carriages rolled up to the estate, followed by these handsome, serious-looking dudes. Those were knights from Metro, and the maids hiding behind them thought it was weird. One of them turned, confused. That's the first time I've ever seen helmets and armor that fancy. The girl next to her whispered back, same. Emma waited with a totally cold expression, but inside, she was analyzing the situation with a little spark of excitement. A prince is still a prince, and this entrance was way more extra than she thought. What do you guys think is going to happen next? Drop your theories in the comments, and don't forget to smash that like button. Yo, those were knights from the Metro, and the maids behind Emma were totally bugging out. She turned, all confused. Okay, I've never seen armor that lit before. The helmets, that's some serious drip. The girl next to her whispered back, same, girl, same. Emma kept a straight face, but on the inside, she was totally analyzing everything with a little bit of a thrill. A prince from the Metro is still a prince, and damn, he was way more cautious than she expected. But hold up suddenly, she felt like something was totally off. Peeking out the window, Emma sees this busted clunker of a carriage, like something you'd find abandoned on a street corner in Detroit. She's like, what is that piece of junk? No way the prince is in there. Then this knight with blue hair just starts banging on the window, yelling for the kid inside to get out, totally freaking him out. Everyone from Crest was just frozen, like, oh my god. They were all staring, jaws on the floor, at the drama unfolding. Even Emma was like, whoa, this is messed up, and felt kinda bad for the guy, since he was obviously her age. Noah, my dude, was literally shrinking into himself, too scared to even look up as he mumbled, nice to meet you, Saintess. He was so terrified but trying to speak clearly, I'm Noah. And I'm supposed to be engaged to you. And that's when Emma's internal alarm bells went off. Like, how could a prince be so skinny and tiny? The two knights escorting him could not have cared less. They were basically like, King Passon is waiting, so we're gonna dip. The Saintess is a nice girl, so deal with it. Jake wasn't about to start a scene right there. I get it. I'll be heading out. But you could totally tell he was fuming on the inside. I mean, can you believe the nerve? Talking to her parents like that, is that how knights from Metro roll? Before they bounced, the blue-haired jerk straight up shoved Noah and whispered some nasty stuff in his ear. So stupid, taking in a little street rat like him. Is the Saintess that much of a softie? And bam, that confirmed it for Emma. The 17th prince was basically kicked to the curb by the Metro. But to do him dirty like that, right in front of her, that's just way too much for a kid to handle. So, with that fire in her, she walked right up to him and stuck out her hand. Hey, I'm Emma. He immediately tried to bow, calling her Saintess, but Emma was having none of it and just grabbed his hand. I'm Emma. He freaked and tried to pull his hand back, muttering, my hands are dirty, but she just shrugged it off. It's cool. They're not dirty. She was thinking, okay, this is a little out of character for me, but I can't just stand here and let this happen. Emma got closer and was like, okay, so we know each other's names, we said hi, we shook hands. Let's just be friends. From then on, she watched him like a hawk, analyzing his every move, totally getting why he was so closed off, especially with her whole past life experience. 'Cause let's be real, when you've lived a life full of shade, it's hard to accept when someone is genuinely nice to you. Emma knew that vibe all too well. The more she dug into Noah's backstory, the worse it got. The tea was scalding, y'all. Turns out Noah's mom was a dancer who had a one-night stand with the emperor. Can you say, OMG? and she passed away right after he was born. So even though he was a prince, Noah had absolutely nothing. No family on his mom's side, no connections, zip. And because he got the royal silver hair and gold eyes, his own siblings were literally trying to take him out. So he was completely isolated, a total outcast who just shut down. It's a straight-up miracle he even survived. The poor kid had never known what real love felt like. And that's when Emma got an idea. She decided she was going to give him the awesome childhood her parents gave her. Back in the moment, she's sharing a cake with Noah, and he takes it so carefully with both hands. Saintus? She gently corrected him. It's Emma, not Saintus. Noah just stared at the cake for like a full minute, then whispered, is it okay if I save this and eat it little by little all day? Emma was totally floored. Were they literally starving him in the metro? But she quickly shook it off and said, dude, this is just a snack. We're eating it together. Hearing that, he clutched the cake like it was a winning lottery ticket. His face just pure shock. How could I possibly eat a snack? Emma just gave him a warm smile and said, because eating with someone is way better than eating alone. Let's dig in. That seemed to calm Noah down a bit, and he hesitantly said, okay, I'll have one bite. Thank you. He took a huge bite, and you could see the taste just blow his mind. He lit up and was like, this is so good. Can I really eat this? She was like, duh, and shoved another piece in his hand. Of course. Eat up. Noah was just completely lost, like, huh? Emma just grinned. Eat more. He kind of paused, but you could see the change. Even though she was this big shot saintess, over time, she and Noah got super close. After they got back, she started teaching him stuff and even had Chloe come over to play. She was trying to build that same warm, fuzzy family vibe she had. 2 weeks flew by, and sometimes, you could see the real, happy kid hiding inside Noah. Right then, he and a maid brought some snacks over to Emma. Malign, was it? Emma just smiled, watching Noah's shy face as she munched away, thinking, man, raising a kid is actually pretty wild. She started chatting, saying how awesome it'll be when they get to Haven, her family's place, where everything's way more chill. He hesitated for a second, then asked, is this your cat, Emma? Emma kept talking, hoping Noah would start to like the idea, too. Noah shyly promised, if it makes you happy, Emma, I'll do my best to like it. She immediately stopped him. Whoa, no, you don't have to force it. You like what you like, and besides, I wouldn't be happy if you were just pretending. Seeing his confusion, Emma laid down some wisdom. Noah's heart belongs to Noah. You should just say what you like or dislike. For real. Hearing that literally blew his mind. It was like a light bulb went off, and his heart was doing backflips. He started blushing and whispered, I will. But just as they were getting hyped to go back to Haven, the nightmare fuel image of those two shady knights from Metro popped back up. A letter arrived. Before you go home, the king wants to see the prince. He's throwing a thank you farewell party. Yeah, right. Noah read every word of that letter, shaking so hard he could barely hold it. I have to go back, don't I? He looked pale as a ghost, like a guy on death row. Emma saw it and thought, oh, this is bad. He'd been a nervous wreck ever since that invitation showed up at their place, like 123 Main Street, Anytown, USA. She sat next to him and gently touched his shoulder, which made him jump a mile. She asked softly, what's wrong, Noah? Then she added, if you don't want to go, you don't have to. Noah shot up like a rocket. No, I have to go. Emma saw his hands were trembling, and she gently said his name, Noah. But he just gripped his clothes tighter, shaking all over. Please, let me go. I have to, or everyone will get in trouble. And Emma could see just how deep the trauma went. She was thinking, geez, what did the Metro do to him to make him this terrified, but still unable to say no? That's when her mom, Maya, stepped in, her voice like steel. They wouldn't dare lay a finger on Noah, and they sure as heck wouldn't dare touch me or my daughter. Emma got seriously mad. This was it. This was her chance to teach those bullies a lesson. She walked over to Noah and said, then come with me. I'll hold your hand the whole time. He hesitated, looking at her. What? But Noah just looked down, twisting the fabric of his old, worn-out coat. If I'm with you, Lady Emma, I'll just look all poor and lame. But she just smiled gently. Don't even worry about that. Noah gave her a confused look. This is Crest, she said, as if that explained everything. And after they picked out the perfect outfit, he put his hand on his chest, his voice full of nerves. I really don't know if this looks okay. Emma beamed at him. It's perfect. You look amazing. He blushed so hard. Huh? No way. That's not me. Noah looked like a completely different person, dressed in this super fancy suit that looked like it was made just for him. Emma thought, okay, step 1. Get this boy used to taking a compliment. She held out her hand to Noah. Ready to go in? He nodded, yeah, and gently put his hand in hers. You could hear voices from inside, talking about politics or whatever. Yes, His Majesty said we can trust Bassan, but they all shut up when the doors swung open. The knight announced, "Our great saintess and the prince have arrived. Talk about a grand entrance. Drop a comment below if you love a good glow-up moment." The knight walked up to them, and Noah totally flinched. I mean, the guy was huge. The knight put a hand over his heart, all fake respectful. "I knew you two would come." He grinned. His Majesty is a genius for seeing how close you two would get. Emma was so over it, thinking, ugh, why did he have to bring that guy up? Is he gonna start spouting nonsense again? But Luxius, or whatever his name is, totally ate it up. Indeed, I have an eye for these things. What a performance. The knight immediately jumped in. Exactly, Your Highness. We should get them married right away. Those words made the whole room go quiet, and a voice from the corner echoed, "Marriage?" A hand gripped a wine glass so tight that cracks started to spiderweb across it. The drama, y'all. Of course, those words came from Emma's parents, who were trying so hard to keep their cool, especially her mom, who looked ready to flip a table. Jake managed to keep his voice low, but it was dripping with threat. "Your Highness, I thought we were finished with this topic." Kai looked terrified, turning away and stammering something about it being for peace on the continent. The knight was probably thinking, is my king really this clueless? Noah stammered, I can't. The knight pounced on it. Can't what? Oh, so you're saying you don't like the saintess? Noah was trembling, unable to even look at them. The knight kept playing dumb, saying things like that will just hurt the poor saintess. That's when Emma jumped in, squeezing Noah's hand. No one ever said he hated me. And if getting engaged is so great, why don't you and the king get engaged? The knight just sneered. The saintess is just a child. The king and I can't be engaged. Emma put on her best innocent face. Why not? That clearly got under his skin. First of all, the king is already married. She just tilted her head. So what? Why? It's common sense, he snapped. Then why is it common sense? The dude was so flustered he couldn't even fake a smile anymore. I said it's obvious because it is. Are you even a real saintess? Acting like someone from a backward country. Oop, he said it. Emma's eyes lit up. She had him. She turned to her parents, voice all sweet and innocent. Mom, Dad, what does backward mean? He said this is the backward country. The knight realized he messed up and started backtracking. What? No. The saintess is lying. Maya asked Emma sternly. Did he say anything else? Emma put on a sad face. He said I'm not like a real saintess and that I. Maya pressed her. What else? Emma looked down, all troubled, and quietly admitted. He said some really mean things to Noah. Noah must be so sad. The knight's eyes went wide. He tried to save himself. She must have misheard. We adore you, Your Highness, right? He tried to get Noah to back him up, but Emma turned to Noah, holding his trembling hand, and said with all her heart, It's okay, Noah. Just do what you want to do. Remember what I said? Noah's heart belongs to Noah. Hearing that, Noah just looked down, thinking. Then, he took a step forward, still shaking, and said, I won't do it. Lady Emma didn't lie. So you need to take responsibility for what you said. The knight, Govasan, went pale. It was over. Jake cut him off before he could even make an excuse. A royal knight of the Metro thinks this is a joke, he seethed. So, from the Metro's perspective, if you think that knight got what he deserved, smash that like button and subscribe. So, like, what I heard totally adds up, you know? The knights who actually made it back, boom, got their titles snatched and were sentenced to hard labor. Loki, they were just lucky to be alive. On top of that, their big mouths back in Crest forced Metro to stack troops at the border. Major yikes. And get this, some rando named Chaco heard ALLT. Meanwhile, as Emma's parents were basically making Metro's bank account cry, time just kept on ticking. They didn't even roll back to the estate until winter. So picture this, it's a total winter wonderland, and Chloe is all like, oh my god, you guys, it's snowing. First snow of the year. Then Ethan shouts over to Emma and Noah, yo, be careful, don't slip. Emma just turns back like, yeah, I got this. But Noah's just standing there behind her, super quiet, before he finally mumbles, Emma, there's something I gotta tell you. He's literally clenching his fist, and Emma turns around looking all confused, like, wha? He goes on. For real, meeting the Saints was the first time I ever, stubbornly did my own thing. Emma is still mega confused. She thought Noah was basically drag here. Then he drops this bomb on her. Originally, it wasn't even supposed to be me. One of my younger siblings was gonna come. I was just being stubborn because I was worried about them, but I want to say I'm sorry now. And Emma's just like, sorry for what? Noah tells her he actually loves it here, that everyone's been super nice to him, and that he's genuinely happy he met her. Get this, his face gets all red, and his eyes are sparkling like the Hollywood sign at night. Aw, okay, for real. His super sincere words totally hit Emma right in the feels. Her eyes just go wide while she's staring at him. Shook. Noah gets all shy and turns away, totally flustered, like, it's cold. Let's go inside. He just bolts. And now Emma's cheeks are bright red, too. The tension. You guys. She's just smiling to herself, watching him go, before she follows him. And that was the moment she officially put Noah in the best friend zone. After that, life at Jake's estate was basically chill vibes only, like a lazy river. Okay, so fast forward a bit. Emma knows Chloe is a total pro at horseback riding now, and they both leveled up to their fancy family titles on their 12th birthdays. New scene. Curtains get pulled back, and a maid is like, the young lady's awake. Sunlight is just blasting through the window, making the whole room sparkle. Our girl Emma is now 8 years old. She turns, looking like a total angel, ready to start her day. Main character energy. Alright, so Emma's thinking back. I remember that spring when I was 8. It wasn't all fun and games anymore. I actually had to study. But it was just the basics. So picture Emma, chin in her hand, staring at a book and thinking, honestly, there's legit nothing here to learn. Oh, the gifted kid problems. She gives Noah the side eye. And Noah, he's soaking it all up like a sponge. He told her he never got to go to school back in Metro cause of his background. So he was super stoked to be learning. So, after her morning classes were done, the rest of the day was basically hers to chill. But then Emma checks her phone and gets hit with a wave of disappointment. We've all been there. She's like, still nothing today. The search for my past is getting 0 new leads. Even my dream connection is ghosting me. The phone in her hand just kinda poofs. Out of existence. Magic phone. You guys, what is happening? Drop a comment if you have a theory. Emma walks over to the window with a little smile, thinking, you know what? This quiet is kinda nice, and the weather's amazing, so I'm gonna go for a walk. And just like that, she's out in the garden, soaking up that morning sun. She does a big stretch and is like, this is the life. Then bam, Kai's teasing voice pops up out of nowhere. So who are you crushing on? Long time no see, sweetheart. Emma jumps and looks up, thinking, is that seriously Kai? Dude, when are you gonna stop calling me baby? She is not hiding how annoyed she is. I'm not a kid anymore. He just laughs. Compared to me, you're still basically a toddler. Emma snaps back. I told you not to call me small or a kid. But Kai just keeps poking the bear. But you're so tiny and cute. It's true. No cap. She crosses her arms and pouts. The sass is real. Wait, weren't you supposed to get here the day after tomorrow? You totally bailed on your meeting with the chairman for this, didn't you? He lets out a big sigh. You really think I'd do that? Nah, I hustled and got everything done. Anyway, you busy today? Emma looks back at him, super curious, and then she gasps. Kai gets this sly little smirk and is all smooth like, I've got a place I want to take you. Cut to them under these huge, green trees, and her eyes are bugging out when she sees where they are. This is where you wanted to go. Kai just smiles and nods. Emma is completely floored, majorly in her feelings. Turns out, this was the same spot she visited with the Grand Duke once. It's like he's a mind reader, because he walks right up next to her and says that Jake never shuts up about climbing this mountain with his precious one. Emma's worried that Jake would be super sad if he lost those memories. But Kai's just like, nah. It's no big deal. It'll be fine. He'll get a little lecture, then I'll help him out. I can handle it. But Emma's not having it. I don't need any help, Emma thought, totally exasperated. Seriously. Like grandfather, like grandson. Some things never change. Next thing you know, Kai's laying out a picnic blanket and pulling out a whole basket of pastries. My man came prepared. After a bit, Emma starts yawning, and Kai's like, yo, you should take a nap. She's being stubborn, but he says, didn't Ethan tell you that you gotta get your beauty sleep to grow big and strong? Then he pats his lap, all like, Samir. Emma scrunches up her face, thinking, why do you have to bring Ethan into this? He's getting way too clever. Finally, she gives in and lays her head on Kai's lap, but not without grumbling. You're the worst. He just laughs, totally smitten. But nope, our girl is completely clueless. Oof, smash that like button for our boy Kai in the friend zone. Emma's about to pass out, thinking, okay, being alone is fine, but having someone around is actually way better. But then, plot twist, Emma spots a dark shape just lying on the grass nearby. What is that over there? She shoots right up, totally freaked out. Is that a dead body? Kai sees her panic and is like, whoa, what's wrong? Someone's passed out over there. Emma whimpers, pointing. Kai shouts, hurry, let's go. As they both take off. Emma books it across the hill and gets there totally out of breath, only to find Kai already there, just chilling next to the passed out dude. She's thinking, hold up, he started after me. How is he here so fast? Is he secretly the Flash? She asks, totally worried. Is he okay? Kai just shakes his head. He's fine. Still breathing, not a single scratch on him. Then what is it? Emma asks, still on edge. Kai looks down at the guy's face, which is covered in drool, by the way, and says, he's just sleeping. But Emma's still worried. I mean, who just passes out in a field like they're at Coachella? She knows she's got to wake him up. And then, out of nowhere, the sleeping dude reaches out and grabs Emma. Kai, completely startled, yanks her back and yells, "Hey." Emma is totally shook. He's awake. Then the guy speaks in this super deep voice, "You children will live long lives." So creepy. The guy, Bion, just smiles super sweetly after saying that, while Emma is just staring, mouth wide open. She's thinking, is this dude for real, telling me I'm gonna live a long life? Bro, you look like you won't even make it to 21. Emma's just sputtering, at a total loss for words, especially since he was just knocked out, snoring and drooling everywhere. Kai and Emma are just looking at each other like, what is happening? Kai whispers, completely done. Let's just get back to the carriage. I'll go get the village chief. Emma agrees, giving the guy a major side eye. She's getting super sus about this dude. Meanwhile, Bion wakes up in the carriage, doing a big yawn and stretch like nothing even happened. He rubs his sleepy eyes and goes, "Hey there, kids." Both Emma and Kai just look at him with total disgust. The vibe is not it. Emma's just thinking, the only reason we're in this carriage together is because there's only one. Bion, still basically half asleep, is just staring at them. Then he asks a question that makes the whole carriage go ice cold. So, are you two married? Emma just glares at him, thinking, this guy is certifiably insane. He just keeps going, oh, did I interrupt the honeymoon? Emma lets out a silent sigh. Yep, 100% certified loon. Before Bion can say anything else wild, she cuts in. Kai and I are just kids. But this dude doubles down, insisting kids can totally get married. People shouldn't be so prejudiced, he says, and Emma is just silently judging his entire existence right now. Bion leans in real close with this big smile and asks, so, do you guys have any idea where we are? Emma just shuts him down cold. My mom told me not to talk to suspicious people. Savage. He starts digging in his sleeve. I'm not suspicious. Hold on. Where is it? Ah, here it is. Bion shouts, holding up a piece of paper. The second they see what's on it, both Emma and Kai just freeze on the spot. Emma is completely stunned. She cannot believe her eyes. No way. This weird, clueless dude is the master of the magic tower? Bion just scratches his head with this goofy, sheepish grin. I don't really know where this is, so I can't get home. It's like a lightning bolt hits her brain. The master of the time's magic tower asterisk. Emma can't help but stare at Bion's completely dazed and confused look. How is someone this clumsy in charge of the magic tower? Like, is that place even up to code in California? She thought. Whatever. My parents probably already know, so I'll just wing it. Just as she was about to ask him where they were, Kai whispers, hey, princess, check it out. He's asleep again. For real, who even times this guy? A little later, when they get out of the carriage, Maya's there looking concerned. Emma, Kai, did you have a good time? I heard what happened. Where's the master of the magic tower? Kai just says flatly, he's asleep. Maya gets it. Oh, I see. Then Maya goes over to the carriage by herself, knocks politely, and has no choice but to call out, master of the magic tower? Bion jolts awake so fast he smacks his head on the roof of the carriage. Ouch. He awkwardly opens the door, scratching his head. Maya says super sternly, it's been a while, Bion. He stammers, see commander. She replies, I hear you've been sleeping just about anywhere, and I seem to recall hearing that's something you're absolutely not supposed to do back at the magic tower. Bion immediately tries to backtrack. No, you misunderstand, commander. She replies in a voice that's half compliment, half threat. Good. Then don't bother my family, master of the magic tower. He straightens his posture all awkwardly, gives this stiff little salute, and says, understood. I'll keep that in mind. Emma is watching this, thinking, whoa, I never knew Bion could be this respectful. Emma's inner thought, wait, he knows how to talk like a normal person? Later, he puts his teacup down and announces all formally, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Bion, master of the Bion Centroia Magic Tower. Emma politely responds, I'm Emma Anderbang. When he hears this, his face lights up and he starts rambling. So you're the youngest daughter of Jake Anderlank. Awesome. I'm a buddy of your dad's. Jake is a super nice guy, Bion continued. The commander. She's kind of terrifying. So, from what Emma overheard, the three of them, her dad, her mom, and Bion all met on a battlefield over 10 years ago. Get this. Her mom, Maya, was the commander and Bion was just some mage on her squad. He literally shivers just thinking about it, remembering how Maya made him run 20 laps around the training field on their days off. Brutal. What do you guys think of Maya as a commander? Let me know in the comments below. Kai is totally wishing Riata would hurry up and rescue her from this nightmare, pointing out he could literally just teleport now that he knows her location. And Bion is like, light bulb moment. Oh my god, that's so true, isn't it? Why didn't I think of that? You're a smart kid, want to be my protege. Such a waste. The boy's magical talent is off the charts, no cap. And this was all part of Emma's master plan. I mean, classic magic tower master, he clocked Kai's talent right away. But Kai just frowned and shot him down flat. Magical talent? Yeah, hard pass. I don't need it, the guy patiently tried to sell him on it. What, for real? You could inherit my whole gig, my dude. But Kai stood his ground. Save your sketchy power. I don't need it. Then he stormed out of the room, slamming the door like he was late for a flight out of LAX. Byam peeked out the door and forced a smile. Totally rejected. Well, I guess I'm not that popular. I wonder what this little one's deal is. Emma was thinking to herself, what's my deal? My deal is that you're a pathetic clown. Suddenly, Kai whips around and throws the door open again. This got Byon's hopes up. Did he change his mind about teaming up with me? But nope, Kai blew right past him and went straight to Emma, looking super apologetic. My bad, shorty. I totally forgot about you. Emma glanced at Kai, thinking, honestly, I'm fine staying here, but he just looked back at her and said again, let's go. Then he shot the guy a death glare, and they bounced. Byon just sat there fiddling with his cards, sighing. Couldn't hurt to leave one little friend for me. Or maybe I'll just play solitaire until Ragedo shows up, whatever. Out in the hallway, she was trailing Kai, wondering, so, Kai, you hate magic or something? He didn't even try to deny it. Emma got curious. Spill. Why? Kai got all distant, explaining he was terrified of being called a cursed kid again, and that's why he hated it. And he hated the idea of being that weirdo's apprentice even more. You could see the sadness and deep thought in her eyes as she listened to his story. He never let it show, so she just assumed he was cool with it. But for real, how could he be? Wounds from when you're a kid are the hardest ones to heal. Emma suddenly grabbed Kai's hand, pulling him down to her level. Kai. She got on her tiptoes and patted his head super gently. And while Kai was just staring at her, totally shocked, Emma just kept stroking his head to comfort him. After a second, she finally said, I checked. Kai was totally bewildered. Checked what? Emma stated with total confidence. I'm a saintess, duh. And I've just officially proven that Kai is just a normal kid. Her words actually chilled him out a bit, and a little blush crept onto his cheeks. Kai replied shyly, You're just messing with me. Emma let out a mischievous laugh. I'll be messing with you from time to time. Later at dinner, the table was loaded with enough food to feed a small town. With a fork in one hand and a napkin in the other, Kai offered, Let me wipe your mouth for you. Emma just shook her head. Nah, I'm good. Ethan was watching them, sighing helplessly. They are always hogging our Emma, aren't they? Chloe pouted, making sure everyone knew how she felt. Seriously. Kai is so selfish. Kai could only flash a polite smile and ask. All right, then I'll ask for permission next time. Ethan was over it. Whatever, man. Emma already gave you the green light. I was just being a little salty. As night fell, darkness crept over the old castle. Kai was taking a solo walk through the garden, totally lost in his thoughts. As a brother, he could never win against Ethan. I wonder if I'll even be with Gangi before you get here. If only. Out of thin air, Bayan appears again to try and persuade Kai. Hey kid, I've been waiting for you. With zero emotion, Kai just coldly shut him down. Get out of my way. But Bayan refused to give up and decided to hit Kai right where it hurts. Don't be like that. I've got something important to tell you. It's about the youngest princess, the one you're crushing on. Aren't you curious? I'll make it quick. I have the power of foresight. The youngest princess is destined for a total tragedy, and you're the only one who can change her fate. He refused to buy it, calling it a load of crap. Bayan just chuckled confidently, reminding him to think it over. 'Cause destiny is absolute. Little one, I can see it now. Sooner or later, you'll come begging me to be your teacher. Well then, until next time, little one. And with that, he floated up into the air and took off. Kai watched Bayan's retreating figure, muttering, what a straight-up liar. He said Kang would live a long life, but he's still freaking out. His heart's pounding like he just ran a marathon in Boston. It's near the forest. Even though I know it's total nonsense, why do I have such a bad feeling? A new day starts, and the sweet voice of Tila rings out the next morning. Little one, can you do me a favor? Emma asked, grabbing a basket. What is it? She leaned in to give him the rundown, asking for a favor for Kai, who had bailed on breakfast. He looks like he needs our youngest's help. I wonder what went down last night. Why would he skip breakfast? Seeing Emma's confused face, Tila revealed that Kai must have gotten teased by the Tower Master again. She asked in surprise, teasing. She then explained it all. Bayan has the power of precognition. He'd often predict the futures of people around him. But the problem was, he was right less than half the time. Emma clearly dislikes Bayan, so she's thinking, is it really precognition or is he just a good guesser? Even though his predictions are usually wrong, they sometimes pan out, so you can't just ignore him completely in case it's something major. So that's the deal. Emma, can you do me a solid Finally convinced, she took the food basket to Kai with Noah trailing behind, grumbling about how the young duke was always bothering the young lady. She replied earnestly, "It's okay. We're friends." He was still hesitating, but Emma stopped and asked if Noah were in the same spot. Wouldn't he be sad if she didn't show up? Noah stammered, not sure what to say. "How could I?" Emma replied sternly, "How could you what? Noah and I are good friends, so it's only natural." He lowered his head, getting the picture, and quietly agreed. Emma ended the conversation, saying she had to go, and Noah didn't try to stop her. Standing on a high balcony, Ethan and Chloe looked down below as she commented, "Isn't Kai causing our dear father way too much trouble? For real, it's way too much." After a bit, Emma weaved through the trees and finally found Kai sitting in the middle of the forest. Watching his back, she wondered, "I found him, but why is he sitting all alone like some emo kid? He's making me worry." Startled by Emma's voice, Kai turned around, a teasing smile on his face. "And the youngest princess always finds me so easily, doesn't she?" Emma said, getting her composure back. "Thanks for coming," Kai said sincerely. "Thank you." Knowing he was stressing, she tried to comfort him. "Your mom told me a really funny story." The Tower Master's words are hardly ever half true. Kai looked up in surprise, needing to confirm it. "Is that for real?" He didn't trust Bayon from the start. "As I thought, the Tower Master is just spouting nonsense again." Emma offered a bright, comforting smile. "So, no matter what that guy says, don't worry about it too much." His mood totally improved, her shaky face flushed red as she replied, "Thank you, I'm suddenly starving." Hearing his stomach rumble, she handed him the food basket, saying her mom totally saw this coming. He opened the food basket and was hyped, thanking both the Duchess and Emma for bringing it. Emma's vibe instantly flipped, her voice turning to ice. "Then stop calling me baby. It's so embarrassing." Kai kept pushing, but if not baby, then what was he supposed to call her? Emma was fuming, thinking, he's totally doing this on purpose, isn't he? Why do I have a bad feeling I'll still be called baby in 10 years? Cut to the arena where Chloe appears to greet her with a huge smile and a cute outfit. "You're back already." Kai is being such a pain, isn't he? Emma happily hugged her, nodding, while Kai stood behind her, looking seriously annoyed. "She's barely home and already running to Chloe. How rude, princess." Emma didn't even look back, thinking to herself, duh, a sister is way better than a brother. Chloe glared back at Kai, snapping, "Then who told you to bother my house from all the way over there?" Kai snapped back, insisting he hadn't bothered her at all. She retorted, annoyed, "Yes, you did. You made Zach worry." Then Chloe dramatically pulled off one of her gloves. With a decisive throw, she chucked it at his chest, making the air super tense. Chloe cleared her throat, questioning him. "Do you know what you've done? I challenge you, Kai Leventis." She strode into the arena like a total warrior, and Kai accepted the challenge, standing opposite Chloe. Neither of them would back down as Emma stood between them as the ref. "What do you guys think? Drop a comment on who's going to win this." She declared that since Kai was in the wrong, he could only use his left hand. Of course, he wasn't having that, so he corrected her. "How shady can you get? I'm right-handed," he protested. But Chloe wasn't budging. "So, in fact, Kai's always been the shady one, hasn't he, Shasa?" She nodded in agreement, secretly cheering for Chloe. "If you say I'm shady, then I'm shady," Kai retorted, raising his sword. "What? Chloe and I are only a year apart." She raises her spear to challenge him. But their years of martial arts training are worlds apart, so using both hands would be low-key cheating. Besides, Emma has to win today to be Zach's dance partner for the birthday. He raised his sword to Chloe, replying, "A dance partner? That's a little hard to give up." As their wooden weapons clashed and her voice filled with determination, Emma watched from the sidelines, realizing that even with one hand, Kai had the upper hand. "There's not much to be done given our different training times. It must be spring. I'm the only one feeling antsy." As she sneezed, Kai immediately dropped his wooden sword. He rushed over to Emma, asking worriedly, "Sweetheart, are you all right?" Confused, she was wondering what was even happening. Then Emma reminded him, Dad said not to look away during a match. Kai totally ignored her words and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere? You've been outside since early this morning." Emma shook her head, replying, "No, I haven't." She thought helplessly, is the master of precognitive magic really this careful about her catching a cold? He breathed a huge sigh of relief, glad it was nothing serious. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she thought about it. Even during the competition, he was worried about how I was doing. It was just one sneeze. Then Emma said something that blew Kai's mind, like a boulder had just dropped on his head. After all, she won. Chloe's eyes sparkled with delight. Her heart was so full of excitement. She rushed over, grabbed Emma's hand, and asked, "Shasa, you have to be with me on my birthday, okay?" Emma smiled brightly and replied, "Of course." Time flew by, and May 5th, her 11th birthday, was here. Early in the morning, Chloe opened the door, chirping, Are you awake, Shasa? My Shasa, I love having you as my sister. Emma hugged her tightly, returning the love. I love you, too. Chloe nuzzled her head, chirping. I know. My little darling likes me the most. Emma then noticed Chloe was still in her pajamas and anxiously asked, Sis, is it okay for me to be here like this? It's your birthday, and you're not even dressed yet. Let's get this party started. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss the next chapter. So get this. Chloe totally grabs her hand and is like, it's cool. I'm just here to get my girl, Emma. And Emma's completely shook, like, for me? She's totally giggling, her eyes all sparkly, because she gets to be Chloe's dance partner tonight. Then, in the dressing room, Chloe puts her hands on her hips, all confident, and says, obviously, this would look great on our Emma, but I'm thinking a red ribbon is the move today. Even the staff agrees. Lady Emma always has the best taste. Chloe's literally spinning around Emma, all triumphant, thinking, duh, I'm her big sis, I know what's up. We gotta do her hair like this, right? And Emma's just thinking, wow, it has been a hot minute since I've gotten this glammed up. There was totally a time where this makeup, hair, outfits was my entire life, every single day. And then boom, her whole vibe just darkens. When was that? She kinda zones out for a second. Emma's flashing back to her 45th life, you guys. Born into this seriously notorious villain family with a twin bro who was born just minutes before her. Because he was always sick, she became their perfectly polished weapon, gorgeous, powerful, and a total boss that no one messed with. So, of course, her twin brother was always getting compared to her. From his sickbed, he'd whine, you think you can have everything, just as long as you're not the one who's sick? Emma would just hit him back with an ice cold, I know. So hurry up and get better, bro. Looking back, she's thinking, were those my last words to him before I died? She even told him if he wasn't sick, she wouldn't have had a chance to shine. Ouch, talk about a knife to the heart. She's totally lost in this dark memory trip, wondering why she said something so messed up, when a voice just snaps her out of it. Suddenly, Emma's back in the room, and she is ready to go, rocking this insane dress. She looks like a total smoke show, but she can't help thinking, is this a little times extra times for my sister's birthday? Am I stealing the spotlight? Drop a comment below if you think she's slaying or just doing way too much. Chloe just looks at her with total heart eyes, screaming, our Emma is so freaking adorable. Then she spins around and calls out, hold up, I'll be right back after I change. And Emma's just thinking, she has no idea that her smile is literally the most precious thing in the entire world. So, at this super bougie party, everyone's laughing and having a blast. Maya turns around, just gushing over her two daughters. Oh my god, my girls, you both look absolutely stunning today. Emma and Chloe step out, looking like a total power duo. Chloe chimes in, it's Emma's favorite color, and yours too, Mom. The whole birthday party was just full of good vibes and happiness. Chloe blew out her candles while everyone cheered. And just like she promised, she stuck by Emma's side all day, which was totally making Kai green with envy. LOL. They bring out this gorgeous cake from the head chef, thank you letters from all the staff, and a cake so big it could have its own zip code, plus a mountain of presents from the family. Chloe's eyes are literally sparkling as she stares at all the gifts. She's beaming, and as she opens one, she squeals. This obsidian black is so pretty. Did you get it for me because you know it's Emma's favorite color? Thank you. Kai was just vibing, happy even with the kinda lame gifts from the dudes at Haven. Then, with the next gift, Kai announces, all right, this one's from Dad. I heard it's some major bling. And in Chloe's hands is this necklace with a crazy sparkly blue gemstone. She points out that the gem is the exact same color as Emma's eyes. Aw, Emma's just watching silently, doing the math in her head and realizing that Gem could probably buy a whole townhouse in downtown Austin. She's like, damn, Dad does not play around with gifts. Then, Jake, who's been super quiet this whole time, finally speaks up, getting Chloe's attention. He hands Chloe this long, beautifully wrapped gift box and says, this is from your father. She's just staring at it, like, whoa, it's massive. Thanks, Dad. Chloe rips open the special gift and gasps, no way, a real sword? Does this mean I can be a real knight now? Emma's looking at the sword like, isn't that a little huge for her? And yup, it totally is. Chloe struggles, but she can't even lift it. Jake totally panics, calling out her name. Tears start welling up in her eyes as she looks at her tiny hands, thinking her dad gave her something she's too weak to even hold. She must be too weak for it. Seeing this, Jake gets even more flustered and is like, how about I just hold it for you, sweetie? But Maya swoops in like a supermom, saying, okay, that's enough, honey. She gently pulls her daughter aside. Come here to mommy. Maya kneels down, comforting Chloe. Listen, when I was your age, I couldn't have lifted a sword that big either. Still tearing up, Chloe asks if that's really true. Maya gives her this super sweet smile. Of course, it is. I was a total late bloomer. She explains, "My girl, you're just growing up, that's all." Chloe's looking at her, her eyes still sad. "It's not because you're weak," Maya explains gently. "Chloe, strength isn't everything. Mom's weaker than Dad, but does that mean I'm not as strong as him?" The little girl thinks for a second, then Jake jumps in. "No way, sweetie. Your mother is the strongest person in the entire world. Hey, you think I gave you a big sword because I know you're gonna grow up big and strong real fast?" Chloe's face immediately lights up. "Really? Then I'm okay. Thank you for the gift, Dad, and sorry I almost cried." Emma's just watching this whole thing, thinking, for real, my sister is the most lovable person on the planet. So, the dad gives his daughter a sword, and she's totally hyped about it now. And just like that, Chloe's birthday bash is over, and before you know it, summer's here. The Haven estate is pretty chill, just a little busier because of the big summer festival coming up. Emma's just strolling through the halls, thinking about how her brother Kai is in charge of the whole thing this year. He's been so swamped and basically impossible to see since he got that big promotion ahead of the house. Maybe I should check out that book he recommended, she thinks. Emma quietly pushes open the library door, and surprise, surprise, a familiar face is there among the endless bookshelves. Emma recognizes Ethan and wonders, what's he doing here right now? So she walks up and asks, shouldn't you be busy today? Ethan turns to her and is like, I was just taking a break. Chloe mentioned you basically live in here in the afternoons. I guess she was right. His eyes are so full of affection. From this window, I can see her training perfectly. Ethan smiles, totally impressed. Our little bro is so whipped for Chloe, isn't he? Emma just adds, well, I like my big brother, too. Like, if there was a spot where I could watch you study, I'd be running back and forth between there and here all day long. Ethan just gives her this gentle smile. Trust me, that would be way more boring than reading in here. Suddenly, they hear laughter from outside. It's Chloe and the maids playing tag. As she runs past, she yells, hurry up, catch me. Emma figures they're blowing off steam after practice. They're always so tight. But then she sees it, the look on Ethan's face. He's looking down with this super sad expression, and Emma starts to wonder if he's jealous. Sometimes, even his own family forgets that with all that pressure, he's still just a kid. So Emma decides to take charge. She grabs Ethan's hand to get his attention. 'Cause in times like these, a little sister's gotta be a little spoiled, right? She's not just thinking it, she's doing it. She puts on her best puppy dog eyes and pleads with her brother to ditch his work for the day. Won't you please play with me? That innocent face is impossible to say no to. Emma's clinging to Ethan's hand, begging him to play instead of study. He looks hesitant, but Emma's got his back, promising to take all the blame if their parents or his tutor find out. Seeing this, Ethan just starts laughing. Is my little sister protecting me now? Emma answers with a straight face. You know it. Finally, he gives in with a smile. Since you put it that way, I guess I have to play with you today. But right then, a voice cuts in. Master Ethan. And Emma knew exactly who it was the second she heard it. From down the hall, two voices are calling his name. Master Ethan, where are you? You have to review these documents. Emma immediately pegs them as his guards. Since these guys are always fighting to be his future right-hand man, the competition is fierce and petty. Even who he calls first is a big deal to them, and Ethan's face just gets super tense. Yep, Emma realized these guys were the source of all his stress. With that thought, she just takes off running, leaving Ethan yelling after her. Emma flings open the library door and shouts, Yo. Mom said no, making noise in the hallway. Did you guys not get the memo? One of the guards replies, Yeah, we know, but the young master is missing, so we don't have a choice. The guy with glasses next to him adds, The princess may not understand, but this is extremely important. Emma just lays into them. I've seen my dad's assistants look for him plenty of times, and you guys are way louder than they ever are. Is my brother's work more important than my father's? They were completely stunned, totally speechless. That's not what we meant, one stammered. Emma continued, Besides, you're being super loud right in front of the library. I can't even read with all this racket. The guards immediately backed down. We'll take care of it right away. They were terrified, and Emma pressed on. The young master has never even been in here before, so step off. They looked totally flustered, but she was giving them a death glare. You don't believe me? The guards trembled and stuttered. That's not it. We'll leave right now. Farewell, young lady. And with that, the two guys booked it out of there. Only then did Emma breathe a sigh of relief, having officially chased off the troublemakers. She turned to two other knights and told them to stand down. I have a favor to ask, she said. They replied cheerfully, Anything for you, my lady. After a quick, whispered conversation, they were on board. Trust us, we'll get everything ready perfectly. Emma thought to herself, Good. The plan is in motion. She slipped back into the library door and said, Hey, Ethan was just scratching his cheek, confused, when Emma suddenly grabbed his hand with a wild proposal. Let's play hide and seek, she said, planning to stash Ethan away from everyone. Those clueless guards have been sent on a goose chase to the training grounds. The knights are bringing us snacks, and now we're going to my secret hideout. Ethan, holding the snack basket, just follows her, completely bewildered. He soon realized they were in a cave that seemed to stretch on forever. After a few more steps, he saw it and was totally blown away. Above them, through an opening in the cave, was a perfect, clear blue sky. Ethan couldn't help but ask, "How in the world did you find this place?" Emma just said her pet lizard, Honks, showed it to her. "Do you like it?" Ethan replied, buzzing with excitement. "I love it. It feels like I've been invited to Emma's exclusive secret club." She was secretly so happy. Thanks to the knights, she roped into her plan. The place was all set up like a cozy little room. Ethan looked around. "But are you sure it's okay for you to show me this?" "Well, who else am I supposed to tell?" Emma asked. He replied, "It's no fun coming alone." Then he asked, "What about Chloe?" She just lifted a finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. "I haven't told her yet, but maybe someday." Kai, on the other hand, will never ever know. Ethan copied her gesture, sealing their new secret. Then Emma gave him a soft hug, and he agreed. Ethan looked down at her gentle face, her eyes closed as she relaxed. He watched her for a moment, totally lost in thought. Then Ethan said, "Emma, let me tell you a story." So the two of them sat down at the little tea table and started to talk. "What do you think the story is about? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe for more drama." So get this, Ethan's over here with his head down, admitting he's, totally bad at making friends. And I'm immediately like, wait, hold up, why would you even think that? 'Cause low-key, I was shook. Why would he say something so completely off the wall? He then hits me with, "Are you friends with Chloe too?" Dude, Chloe and I are cool with everyone, but he's acting like he's doing it all wrong. I literally jumped up, totally flustered, no, that's not it at all. You're legit a good person, for real. Then Ethan gets all soft and is like, "I made you sad, didn't I?" And I'm thinking, my guy, if you're worried about my feelings, who's worrying about yours? So I slammed my hand on the table, just a little, and finally spilled what was on my mind. Look, everyone knows you're a good dude, but shady people will always try to take advantage of that. So, what if we just, decided to be a little savage sometimes? I totally answered my own question. Then the real ones, the good people, they'll vibe with it and stick around. Hearing that, Ethan just froze up, slowly saying my name like he'd seen a ghost. My advice was way too deep for a kid, I guess. So I totally backpedaled, blaming it on my mom. Yeah, my mom told me that. Note to self, stop sounding like a 30-year-old guru. Ethan was just lost in his thoughts for a sec, and then he goes, "Thank you. I will." And you guys, scene changed to his room, because the very next day, my boy put the plan into action. He told his guards, "Hey, I'm giving you both homework. I'll check the results and then decide who does what and who gets to be on my personal security detail." And out in the hall, you can just hear the two of them whining to each other. "Bro, I thought being a guard meant we were basically besties." That's what the little boss said. The other dude chimes in, "For real, what's his deal? He's on a total power trip all of a sudden." Of course, I'm eavesdropping on all this, and I'm the only one who gets it. They're all salty, he's changed, but when he got their homework back, oh, it was priceless. Ethan just hits them with this super chill but stern voice, saying they only need to fix the parts he marked. The redhead totally lost it, yelling, "You're being so extra. I'm still learning. You don't gotta be so harsh." The guy with glasses next to him nods along, and Ethan just fires back. "You two have always acted like I don't appreciate your skills." He went on, saying that no matter what he did, they were never happy. "So, I'm done trying. Go home." Oof, mic drop. He basically told them not to worry, because he finally remembered he's his parents' son. The two guards were literally shaking from his clapback. "Young master, we were tripping. You've been so good to us. Please, just give us one more chance." Annan cut to me in my bedroom, clutching my blanket like I just won the lottery. I was just thinking about how good he must feel, when bam, a new system notification pops up out of nowhere. You guys, I gasped so loud. After 3 years of complete radio silence, I finally got a new target. On my screen, it's like, "Wanna check the new announcement?" You know I smashed that view button. And as it loaded, I was wondering about the address. Where we going? And then I just froze. My eyes went wide, pupils dilated, the whole 9 yards. The message read, 1 West Forest Street, Creston, Ohio. The Crest Duke's estate. Status, chilling. Desired to become true colleagues. I was shook, the Crest Ducal family. Are you kidding me? After 3 years, someone at the Haven is missing me. Did someone new just move into the Haven? Man, good thing I updated the app. Let's see if there's any tea. My brain was going a mile a minute, staring at the screen. World information, World 13. The world of heroes in... Oh boy. Info on the Demon King. And the Demon King is number 1. Okay. Okay. Analyzing. The 13th world. This world has way too many sus people, no cap. I remember this world because it's where I first got my grimoire, back when I was the Demon King. Yeah, so fun fact, I was born a dream demon, a succubus, supposed to get power from people's dreams. But that sounded like way too much effort, so I picked a method I was more familiar with, these hands. I literally just punched anyone who got in my way. And just like that, I took down every annoying enemy, one by one. By the time I was 14, boom, I was the Demon Lord. But there was just one tiny problem. This world was a total fairy tale cliché, like the ones my sister is obsessed with, a world where heroes slay demon lords and save princesses. And I guess that's why, even though I left the human kingdom alone, the princess, the main character of the whole fairy tale, literally ran away from home all the way to my castle. I snapped back to reality, reminding myself not to even think about her. I still hate everyone who had a hand in my death. Then I scroll to the next bit of info, the Knight's dormitory. 2 people with some serious lingering feelings. All I can do is laugh. Oh, this is bad. There are way too many familiar faces here. Is it going to be one of the 4 heavenly kings or the 10 elders? Like, the Demon King's crew was massive. But you know what? I'm just going to let it be. I put my phone down, flopped back onto the bed, and decided I'll deal with this drama tomorrow. I had 3 years of peace. One more day won't kill me. But then, who knows how much later, this massive noise wakes me up. I shot straight up in bed, my eyes wide, like, what was that? I was on high alert, thinking, is this an enemy raid? The maid next to me just goes, you're awake, miss. You must have been scared. The night's training is just a little intense today. That's why it's so loud. I was stunned. Training? I complained. What kind of training sounds like a bomb went off downtown? I gotta see this for myself. I changed super fast and bolted outside. Standing there were Chloe and Kai, and Chloe turns to me like, there you are. I was just about to come get you. Then she spills the tea, all excited. Listen to this. Kai just learned how to use martial energy. I immediately remember that Kai was the knight who basically cornered me in my past life. I asked if it was for real, because using an aura is basically proof you've hit max level. I mean, most people only pull that off on a real battlefield, like my parents and the Grand Duke, who were on the front lines during the war. I pictured my parents, and then Kai, but he wasn't a battle-hardened soldier. He was only in his early 20s and already unlocking his final form. A true prodigy, for real. Suddenly, this loud shout just rips through the air, making me jump. Zoe, today I'm taking you down and making you admit I was right all along. And there she was, Zoe, and I'm thinking, why is times my times night fighting times my sister's times night, and since when can he use martial arts? Shouldn't I stop them? I was horrified watching this go down. Kai looked like a freaking dragon with his martial arts aura glowing. And I'm just wondering why these insane anime powers are showing up here. Dust is flying everywhere, and then a voice cuts through it. Don't you dare cry. Zoe says she hasn't forgotten him stealing her master last year. And I'm like, actually impressed. Zoe's totally unscratched. She blocked that monster attack. Forget that, she went on. You didn't seriously think you were the only one who could use martial energy today, did you? As she said it, this blinding ball of fire appears in her hand, then shoots off like a bunch of missiles, ripping through the air. My jaw dropped. Wait a sec, is that the skill I used when I was the Demon King? Oh my god, I felt my face get so hot. Why did I give it such a cringy name back then? I literally covered my face, dying of secondhand embarrassment just thinking about it. Kai, standing next to me, was all. Those 2 train together every single day. They're seriously one-of-a-kind talents. Some other dude added, yeah, it's the first time I've ever seen anyone use martial arts that well. And that's when it clicked. I realize, that's right, if they can use those skills, then it has to be them. I watched Zoe, glowing with power, facing off against an equally hyped-up Kai. These 2. They're the princess and the hero from the 13th world. Oh man, if I had known, this would have been so much more complicated. Even though I totally adored them once, they were also the ones who, you know, took me out. The memories just came flooding back. A clumsy hero who was always losing his sword, constantly freaking out asking where it was, and a super brave princess who didn't think twice about running away to find my castle. She once begged me, Demon King, please, can you take me as your wife? I'm actually in love with you. I was just standing there, bored out of my mind. I have 0 plans to get married. Chaco, get her out of here. Then I'd still have to go comfort Kai. Stop crying and just tell me what happened. I lost to the 10 great elders, he'd sob, totally beside himself because he was supposed to win to get to fight me. But nope, he lost to them again. They were such weirdos, always bringing this chaotic energy to my once peaceful demon realm. But somehow, I started to really care about them, teaching them how to fight and use magic. But those good times couldn't last forever. Probably because it was the 13th world, the world of G, and I was destined to be taken out by the hero. Because this is the world where the hero is the main character. I remembered the exact moment my two favorite people turned on me. That day, Kai raised his sword and screamed at me, wishing I had never existed. And even though I knew it was coming, man, it still hurt. Just like in all the fairy tales, the hero defeated the Demon King, and everyone lived happily ever after. The ending that the 13th world wanted. I snapped back to the present, watching them fight, and now their status says they miss her. Like, what? Didn't you kill me because you had to? I looked down, wondering how we could ever become true comrades. How is that even on the table? Then, Maya gently put a hand on my shoulder, making me jump. My dear, why do you look so worried? She smiled at me, so full of love it almost hurt. I turned to her and just whispered, Mom. I hugged her super tight and lied. It's nothing. I was just thinking about what to have for breakfast. Which, obviously, was not the truth at all. She hugged me back just as tightly. Is that right? Well then, let's go eat immediately. Yeah, Mom. But even wrapped up in her warm hug, my mind was a million miles away. If they really do become my allies again, could I ever even understand them? I just couldn't get why. In the moment they ended me, they had those expressions on their faces. I remembered their faces so clearly. I just wondered why, even after everything, they still miss me. It makes no sense. If you miss me, drop a comment below because I am lost. The scene shifts to the garden, and Kai's face is all scrunched up in anger. He's holding a tree branch like a sword. So, she wants to test her strength now, huh? Across from him, Zoe is frowning, looking just as annoyed. Fine by me. Let's see who's really stronger. Meanwhile, I'm just chilling under the eaves, reading a book with Hong X by my side. I give the order, and Hong X, no longer looking like a dumb pet, gets up, ready to throw down, snarling with its fangs out and drool everywhere. Kai and Zoe completely panicked. We're so sorry, young lady. We'll fix it. But I was so not having it. Yeah, I've heard that line 3 times now. I just looked up at the sky, totally over it. If you're wondering where we are, it's some forest about a day's trip from the duchy. And Hong X is out here acting as their supervisor, scaring them straight. Flashback to a few days ago, when they got this punishment for completely wrecking the training grounds. Don't forget to like and subscribe to see what happens next. To tidy up the nearby forest that got wrecked by monsters. Just then, Emma's dad, Jake, totally lost his cool, pointing and ordering them to chill out. I was like, I'll supervise, just to calm everyone down. My parents were still tripping, though, leaning down, all worried. Our little darling, this ain't a picnic out in Central Park. It's gonna be tough. You sure you can handle it? Emma's face was dead serious. Yes, she said, wanting to help her parents out just like her brother. She thought back on the past. It's already been 8 whole years since I came to Haven. I know exactly how to play them. Hearing their youngest daughter say that, her parents were totally shook, covering their mouths with their hands. Emma was probably thinking, laugh my ass off. Since they both use aura, they probably figure it's no big deal. Okay, back to the now. So, it was Emma's 5th day here, and girl was exhausted. She just can't wrap her head around what being teammates even means. They claim to be on her side, calling her master, just to end up hating and betraying her. She's getting these flashes of Kai and Zoe standing there all serious. And now these new people want to be real comrades. Emma just sighed and whipped out her magic phone with a spell. She's scrolling through a map on her phone, and what do you know? She finds them arguing again. Have hundreds of years gone by without anything changing? Seriously. Emma rested her chin on her hand, her eyes glued to the phone screen, tracing the locations with her finger when a drop of water hit the screen. Outside, a massive downpour had started. Emma just sits there, looking at her reflection. Like, what now? Elsewhere, a hand straight up slams a rock into the ground. It's Kai, standing in the middle of the storm, hands on his hips, looking totally wiped out, not even caring that it's raining cats and dogs. The path was finally cleared. Zoe, holding a bunch of firewood, turns around, all concerned. Let's go back. The boss is gonna be worried. Hearing this, he shot back. Let me finish this first. Just a sec. She shielded herself from the rain and whispered, okay. Zoe looked up at the sky as the rain got even heavier, and this awful feeling just washed over her. Meanwhile, inside, Emma was anxiously pacing on the balcony. A servant came up from behind with a glass of milk and said gently, Miss, please come inside. You'll catch a cold out there in this Chicago-like weather. She turned, looking super worried, thinking, they're still not back. You look so happy. The milk is warmed up. Please come inside, my lady. Hearing that, she finally turned and went inside, having no idea that a massive bolt of lightning just struck the forest right behind her. She recoiled, totally shocked, her pupils huge. At the same time, Zoe in the forest looked up with her firewood, hearing a crackling sound right above her. Her eyes went wide with fear, her face turning pale. And then, out of nowhere, Kai appeared like lightning, shoving Zoe clean out of the way. What a hero. Later, back at Emma's mansion, a whole trail of blood stretched from the front door all the way to the bedroom, and behind the closed door, you could hear these agonizing cries. "Hey, open your eyes! Open your eyes! Where's Khan? Don't you dare fall asleep," Emma said, slowly coming down the stairs, a worried look on her face. Just then, a panicked servant rushed out with a basin of water. "My lady, what is going on?" she asked super carefully. "Is the Demon King badly hurt?" The maid tried to play it cool with a fake smile. "Oh, he'll be fine. A priest will be here soon." But Emma could totally tell she was lying through her teeth. How is a priest supposed to get here in this downpour? They could have asked me, the saintess. But no, they're worried because I'm just a kid. She clenched her fist. The Demon King's condition must be super serious. I thought they'd be fine since they're aura users. No, don't regret it. Emma then rushed back up the stairs, saying she was going to sleep early tonight as the maid watched her go. "Sweet dreams, lady," she whispered, trying to convince herself she was doing everything she could. In the dark room, the maid just slumped into a chair, fast asleep. Emma shot up from the bed, looking right at her. She watched closely as her magic took hold of the servant. The maid is already asleep. Let's go. In a flash, Emma vanished from the room, reappearing on the wooden floor and startling Zoe, who jumped up in shock. Emma just shushed her, like, "It's all good. The Demon King is sick, and I'm here to fix him." She walked over to Kai, gently placed her hand on him, and her hand started glowing super bright. She declared her touch was basically a divine cure. Then she offered some comfort to Zoe, saying it was just an accident and not to blame herself too much. Suddenly, Emma's eyes froze, staring hard in one direction. Across from him, Zoe's eyes were already bloodshot red. She clasped her hands to her chest and softly whispered, "My lord." Flashing back to her 13th life, it's like a bandage got ripped off a wound. So that's how it is. You don't resent me at all. Tears were streaming down her face, and Zoe was just as emotional behind him. Back in reality, Emma is completely stunned. You suppressed your resentment, gritting your teeth to hold back the tears. How could I not have seen it? Then she softly asks, "Tomorrow, show me your smiling faces with Kai." "Okay." Zoe stood there meekly, listening to Emma's orders, her eyes filled with a little bit of panic. Zoe was then just overcome with emotion, tears welling up as a self-hating voice echoed in her head, like the Zoe from her 13th life had returned. "She's a mess," covering her eyes and sobbing. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Emma remembered a happy trip and realized she never even called Zoe by her actual name. Before her was a vision of Zoe, a perfect picture of happiness. In the distance, Kai was waving. Emma wonders, is that all there is? Princess, warrior. They were running around together in a field of beautiful flowers. But one day, everything just fell apart. All that happiness turned to sorrow as a gentle hand grabbed the broken pieces of those beautiful memories. He chuckled, grabbing them and then releasing them into nothing. Because there's no need to see memories that cause pain, is there? Emma sighed, so not pleased. "You know, I hate being interrupted when I'm watching the show. Whether it's a happy or tragic ending, I have to see it for myself." Without even hesitating, she says, "So, can you move?" The cloaked figure lowers his head, sounding super sulky. "How awful. Not even a welcome after so long." Emma said coldly, "I'm not happy to see you." He asked her, "Are you sure you won't regret this?" Emma replied firmly, "Why would I?" "No, actually there's something I've been meaning to ask. A question she's wanted to ask for a very long time. Are you a god?" The cloaked figure raised a hand to his mouth. "Let's see. I'm not sure which god you're talking about." "Are you and I similar beings?" Emma pressed. "You're not going to be straight with me. Then say one more thing while you're here and get out. How many more people am I going to have to relieve of their longing?" He pouts. "Looks like I'm the only one talking, so I'll just stop." As soon as he finished talking, he vanished, leaving Emma totally speechless. Annoyed, she wondered if he ran off because he didn't know the answer either. Fine, I'll figure it out myself. Emma thinks the info will probably drop with the next app update. In the 13th timeline, unlike the chill demon realm, the human realm is about to end. A priest yells, "How long are you going to pretend you don't know? Knight and princess, will you let everyone die just to protect the Demon King?" The priest pleaded with Kai and Zoe. Even so, the two of them refused to kill the Demon King. At that moment, Kai leaned back in a long chair on the road, arms crossed. "But the Demon King isn't the cause of all this destruction," Zoe agreed. "That's right. The Demon King we met didn't harm the human realm at all." But as that truth bomb dropped, a voice echoed, "My children, the one you cherish carries the aura of destruction. If left unchecked, they will perish along with this world." Zoe is frantic. "The Demon King might disappear." "It can't be." Kai added, "Just how powerful is the Demon King? There has to be a way for us all to survive together." Even if you save him, he cannot be saved. Even if you keep him, he cannot be happy. If he is important to you, make him hate you more than anyone else. Then let him go. That way, he'll be reborn without the curse and can finally be happy. Kai was horrified. So, in the end, we have to kill the Demon King. Zoe clenched her fist. You know what bugs me the most? Foolish knight, we don't have the power to kill the Demon King. Yet he was willing to sacrifice himself. Kai agrees. Yeah, that's right. It would have been easier if he had truly been evil. Then with a flash, Emma, her body stained with blood, died for good in that life. Kai, panting, dropped the blood-soaked sword, and the clatter was a totally heart-wrenching sound. Zoe said bitterly, You must hate us. Hate us with all your being and never forgive us. More than anyone, they were the most heartbroken to make this decision. We won't say we did it for the Demon King because we couldn't protect you until the end. So next time, in that moment, the entire demon world will collapse. Witnessing everything unfold before her, Emma clenches her fist. They weren't happy doing this either, so that when the end of the world comes, we can still look in one direction, wanting to be true comrades. Emma's face flushed, her eyes already shiny with tears. She scolds them. You hid it all, you idiots. Back in reality, Kai, teary-eyed, trembled as he spoke. Yeah, I'm an idiot for getting hurt like one. Zoe was also crying. No, master, I failed to protect this fool. Emma realizes that maybe the memories of the past were too intense, and she seems to have fainted. She turned to them, her voice full of affection. Thank you. Seeing her like that, their tears finally stopped. Not sure what was going on, Kai simply answered, yes. Emma's sudden question startled them. Are you two fighting again? Do I need to tell Mom again? Zoe immediately denied it. No, we weren't arguing. Kai agreed, trying to explain. Yeah, we're just relieved that the youngest miss is safe. Truly. Emma did not live a life unloved. She remembered Kai and Zoe from her 13th life, then looked at the two before her, tearfully pleading, Please don't tell the Duchess, she told herself. The princess and the knight, Zoe and Kai, showed such affection. How could it not be love? Fortunately, Emma was able to get back to Haven before June ended, and though some priest came and bothered her, Kai and Zoe helped her ditch him. They whispered that the youngest miss was still unwell and asked him to leave. And through all this, Emma got a clue. Zoe was 22, Kai was 21 in the 13th world, the same age as they were when they killed her on a day in June. In other words, this longing stuff only appears when Emma is with the Chili family. She smiles softly. Emma didn't know what kind of clue this would be, but she had gotten some info. The maid sitting across from her asked, The thought of returning to Haven makes you happy, doesn't it? What do you guys think the clue means? Let me know in the comments and don't forget to like and subscribe. She was all like, Heck yes, I totally miss my fam and the whole crew back at my place. And you guys, the maid was so shook she was about to cry happy tears. Emma was thinking, no cap, I actually mean it. So I don't care if it's the head honcho or some random hater. Whoever's trying to cancel me is going to catch these hands, because I'm about to level up and win. Everything was looking peachy, like it was all sunshine from here on out. But listen, Emma got way too chill about that one super extra dude, Leo, the Pope. The second he saw her, he went full-on fanboy mode, screaming, My saintess, God's number one, the GOAT. It is I, Leo, here to see you. It's been forever, but you're still a whole vibe. I'm like, oh my God, spare me. The secondhand embarrassment is blinding me. Can I just sing your praises for a sec? My queen, please let me. Emma was sighing on the inside like, this dude has got to be busy, so why is he all the way at my house? Probably some crib in Beverly Hills, 90210. Ugh, whatever. She just dead-ass points at her tiger and says, Hans, bite him. And that tiger roared, showing off its terrifying chompers. He's screaming, save me, saintess. A second later, he's wiping blood from his head like, wow, the saintess's welcome is so intense. Proof you're getting stronger. Emma just cut to the chase, and Leo finally dropped the act, asking, so, how's the 17th prince? When Emma said she was there for Noah, Leo started gassing her up again. Ooh, so the saintess has peeped the 17th prince's holy power. You can just see the gears turning in his head. Anyway, in early July, Emma was living her best life, getting tons of congrats for her 8th birthday. Her parents, Jake and Maya, finally gifted her something that wasn't just bling, and Emma's eyes were sparkling, pointing at her new stuff. She also got way tighter with the knights at Haven, calling them all by name, and they were totally losing it. We're talking Ken, Lot, and Hannah. And my guy Lenslot was so moved he was literally tearing up, like, the master. She said our names. Seeing them so hyped, she's thinking, dang, if I knew they'd be this extra, I would have done it way sooner. Then they all dropped to one knee, yelling, we pledge our eternal loyalty. Whoops, looks like Emma accidentally started a fan club, or maybe a small cult. She had to explain the whole situation to Chaco. Inside her room, It was just the two of them. And after she spilled all the tea, she asked, "You get it now, Chaco? So don't just write them off yet." Finally, the little guy understood. Oh, so that's the deal. But Chaco was still throwing a fit, struggling and yelling. "But I don't wanna. It's still true they hurt the Demon King. I can't vibe with that. I don't like it." Emma just kept reassuring him, and he slowly calmed down. He gave her this sad puppy dog look as she hugged him, and he whispered, "But if the Demon King says it's okay, then I guess I'll try to forgive them." Emma was thinking, "Aw, my sweet little puppy is so precious. Thanks, Chaco." He curled up, acting all cute. All Chaco needs is the Demon King, you know. As long as she's happy, I'm happy. But just when she thought the drama was over, there's Leo in the tea room with his arms up to the sky like he's at a rave. "Sanctus, sighs, you gotta hear me out." Emma's just sipping her tea, unbothered, and tells him, "Put your hands down, Leo. You're literally in timeout." Leo whined, "I should be kissing the ground you walk on. Does the Sanctus even know? I'm like the Pope. Don't you care that I'm the big boss of the whole holy state? So what? I'm the Sanctus." Oof, that shut him up. Leo starts going on about how having divine power is this huge honor, while Emma is low-key psychoanalyzing Noah, the Metro's prince. Yeah, he might be a trainee now, but he's got to go back eventually, and not everyone with powers wants to be a priest for life. Then Leo said, "You're getting it twisted. I'm not that dense. I was just trying to be a mentor." But Emma stayed giving him the cold shoulder. Him? A mentor? She was totally scoffing inside. Like, who is this dude gonna teach when he skips work every day to come bother me? I'm just worried he'll pick up your bad habits, all sneering and crying. That Sanctus is too much sometimes. You know, I'm actually a pretty big deal back in Crest. Emma was completely unimpressed. I literally just said Noah was a good kid, and now you're acting like a total stan. It's exactly because he's a prince of the Metro that I want to be his teacher. Emma's just like, and why's that? To boost Crest's influence over the Metro, duh. Leo calmly fires back. Look, it'd be a lie to say there wasn't a secret motive. Emma's comeback was savage. Maybe if you talked less, you'd actually be more believable. Leo just kept going. The battle for the Metro throne is fierce, but the Sanctus's power and what went down 3 years ago is keeping them all quiet and shook. But for how long? Great Sanctus, you gotta make a choice for him. You know what needs to be done. He got all dramatic, putting his hand on his chest. And get this, Prince Noah now looks just like the Metro's first emperor, who was this legendary hero. Suddenly, crash. The sound of glass shattering cuts him off, sending cake flying everywhere. Standing in the doorway was Noah, totally frozen, shaking and speechless. He bowed his head, sweating buckets and stammering, I'll get it back. I'm so sorry, Lady Emma." And with that, he just bolted, leaving Emma stunned and calling his name. She and Leo were both completely bewildered. Leo just looked up at Emma, pleading, "Your Holiness, please just give me a chance." She shut that down instantly. No hesitation. Emma gently explained, "Noah is still scared of grown men." She remembered the past 3 years. He didn't stutter anymore, and he even had his favorite snacks. But for real, 3 years is not enough time to heal all the trauma that poor little Noah went through. He was frantically running down this dark hallway with Emma hot on his heels. She went to find Noah, and when she did, she said, "I thought you said you were going to get my cake back." This made Noah, who was hiding in a corner, flinch big time. He was still curled up and trembling. "My lady, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to listen in." Emma just comforted him and switched up the topic like a pro. "I don't think so. The chef said he's making lemon sugar cookies today. You were going to bring them to me, right?" He softly replied, "Yes, because Lady Emma likes lemon." She gave him this super gentle smile. "That's right. I love them." That seemed to calm him down a bit. "Lady Emma, don't you hate me or resent me?" he asked quietly. "Why would I?" Noah stammered, explaining how his face caused her so much drama back in the Metro. She unexpectedly asked, "Then why?" Noah was confused, but she continued, "Noah, your silver hair shines like a lake in the moonlight, and your golden eyes are like the warm afternoon sun. That's why I like you so much." For a sec, Emma looked like she had a literal halo around her. Noah started blushing, stammering, "Really? I could be a really dangerous person. You know." The girl just tilted her head and said, "Noah, you don't seem dangerous at all right now." And just like that, Noah was happy again. "My lady, you're always way too nice to me. It's normal. My sister and brother say the same thing." He got quiet, thinking, because they were super gentle too. The next morning, sunlight was streaming in, and the whole castle felt alive. Emma, looking like a total boss, called out to Leo, who sat down looking all eager and excited. "So, Sanctus, have you finally made up your mind?" But she completely crushed his hopes, flatly refusing. "I'm going to count to 3. Tell me your real scheme." Emma's face was dead serious, and the whole vibe in the room got super heavy. Leo tried to keep his cool, his eyes glinting with what was definitely some shady plan. You misunderstand me, Saintess. I would never, ever come to you with bad intentions. I am the Pope. After all, she just said, 1. He kept rambling. For real, you don't trust me? God's #1 servant? I'd literally be your servant. Emma counted to 2 as he tried to hit her with the sparkling puppy eyes. Saintess, who are you trying to play with that little tantrum? And then Emma hit him with a 3. Finally, Leo had to tap out. Okay, I'll tell you everything. Please, holy maiden, don't make me put my hands up and surrender. You're really not lying this time, she asked. Leo's eyes lit up and he gave a confident thumbs up. Of course not, I can swear to God anytime. But Emma knew better. Her internal monologue was like, yep, here comes another fat lie. She reached behind her back, grabbing something. All right then. Emma holds up this bizarre object, declaring it a holy relic given to her by God himself. Leo blurts out, a holy relic. It looks kinda, suspicious. But he immediately had to shut that thought down. Why does that look like some kind of torture device? He asked softly, what is this? Sacred artifact. Emma held it up for him to see and introduced it. This holy relic is called a lie detector. His fanboy vibes were immediately replaced with pure, unadulterated fear. Could you run that by me one more time, he asked, but her smile never faded. The lie detector buzzed with excitement as she said cheerfully, your fingers are gonna get real tingly today. Out of my 99 past lives, I can summon 99 things. This lie detector from my first life was originally a party game. Leo nervously gulped, because this thing was a real deal lie detector, juiced up with divine power to sniff out lies with 100% accuracy. Try saying, I swear to God, I'll only tell the truth. But the machine went bzzzzzt and zapped him. That's a lie. The jolt of pain made Leo jump. This is rigged. You don't trust me this much? This Leo is truly heartbroken. Emma was thinking, you're literally lying right now. Showing zero pity, she tilted her head and asked innocently, as long as you don't lie, what's the problem? You promised not to, so I'm using this holy relic. You don't like it? He puffed out his chest, his eyes crinkling. No, of course not, as long as I don't lie. The Saintess has already gently reminded me. Emma got straight to the point. So, you truly want Noah as your student just because you're worried about him? With a totally angelic look on his face, Leo replied. Indeed, with a pure heart full of concern for Prince Noah. But the lie detector showed no mercy. Bzzzzzzzt, shocking Leo until he cried out. Emma knew instantly, yeah, not a pure heart at all. She scolded him sternly. Leo, I'm disappointed. You said you'd tell the Saintess everything, but you keep on capping. Leo flinched. The Saintess isn't usually this intense. Hearing this, Emma leaned in closer, her eyes wide. Then tell me the truth. Why did you really want to take Noah as a disciple? Cold sweat was pouring down his face as Emma pressed him, and finally, he let out a huge sigh. I received a divine revelation. Emma frowned a little, repeating his words. A prophecy. He slowly fessed up, yes, but for some reason, the big guy didn't explain why. He just said, you have to awaken the Blue Hour Prince's power for the future. But I was being for real when I asked the Saintess to choose for the prince. Even though the shrine's rep is weak in the metro, the Pope's personal endorsement is a whole different ballgame. Emma just listened, her face an unreadable mask of suspicion, which made Leo totally freak out. What? Why are you giving me that look? The obsessed old man started rambling again. Okay, fine. I want some clout, but I have no plans to puppet the prince. Isn't peace better than war? I'm comfy. Crest is comfy. Peace is the ultimate goal. But is he telling the truth now? Let me know your theories in the comments. Chilling is my religion, for real. I live by that creed. So when the lie detector lit up green and chimed, Emma was like, oh my god, this dude literally just wants to be lazy. She was thinking, you know, having a guy this powerful on our side would be a major glow-up for Noah's security detail. Across from her, Leo was whining. So, like, can you please take this thing off me now? Emma just frowned, totally lost in thought about that sketchy prophecy for Noah. After seeing those flashbacks of Zoe and Kai, she was getting major sus vibes from the big guy upstairs. Like, if he was so great, why would he order something so messed up? In the end, Emma just sighed. Whatever, it's just a hunch for now. But still, this was a massive opportunity for Noah. She looked up, ready to uncuff Leo. Fine, I'll get it off for you. He looked at his hand like he'd just won the lottery, tears in his eyes. Thank you. Finally. Emma got up, totally over it. I'm gonna go ask Noah. So you better wait right here, or I swear I'll have my security from down on Sunset Boulevard drag you out. Leo's eyes were sparkling with excitement. Emma knew this dude would wait like a puppy, but the second he called her a funny nickname, she was like, nope, I'm out, and just bounced. Leo, with literal tears in his eyes, yelled after her, wait, where are you going? You have to hear my tragic backstory. Before you go, she thought to herself. Yeah, that's a hard pass. My dad, Jake, told me not to hang with people who talk nonsense. Walking down the hall, she sighed. Dealing with Leo literally lowers my IQ. He's just like this merc leader I knew in my past life who was always saying, what's the point of living if it's not a vibe? Emma was legit wondering if Leo was that guy reincarnated. Now that I know reincarnation is a thing, I'm side-eyeing everyone, she thought. Okay, whatever. Noah is the main character right now. She lifted her hand to knock. Noah, you in there? She heard a mad dash inside, and Noah swung the door open, looking super eager. Emma, hey. She peeked inside and saw his desk. Studying? Am I interrupting? He immediately shot that down. No way. You could never be a bother. Seriously, I'd drop anything for you. Emma got all serious. Well, this isn't exactly a casual hangout, which totally threw him for a loop. What's up? She asked, cutting right to it. Hey, Noah, be for real. Are you scared of Leo? The question totally shook him, and he started trembling but tried to play it cool. Nah, I'm good. If you need me to go to Crest, I'll do it. If it helps you, Emma. She just looked at his vibrating arm. What do you mean? You're okay? Bro, your hands are literally shaking. She locked eyes with him. Forget about me for a second. This is your call. I just want to know what times you want to do. Noah was like, huh? So Emma spilled the tea. Look, Crest is being extra, and Leo is a total weirdo. Like, seriously strange. But he's still the boss. He said if you become his student, you get way healthier and could basically ghost all the dangerous people. The news hit Noah like a ton of bricks. He went silent, thinking for a hot minute before looking up. Wait, so if I do this, can I stick around with you longer? And I don't have to take calls from Prince Ethan anymore, right? Emma just watched him, trying to read his vibe. I don't know about all that, but he did say with the power you have, you could for sure protect yourself. She secretly thought, and low-key, he's not wrong. That power is OP. But she gave him an out. But hey, no pressure. If you're not feeling it, you can crash here at Haven for as long as you want. I'd rather have my friends around anyway. His face went all red as he breathed a sigh of relief. Good, 'cause I really like you a lot. Emma, she was totally stunned by the sudden confession. He looked right at her. I kind of thought you were trying to send me away, but I guess not. Emma was flustered. What? No. Of course you're my friend, Noah. Hearing that, he just went for it and grabbed her hand. Okay, bet. I'm going. If I level up, I can watch your back too. She gave him a tight little smile. I don't need you to protect me, but he wasn't backing down. I want to be strong enough for you. That way we can be friends for way longer, he stammered, all shy. So, if I go to Crest, you'll write me, right? Emma leaned in, a little frown on her face, and answered straight up. Duh, I'll write you tons of letters. Noah was speechless and blushing like crazy. He took her hand and gave it this super heartfelt kiss, smiling. Thank you, Emma. The move left her completely shook, a blush creeping up her cheeks. But she also felt a pang of sadness. Poor Noah must be so torn up right now. Let me know in the comments if you guys are shipping this, because the drama is real, and he can still smile like that. He's acting like the adult here while I'm being the childish one. The day Noah had to leave for Crest came way too fast. As he was getting into the carriage, he turned back. Emma, I'll write to you all the time. She ran up to him, you better. And listen, if it gets tough, you can come right back here. You got it? Noah beamed, nodding his head. Emma watched him go, deep in thought. Man, she was way sadder than she expected. Meanwhile, Leo was rushing Noah into the carriage. All right, let's hit the road. And would you look at that? Prince Ethan and Chloe were there to see him off too. Bye, Noah. It was one of those mid-August days when the crazy heat finally started to chill. That boy. He looked so different from when we first met.